They have to pick it or they have to ban it. We're going to keep seeing these. Here's 3 great heroes that have a ton of value right now. I think it is the Marcy, the Primal Beast, as well as Tiny. And these heroes are really powerful because they're flex picks. You can pick them early in your draft. You've got stuns on everybody, and you can pick them as a support or as a core. So you can do this switcheroo at the end of the draft to get a 1 over your opponents, potentially take some wins. That's one of the reasons that they are very powerful. But my favorite surprise streak so far is actually Crystal Maiden. She was picked 46 games during the group stage. She was only banned like 11 times, so basically just an occasional thing. And she was doing really well. The biggest fans were Tundra. They picked her 10 out of their 18 matches. Picked her huge amounts of games compared to everybody else. But there are more teams that are catching on to her value. She's very effective. Actually, yesterday, Thunder Awakened used her very effectively against EG to kite the Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend doesn't have much mobility, so her being able to stop him from moving around makes going in and out against him very effective. She's also great at mitigating damage. She slows attack speed by up to 75 and prevents attacking with Frostbite, assuming she doesn't die immediately. But because Shadow Fiend's popular, he's not very good at diving and killing her, so she gets to fulfill her value in a really effective way. In another match, Secret snagged as their last pick, accelerated them against the Lone Druid, lowering the bear's attack speed, preventing them from attacking and keeping their heroes alive. That was a really good performance by Secret. We even got to see Beast Coast play it against Hokori. It's streaking a bit here, so keep an eye out for those trending heroes. They're going to develop over time as things change and the strategies develop and teams are on the edge of losing. Can they find a new solution to Shadow Fiend or whatever else? Maybe Shadow Fiend will fall off. Who knows? But I think we're definitely going to see some CM today.
Thank you. I think so too. If only maybe on the ban side. Yesterday we even had a first phase ban on Crystal Maiden. First one I've seen ever on main stage of the TI. But yeah, all that, it's going to happen today. We're going to see Tundra, and they are probably, as Purge mentioned, going to pick Crystal Maiden. What else are we going to see today? Is a great question. Glad you asked it. We have the schedule for today ready. We've got 4 series coming your way today. We're going to kick things off with 2 series in the upper bracket. Tundra and OG. This is indeed the only team left that got to choose their opponent. Thunder chose OG. We'll see if they'll follow suit with the other teams that chose their opponent. Aster versus Liquid in the upper bracket after that as well. After that, we are moving to the lower bracket. EG Beast Coast, LGD Boom. Jenkins, what do you want to talk about first?
Oh God, there's a lot. I will say first and foremost, Crystal Maiden. This is Owie's doing. He brought the scourge upon us and the tournament. But EG Beast Coast, come on. We have to talk about this one. This is...
For the memes.
It's just depressing. Like, either way, like, I'm going to be sad because Beast Coast, they got EG into TI this year. And then the previous year, EG got Beast Coast into TI. So they're kind of brothers. They're linked. Their souls are linked now. And we were just talking about all day yesterday. It's like, please do not allow for this to be what has to happen. But we're here. We're here. Hokori went down. EG went down. So we end up where one of these two has to betray each other and sacrifice the other.
I mean, K1 said that he did it for Arteezy.
Arteezy.
Will he defeat Arteezy today, or will he sympathize?
There's going to be emotions that both of these teams are going to need to control, and I think sympathy is needs to be dialed back to 0. They need to become bloodthirsty. And Beast Coast, in the lower bracket, that's what they are. They are the Grim Reapers of the lower bracket.
Yep, they were the Grim Reapers of the lower bracket in the, what was it, the Animajor? Wait, it was Beast Coast that they were the Grim Reaper at the previous major, the Arlington major.
Yeah, they did eliminate Fnatic and Virtus.pro, securing EG's spot at TI via DPC points.
Yeah.
And that double sucked for Virtus.pro as well because they were so close to making it TI. Fnatic beat them by half a point, I believe. That was the calculation towards the end. So that's got to hurt for both teams there.
Yeah, for Arteezy. Betrayal between brothers. This is a very dramatic, but it is what it feels like because we got the Americas. You know, of course, since 2017 they've been separated, but still very closely related, of course.
Yeah, the thing is EG going to be in group stage form today? Yesterday, they did look a little off. I think Thunder Awakened played incredibly, but I think EG were a little bit different than the EG we were used to seeing, simply because in all of the group stage, it felt like there was heavy emphasis on securing Nightfall's lane, and he would just completely stomp the enemy carry. Whereas yesterday, the last 2 games that they played, they just went for these really
he got owned
off
in lane.
Yeah, they went for this like off. I don't even know what I would describe it. I guess off the pattern type of offlane duo in both Crit and in Nightfalls. So they could bring it back today. Who knows?
They could indeed. Also, want to point out we did see Arteezy tweet. Do I have to shave my head?
Will we see it?
Will we see it? Because that's. I mean, we saw someone who shaved their head lose yesterday in Fnatic
And win.
Win against EG as well. So we'll see what the meta is regarding that for sure once they get on their cams. Today, we already mentioned him earlier, today is going to be a big impact for AUI and coaches in general. We want to talk a little bit about the coaches because it's so important to have a good coach, a lot of experience that can guide you through all the madness, especially, I would imagine, Lacoste during group stages.
Absolutely. I mean, he's one of the coaches that comes to my mind when we talk about trying to break the game, trying to find something to abuse in the game where, like, it's just going to feel very OP at the time. And he's also a high MMR coach. He did bring a lot of work ethics to Tundra as a team. They're very hardworking people. And just having a coach that can, like, play and always search for new stuff in the game is exactly what you need.
The cool thing about Aui is that he just looks at ideas for like what the idea is rather than who it's coming from. So like, for example, I showed him recently a like hard camp poll that you can do on Radiant, and like we like broke it down together, and it's like I'm terrible Jenkins, and he's still he's still like looking at the stuff that I'm showing him, and because it could help him, and he does the same thing. Like he plays his 5 stacks with his friends that are like low MMR, but people spam heroes, people figure things out in the game, and if it's broken, it doesn't matter what MMR you are. It's something that they can use, and Tundra has the boots thing on 33, using boots to get to the secret shop, then selling the boots to place wards. That's the sort of stuff that this team innovates with, and a lot of that comes from Aui.
And the thing about Aui is he likes to break it down to a science instead of just, for him to translate his ideas to become very technical. I remember him talking about lane theory a long time ago before it was discovered, because most people know things like, okay, some lanes are longer than others and there are things that you have to do, and this was many, many years ago. I remember watching his stream,
he knew, man.
He knew. He just talked about it in terms of theorizing, and he just made everything so individual and specific and made it sound like it came out of a textbook. So to me, I just call AUI a Dota encyclopedia. That's really what he feels like sometimes. So really, he's a great addition to Tundra. But all of the coaches that we just saw on that graphic are all incredible. They all do so much for their team. And the teams that didn't come into TI with a coach, Hokori, I think, didn't play with a coach this TI, you can kind of see that impact as it comes down to main stage. We saw it last year as well with Alliance.
Oh, there it is. It is the horn, and that means the Dota will soon be upon us. First will be upon us. It's time for the players. Here comes OG, ready to take the stage for the first time here. Main event. We got ourselves a team that won the Stockholm Major, and they are here with their full roster up against a team they're very familiar with. It is Team Tundra. And this team, Tundra Esports, coming first in their group. They have chosen their opponents today, and they are looking for revenge. That's right, there is so much revenge to be had, Effie.
Yeah, so this is really interesting because a lot of people may look at it as, why are they picking OG? Didn't OG have a fantastic year, winning LAN event, majors, just doing so well in the DPC? But that is not the case for Tundra. If you guys recall, Tundra topped their group in the Stockholm Major. They went 11-1. Everyone thought they would take the whole thing, but they got knocked out in the lower bracket finals by OG. So there's definitely a little bit of salt there. And in terms of the DPC performances, in all 3 tours, Tundra actually have the advantage over OG. Yeah. So OG beat them 2-0, I believe, in Tour 2, but in Tour 1 and Tour 3, Tundra 2-0'd OG when they were in major winning form. So, I mean, Tundra are out for blood here. They're out for revenge.
And also one thing to note, it's like Skeeter during the DPC, he talked about Tundra on land acting like a bunch of heralds. These are his words, but they had some really good results. They got second at Dubai land, they got third at the Stockholm Major, but still, like right now, I want to see how this is going to influence them. Like the first game, if they manage to win the first game here against the OG, I think that's going to give them a big boost of confidence.
The thing about Tundra is when they're on and when they are playing well, they are one of the funnest teams to watch in Dota because they are so innovative with the ideas that they bring. Their offlane player in 33 always has something cooking in terms of hero picks and how he plays the maps. You always see him hiding in some tree line, trying to make a play, cutting some waves.
Oh, yeah.
One time I saw him drag 3 waves on Bristleback, minute 10, and just like get a Radiance so quickly. It's very, very interesting how he plays. And of course, when you talk about Tundra, you have to talk about Nine, the unusual hero player.
Yeah, he just plays weird stuff. Like, the thing with this team is even when they're like not performing, which like first half of Tour 2, I think they underperformed and then they ended up bringing it back in the second half. People still look at them for what they're doing because every other pro player is just like, okay, well, this team maybe as a team they're having some issues, but they still innovate. You still want to copy the Earth Spirit mid and the buying boots and going to the secret shop and buying a Quelling Blade on a support and cutting these trees to get wraparound plays. Like, yeah, they're just such an innovative, smart team.
But also, Tundra is buffed right now because I don't know if you guys realize the pattern, but every time a new patch comes out, that's when Tundra plays best.
Yeah.
For the last year and a half, they were always on top of the new patches. And yes, maybe this patch before TI wasn't that enormous, but it was still enough to give Tundra that advantage just based on the Dota mines that they have that we talked about in AUI, in 33. So I'm sure this is going to be a really good series.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit more about OG. Of course, the opponents of Team Tundra today, OG has done very well this season, but they haven't done so always with the same roster. Oh, they didn't change their roster. That wasn't the problem. They had some visa issues, but it's been a while since they've been with the full 5.
Yeah, I mean, they did attend every single LAN this year, getting the experience for the players. These are new, young players, so definitely what they needed to be able to compete with the others. And for them, it felt like they just did it so quickly. Usually it takes time, but for them, they just gel together so quickly. And yeah, you can tell, even without having a full squad, they're so good at adjusting to what they have, playing with Seb and Chu, and just still being able to dominate.
Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic series for sure, and a fantastic draft coming your way right now.
OG versus Tundra Esports. Game 1.
That's right, the two Western powerhouses of OG and Tundra are both matching up against each other here. And while they may be coming from the same region, we've got two very different styles, right, Quinn?
Yeah, I think OG's a team that picks very much spellcasting heroes. They pick the stuff they like. They're a very specific drafting team, whereas OG are like Tundra are the biggest like lane fiend nerds. Pull this wave, drag that, buy that.
Yeah.
They're like Giga if you can try hard about it.
I think these are two teams. If you're not studying the itemization that these players have done over the last year, you're not studying the itemization of Dota right now. I mean, you talk about the masterminds behind these teams too, Aoi, Seb, Ju, like these guys are the itemization kings of Dota, in my opinion. Yeah. You look at what Tundra brings to the table, you look at what OG brings to the table, they play around with their timings, they play around all 5 of them coming online at the same time, hitting the power spike, ending that game, and drilling it into your Aegis. You have to be ready for this matchup.
Now, the draft is going to be coming in soon, but what is your guys' early anticipation? Any standout heroes? I mean, we saw Purge earlier with the breakdown. He was talking about the Crystal Maiden. That seemed to be very important for Tundra. They've had great success with it. Anything else?
I mean, I think this series will be pretty different than a lot of the other series in the tournament. That I think both of these teams aren't ones who typically like stick super strict to the meta. I think they sort of pick their own things. I could see SF get like much more ignored than usual, or just not really cared about that much. I could see Primal not cared about that much, except for maybe mid for Tundra. I think there's a lot of heroes like Doom potentially that we see more priority on than usual.
Yeah. All right, well, we already have our draft underway. First couple of bans are going to be coming out soon. But, I mean, just talking about the story between these two teams before we see the bans, these are two teams who have gone back and forth all season long. We heard Effie talk about their history. I think one of the interesting notes is that the only time they matched up against LAN was Stockholm Major. They matched up against each other in groups, and that Tundra did manage to get a 2-0 there.
Yeah, the LAN didn't go exactly that way either, right? I think this OG squad, maybe it's the organization, maybe it's the players. It's probably a combination of both. It feels like they are always somehow the underdogs. Every year they come in, they have more rings, more LAN wins. This team has multiple, they have a major win this year, and somehow they're still the underdogs. I don't get it. I don't know how they do it.
They trick people, you know? They trick people into thinking, oh, look at that, OG. They're like, okay, yeah, you like that Crystal Maiden? We'll take it for ourselves. First pick.
That's the way to do it.
This first phase is actually ridiculous. These bans, like, if you looked at it from any other series, you would have felt like they random all the bans. But these teams specifically just don't care about meta. There's just a hoodwink first phase ban at TA. There's a bottom. I don't know. It's crazy.
These two are two teams who definitely have been trying to set their own meta, especially in the first phase. I mean, the two most contested or prioritized supports for these two teams is the Crystal Maiden for Tundra and Oracle for OG. Yeah. Like, is anybody else playing these heroes? Is anybody else playing for Oracle in this tournament? Probably not, right? And it sets up for a really weird phase. And now we're seeing Mirana come out. You know, something about Tundra yesterday, AUI was in the chat, and he said that Snaking got that Crimson Mirana drop.
Oh, that's right. I remember that.
I said, oh, we're going to see a Snaking Mirana tomorrow. And lo and behold, first phase Mirana coming out for Tundra. Not a hero they have played a huge amount this tournament. And honestly, it can be a weird hero for them, because I like to think of Tundra as this 5-man ball team behind 33's hero, right?
Yeah.
33's on an initiator like a Doom or something like that. They play that way, but generally he's on a Brood, a Visage, a Beast, a Lycan.
Yeah.
Heroes that Mirana can be weird with because you lack the stuns. It kind of falls to 9 to pick up something like an OD or a Tiny from mid. Maybe they're flexing his Tiny to mid.
So for another team, there would be a lot of flexibility here. Like Secret, they would have the possibility of running like an off-lane Mirana, right, for resolution. But it sounds like to me, Avery and Quinn, you're saying that like it's probably not likely just because it's not really a 33 hero, right?
I mean, I think it is possible it's actually a pot of mid. There were several pubs that 9 had played the pot of mid. I imagine they scrim with it some as well. I think that is sort of this 9 hero. He buys, you know, some Glip Flop.
Yeah.
You know, he shoots some arrows. I think that's something 9 could pull out. I think this 8 pick is really interesting. Whenever a draft goes weird like this, their 8 pick becomes much less about like you've structured everything and more about like reading the situation, like what do your players feel, like what makes sense in sort of hero combinations. And they pick this Ember with the CM. I think it's something that BZM is really comfortable on. And you have like they love this long range spell damage. This, you know, Crystal Nova, the Bull is from long range. I'm sure they're going to pick much more poke. You can maybe see Dark Willows or things like that later down the line. I think that's like a sort of the theme that OG likes for like a lot of their drafts.
I mean, it's one way to use this Crystal Maiden hero. There's a reason OG stole it from Tundra here. There's a reason Tundra has had such a high win rate with it. This hero is one of the ultimate poke heroes in the fight. She can get a bit tankier now in the meta. You build a Force Staff, you build a drum, you have these fluffy hats built in. Suddenly you're 1700 HP. You combine that with a Wraith Pact or a pipe that comes out from your offlaner, and suddenly you have to dive deep against Crystal Maiden, who's supposed to be a squishy backliner.
Yeah.
And it takes you a lot longer to kill her, and all of a sudden it's really annoying.
She pops her ultimate, gets all that armor, makes herself a target. You have to go in and stun her.
Like Quinn's saying, combine it with something like an Ember that's going in, you're already getting nuked down, you're already getting chained, and then you still have to dive further to catch this backline. It becomes very annoying very quickly.
Yeah, it's a pretty interesting dynamic. I mean, OG is a team who doesn't typically buy this Wraith Pact item because Amara is generally more of a carry type player, so they'll end up with a lot of lineups that just have like, you know, 5 heroes with spells, and nobody's, you know, there's not this like defensive sort of ball lineup, whereas Tundra I think is a team that will check all the boxes. By one drum, one veil, one Wraith Pact, we go down one AC, we go down the line and we have all the items, and we sort of play in this ball and play very structured. We hit the guy that's closest to us, we don't like, you know, move too far out.
I mean, honestly, I feel like this opener is a very anti-Tundra opener in saying we're going to let a lot of that zoo through. Like, they're not banning Visage, they're not banning Beast, they're not banning these heroes that can up the tempo, push the towers, ball up. they already have Maiden and Ember who can go a Maelstrom build, give you extra AoE, push the lanes out quickly. Crystal Maiden drafts in general, you get the extra mana, a lot more nukage on the map. You're going to stall that lane push into the objective taking. This is a scenario where does Tundra really want to go into those Visage Beast types heroes second phase for 33? They're leaving the Brood in as well, which is something we saw first phase ban versus Tundra a lot of this group stage. And when they got it, I mean, 33 is an absolute monster on that hero, right?
Yeah.
So OG is fully aware of what they're leaving in the pool right now, and they have to be thinking about it. I think the only real Amar answers to that huge summons coming out have been Sand King.
Yeah, I mean, you see the Timbersaw and the Pangolier ban, which are, you know, two of like the biggest anti-zoo. I mean, I think that approach from OG is pretty cool and something you maybe have to take against Tundra. Like when a team has all these random scary offlane picks, like, you know, most meta teams do, there's all this random zoo and all this crap. And if you just sort of leave it all and you have responses, or you, like Avery said, you structure the beginning of your draft to be like, you know, very sound against it, I think that's a pretty good way to play against them, because you don't have to worry about all this garbage. You just like pick a well-rounded lineup that works for you that happens to be good against the general stuff they like.
Now, do you guys think that Tundra, is it possible that they swerve it all, or do they stick with what they're strongest with and just say, okay, you guys are going to try and beat it, but you see it coming, but we're going to run with it anyway? I feel like Tundra is that kind of team, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Tundra are much for swerving. I think they typically stay straight on the road, follow the traffic lines. You know, we're buying that race pack whether you like it or not.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, yes.
AUI is definitely a law-abiding citizen, that's for certain.
Most certainly.
I'm trying to think of what OG wants in the second phase, because these bans, again, we're talking about they don't have to ban the Zoo. They're opting to ban Ursa, Lifestealer. These are like very specific carry matchups. It's also perhaps targeting Skeeter's hero pool, because he has paid a pretty small hero pool this tournament. And we're talking about, you know, Lifestealer, the Ursa, the Naga. The Naga especially, OG has to be thinking about it. Again, this opener is another opener that's great against the Naga down the road. Like, they're already blocking a lot of these big heroes that Tundra wants, which might be why we're seeing this Mirana come out earlier. Maybe Tundra is going to be the one to swerve and just say, we're just going to take the fight to you. I think they still want this Wraith Pact hero for 33. There's no Doom in the pool. All right, that to me seems like a 9 Tusk.
Yeah, that does look like a Tusk mid.
That's what I'm feeling. If I see Tusk on Tundra, I'd be like 9 is, he's going to click it no matter what. And, you know, he's just, even if he's not supposed to play it, he's just going to click it first.
So doesn't this lock down our heroes? Aren't we kind of set then at this point in time that
10 seconds.
It does look like Neta is playing bottom.
Yeah. So
maybe. Or that Crimson Snake King Mirana, you know, he wanted to bust
I mean,
it
okay,
out.
so if Snake King's playing that Mirana, just 5 Mirana, you think he make that work? Not a big deal.
5 Mirana is a very specific hero.
To be honest, I think this might, I mean, we talked about sort of the lane nerdiness. I think this might have been something they considered in draft practice. I think whenever you have two teams that have such specific heroes like this, you can sort of pin down a lot of like, you know, like heroes that people might like. They probably understand the CM very well. Maybe they have some idea about having this kill potential on the CM in lane. They have Tossback. They have this like avalanche into arrow. Like there's a, it's really scary for CM to play this lane. If she's playing against Pod and Tiny, like that's a terrifying lane. And potentially they're just trying to feed off this Misha CM and just sort of snowball things. Because Neta's a player who, you know, if you give him a lot of gold, he can play any hero.
All right, Avery, you brought up this 4-position Oracle. Why are we doing this? What is the theory here?
Well, this could be a 4 Oracle, could be a 4 Crystal Maiden. We don't know. I mean,
okay,
it could
true,
be anything.
true. Yeah.
So one of the things about OG is they have 3 of the cores who get the most farmed all together of any team in the world. I think we're used to that by now. They're the ultimate tri-core team to some degree. 3 carries, unless you have a Mar Sand King, it's probably still building carry, you know. So one of the things OG has to figure out in these metas, well, there's the Sand King. One of the things OG has to figure out in some of these metas is how do you balance that with utility, right? How do you balance it with stuns? How do you balance it with utility? And in some of their past tournaments we've seen, there's a reason Seb at Stockholm was playing Wind Rangers and Shakers to give him the long range stuns for the damage to go in. There's a reason at this tournament their supports have been healers, double 4-staff buyers, Glimmer Cape, right? Like rush the utility to bring your Tri-Core online in those mid-game fights. Sand King or some of these utility heroes for Amar is another way to do that. And so to me, this OG draft is this is super anti-Tundra. It's like we're not going to get too greedy. We're going to make sure we have the sustain, the lane shove, the AoE to take the early tower defense fights. I like this approach. Like this is a very hard draft to skirmish into.
And I just want to point out, like, that means if Taiga, it means Taiga has to take a step back, right?
Yes.
Like, in order to enable the rest of his cores. And that's kind of that's something that he has had to do for this team, both inside and outside of the game, right? He has had to put himself more as a captain. He's had to be more sacrificial in order to enable, you know, all the new guys.
Yeah, I think that's a role that he's definitely slid into. You see in the past, he plays, Rubik every game, plays Enigma every game, and I think more recently, you're seeing Oracle, you're seeing, these random 4s with low net worth, like Avery said, buying 4 staffs, stuff like this. I think this Slark pick is very cute. I think it sort of goes back a bit to Tundra being a super laning team. I think you have this Slark +1. If you play the lane really well, the Sankey can be very vulnerable, and if things start getting out of control, this Slark hero, he's running around at night. I think while OG does have a lot of sort of defensive capabilities, their heroes also are very similar in terms of the way they deal damage. There's a lot of magic damage that's sort of very static. It doesn't scale very hard. So if you fall a little bit behind, suddenly your heroes aren't able to connect together as much. And it's just Slark running around at nighttime, diffusing people, burning your mana. Things can get kind of scary in terms of the way OG deals damage.
I mean, OG's going to need a big physical hero here out in the last phase, and they're banning the Beast, so they're still a little worried about this last Zoo that can come out. I mean, this Tuskar, if it ends up being core, looks like a great core Tuskar game. This is something where 9 will go Blink Deso and just destroy these back. You're going to one-shot these heroes, right? There is no armor on this OG side right now until we're talking 3rd item Shivas on Ember or something way down the road. So I'm a little worried about OG being able to defend against the early physical that can come out here. If it's a core Mirana, right, you can go early Diffusal, you can just go into Falcon Blade, I don't know, whatever you want to go on core Mirana these days, who knows, right? But you have the tag team to buff it up. And this Tusk pick seems really good right now. This is a hero that annihilates these squishy backliners. They don't have the best frontline against it. I don't know if there's a frontliner OG can get to help solve this problem from the carry role. Yuragi can play some of these, these lone druid type heroes in the past. Morphling is another one that you can go in and tank a bunch. Gives you the armor here.
Yeah, it also shifts some dynamics in that you get this Ags at some point, and you go from having all these backliners to, wow, now suddenly you have a fish of your own who's jumping all over the place, and you get more vision from this. Slark's going to lose a lot of damage, and a lot of that scary kill threat in some of these backline heroes. Maybe you have this, Morphling suddenly who's just leaping around like a crazy person. It's hard for Tusk to go on him, and you give some space for your Oracle and CM to play, some space for your Sankey to look for stuns. It opens things up a little bit.
There's OD, though.
There is the Decorator.
Tundra loves this OD as a Morphling counter. They have picked it every time. You rush that, you go Midas into Ags. 9 has annihilated the games on this hero. I feel like this is a snap OD pick for Tundra here. They get a save for the Sand King initiation. You get Astrals for this Oracle long-term fight. You can do very well versus the Ember mid. This is a matchup that people historically liked. I think it should be fine now with the Astral and the Orb buffs.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't ban it. They opted for the Beast and Enigma bans. I can understand those. That lane can be terrifying for Morphling.
It's going to be a real big test. How much do they elevate 33 in his pick and his style, and they stick with what 33 is best with. They do not go for what you were saying was potentially giving 9 the game-winning hero. Yeah. They stick with 33. They stick with the formula that has gotten them here and gotten them so far in previous tournaments.
I mean, 9 just wanted that Tuskar. He wanted it too bad.
Yeah.
But I think Visage was the other hero I'm considering, just because you have to play it into this early CM Ember Spirit. There's this Sand King, but at the same time you can destroy the positioning from Oracle in the fights. It is a 4 Oracle, so taking him out removes a decent chunk of the net worth and sustain from OG's side. And Morphling doesn't punish this hero too hard on lane. I feel like you can get out of it a lot of times. And I mean, it's Tundra. It wouldn't be Tundra without a Wraith Pack buyer, Wraith Pack by AZ.
All memes aside, it's a really good Wraith Pack game, and they didn't have somebody to buy it yet. And you need to buy the item. It's a really good item right now.
I mean, just look at the Ember Spirit Sand King. It's like I'm salivating for a Wraith King.
Oh yeah, the Wraith Pack pipe is going to be deadly here for OG for a huge portion of this game. Because again, their only real physical scaling is on this Morphling until we're talking about Ember super late game.
Sure.
You're fighting into Wraith Pack pipe or Wraith Pack AC, which is the other build he's gone on this Visage. It's going to be hard to contest the Roshan or the early towers once this Visage comes online. So I would say name of the game is try and slow them down on lanes as much as possible.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you're saying this timing of pipe Wraith Pact is deadly, and we also identified Tundra as a big lane winning team, that feels like this could turn into a nasty snowball of a game.
Yeah, I can definitely see this CM versus Visage dynamic going both ways. CM wants to spam you down. Now suddenly Visage has a bazillion Soul Assumption stacks, and you get gone on and you just explode instantly. And suddenly this Visage is getting 6 early, your Morphling's getting kicked out. I think OG needs to be really tight in this early game to not just suddenly, there's birds everywhere, and there's a Walrus Man, and you're just getting run over.
The deadly Walrus Man.
It's going to be all kinds of zoo here for Tundra with a Walrus Man, a fish, a bunch of birds, and even whatever Mirana is riding. But our game number 1 of Tundra versus OG is about to get underway. Avery, we were talking before about some of the stories coming into this matchup.
Oh, yeah.
And there is a pretty interesting one here for Tundra, right?
I mean, if you go back 10 years ago, all right, that's a long time in Dota terms. Snaking used to play on an old team called Team Dignitas way back in the day. And you know that Team Dignitas? It had AUI on it. It had another good compatriot in Universe on it.
Yep.
It had our good friend Fogged on it. Of
course.
And I remember when I picked up Snaking for VGJ, Snaking told me, I feel like since those 10 years ago, no, it was 8 then, but you know,
Sure.
those 10 years ago, all my friends I used to play with went on to do great things. AUI and Universe went on to win a TI.
Yeah, that's
Fog, Giga, Chad, Caster, you know, OD, what can you do? And I think back to that story because to me, this is the TI where Snaking is now leading the team. He is captain. He has grown over 10 years.
Yep.
And, you know, Fog's watching backstage. Aui's watching from literally behind him. Universe probably watching from home.
His living room.
What's the worst?
Yeah, I think it's his year to kind of prove like, hey,
Very cool of you.
I'm gonna live up to the legacy that you guys set and actually achieve the dream that I saw all of you go that passed me by to a degree. It's a bit of a Bible thump story, you know. I'm not trying to tearjerk
I mean, you're
anybody
setting
here,
up because if he does manage to beat OG here, I mean, he's already achieved so much at that point in time that OG is one of the scariest teams to be able to match up. You can get that momentum, being able to beat them in the upper bracket. Who knows how far Tundra can go? I mean, that's a great story just because Snaking, from everything that I've heard about him, you know, he's gone through some teams and stuff, and I've heard that he's like can be a little bit hard to work with. But the one thing I've never heard is that he never lacks when it comes to hard work.
No.
He is there day in, day out.
This match
putting in
has
the
literally
hours.
been 10 years in the making for him.
Yeah.
Like, I mean that literally. This guy has grinded Dota for 10 years, and you're going up against a team that is, in some ways, brand new. Like, this is an OG debut squad. It's kind of like experience and the veteranship that Snaking can bring to his team versus this fresh energy and idea creation and all of that OG is known for and has destroyed people with for the year.
Yeah.
To me, that creates an interesting back dynamic to this game that is like, I'm very excited to see how it pans out.
And on the other side, we have somebody from OG who definitely not quite the same length of the story when it comes to Snakings, but Misha, I mean, he went through 12 different teams before he finally ended up on that OG roster, you know, as a coach, and now he's there as a player and stuff. Like, it took a while. He was like grinding through. You go through his history, it's like 2 months here, 2 months there. You know, like he was just grinding through the Eastern European scene, and he finally has found a home. And look at the success he's gotten. I mean, he was obviously going through that many teams that quickly. He obviously was not complacent, right? He was obviously just searching for the team that could win him TI. And, well, he's found a place here, and they've already had a great amount of success this season, and it would be a damn shame to head to the lower bracket now. But let's get into it. Pause is done, and we are into it. OG versus Tundra, game one.
Look at the early itemization here. 33 going for that Blight Orb. An aggressive build on this Visage. Sometimes we see the early Blade or just early stats for extra last hitting, but it tells me Tundra wants to fight on this lane, try and abuse the squishy support, and if it's Oracle or Maiden up there early, and just trade for the kills. We'll see if it pays off. Soxa doing some early ward checking. Got the Windlace up already.
It's crazy how many small items he has queued up in his quick buy. Like, just, you know, there's a Mango, there's a Clarity, there's a Tango. Like, they're ready for this lane. I think something that Tundra does in lanes that very few other teams do is in their off lane, they won't just like, we're either pulling waves or not pulling waves. Like, they'll do it randomly in the middle of the lane. Oh, it's 2.5 minutes. Let's pull a wave here for this specific reason. And people aren't used to reacting to that type of thing because they do it in like very specific situations. So suddenly the other team does the wrong thing with the wave, and the wave's by Tundra's tower, and now you're like, huh, we can't lane anymore. I think these types of little sneaky things, like they're super aware of.
I mean, this Tundra off lane is one of the ultimate lane
they're really sketchy.
Disruption teams. You don't know where the waves are. There's a wave by your tier 3. There's another one by their tier 2. You're like, am I even in the lane anymore? Or is the lane in the Roshan pit? It's just so annoying to play against. It makes everything you think about what's happening in the lane get thrown off.
Yeah, and you can also, you know, potentially a team like OG, a younger team, this is their first time at TI for a lot of them. Suddenly you're out of your comfort zone. There's, you know, you're laning in the river, and, you know, things can be a little bit, you know, maybe that throws them off more than it would throw off another team.
You know, normally I would agree, Quinn, but if I've learned anything about OG this year, their comfort zone is quite literally the entire world. You know, nothing happens. In fact, I think the more you throw this team off, the more they get in zone. Like, you know, if you think you're tilting Amar and he's buybacking early, now he just goes 20-0, right? How many times have we seen this?
many times. We talked about that quite a bit, the question of whether or not you should shut down Ammar, because it just seems like if you do shut him down, he comes back with a vengeance. We're currently watching the matchup of Nine versus BZM. We see the top lane of Yuragi and Misha in that Morphling lane. We said the lanes are super important here to keep Tundra from being able to snowball. So what are the things we're looking for when it comes to these side lanes in particular?
I mean, the lane equilibrium already disrupted top for Tundra. It's a great sign for them. They just want this lane back so the Visage plus melee hero can go to work, especially if they get level 2 and level 3 fast. This Misha Maiden already got nuked down really hard. And this is kind of a bad sign. You don't want this lane shoved out so fast for Crystal Maiden. She kind of wants to wear you down over the course of that shove out and get the kill at the end.
Yeah.
And that bottom lane, it's a similar story. OG wants this lane back for the Sand King so he can farm. Tundra wants to keep it up so Snake King can play the lane with the right clicks. Equilibrium super important for these two side lanes early on.
You said it, Quinn. It looks like Tundra have already identified we're going to abuse this Crystal Maiden lane. We're going to try and go for those kills. I mean, they're going for it without a nuke on Saksa. They were just throwing the tree at him and hoping to get 33 to maxed out stacks.
I feel like Misha's going to die here.
Oh, yeah.
He is very slow, very low. You have the Blight Orb on top of these tree hits. Very scary lane for this Crystal Maiden, and you do not want to feed the first blood to this Visage. It is the one way you're going to power up as early game the most.
Yeah, I mean, you can see the CS bottom lane as well, and the HP levels. This lane, since they opted to put the bottom 5, you don't have as much kill threat in this lane. A bottom Slark is very much chipping you down, abusing right clicks, abusing like individual skill in the CS. And I can definitely see a world where if Tundra plays as well, suddenly Sand King's low HP, can't come up to the wave. This is essentially, oh my goodness.
Ooh, that was a lot of damage. Skater actually getting super low. That's it. Ammar picks up the first blood.
Wow, that was a crucial mistake from Skitter, staying up a little bit too long while Sand King's getting the pull off, feeds that kill away. Now suddenly Ammar, 700 gold, he's gonna have plenty HP, plenty regen.
Yeah.
Totally changes the trajectory of this lane.
I mean, that's huge for them. This is if OG can pick a hero to have a good early lane, it's probably the Sand King, because normally this hero gets abused. So if he's getting accelerated, it's even better for them. I mean, that was that lane getting pushed deep, right? You get the caustics, you get that burrow, equilibrium, winning OG one of these side lanes at least.
Quinn, talk to me about this mid matchup, because you're a bit of an expert. I mean, you also have a enemy mid that you play up against quite a bit, and Gunnar, who also plays the mid Tusk all the time.
Yeah.
We're going to watch Taiga, actually. Looks like he's going to be chased down here. Snaking. Oh, the double high ground hit.
That was the Crimson item. That was the Crimson
It was the
Mirana.
cosmetic pay to win right there.
Damn straight.
But yeah, talk to me about Tusk versus Ember.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting that Nine picked Tusk into Ember. I think for a lot of people, they'd be pretty happy playing Ember into the Tusk because he just can't kill you ever, and Tusk is a hero that thrives off of early kills, early momentum. So it's kind of interesting that Nine picked that. I mean, Nine is a player with a very specific hero pool. But I think both sides will farm early, but it's one of these lanes where the Tusk needs to get stuff done other places, because at some point you're going to start getting slighted infinitely, and you don't have a way to deal with that regen, right? You can't really punish the Ember back. He's going to sit there and keep pressing this stupid button on you, and you lose all your HP. And so Tusk is sort of on a timer in that regard. Like, you see the CS is very even, but you can already see the slight starting to add up. Once level 5 comes around, level 7, it sort of becomes uninhabitable for Tusk.
I mean, you think he's just going to rotate super early this game, or do you just take it and get what you can? I mean, obviously the Tusk game plan is they probably don't care about this lane too much, right? Whenever you pick mid Tusk, lanes, whatever, it's about getting into the mid game where he's going to one-shot the back line. But do you try and force these early rotations to make up for this lane being a bad matchup?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that depends on how this top lane goes. I think that's where you're really happy to have a player like Netta in the offlane, because your offlane is doing pretty well right now. You can look at the CS, Morphling very, very low, not doing the greatest in CS chart. Because if Morphling's having a good lane, it's pretty hard for this Tusk to go top. But now Morphling, he's getting a little bit low. Maybe Visage gets a 6 faster. Maybe suddenly Tusk, comes up here and tears the game open.
I mean, talking about that, you're getting doubled up on Morphling. It's pretty bad. Another Burrow Strike fight.
Yeah, Sandstorm doing some work. Snake King's going to hop out of it to be able to finish off Taiga. Should be no problems there. And you can see the strength of the Slark is building up now against this Sand King. He has no options here. He's going to be blocked up. He does manage to pick up the bounty rune, yes, but it's all but inevitable. He's going to go for the Burrow Strike, perhaps to the other side of the cliff, but he gets hit by the snowball first before he could get the jump away. 2 kills in the bottom lane for Tundra, making up a bit for that first blood.
That's better than a bounty rune in my book. I'll take it. You also get the permanent essence shift agility on Slark because he got the last hit, so
true.
Skeeter's gonna be happy about that one.
Yeah, I mean, also some time where the Slark gets to sit in lane for free. The faster you get to the 6, the scarier it is for Sand King, because now suddenly the Sandstorm chip damage, like Slark doesn't care. He'll run into it, he'll hit you a bunch, he'll take a bunch of that damage, and he'll reset. And suddenly, on Sand King, you'll have a way to regenerate that HP. The lane can start to get a bit dicey. Maybe Tusk comes there and ganks you and kills you, and you have to, you know, it can get very hairy very quickly.
So maybe the most important thing was the experience that he got out of those kills.
I think that was a really big deal.
That's definitely huge. I mean, it's also about this. Mirana doesn't want to sit down here and leech his XP forever, right? At some point, she wants to go roam, play around the Tusk, play around the Visage, who's having a very good early game. Let the Slark get the solo XP, push him up to the level 6 fast, where he will abuse the Sand King on his own. This game is going to come down to these rune fights, 6 and 8. 6-1's coming up right now. Sox on top, Snaking to the bottom. They want to deny this Ember the rune. They will.
Invis for the Tiny. He's going to sneak away into the night, pick up the bounty rune while he's there as well. And we'll see whether or not, do they have vision of the Invis rune? Is it possible that he sneaks up on the Morphling here?
Might sneak up on his courier.
Yeah, that's actually what's really going to happen here. Bye-bye, courier.
Mildly annoying. I mean, despite the CS and, you know, maybe the Morphling's HP levels, his net worth is, you know, pretty on par with Visage. The scary thing about this lane, though, is that it only gets worse for Morphling. Once you get to 6, suddenly the dynamic changes, and Visage just keeps on you. You're morphing down, your armor's going lower, he keeps on you, your armor's going lower, and you can sort of get, you know, kicked out of this lane, potentially dive that's super high HP.
I mean, I think 33's had an amazing lane stage this game.
Yeah.
Like, this is a hero that can get super abused. That's ideally what you want, but he's already just to level 6, 0 deaths. Higher CS than the Morph. I mean, I don't think Yuragi sat on this lane, but if you're 33, you're super happy. Because again, you are the core of these Tundra lineups. You want to get that Wraith Pact and the auras online. The faster you do, the faster you're enabling everybody else in the type of game Tundra wants to play.
Yeah, I mean, you also know as this Visage that pretty soon there's a Walrus coming your way, and there's going to be tower dive, and it's pretty scary for this Morphling. We'll see how much they try to react to this when it happens.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see 9 just make that move with the Visage 6. Like, help him kick him out if they feel like they need the help to kick him out. Because again, like you said, I don't think he wants to just keep sitting mid against these slights.
Yeah, but you can see him squirming and dragging.
They're trying it up, but the burst damage is actually not even close, thanks to, in part, the raindrop that he had. So Yuragi will go full agility, try and get back some HP where he can. 8-minute rune is coming up. Amar is actually in the neighborhood. Maybe OG is going to put some serious effort here. 9 is going to be chased down by the 2 supports. BZM hoping to catch up and get a slight.
Gonna go for it.
He's going to go for it with the remnants and a little bit more. They got the fairy fire. Here comes the arrow. Nice shot from Snaking. Beautiful play by him. Snaking, longtime Mirana player. I mean, going all the way back to bottom. He's been playing this hero for quite some time. It's a little bit new on the 5 position, but he has some history for sure.
I mean, if you're going to play 5 Mirana, you better hit your damn arrows, son. That's all I know. If you miss those, your impact goes down incredibly. But definitely bailed out his Tusk there. Huge play. Waste some Ember's time as well. Another arrow. 2 for 2 that I've seen.
Already good start.
Probably missed 5 early, but we won't count those.
Oh, they get the pounce. Here comes the rotation from 9. Shows up. And, well, we were talking about which of the side lanes are we going to be targeting here at the Tusk, because we know he's going to rotate around. Choosing to shut down Amar a little bit. Do you think that's a player preference or about the hero?
I think it might even be just based on the situation and Neta making the call. If you look at top lane, like, it doesn't really look like he needs the gank here. The Morphling's already left the lane. Neta doing some wave dragging shenanigans as expected. The tower is taking damage. These creeps, no one's getting the XP here. You know, maybe he calls, yo, you don't need to come top. Morph already left. I can come up by myself, you know? And sure. 9 makes the smart play, gets the quick kill bottom. Now suddenly you've got pressure in all the lanes instead of just top.
Yeah, 4-1. Tundra up by 1,000 net worth early.
I mean, the big power play for me is going to be OG's supports cannot drag their cores into the game, right? These are backline supports with heals and nukes. The upside is once your cores come online, OG supports come online as well. That's why they're trying to get this blink on Amar. He's going to do some ancient
Got the epicenter. He's going to throw it out here. He's going to do some ancient farming right into the nose of Tundra, apparently, while Taiga is going to be chased down by 9 here. No hope to be able to save him. Amar popping the healing salve underneath this Sandstorm, while the rest of Tundra trying to get the last hits.
Got a sentry, it seems.
9's trying to hold the aggro out of the Sandstorm here.
Whoa.
Got them both.
Very nicely played, and he gets a little bit of damage. Now they see him. Oh, the pounce barely off the mark. Pro strikes over the side, and now BZM is here to be able to help him out. Amar just on the sliver of HP, but they can't quite see him. They're going to be able to kill Skeeter as well. BZM to the rescue, and now 9 may be the third pickup as OG. Oh, beautiful shards. BZM doesn't quite have a lot of mana. Does he have enough to be able to jump over to the other side? His slide is not going to be good enough. He has plenty of remnants, but the mana is the real issue. They fed him some mangoes, not good enough.
Great fight for OG. I mean, we're talking about enabling the Sand King, getting him to blink. If Sand King dies and you lose that stack, you're absolutely screwed going into this mid game. Now they have a very good fighting chance to get the Sand King online, push towards this Maelstrom on Ember, who again, who's having the best game in this game right now? It's BZM.
Yeah, he is very farmed. I mean, you can... Uh-oh.
Nice shot. Burst down Amar with the help of the birds. They'll keep that chain stun going. Snake King, even though he missed that arrow earlier. Lands recovery 1, gets another kill on Amar. Continuing to shut him down bottom of all the cores right now.
Yeah, I mean, such clutch play from Sand King, honestly. Going there and not letting the Sand King, you know, sit in the trees and sit there and defend forever because you don't have detection. Sand King immediately up there has 2 sentries, puts sneaky one in the trees. Amar doesn't expect it, goes down. Like, that's really painful. You're 800 away from this blink. You already farmed your ancient stack. Like, where are you going to get this gold from? There's more pressure from Tundra coming. Your mid tower is under attack soon. Your heroes are under attack. Your triangle. And the Sand King can't really contribute.
You have to weather the storm here. You have to do it through this Ember, too. Like, OG needs to fight through this Ember Spear right now. Ideally, keep this mid tower alive as long as they can. There's going to be some move to collapse on it, likely coming out from Tundra here in the next 5 minutes or so.
And shutting down the Sand King holding that top tower does also speed up your mid rotation.
You don't want to let him sit up there and just delay the game. You want to have this Visage be able to progress through the objectives he wants to do. Maybe a little triangle farm on the menu as well. And I mean, he is really farmed. This is going to be a fast raid pack.
And that's probably what, once he gets that raid pack, then we're trying to take down that mid tower, right?
I think there's some move that can come out, either to the jungles, you can go triangle. You want to use it to get the 5-man going.
That was so greedy. He really tried to hold it for 9, but ultimately Saksa did have to pick it up.
Pretty clutch from Saksa to click it there at the end and not like hope 9 got it. Like that was pretty clutch. I mean, I think I would
have left it for you though.
I appreciate that.
You know, otherwise you were going to yell at me after the game.
Let's keep that off broadcast. Thank you.
Power runes, man.
I mean, I think what Neta's doing here is something that is pretty cute and like something Faith Beyond's done in the past, but occasionally when these offlaners that can farm Ancients, if you don't feel like you have the ability to go mid for whatever reason, maybe OG has too many heroes there, you rescind a little bit, you farm the Ancients, you get your pot on this level 7, now suddenly, you know, have this little bit stronger time maybe a minute later, and I think that's something that Tundra is more willing to do than a lot of other teams, who maybe lose a little bit of focus, maybe they force this mid push a bit too much, waste some time, now suddenly their economy gets hurt a lot, and OG, you know, starts to creep back a little bit.
I mean, this is the Slark Diffusal. We're on a level 7. Amar's just channeling.
Yeah, he's... Ooh, okay. Snowball, they're going to go for Misha here. Amar still trying to set up. Good save from Taiga. The Crystal Maiden's still eventually going to die. And look at that. Saksa gets a really nice toss back onto the Oracle as well. Taiga does what he can, but ultimately he's just going to be throwing damage around before he eventually dies and gives another stack over to Skeeter.
Man, the amount of pump fakes from Amar. I thought he knew that smoke was coming. I was like, oh my, seriously? How does he know? But I think they were just, again, anticipating this mid move. They had the Sand King blink. They had the Ember Maelstrom. Maybe Tundra's a little too fast, caught him off guard, and that mid tower going down is really going to open up the map here. It's going to open up the Roche down the line more as well. They didn't get the fight. I think that's the fight that OG wanted more than anything, right? Like, you want to be able to take that fight with the blink, with the Maelstrom around that tier 1 that can protect your supports. Instead, you just get collapsed on. Now, where's your next opportunity to fight? Now you got to kind of play the map, make an aggressive move of your own. This is a nice move. It connects.
Saksa just throws the tiny, does what he can, but he is going to be the victim of this smoke. But what is OG going to do with that? Support pick off doesn't necessarily mean you can put pressure on the mid tower or anything.
Oh, they wanted Slark or Tusk out of that move.
Yeah. Very cute.
That is a very Tusk thing.
First the punch, then the high five.
I can't kill you, but I'm going to sit here and annoy you. I'm going to cast my spells. You're going to be mildly irritated. But there's more coming now, and yeah, I mean, the map being small like this, OG's heroes, they can only really kill you out of support.
Oh, they surprised him, but the Shrink Morph went off just in time, and now that has actually baited 9 into death here because OG actually brought the full party here. Everybody but Amar is hanging out in this Radiant jungle.
Yeah, a bit rushed from Tundra. To be honest, I'm surprised they're not pushing things a little bit more. The Slark having the Diffusal Blade.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh, good sentry laid out. Spotted Skeeter.
He knows.
He actually thought maybe there was a ward or something to be able to deal with the sentry in time.
Master tier Slark carrying his own sentries. That's how you know someone's a Slark player.
I mean, nowadays, Slarks are incentivized to do it. Find those wards, they're worth so much.
Was it his sentry though, or did someone else buy it for him? Because there's a difference.
No,
There
surely
is a
he bought it
difference.
because he wants the bounty for it.
He bought it. Oh no, he planted. I can't see. GG.
Looking for Amar again.
Oh, sneaking in from behind. Soxa's going to be able to get the toss back, and they land the pounce immediately afterwards. Burrow strike in a second, but he can't get it off in time. That pounce just lasted too long, and the TP had to be canceled, so this is a free tower push.
Yeah, I mean, pretty cool adaptation from Tundra. They're not sneaking, staying up there in the top lane, sort of keeping it pushed in after 9 died up there, and they say, okay, that's fine. Sneh, you can stay there. We're going to go across the map with the rest of the heroes. We're not afraid. You know, our cores don't need to farm. We're going to connect them. We're going to fight with them. We don't need our supports to be in every move. So Sneh's just sort of chilling up there, and the cores go down and take this tower. They pressure the Sand King, and then suddenly maybe your main woods are under threat, or you have to waste a glyph on this tier 2 bottom, and then you have the next tier 2. Yeah, so there's the glyph.
That's a unique aspect of Mirana as a support, right? It kind of functions like those hoodwinks or something, because he could be up there and probably won't die because of his mobility. Well, Soxa, well, he doesn't have the same kind of options, and once again will be victim of OG's aggression. They're immediately going to smoke up afterwards here, but it was underneath the high ground ward.
Yeah, he's going to break it.
9, good job there. Breaking a bit of the smoke. OG, I know they've been spotted, but yeah, they're still going to go for that mid tower regardless.
It's low. There's a glyph here.
Free pick off on Misha, but there's going to be the jump in from BCM. He's getting caught by the birds, perhaps. The Morphling cut out of mana. Needed to go for Snake King, gets burned out of all this mana. They land the pounce there as well, and 33 is full health. Here comes the Epicenter, and Misha with a great ultimate as well. The arrow! It stops the Epicenter. No chance for Amar. A toss back from Soxa. What a hit with the Avalanche shots combination, bringing everybody low, and Tundra just got to clean through the OG heroes.
Oh man, what an arrow to stop that Epicenter. So much damage negated in the fight. OG cannot clean it up. I'm not sure they were going to be close with that Wraith Pack down and Hood already on this Visage, but absolute disaster. BZM just getting his mana burn on the jump too. He just remnants straight into birds, and Skeeter sitting there like, oh, you did the pounce for me, son. Just drains all his mana, gets the stacks up. Tundra cannot ask for a better fight. And I was about to say, this game has felt very reactionary from OG in terms of being very patient, waiting for the fights, the right ones they want to take. The aggressive smoke moves I think are just hard for them this game.
Yeah, but you can see very good positioning from Tundra in this fight. It's rare you see a full duration CM ult and they lose the fight. Like, they just left them alone. He pressed the CM ult and they just said, fine, do it. And they walked away and they fought on the other outer ridge. And you see, CM, she doesn't really do that much in this fight. There's not much she can do. Tundra, really, really nice positioning in this fight. In crazy toss back.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Landing that combination on 3 different heroes. Fight that was like the last nail in the coffin right there. OG, I mean, this just, you're talking about how they really set the tempo of this game. It just feels like they are very uncomfortable. This does, I wouldn't imagine, like, if you took away the logos and everything, I just wouldn't think this is OG.
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah, I mean, that's, sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, thank you. I think that smoke just felt very pressured. Like, you see the way Ember Remnant's in there. Like, it's very like, we're losing. We need to make something happen. I need to catch a guy.
Pounce immediately afterwards. Manta trying to dodge a little bit of damage. It does manage to get a slight jump away just in time. The pounce faded, but 9 is just able to go for the next hero. Taiga, he was there to try and help out BZM and may have been able to do something, but does cost him his own life. And apparently cost him their tier 2 top tower as well. Things are getting very dark indeed for OG in this game 1.
The lead's going to build here. The one thing about OG is this team is very good at stalling games. Like, they understand that they are a very strong late game team. Between the 3 cores synergizing in late game fights with the net worth they can bring out. I've seen them take fights from 20k down like it was nothing. The thing they have to keep in mind is you're playing against a Slark Mirana lineup. So one, you have this Moonlight that can move people around very fast, set up a lot easier. You cannot sentry everywhere on the map, especially these deep side lanes you want to split push. And then Slark is going to run out and kill all your vision. It just makes it even harder on top of that as well. So while I think OG has the heroes to split push this game out and take a later game fight with the Ember timings, I think there's also a lot of tools on Tundra's side to shut that down, just destroy the vision, and we're already seeing it. Like, you just got up some deep, dire wards, but Skeeter's running through here, and he's pinging it. And he's literally just pinging, hey guys, check around the area, get some freebies.
Yeah, I mean, they get these wards, but I think OG not that unhappy with the way the map is being split right now. You see them run all the way down bottom, Tundra reacts, and OG's already up in top lane buying some time. Like, you know, the gold lead, since they got the Aegis, not really changed very much.
Misha, that was rather bold. Anything for that extra frostbite, I guess. You just walked in melee range to the birds on that one, and Tundra's like, okay, we are already planning on pressuring some more. Ooh, Amar? Saksa really trying to force this by going behind. It does set up Amar for the opportunity. The epicenter for the Avalanche actually went out there and stalled things out, and with the Morphling already dead, there goes all your damage. Tundra, they're just way too big.
I mean, where's your damage going to come from? You already have full Wraith Pact type on this Visage.
Sand King does literally no damage at that
You
point.
do nothing. I think if Sand King channels all of his spells and connects them on everybody, you're doing like 500 damage. And they sit there and go, what's up? You know? On top of that, you still have Aegis on the Slark. I don't think you can take these fights. I don't even think OG should really be trying to take these fights. I don't think it's possible. Even if 99% of your theory goes right. I think you have to split push this map. Maybe if you do that, your win probability isn't as high as taking that tier 2 fight. I can understand why they feel like maybe there's an opening, but this is just a rough spot to be in. And now Skeeter with the Mirana ult, nice little synergy, finding the freebies.
Quick kill on Misha, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, this comes back to, I mean, we talked about the heroes and the fact that OG's damage very, very similar, and suddenly this Wraith Pact pipe comes out, and you're looking at the heroes and you're like, wow, we can't kill anyone. And when you're in that state where you're just dodging and you're just sliding around the map, it's all on the other team to mess up because they have all the power in the world. They can kill you and you can't kill them, and suddenly they're just squeezing you in. You're getting squeezed and squeezed and squeezed, and suddenly you have no net worth and they just throw on you.
I agree. This map is entirely Tundra's control, and like we saw earlier, they're just farming it up everywhere. I mean, Skeeter's just going into the whole team alone.
Finds an opening here, Taiga. Not going to be hit by the arrow, but still hit by that extra pounce. Going to have a little bit of help here. Does, of course, have the Aegis, so it's perfectly fine for Skeeter to be super aggressive here. After all, he's setting up the rest of the team to come in from behind. Nice block in there with the shards. He's going to set up an arrow. That's going to land onto Taiga. They're going to leave their supports behind. OG full bailing out once again. They do not have the firepower to win team fights. They cannot win 5-on-5. So as soon as Tundra shows up in force, they have to retreat.
This is high ground. This is Glyph for sure. I think Tundra just stays around him. Are you afraid of any sort of 5-on-5 at this point? No, you have all the auras. You have the drum on Snake King. He has Force Staff as well. All the Visage auras that we talked about. You have BKB on your Tusk. This is such a huge power spike in 20 minutes of the game.
What can OG do? They're literally just helpless. They're watching their buildings die. I think if Tundra went top, which, I mean, they're probably going to play it safe and farm a little more gold, wait for the right jump, but, I mean, there's the drum, the Force Staff, the Wraith Pact, the pipe. Like, they've got all the Tundra items, and they're running it down your throat.
Nice. Good toss back. I mean, he just has so many setups, right? If you toss him straight up in the air, it would have been an arrow. He tosses him over the Skeeter to allow the pounce to land. Tips start coming out. Snake King, I mean, Amar, no impact, no idea. He has not had a whole lot of fun in this Sand King game, and I think so much of the story of this game comes back to the draft and where we were talking about how they were preemptively setting up for Tundra's like Zoo stuff and how they drafted a certain way specifically, and it seems to have put OG out of their own comfort zone. I mean, Amar does not look like Amar right now.
I mean, Sand King, he's a very hit or miss hero. Like when he hits and he starts snowballing, he is super, super strong. But when you miss, it's real. It's hard.
Struggle.
I mean, he's behind Veil. How many times have we seen Amar buy Veil in his career, you know? This is not the item I think he would ideally like to be buying this deep into the game. But they are just searching for any sort of extra damage at this point.
Yeah, you can see your ult.
Oh, up with the punch, the snowball, the arrow coming in as well. The Shrink Morph is doing its work, but now they've got the pounce, and that's going to be good enough. Misha, freezing field, but he just dies too damn quickly. BCM, he's going to be locked down. Amar goes through, hits the Burrow Strike only onto one. They're focusing on 33, but he is super tanky, and Skeeter is completely uncontested. One by one, he will just knock down these heroes, take away their agility, and that is it. OG. Well, GG out. This was no contest. Tundra 26-7 in this game one. This had to have been a hell of a confidence boost here on the main stage of TI.
I feel like Tundra got to run their playbook exactly how they want to. And I think one of the big things about that draft in that game is OG knew that the Zoo was coming, right? They left it in the bands. You know they can always pick this Visage at any point and flex all the other heroes to wherever they want to flex them, you know, usual. So you know this Wraith Pact pipe is coming. you know this is Tundra's game, but they had a huge amount of magical AoE, and I think if they're ahead out of the early game, you can take those early tower defenses and take the aggressive smokes to Tundra. But that laning phase, again, like Quinn's talking about, it's hard to outlane this team to such a degree that you're in that spot to begin with.
Yeah, I mean, they're just on the back foot this entire game. You can feel this pressure from this Visage. Like, if you just looked at top lane alone, it's just so scary. Your Morphling's getting kicked out by this one hero, you know, and you really just don't want that to happen, especially when it's Netta. He's buying these items. Like, you can just feel the push coming, and what are you going to do?
Yeah, they didn't even need to bring the Tusk up there to force him out.
Yeah.
We were thinking, oh, they have to bring 9 up here to force the Morph out. The Visage is so strong, he has such an early 6, he just kicked him to the jungle himself. Yep. You're in trouble now. Mar has to go up there to defend the tower. He gets arrowed by Snaking with his Crimson, and what are you going to do?
You know what Tundra is going to do, but you have to be able to find a way to be able to address it here in this series, and maybe our panel has some good ideas about that.
I'm going to find out, Cap, Quinn, and SVG. Thank you so much. That was a very dominant performance in the opening game of the series, Tundra versus OG. And at some point, when watching the games, I was like, why does this Morphling not have anything? Why did that Morphling not have anything?
I mean, it's the laning stage. They were. Yeah, sorry, it's my fault that they lost. No, it's this position for Tiny that did like. I thought the hero was going to fall off a little bit after the recent changes, but then people figured out, you know, we're going to take the 3-grab level 1 and be able to
You can lane.
Yeah, you
You're
can
not useless.
actually lane. You're not. You don't need to use as much mana as you did before. We went for Toss and the Avalanche, and also Visage, super strong laner. Like Morphling, you need to be very careful how you're going to approach. And one thing I always liked about 33 as a player is all the small items that he buys. Like he's just going to buy every possible small item in the lane to be able to just win that lane and snowball, because he knows that most of the time he's playing those Zoo heroes and will give them momentum.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm just so impressed that a team with a position 5 Murano won so convincingly, right? Because I feel like this hero in the hands of another team in the first phase as the hard support would not have looked like that. So also an incredibly impressive performance from Snaking. He was hitting the arrows without any setup. There was that really cool epicenter cancel in the bottom jungle fight where he basically just won the fight for his team. So really good stuff coming out there. It was just, for me, I could simplify this game to a very simple concept, which is the only anti-Zoo hero, or the hero they were dependent on entirely on the side of OG to kind of stabilize them and fight back in this game for them, was the Sand King. And Tundra just focused all of their early game resources, all of their rotations to going down to Sand King's lane, killing Amar over and over and chasing him into the triangle at minute 8. And sure, maybe they got a return kill or 2, but it just was not enough. That Sand King didn't come online early enough, and Visage was just able to take the entire map.
I totally agree. That's the exact thing that I was looking at as well. I don't know if it's a Sand King thing or if it's an Amar thing that Tundra was looking to punish, but the way that OG likes to play Amar on this Sand King is they stack Ancients for him, they stack the hard camp for him, and he plays as a carry, farming those stacks to get his Blink Dagger. So they contested the Ancients, and he was so salty about that he epied them while the Ancients while Tundra was there contesting it. And then
I don't care, I hit creeps.
Exactly.
Amar right there.
And then he goes for the recovery play of sitting in the safe lane and defending the tower for as long as possible to get the blink, which is what you do on Sand King to get the blink usually if you don't have Ancient stacks. And Snaking was there already with the Sentry. So it's like Tundra was just like, okay, if we punish Amar with this Sand King strategy, don't let him get the Blink Dagger, we're going to snowball on them. And they did. They were right.
Yeah, they also focused, Tundra focused on Amar in the ban phase as well to make sure that there was not really that
Give him
many.
the Sand King, punish it.
Sand King is like, okay, we can deal with the Sand King. You know, maybe you don't want to face the Razor, the Timber, or the Mars. Just remove those, and you got a manageable Amar hero, which is not always an easy thing to do. But it felt like Tundra had a very easy game. Do want to also take it back a little bit to the draft, because we did open with the Crystal Maiden Ember on the side of OG Lacoste, and that's fairly unusual, first of all, to have Crystal Maiden first pick, but also instantly with that Ember, it didn't feel like that really had a big impact for them in that game.
Definitely not. I mean, if you just look at the win rate of the certain heroes, like Crystal Maiden, yeah, she's really up there, but the Ember Spirit, like this hero always pops up when the games like really matter, and I feel like he tends to underperform as a hero. I don't think it's specific to like players playing it, because you know it's BZM. He definitely knows how to play the hero. It's just something about the hero at the moment that doesn't feel as good to play. Like other spirits definitely feel much better.
I think Quinn pointed something out during the game that was pretty interesting about like Ember versus Tusk, and the fact that if the game is kind of like stagnant and both teams are just farming, Ember sits in a lane and just constantly sleight of fist whoever's there, and then pushes the creep wave out too now because the hero damage and the creep damage is the same. So that's really beneficial for Ember to be playing in a stagnant game, and Tundra did not give that to them. They were constantly contesting, constantly running in and taking the farm from the other jungle and not their own. So it's like a game like that just doesn't favor Ember, and I think the reason we see a trend that Ember falls off around TI is because there's a lot of 5-manning and running around and aggression at TI.
Yeah, it is back to the drawing board for OG, of course, after that first game. Gives us a little bit of a breather as well, and we're going to have an extra bit of a breather with Slacks and Casey.
Oh, I don't know about a breather. Dude.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hello. So Slacks had a really good idea for a bit, but before you explain it, I have to draw.
All right, go ahead.
I have to draw attention to something.
Yeah?
Did you pee your pants?
No, I'm not a little pee-pee boy. I was watching the game and I got excited. I didn't think it would be such a stomp. Real excited. No, I did a Dota capitalist, you know, and wanted the water bottle deal. It was a bad move, but it's exciting over here. Very humid as well.
Yeah. So we thought it would be cool to talk to the people sitting in these 2 seats.
These 2 seats. Now, you guys at home might not know how close the audience is to the stage. I am literally walking on it. This is illegal. Don't do this, you people in the crowd. But you are this close, yet no one has decided to take what I call the Thunderdome seats. These mother suckers, you can almost touch a pro player. It's incredible.
Please don't touch.
Don't touch them. No, they have many diseases. But at the end, anyway, we thought we would find the 2 biggest fans in the arena for OG and Tundra, and they don't have to sit here. Don't worry. I forgot about the bit. We weren't supposed to tell them about that, but don't worry about it. All right, I'm going to go find a Tundra fan, all right?
Okay.
Who's a Tundra fan? Oh, we got it, Bill.
Oh, boy.
Deal? These boys seem excited. Hello? Hello? Hello. Can you name one person on Tundra?
9.
Okay, all right. Actually, Tundra fan?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. What?
I watch every match.
Really? What do you like so much about Tundra?
9.
Okay, thank you. Very creative. In fact, the jersey, right?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Tundra. Okay, real fan. Real fan right there.
He wore. It's the jersey he wear on JStorm. It's his jersey.
This is actually his jersey. His skin was in this.
Yes, his sweat.
How did you know that? How did you get your hands on this?
I will show you 9's older brother.
Oh!
Hi, guys.
What do you think about your younger bro?
I don't know. I'm sitting here right now, so I think he reached the first step of his dream.
Oh, okay. Well, that's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I can be here too. It's very funny.
All right, this is getting too emotional for me. Get your ass up. We're going to put you in the front right here, my friend. Wow, the biggest Thunder fan. Whack it up. Get to your seat.
Okay, we got to play fair here. Now we need to get the biggest OG fan in the house. Oh, wow. You're all huge fans.
Guys,
huge over here.
You fair weather fans, my God.
Your scarf is upside down. Otherwise, it looks great. Can you turn it up? Excuse me. Pardon me.
Oh yeah.
No, get out of my way.
Run, Casey.
Get out of my... Oh, excuse me.
That's
Pardon
a
me.
very...
Excuse me.
She went
Pardon
the
me.
hard
Excuse
route.
me. Pardon
Okay,
me.
there.
Sorry. Excuse me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Pardon me. Pardon me. Excuse me. Sir, your name?
Lindsay.
And how long have you been a
big OG fan?
Since the beginning, since Monkey Business.
What do you think about this squad's chances this year?
I think they have a lot of talent. You know, they might be a bit nervous, they're a bit young, but I think they can persevere and they can really get going.
Think we're going to push it to a game 3?
Definitely.
All right. Are you willing to sit next to a fan of not OG? Because you're sitting by all OG.
Yeah, let's bring it.
Yeah! Come on!
Give it up, OG lovers!
Come on up here. Watch your step. Oh my God, you're taller than I thought. I turned around like, let's go. Oh, hello. Jeez. All right. Okay.
All right, international friendship.
All right. Sit down. Sit down. Can we see a friendly handshake?
Yes! Now don't move for the rest rest of the day, you two are standing right here. All right. Look at that. The community coming together, being BFFs.
I'm sorry for this whole crowd. I picked the tallest man to sit in the front seat. We will. Can you scooch down? Just thank you.
There you go. Hell yeah.
All right, who's ready to see this go to game 3? See? All right, we'll see if that can happen.
Absolutely. Might go to game 2 though. We're gonna find out soon. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Tall people problems by being in the front indeed can relate. Let's talk about what adjustments we need to see if we want to get that game 3, because I think there's a lot of fans, regardless of whether you're cheering for Tundra or OG, you want to see that third game. And Effie, adjustments, where are you starting?
I think for the most part, if you're going to let this Visage through or one of these Zoo Heroes through, you need to have more than just one solution. OG's draft really did fall apart when their Sand King couldn't have a game, so I don't think it was a matter of OG not playing well. I do think that in the first 10 minutes of that game, there were a little bit of moves that OG could have done differently, but first and foremost, just don't give Tundra their comfort, and you'll be in a much better situation already, right? We've seen all of these teams target ban 33's hero pool over and over. Just do it. It's fine. You know, forget about the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, because his hero pool at this tournament really is not that big. I believe he played 6 heroes only so far.
Only.
So that's bannable. The whole hero pool that hit
You've got 6 bans.
You do have, yeah.
Simple.
The math checks out.
They're pretty much all Zoo Heroes, too,
Actually, you get 7 bans, so you get 1 extra.
And also something I want to see for OG to a bit different in the second game is do not play Foracle. When I say Foracle, for Oracle, I want to see Taiga playing something different, you know, something that can play a bit more aggressive in your face, because they were like sitting back quite a lot. Having Crystal Maiden, Oracle, sure, these things, 2 heroes are really good when you're ahead, but when you're playing from behind, the game gets very, very, very difficult.
It's pretty crazy if you compare Crystal Maiden Oracle on one side, Jenkins, and on the other side you got Tiny Mirana. Something doesn't add up there.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the whole year, we watched a lot of Western EU DPC, and Taiga, we always said Taiga was the reason OG could play so greedy on their 3 cores, and that he just does so much in all of the lanes. And so, yeah, we'll hope to see that again here.
The thing is, I don't think that the Oracle is a problem in general. I think OG have found something very cool for themselves, where they've found a 4 that can both be defensive but also be offensive, given that his lane goes well, right? Oracle can actually bust out a serious amount of damage at level 7, and they tend to pair him with any kind of stunning offlaner like Tidehunter or Sand King. It just went so badly for them that it started to look terrible, right? So I'm not saying that OG need to change the way that they do things for their own drafts, but kind of change what they're playing against. Just make sure you don't have a Zoo that can go out of control. We've seen a lot of times in these LAN tournaments, specifically the non-DPC Riyadh Masters, when 33's hero pool got, he wasn't there actually, but in one of the tournaments, I can't remember which one, it was one of the majors, I believe, Arlington, when 33 got target banned in almost every single game in the groups, they just were not winning games.
Yeah, he is a key component to the roster and to the draft for sure, as we know with all the different Zoo Heroes, as an example, that he can play for sure. I want to also give some extra credit. Of course, OG is playing with 2 of the youngest players at the International, 17 years on both Amar, that you see right here, and BZM. This is their first International. We know they've played on many stages, but of course, this is the International. A little bit of extra pressure here. And I know, Lucas, you said before the series started, we've heard it from Skeeter. He said Tundra on LAN is Heralds. I thought it went pretty well.
Yeah, I said they need this win to be able to get that confidence for the rest of the tournament, and especially for this series coming into the game 2, and they got it. So
yeah.
I'm a little worried for OG, I'm going to be honest, because Tundra, when they're on the roll, they really are on the roll.
But it also does feel like Tundra...
The boys. The boys.
You gotta respect the camaraderie going on there. But it really does feel like that of all the European teams, Tundra is one of the teams that is most confident in playing against OG for reasons we've talked about before. Just in the way that the DPC system is set up, they often play against each other, they scrim against each other too, and even when OG is looking fire hot, they still lose to Tundra in the DPC format.
Yeah, I mean, going into this game, for me, the question is how does OG want to adjust? Because I think there's no clear-cut answer to that. Obviously, they left in the Zoo Heroes intentionally with the idea that they were going to counter it with, potentially the Sand King is a big part of that, which they've been doing throughout the group stages. And the question is, for me, do they feel like Tundra countered their counter too well? Like, do they go and pick the Sand King again? And are they confident enough to just keep doing what's been working for them? Or has Tundra figured them out and they do something different? They try to get the Timber earlier or something like that.
That's what I was thinking, actually.
Yeah, when we were watching the game, Jenkins, you noticed something about the itemization, the starting items.
All right, it is time for game 2. Let's get into the draft.
OG versus Tundra Esports. Game 2.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
Yes, drafting time. Continue your thoughts.
Yeah, you're right. I did notice something about it. Back to you, Shiver.
Great. No, we need to talk about something that I thought was the big elephant in the room. I was watching the draft, and we heard great analysis coming out from Purge earlier about some of the more contested heroes and stuff. Marci ignored, Primal Beast ignored, Enigma only last phase ban. What's going on?
You know, I would really like for OG to pick something like a Marci or a roaming style 4 for Taiga, and then just pick some self-sustained type of Timber Saw early on. I know that the hero isn't in the place that it used to be, but that really could be their best approach right now. It's comfort for ATF, and it also gives them an answer to the Zoo.
Yeah, I think like that was my argument, or at least the way that I was thinking about what Lacoste was saying about the Oracle. It's not that the Oracle isn't like good at providing damage and contributing to ganks. It's that the Oracle's the +1, right? And I think Taiga, it can often look a lot better for OG when he is the one to start things, the one to do things. And Oracle doesn't really do that, even though he is active in a lot of ganks. And Marci would let him do that. Clockwork, something like that, would let him do that.
Yeah, so they are thinking about this here, but Tundra, just go back to that Mirana. It is a hero that Sox has played. It is now a hero that Snaking has played.
It's Snaking's best hero.
So now this hero can be put on either side lane depending on which heroes they want to go here. I don't think this hero is the best hero in Dota, but Tundra are making it look really good.
Yeah, I mean, something that we mentioned, Tundra is trying to break the game. Like, how often do you see position 5 Mirana? And also not starting with the arrow, starting with the Starstorm instead. Reading the recent changes, testing things out, so, these numbers are much higher.
Yeah.
They're better than the arrow. And also the starting items that we wanted to mention, but Jenkins always wanted to be a fool. But it was
lots of mangoes.
It was 3 mangoes on Slark. Mirana did start with 4 branches, 6 tangos, and the Fairy Fire, being able to trade with whatever comes at her. And okay, this is a bit of an adjustment from OG.
Very cute Primal Beast coming up.
But I do like this more than the Ember already, because Primal Beast as a hero, right, he's flexible in that you can put him on the mid lane, the off lane. You can also have him played as a position 4, the way that Liquid have done it throughout the group stage.
Even 5 is good, honestly.
Yeah. So this hero can give you a lot, but also he's capable of fighting back with very little, right? His lane doesn't have to go incredibly well, even though usually it does.
It does.
And it's just so easy for him to respond to Tundra's early game aggression, right? He has this insane gap close ability that makes him just close off this distance.
You never lack damage with this hero on your team either. Like, he does so much damage with Trample, and it scales too.
And you also do have a hero that goes in without needing an item, something that did happen in the previous game where Sand King can't just run in. You did have Crystal Maiden and Oracle as your supports, so you are relying on that Blink Dagger. This time around, Primal Beast can just go in, have an Oracle behind you, which means that you don't need to care too much. There's going to be Oracle that's going to save you, and something that Jenkins pointed out, you're always going to have enough damage.
That's a really good point. And I just think that this Primal Beast can do so much with so little, even early on, without even getting runes. It's easy for Primal Beast to just walk back base, TP to a lane, and almost always
kill
get
somebody,
a kill,
get back to
right?
mid before the creep wave hits the tower.
So often when a mid hero can't get runes, it kind of really sucks for them, because you don't know if a side lane TP is going to translate to a kill. Because when you want to go back to your base, it's best to just go to a side lane, get a kill, and go back mid. A lot of heroes can lose so much by doing that, but Primal Beast isn't one of those heroes, because
just runs over cliffs to get back.
It's just too simple for him to do it.
I think the big change to Primal Beast that made him good at going in without items, like you guys were mentioning, is the fact that you can use your Uproar during the ult now. Because when you go in and you use the ult, it drives a lot of the focus onto you. And so you just get max Uproar stacks immediately, and then all of a sudden everybody's slowed to a crawl. And you have this massive amount of armor, and yeah, just a massive amount of armor on the hero that has the highest strength gain in the entire game is it's a lot of HP to chew through.
Do you know what looks like a really good hero for Tundra, though? I think they have played it once or twice too already, but the Shadow Demon versus the Primal Beast and the Oracle, while having Mirana in your team, you got to set up for the arrow, but you also get Purge to just the Purge stops everything that Primal Beast wants to do, right? It stops him from charging, it stops his trample from doing any damage. You also have the disruption to save an ally. It just gives you a lot, so I wouldn't be surprised if Tundra go for it here.
Yeah, it's a hard counter to Oracle too, right?
Yeah.
The constant purge on the heals that are coming through when Oracle presses the ult. That one feels really bad to play against.
And if you play 4 and get an early Ags, it just gives you so much more that you can do in the game too. And we've seen that Tundra doesn't mind giving up farm priority to the supports when they need to.
Yeah, at the moment, most of the bans on the side of OG are targeted seemingly to 9. Tusk, of course, we've seen him on the Tusk mid quite a few times, Tiny as well. And now the Luna removed for Skeeter, and there's the Marcy.
Oh, Marcy
Primal Beast on one beast.
Yeah.
Definitely didn't expect that one to happen. Usually it's like either banned or you get one.
It's actually one of the sickest combos in Dota too. Like, they happen to be the two OP new heroes, so that already is interesting to see them on one team. But the move speed that Marcy provides, and then throwing people back into trample, it's one of the nastiest combos ever. It really makes it so that if this Primal Beast is going to be a core, which it looks like it probably is given these heroes, his scaling with trample is going to be, it's just so much damage.
Yeah, that looks like the Spooky 3 coming out from there already. Of course, we have seen Tundra prioritizing the Visage this time earlier out of fear for it getting banned out. Now we also have the Shaker. One thing, though, on the side of Tundra, I don't think, Jenkins, there's any doubt about who's playing what at this point. Or are you expecting some kind of, like, somewhere? Ooh, maybe now?
It's back.
Mid-Spirit Breaker.
Mid-Spirit Breaker?
No, still with Tundra. No, we're pretty sure where these heroes are going to go. And I mean, I really like the Earthshaker pick. I really love Earthshaker against these backline heroes like Oracle and Dazzle, because you can go in and focus a guy on the front line, and then you fissure the backline to prevent them from coming in to save. And then Marcy and Primal Beast also are two heroes that run into you and just man up on you, right? And Earthshaker's like, all right, I'll Echo Slam you, no big deal.
If I was an Oracle player in this game, I would have a really difficult time. I'm against Spirit Breaker, Shaker, like Mirana, ulti, Visage Birds. It just gets very, very difficult as time goes by.
Yeah, I will say, though, that having the Spirit Breaker and the Earthshaker come out together, it looks like at some point in the game, in the early game, Tundra will lack a lot of damage. We've seen how Soxa likes to rotate while 33 after he secures his lane, and he just kind of farms up, tries to get that Wraith Pact timing, tries to get that pipe timing, and he's just playing with 9 the entire time. But between Spirit Breaker and Earthshaker, they actually don't really have that much damage, so it may be a little bit different to last game in that they can't do the heavily punishing plays that they did in game 1 to OG. OG can easily live through these fights.
How's Timber not picked or banned? Am I crazy here? How isn't this a god tier Timber game now? You're against Visage Birds. You're gonna get max reactive.
When Amar was
strength
on
heroes.
panel, I saw, I think, 4 strength heroes, and Amar said, it's not a good Timber game. So, I do. If someone
Earthshaker,
if someone comes to my mind when there's a Timber Saw, that's definitely Amar. But
that is a Phantom Lancer. I mean, Yuragi is good at it, don't get me wrong, but indeed against Shaker.
Against Spirit Breaker, like, you're gonna know which one is real.
Yes.
You can dodge it though if you time it correctly, if you have vision. But this is going to be most likely mid Spirit Breaker, so that means that his abilities are going to be maxed out early on, which makes things more difficult for Phantom Lancer to play the game. And one of the reasons why Tundra does have most Roshan kills per game is this zoo. Buying all these small items that we mentioned, having this Vlads, having this raid pack early on, which does allow them to kill Roshan and then snowball, get more advantage in the early game.
And this will be the first Phantom Lancer game that OG plays this event.
The thing is, I don't think that this is a bad PL game, though. Like, I look at it, and I can see this PL doing a lot, right? Because you look at his lane versus Earthshaker and Visage, they don't really have that much kill threat on him in the laning stage until there's a rotation, or it becomes just easier to chase them, right? He can disjoint a lot of these spells and get away if he needs to. He can also farm relatively quickly, and when he does get to the point, the only threat on the team is just the Earthshaker Echo Slam. The other three heroes are pretty easy for PL. So I can honestly see this going really well for OG. And like I mentioned before, I do think Tundra are going to run into a bit of a problem where they lack some early game damage when they're playing away from the Visage, right? Once Visage is ready to fight, maybe that's not the case, but when they're playing away from him, they just have really slow damage output.
What if they put Earthshaker on the mid lane against the Primal Beast? I mean, this is not the matchup that I've seen, but sounds a bit better than having Spirit Breaker on the mid lane.
Huh. I have seen a bit of Spirit Breaker 4 position throughout the group stage, actually.
Yes, there were a couple.
I could see that being, that makes the Earthshaker much better against the PL as a counter.
Yes,
when he's
Earthshaker as a 4 is a bit slow, especially if things are not going well, if you don't have like someone to kill the towers early on, which they do have Visage, but you never know how the laning stage is going to go. So we've seen some Earthshakers struggle to get the Blink Dagger, opting for the Shard sometimes when they cannot get that Blink Dagger.
Well, with the flex potential in mind, the 9 plays Visage sometimes, so there's that. We've seen Mirana coming out from the off lane, and we carry Mirana, who knows? You know, there's if you're taking it that far, then I think there's everything still possible for
9 did play mid Mirana.
He also did that. And there's a lot of potential. I mean, it's Tundra. There always is a lot of unusual hero matchups in terms of lanes. But with that in mind, they can just wait it out, see what OG goes for with their last and final pick, and then match up the lanes the way they think is beneficial for them.
OG need their last pick to be able to fight really early and fight into this Visage, not like last game. I think they need something that's just online with no resources, and it's just unfortunate that there's no Pango in this game. It gets found out. That's one of the best heroes to fit the bill for you there.
Yeah, Pango would have been really nice, like stunning the birds, stunning the Earthshaker and the Spirit Breaker who are gonna, jump in there. I mean, there's still Timber, but the question is like, is Timber too like? He'll sit in a lane and farm. Like maybe he's too do nothing.
There's Puck still for OG.
There's a Lifestealer coming out.
I can see the Puck working out. It's really solid against Spirit Breaker too.
This is a good response to what OG has at the moment. Well, this Lifestealer is not afraid of any of these heroes, and it's a good counter to Primal Beast.
Yep, and Tundra seems to be fairly confident that their heroes already answer the PL, of course, because PL against Lifestealer is definitely a PL favored matchup, but on both sides they're saying yes, there are some counters, but we're still confident in our hero pick. I mean, 3 strength heroes and a Visage who's going to give you max reactive stacks. It already felt good, and then the Lifestealer coming out. There's just not much pressure on a Timber.
And now that we know that it's a mid Primal Beast, we can be certain that OG are going to be able to fight into Tundra early on too, because Primal Beast can offer that to you the same way that a Pango does. We just assumed that it would be comboed up with the Marcy, but it doesn't necessarily have to be, right? You're having a Timbersaw who can kind of self-sustain on the lane enables Marcy to go play with the Primal Beast instead of the Primal Beast coming to them.
Yep, she's like the best roamer in the game, so it's funny. Like anytime you come up with this hero is really good in a lane with another one, it's like, well, then you could throw it mid too because she roams mid. She's the best roamer to go mid in the patch.
Yep, and in the end, it's going to be Spirit Breaker played by 9, the old school combo, Lifestealer plus the Spirit Breaker. That's going to be very interesting to watch.
So the thing is, Tundra are playing for a specific timing, and I think that if they kind of mess it up a little bit, then the Timbersaw and the PL are going to scale incredibly well and carry OG to victory here. But if Tundra can pull off what they did in Game 1, could be difficult for OG, but I think OG are much better equipped this time around.
from what I can hear from you guys, you feel that OG in the laning stage has got a better solution to what Tundra has this time, so they should be able to properly play their game plan this time around.
Definitely.
It'll be a game. We'll get to see a mid game.
I think they'll do. I honestly think OG will win this one, but we'll see. I don't want to jinx them.
All right, no jinxing is happening here on the side of Tundra. The heroes were picked that we were expecting by the players, so we will see indeed the Mirana position 5 once again. We will see the Shaker on the position 4. There's nothing unusual there, other than, I mean, unusual is still Spirit Breaker mid. Very curious how that will play out. Do we have a Spirit Breaker versus Primal Beast? Have we seen that?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Any reference points?
I was thinking about it, and I guess there's some cool stuff like Bulldoze versus Pulverize, but. And then he can charge fast, so if he sees the Primal Beast...
They both charge. They can both just charge.
Yeah, they'll charge into you.
What happens if Spirit Breaker's charging and Primal Beast is they charge into each other?
We're gonna find out what happens when that indeed plays itself out. We're heading over to Cap, SVG, and Quinn for the answer to that.
Thank you, Shiver. That's right. We're heading into game 2 here. Our panel has already stated, hey, this is looking like a much better setup. Quinn, in fact, backstage was saying, yeah, this game actually looks playable. What changed in the draft that we feel so confident that OG is going to have a better time game 2?
I think the lanes are much easier for OG to function. I also think whenever you look at the way the damage is dealt this game compared to the prior game, if anything, I would say Tundra is more in terms of this similar low damage types of thing. You have Shaker, you have Spirit Breaker, you have Potom, who without a really good start is not super high damage, Lifestealer. It's a lot of these sort of very mid-range damage heroes sort of go from the front. You're against a Timbersaw, you're against an Oracle, Primal who's tankier than the Ember last game, PL who has very, very good scaling this game. I think there's a lot of dynamics that are nicer for OG this game.
Yeah, I think the two heroes that OG want going into the series, in a sense, are Pango, which is getting first phase banned. I don't think they're ever going to get it. And to me, the Timber. I think Timber is, outside of the Tide, the one hero Amar plays that can have a really good early game and then be that bulwark in the mid game versus what we saw last game, which is Tundra going high ground in 20 minutes, right? Timbersaw thrives in that environment as long as he gets a good start. And I mean, we're looking at the best Timbersaw player in the world right now. I've watched this guy all season long destroy people on Timbersaw, and I expect nothing else. Like, this is the time to show up. We were joking about it, but if you looked at those last ban phase, go back 3 months, they banned Razor and Viper last 2, and he got Timber. These were the 3 that were first phase banned, and he always got 1. So very much in Amar's comfort zone. Obviously, the hero's a bit different now, but my expectations are just as high.
Yeah, I mean, he's someone who understands the hero at such a level. His item build from game to game, you'll see it shift like crazy. One game, he'll go the classic, the Hood, Kaya Sanj. The game against us, he had like a 4-staff, a Yules, a Halberd.
Yeah.
Some crazy builds. He bought it like no Kaya. Dude understands the hero at a really deep level.
I remember watching that game and thinking, like, I've never seen so much utility out of Amar before in my life.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was super right for the game.
Definitely going to be a very different change of pace. I'm also curious about this mid matchup. The panel discussed a little bit the Spirit Breaker versus the Primal Beast. This matchup's very weird, right? Because you're, as I say that, and already off to a different pace. That Timbersaw lane getting damage done between the heavy nuke damage. Snaking pays the price with level 1 Starstorm.
Yeah, it seems Snaking just really underestimated the firepower of this lane. That's very awkward. But yeah, back to this. I mean, we don't ever see this matchup. What is this?
I don't think anybody's ever seen this matchup. Maybe
Quinn,
only
have you
9.
ever played this one?
I've never played or seen this. It looks like it might be Spirit Breaker favored.
Yeah, Quinn, walk us through the details of this matchup.
Yeah, really get into the minutia.
So Unga Bunga. That's most of it. Yeah.
He's walking him down.
Oh, there it is. You said it. It's just who bigger, you know, who bigger who.
He doesn't
That's all it
yell.
And Primal, yeah, Primal Beast has got the uproar. He's the biggest yeller.
I'm not sure what happened. Maybe 9 charged him aggressively to try and stop him from CSing, and then he got yelled on. He might have like pushed it a bit too much, because I think what should happen is both of the 70 damage Unga Bunga heroes should just like CS realistically for most of the lane. But I think he might have got a little too aggressive, and it's a pretty costly death. You get behind on levels, and suddenly maybe this starts happening more.
Yeah, he's being pressured again by BCM.
I mean, it seems like you have to save this charge for the trample disconnect, you know? And if that's on cooldown, this matchup looks not that much fun. On top of that, this Bulldoze working with how the Primal Beast ults worked isn't that great, because you can't status resist it. It's kind of it's a weird matchup, right? I'm not sure if the planar pocket thing is still in there
the
too.
planar pocket completely negates his ult.
It just ends, right?
It just negates. So this is a very weird matchup on how the spells interact. I don't know. We might see some crazy stuff, but I'm a mid spear breaker. I mean, you can't not love it, right? Uh-oh, charge on charge.
We're going to have a lot of fun with this one, that's for certain. Bottom lane, 33, under pressure here. You're going to have to throw out the Fissure. They throw some damage back at Roggy. Roggy's okay. Man, he was really thinking he doesn't even have Phantom Rush. There was no way he was going to do anything there.
I mean, he might regret that Lance. Now, pretty much 0 mana, so if he ever gets Soul Assumption, he's not going to have a way to dodge it with no Doppelganger. And no more kill potential with no more Lances either, so he's going to be in CS and chill mode for the rest of this lane now with no mana, realistically.
That said, I feel like OG's a bit happier with CS and chill with the PL versus
Yes.
Visage as opposed to the Morph, because the PL can actually hit the early Diffusal, Manta, Heart, whatever order you want to go to get those items, and suddenly Visage teamfight becomes a lot more annoying, right? You have a great Wraith Pact killer, you have a great hero that can go and tank up a lot of the early attention spells and suddenly turn the tide. I feel like OG's a lot happier with this laning phase than last game.
Yeah, but I think you've also got a lot better ways to rebuff this Visage if he goes to your tower. You've got a Timber who can TP in. Good luck killing him this game. You got a Primal who can gank the Visage. Once PL gets this Diffuse, Visage just can't just kick him out on his own. Like, PL's going to come in and say, yeah, come fight me. I'll burn all your mana. I'll kill you, you know? So I think Visage, this game compared to last game, it is not even close to the same like level of terror.
I agree. You going to arrow Timbersaw under his tower and dive him? It might be a different story.
So it looks like OG, CS-wise, pretty happy with all their lanes. The Phantom Lancer, who's bottom of the bunch, really isn't that far behind. Seems like mid lane's going very well, which is a little surprising to me. Taiga is going to be able to pick up the kill on Seeking again here, as he just does not seem to match up well against this 4 Oracle. Misha getting a little bit low, but so is 33. Yuragi gunning for it. Does have one more Phantom Rush, and that final swing will get the kill. A big one to be able to take down 33's Visage. Already setting him behind in laning phase.
3 OG cores pushing the top here of CS and Net Worth. Very different start from last game. I think this is what they wanted to have happen last game, where that early magic damage draft can come in. This time, I think their draft's a lot more well-rounded, and they're having a way better early game. Should bode very well for them.
That was not how I
charge beat Spearbreaker charge.
That was not how I thought that interaction was going to go, and it makes me question, like, besides the planar pocket, like, if the charge isn't going to be working, then what? Maybe it's something about the angle there, because I feel like
you just have to yell louder.
Oh,
right?
Okay.
Everybody knows the mics, they have volume detection, so if you yell louder while you're charging, the game...
It's like a DS.
Yeah, exactly. It's the 4th barrier. It gives you the charge advantage.
I mean, we have so many innovations in Dota. What's one more for this line event, you know?
Some shenanigans going on.
I mean, level 6 already on BZM.
This setup is pretty rough. Like, if he ever presses Trample, 9 is just going to lose, like, you know, a third of his HP, maybe half. Uh-oh.
Not looking so good here. Nice dodge there. Not getting hit by the Aftershock. The Fissure may allow Soxa to get back to the tower in time.
Yeah, we saw the charge icon down there too. That was not 9 setting up a gank. That was 9 surviving the gank on mid. And now having to walk back to base. BZM with the earlier level 6 just pulverizes him back to the fountain. Taiga with some rotations. Again, 4 Oracle. OG's playbook for the event. They believe in what this hero can provide in terms of sustain for their Tricore. And if the Tricore comes online, it's going to be a lot more powerful.
Hello. Goodbye.
He did steal the haste rune, though.
Oh, nice. That was a good pickup. Because Primal Beast with the haste rune is, I mean, that hero already, I love this Primal Beast mid. I mean, it just feels like it has so much impact. We start off with the Last Chance Qualifier. We watched Thompson play it. Even if they didn't manage to make it through that event, they still showed the strength of this mid Primal Beast. He just is everywhere around the map constantly.
Yeah, this hero is very, very strong. The kill threat he provides is crazy. He gives you initiation. He can scale like crazy. He gives you a buttload of stuns as the game progresses.
These lanes are just non-stop fighting.
Misha's going to get a bit low here, enough to push him back. Here comes the
actual charge.
First big rotation, the actual charge coming in from 9. They're going to start throwing some damage into Yuragi. They managed to force him to use the Doppelganger early, which means this charge is going to be beautifully placed. Misha interrupt, but they can't quite stop it. 9 still gets off his ultimate and will be able to get the kill on BZM. BZM is now here, and he really just grabs up Soxa, slams his head into the pavement, and bye-bye supports. There's nowhere for him to run to. Taiga will gladly take that killing spree. He's like, you know what, guys? Yeah, I'm going to play the sacrificial role. I'm going to play these healers and stuff, but I still want the last hit.
This right here is not what you want to see. The Lifestealer has been kicked out of his lane, and that is a worry. If you're ever on the team with Lifestealer and he's getting forced to leave.
BZM protecting Taiga, and the setup here. Taiga secures the kill with the Purifying Flames. Dominating streak for him.
Yeah, I mean, sort of the flip script from last game. You start to worry about Tundra's damage a little bit. Suddenly, the Shaker, Spear Breaker, Nakes together. Level 3 Potom, you're looking at, you know, a Timbersaw and a Primal with an Oracle behind them. You're wondering, I wonder if they're going to be able to kill these heroes as time progresses.
I don't see Amar ever dying in this game. What is actually going to kill this guy? The Visage can't do much to him. The other heroes you said not doing much. Are they going to get a fast Vessel in this game? I don't even think they're going to get fast Urn. I mean, this guy's going to be invincible. And
oh, he's begging for a badge. Okay, they do manage to get it off of the Fissure. Skeeter is joining in here. I mean, they got to do something a little bit funky here because, as you said, this game is not setting up well. So apparently all the cores are going to come into this mid area and try and chase down BZM with the Uproar. He's got some armor, so he's not the easiest to kill, but he will eventually go down.
Just 5 mana off that Onslaught, no escape mechanism. That's a huge pickup for them. That is the one core they can try and abuse, because the Phantom Lancer, maybe you kill him once more or whatever, but he is going to escape to the jungle. You're not going to find him for a while. This Timbersaw is invincible. You got to try and abuse something on the map here for Tundra, and it's probably this BZM. You know, abuse him with your charge him back. OG's going to have free reign playing behind the Mar right now. He's once again trying to solo kill Snaking.
They have the burst, spells, half a second off.
I mean, you could see Amara drawing circles there a second ago. Like, he's clearly a bit frustrated. This Potom's able to sit up here and stall. Like, the tower probably could have died maybe a minute and a half earlier, but the Potom's up there being annoying, dragging some waves. And the move Tundra made bottom earlier, where the Oracle TP, the Marcy TP's back down there, Primal TP, suddenly this Potom gets some time up top. Nakes is just farming mid the whole time. You can see he got kicked out of the lane, but his net worth is not bad. It's considerably above the PL, so the move from Tundra bottom earlier, having pretty big dividends for slowing down this Timber a little bit inadvertently.
And with the damage problems we outlined for Tundra, it feels like Mirana actually having levels could be really important.
Yeah, those levels in Starstorm make a lot of difference.
I mean, the levels for both supports. Like, the extra Fissure levels. This Fissure is a pretty high damage nuke now, but you need the levels, potentially Shard, to really maximize it.
Yeah, particularly with the 10 talent, we've talked about that. It's how good it is with the Shard and everything. It's surprising amount of damage.
This is like last game, Amar moving down bottom to defend the tower against the 33 Visage push, only now he can actually do it, right?
Yeah.
He is a much bigger boy with a lot more armor than that Sand King.
Snake King, he went and denied the rune. The Fissure comes out, and BZM still managed to get the charge forward. Snake King is going to be grabbed up here. Slam, slam, slam. He doesn't have a leap, so bye-bye, Snake King. 9-4, OG, not up by a huge amount of net worth, but it does feel like they're kicking things into gear, and it's about to start snowballing against Tundra.
Oh yeah, they got all the levels in the world on BZM here, and last game, it was hard to get this Oracle in the game because their cores were behind. This game, BZM, as we're seeing, they can use the Oracle early nuke damage to help them get these kills. OG has all the damage in the world on these early games. They are also going to have double purge, right? You have Fortune's End, you have Timbersaw rushing Yules. It's another interaction that makes the game hard for Nine. He's not just going to have free bulldoze going in, charging, getting the connection, and dealing the damage. You get Yules once, you get purged once.
Check in with the teams there for a second, just seeing what they're up to, and it feels like OG, they feel pretty good about them. They do have Tundra. They are going to have to start making some moves, and Skeeter, once again, is going to try and get involved here. As he's going to go infest inside of Nine. They're going to try and set this up. Nine actually popping out of that smoke. Taiga's already here as well. They're going to start scouting things behind the tower. They're going to go for Amar, but Taiga is behind him. They need to be able to address this Oracle and kill him quickly. They get that fast kill, and now Amar, let's see if they can chase him down. Saksa was on the other side of things. He's going to need to hit a lot of stuns, and the rest of OG, yeah, they're here. Amar turning around with the Chakra, the Moonlight Shadow, allows them to get on top of BZM. Uh-oh, they didn't have any detection. They didn't expect this one. Even with the arrow coming, it's not needed. They just bursted down that Primal Beast. Where was all that damage? Is the Lifestealer just pumping out a lot of damage on that Primal Beast?
Yeah, apparently so. I mean, I think this Timber TP bottom maybe looks a lot better than it actually was. I think if you compare it to like the games where this TP feels extremely powerful, there's not that much pressure on the Nyx top. You see him just pour top, and he just runs all the way down the lane. And the way this Timber is bottom, like it's not like Tundra's forced to go there. They're not getting squeezed elsewhere, you know. So he's sitting there, and he's not really pressuring much. He's delaying the tower some, sure, but at any point, Tundra has the map sorted themselves. They can make this move there, and it's a bit awkward for OG.
Yeah, they're trying to run it back and get the punish without the numbers. Double core commitment for OG.
Zoxa trying to intercept. It was a good echo, but unfortunately, he just doesn't have the damage. Doesn't have the levels, no aftershock, or just level 1 rather. So he's probably going to get chased down as well, and Snaking just has to fully abandon this bottom lane. OG showing up in force.
I think that was the type of skirmish they were looking for, right? It has to connect between Amar and BZM, being those frontliners, getting in there, setting up the fight. Like you said, Skeeter does get to push this top lane all the way to the tier 1. He will enjoy this time, and he's catapulting up the net worth. Yuragi not far behind, though. He got tier 1 mid on his own during all that fighting. Pretty big objective for OG they got for free, and he's cruising as well. This is a pretty damn good Phantom Lancer game.
Yeah, very scary. I think if anything, in the past couple minutes, Yuragi probably the biggest winner, having this bit of downtime where he can just ignore everything, pretend there are no other heroes in the game. He's playing World of Warcraft, and he is just collecting the gold like it's his job. And it kind of is.
A little bit of PvE action for him.
The carry player's dream.
Yes.
Okay, so we talked about they don't have that many answers to Phantom Lancer. How good is Spirit Breaker in that regard? When he gets to like his Aghanim Scepter and his like the AoE charges that he does, can he be okay?
I think Spirit Breaker's fine. Like Spirit Breaker and Shaker, they both give you tools to help control the Lancer a little bit. In the very late game, I think the Spirit Breaker matchup gets better because his damage gets amped a lot, right? If we're talking like Sange and Kaya territory with Ags and you're just getting huge charge throughs. You can also take the fight on the backline with the Breaker and kind of ignore the PL a little bit.
Sure.
With the Visage Birds coming in to help, can be a route they go. In terms of direct counters though, maybe you're going to try and build some Maelstroms. Skeeter's already queuing one up. I mean,
you're going to need a lot of small counters put together, right? Because the Lifestealer, he really doesn't address Phantom Lancer at all.
Yeah, but you have the stuns on Tundra, but you don't really have the damage. So maybe there's some point where PL doesn't have the tankiness yet. Maybe he's got a Yasha and he's working on a Manta, you know, but he doesn't have the heart yet. And maybe there's some good fight where they can abuse the stuns. But there comes a point where the heart starts coming around. Maybe it gets a little bit spooky for Tundra. There's a window there where they really lack the damage to deal with this PL.
Comes the charge. Don't even need to use the ultimate for BZM. Once again, Snaking's just going to the lanes that I think nobody else really wants to go to. And occasionally he'll tank a death or two, but he's just trying to get something out of this. 33. They want this. Oh, no.
Knocked to the low ground.
Got knocked to the low ground, and Misha pursues after him. Oh, that wasn't what you wanted whatsoever. Did Misha, I wonder if Misha had the idea that, like, don't worry, guys, I'll toss him back up on the high ground. Because that is not the place he wanted to be, for certain.
I mean, there's a lot of hero displacement spells in this game.
Yeah, there is.
Like an acrobat session or something. People are going to be bounced around. I think, yeah, we see Yuragi. He's actually going SNY here. So he's going to build SNY into Heart. That is going to be extremely hard for Tundra to deal with. Meanwhile, BZM, he's just keeping his foot on the pedal here.
Yep, trying to go for Zoxa. They do have Skeeter showing up with a charge coming through as well. BZM may be in a bit of trouble here, but Taiga's sitting in the back. He's ready to go with the save of the False Promise. Misha, he's going to use it there. Taiga, Misha turns around. He does what damage he can. False Promise is going to wear out and probably will die here, but at least he did some damage on his way out. Taiga almost getting charged. They lose vision. Now they get into the charge. Oh, the self-purge. What a beauty. And a big onslaught in from BZM. Knocking back 4. He'll bring down Snaking first with the Infest inside of his 9. They're going to be able to get a little bit of a reset here. But is OG going to keep pursuing? Is Tundra going to fight back underneath this tower? Both teams posturing, feinting, but ultimately not pulling the trigger.
What a sick Fortune's End by Taiga there. Catches them both, prevents the charge connection. Gets the purge as well. And BZM is just rampaging.
The damage is just overwhelming. A DD for BZM. He sees the charge in from 9 and knows, hey, that's a freebie. That's all me right there.
Yeah, I mean, here's where the map starts to get a little bit spooky for Dire. Suddenly, things are really open. This PL has a lot of free reign, and Tundra still hasn't taken this bottom tier 1. All the towers still up. You start looking at places where you can realistically get kills, and those places are few and far between. The biggest one being this bottom area, and OG is taking advantage and winning those fights. So where is Tundra going to open things up?
Yeah, there's only one place Tundra can fight, and it's always Amar sitting here, preventing them from doing that. Nine's going to TP down, but he's just stuck here too. He's trying to get the Shadow Blade, an item that can help them open up some of these areas, make it scarier for the PL to push deep. It has to connect with something though. I don't think the Spear Breaker has enough damage on his own. It has to connect with the Mirana or the Earthshaker on top. Saksa is choosing to go Shard over the Blink, so he will play off those fissures, got the levels of it, needs some extra Aftershock.
Yeah, it makes sense. It feels like they do need the impact right now, right? I mean, we start stalling out the game any longer, we get to the point you were talking about, right? Where the Phantom Lancer is too tanky for them to deal with.
Yeah, it is very spooky. I mean, Avery talks about this Spear Breaker being able to pick people off a little more, but...
Grabbed. Skeeter does still have the rage. No Infest, though, so he's going to have to back out. BZM realizing that he's actually still has some capabilities of fighting here, especially with the rest of OG backing him up.
Tundra was smoking there. I think they really wanted to be there at that moment to take the fight, turn it around with the Lifestealer.
They still have an opportunity. Maybe able to burst down BZM to get him. And the jump in from Nisha puts him in a nasty position. Skeeter should be able to finish this up. Once again, there's going to be the false promise, but Misha knows he's dead. He'll just go down fighting where he can. Amar's going to show up. Skeeter needs to go. They don't have the Infest, and he's dead. Overextending himself. Echo. Oh, Yuragi has overextended himself. And the Fissure straight over onto Amar with a nice touch there from Saksa as well.
All right, Tundra striking back with this random river fight that just connected off the back of that smoke. BZM did not get BKB off or anything. That's a completely different fight if it goes the other way. Moonlight Shadow. This spell, it works at TI for a reason. Snaking, busting it out, doing a huge amount of work off the back of the smokes in this ult.
I feel like this Primal Beast just dies so quickly whenever Skeeter's in the... I wonder if he should build some sort of armor on him. I mean, he's only got 6 base armor.
Yeah, he might need a plate mail, or maybe he just needs to come in late and not be the one getting beat on by the snakes. I mean, this whole fighting situation here, I think, maybe there's an element of people who played at TI several times versus some new players. I think BZM, not getting the BKB off and being slightly out of range with the Oracle. There's a lot of like little small things there that are slightly messed up that, ends up costing you pretty big. Your PL dies.
Staking. Not able to get that second leaf off in time, Misha. Grabs him, stuns him, and brings him down to the grave with Amar picking up the killing spree.
That's it. I think OG, they are playing this game very fast, and they have a lot of wiggle room to it, in my opinion. Yeah, like Tundra needs a lot more of those fights before I think they feel very confident going into this late game. And again, this is OG's playbook, right? You have the Amar damage dealing offlaner. You have this Tricore with the power of the sustain behind it. This is a scary lineup to scale into. This Primal Beast can also scale like a monster. I mean, you're talking about Ags, Shivas, Shard down the road. This hero's spooky in the late game. So you have to worry about this PL timings if you're Tundra, but you also have to worry about what happens after that if you get past that point. And they're doing a good job of, equalizing the net worth differential here. Saksa has got a lot of farm in the last 5 or 6 minutes. Like, he's almost a blink on top of the Shard. Those fights helping him. OG want to keep the pace up, looking for 33.
The birds are going to drop, stopping that channel. Shouldn't be a problem here for 33 to get out, but maybe Tundra wants to go back in. They see Amar. Skeeter leading the charge. He's going to start slowing him down. The Maelstrom actually does a little bit of damage there. BZM, he was trying to hunt down Saksa. Now the turnaround Fissure, and once again, he's just getting 100 to 0. No BKB going on. 33. Yuragi was trying to address him to be able to eat through that cloak, but now Tundra playing together, went back to 33, made sure the Phantom Lancer wasn't a problem. Now they're going to try and chase down some more heroes, and that's going to be Taiga. Once again, he's following his course into battle, but when they lose that fight, he has no way out, and he is just the +1 after every lost team fight.
Some rare mistakes from BZM, honestly. A player who's been extremely dominant over the past year. Just not getting the BKB off, not getting the DD off, maybe feeling a bit antsy, feeling like, man, we're so strong, I want to fight Tundra. They're like just out of the reach. He tries for this charge, but he reaches a bit too far, getting a little bit too thirsty for that fight, and it's a big kill. I mean, like Avery said, they need a lot of these. Like, Tundra keeps winning these small fights, and it feels nice, but it's not like a game-ending thing, But at some point, they add up a bit too much, and maybe the pendulum swings back into Tundra's favor.
Yeah, every one of these little skirmishes you lose, you're putting your PL timing back a little bit, right? Yeah, and that's the timing that you want to hit and get the Roshan and get the full map control going. That timing's a little worse every one of these skirmishes you loses, and also for BZM.
Yeah, I can.
Check in with the teams.
He wants to charge.
I'm going.
Hammer, you can fight. Come.
Go, 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 go. I'm here. Can you heal? Pushing one. Shake us up. I don't like, please. I don't like, she's too much. I die.
The call for the Yules there. I mean, if they had gotten that +1 hero, then that would have been such a massive difference, but
I think a pretty good sign they were able to call that off. I think sometimes when your core players maybe a bit nervous, they can get roped into some stuff, and him saying, no, I don't like this, I'm not doing this, I'm gonna die. Like, I think having that awareness and not getting, pulled into something you don't like, I think is very clutch.
Saksa, oh, this could be deadly. This is the blink reveal too.
This is the blink reveal. He's going to go and with this smoke get a really nice lane ward, but if the smoke breaks right here, he's going to go for it. Fisher goes out, jumps right in. Echo half health already, but the damage still isn't there. They need more follow from the rest of the team. Skinner's trying to do what he can, but the false promise has already gone out on Yuragi. Yuragi's going to go back in. He needs that Aegis. Won't be able to pick it up. And then it stabs it away. Now grabs up the Lifestealer, slams him down to the ground, and he's dead. Misha, he's going to fall, but the fight is won, and Tundra are on the retreat. 33 going to be chased down by BZM. Big bad Primal Beast slows him down, and they're going to just keep the vision. 33 has no way out of this one, I think. Slowly but surely, they're going to catch up to him. They're going to work him down, and that is going to be 3 heroes dying and the Aegis picked up for OG. What a turn that could have been if only Tundra had been there with more heroes. Saksa hit the entry, but there was no follow-up.
Huge amount of damage on that jump. That's the power of the Oracle, though. Keeps those cores alive, and more importantly, it's not BZM going down first. Means he gets free spells, free BKB this time, no misclicks or any bad clicks that fight. Gets the Aegis snatch as well.
Yeah,
now
those
he's
Zoomer hands
super in a comfortable position.
The Zoomer hands come in handy. It's crazy how much impact these fights where everyone is just clicking Roche and somebody clicks it first. Like, it has such a giant impact on the game. Maybe if Nakes takes that, the fight swings the other way. But now suddenly, Tundra's sort of in that position where they really don't want to take that fight.
Shout out to BZM for that positioning there. Him being able to charge back in was super important.
And even Misha is just staying alive in these fights for a huge amount of time. There's a lot of sustain on this OG lineup, and if you run out of damage, the damage from Tundra is pretty discreet. You have your spells you throw out, the Fissure, the charge. They live through that, gives PL the turn. Aegis helps these fights stay even longer. Tundra need to think about who they're prioritizing these fights, who they're jumping, who they're going on, syncing the damage up with the stuns, and then maybe resetting, right? You don't want to get caught in a situation where you're giving too much time for PL without the control online. Maybe the one upside is Aegis is not on that Phantom Lancer. Yeah. The sieging is a bit worse from OG, but that said, I don't think Yuragi's too scared. EZF definitely isn't.
No, he is not scared at all. They're going to once again do the turnaround with a Fissure and put some damage onto him. But of course, not only does he have Oracle, he's got the Aegis, he's got a BKB.
Charge from behind.
Out there. Ooh, this is interesting. Vanish gets 2. The most important hero, Oracle, dies first, and Misha's going to fall too. BZM has already lost his Aegis. Tundra, this charge in from 9 may have just set them up for a fantastic team fight. The second part, he's going to hit the charge on through. Doesn't actually hit the real Phantom Lancer, but the charge comes in from BZM this time with the onslaught. He's going to go for the BKB TP out and just make sure he stays alive. Thanks to the uproar, that extra armor is going to go to work.
What a disaster of a push. What a charge angle from 9.
How did he get that?
He was just an enemy jungle farming after the Lost Roche fight. Just comes in from behind. He had the charge on the Primal Beast you showed. Ends up catching the Oracle with the Infest. Don't mind if I do right there, sir.
I mean, I think 9 quietly playing a really, really good game. I think keeping up this level of net worth on a Spearbreaker, especially after such a rough start, after the map being kind of scary, like him having this 10,000 net worth, having this BKB, continuing the scaling is really important, not only for like their continued scaling, but also just like it's so important for their heroes that he's able to have this net worth. I think 9's played a really good game so far.
Yeah, Spearbreaker is one of those sets of core. It kind of snowballs in that regard, right? If you get to the Shadowblade, Aghanim Scepter, and such, and you one-shot waves, then you just continue to build up on those items. But if you don't get to that point, you just become another support, perhaps. Uh-oh. He's going to maybe have to blow the BKB. Nope, the Fissure's going to come through. Really good tap. Another Ice Echo. They're going to change Stun Yuragi. Oh, the onslaught. It's not enough to be able to save him. The BKB goes out from 9. They go for the Infest. 9 can keep the charge going up, but he's immediately. He had a laser focus. He is looking out for that Oracle. He's got a head on a swivel, and he found him, and now they're going to be able to get the Timber Saw as well. 9. Really good save. I mean, Skeeter jumping inside of him enabled that in the first place, but 9 being able to find the right hero to charge every time.
And that's a sign of a Visage play right there, too. It didn't even look like the bird was even close, but he knows the range of the drop so well. He just barely clips him on the edge. Getting that +1 kill, like, that's the top net worth Timbersaw. The amount of gold you get from that, the amount of time this guy's dead. Now suddenly they take over the map. The Spearberg gets more items. Nakes finishes off the Mjolnir, which has a really large impact dealing with this PL. And PL doesn't even have heart yet.
Yeah, I feel like OG wanted to use that Aegis to get to that PL timing, get him the heart, and then cement this game. In that last 5 minutes, Tundra's taken over this game. These charges are just nasty. You get the charge through on multiple heroes, the Infest Bomb comes out, there's a Fissure follow-up, an Aftershock follow-up on that. It's so much AoE control. There's not much spell immunity on this OG side. They just got that BKB on Amar. The BZN one he's had forever, but for the rest of these OG heroes, they're still trying to get there. I mean, Misha's trying to get to his own.
I almost feel like there's a little bit of a displacement between the Yuragi and where his items are at and how he's playing. I feel like if he has the heart, he can be like kind of frontline like he's been doing, but without that, it's just so many times he's been fissured. They've been able to, like, as you say, charge through, and just a lot of like incidental damage brings him down to like half health.
I mean, it's also about how OG wants to start the fights. It's a bit awkward for OG to find the opening.
Yeah.
You have this Shadowblade Breaker charging around the map. Everybody's Moonlight shadowed, like Haste Rune drummed around in the back line. You're not going to find this Shaker. He has Force Staff and Blink now. Do you want to just go on the Visage? It's pretty awkward, right? Even the Nakes is invested. You don't even see these heroes.
Elite Metaphor Staff. Snake King, Mule's on cooldown. He'll be able to just TP out before Nisha is able to put a stop to him. We have the Aghanim Scepter now done on the Visage, so big damage upgrade. We said damage was a problem for Tundra, and that is a huge, huge upgrade right there. BZM, though, does now have his own Aghanim Scepter, so look out for that one, and the break mechanic, too.
They're sneaking. Another charge.
BKB immediately going to go out. They're going to try and disengage. They force something out of Amar, and if they can cleanly get out, reset, and maybe go again, they'll feel pretty good about it.
I mean, this is a dynamic we didn't really talk about that much, but while Dire may have had some damage issues earlier in the game, they have no issues of stuns. OG really not very easy for them to start fights. It's either a charge, it's a Marcy jump, it's an Oracle Q, not really super consistent ways. Dire has like 15 angles, 12 stuns, like they're coming from all different places. And if Radiant isn't invincible, at some point it's a little bit spooky for OG to actually start the fight, like Avery was saying.
Now Tundra just boldly going into the triangle here. Yuragi's going to start it off, though.
Yeah, once again,
they found the Shaker.
They found the Earthshaker. That is so important. They have the Chakram going out. Soxa gets a little bit of Force Staff away. Snaking helps him out, and they manage to reset. Meanwhile, Skeeter put the damage and already killed Misha. They're going to find the real Phantom Lancer here. Managed to get the ultimate off on him, too. He's going to be False Promise. They need to be able to save him. BZM right in the middle of things, trying to go for the break, but the Visage took hardly any damage whatsoever. And it seems like Tundra as a whole are looking pretty good as the Echo goes out in the back line to try and distance himself away from this Timbersaw. And now the rest of the team starts funneling in. They weren't able to get that chain stun. Visage needs to get out as well. Fortunately, that Aghanim Scepter allowing him to fly away. He's keeping on top of Yuragi, while Amar did find a little cubby hole to be able to TP out. So both the sidelines are going to be able to retreat and reset, but Tundra, once again, walking away the victors of the team fights. When was the last time OG won a fight?
When was the last time they killed a good target? I mean, we're talking about fights. It's just so hard to latch on to any of these heroes for OG. I mean, the stuns are pretty much on BZM to lock somebody down so Amar can get the damage out. They're surviving for a decent amount of time, but even that Shaker kill, that is the best target they can get in these fights. Find the Shaker on the back line, take him out. You remove so much control. He gets the force out, and he's living. Now all of a sudden, this fight is super weird, right? There's going to be more fissures coming in. You have to kind of try and fight around your Phantom Lancer, but he's getting his ass beat. I mean,
yeah, it really was. Once again, BZM didn't pop the BKB right away. He got hit by the Visage stun as he charged in. A
little bit costly.
And that cost him the Earthshaker kill.
I mean, it's just so annoying. There's so much random stuns in this game that you can't see.
Yeah.
Anybody can be invis charging through. Some bird's invis drops on your head. I feel for him.
Hidden all the clutter.
Yeah, there's a random arrow in here, you know? Not an easy game.
I mean, it's also a game where this PL here, he's not really able to solo kill people because there are so many stuns on Dire. There's so much kiting, the Force Staff, the invis, all this garbage.
Another infest charge.
Oh, they found the Oracle. They had the vision. They get the charge, and they also hit Misha at the same time. So both supports already dead in this team fight. Meanwhile, Yuragi, most of his time was spent being stunned. Visage Familiars and the Visage himself dropping one after the other, completely stalled out any damage he could get down during that time. Tundra is going to respect OG here. They should. A buyback went out from the Oracle, so they got a lot out of that. No reason to push their luck.
how can OG supports play? Like, you can see what Tundra is doing. Like, OG has no way to actually kill heroes unless Tundra messes up some. They're spacing them, they're abusing the stun, the invis, the force staffs. Like, Yuragi is desperately looking for a target to lock onto, but he's just getting kited, and the supports are just getting exploded instantly.
Yeah, it really does. Maybe this is, we talked about the drafting and their plan for 9. I mean, both times they drafted a hero that gets to the backline. We said OG, part of their setup here, the reason they're able to play so greedy on their cores is having these backline supports, these healers and stuff. So Tundra definitely came into this with the game plan of 9 is going to be killing Taiga over and over again.
And now if he dies again, that's that buyback cooldown as well. Yeah. You're out for a long time. It's just hard to protect this backline for OG. There's just so many ways to get in there. The birds can give vision invis, you get the charge with the infest. What actually prevents that? You need detection down and you need to use this guy. He could be a BKB as well. I feel like OG needs to get that 2 big items in this game. It's got to be Abyssal on the Phantom Lancer and Hex on Timber. That is a very far way away. If they get there, I think now you have the disable.
Is there anything else besides items? Is there a way they can set up the fight? I mean,
find the supports.
Yeah. Well, the supports are going to be found. It's just the side of OG. Misha getting picked off there as Tundra once again really abusing this Moonlight Shadow. I mean, Smarana as a 5 position seems pretty value at this point.
At this point, you have no issue with the hero. It is doing an insane amount of work in these fights. You have limited detection, especially most of the time, you know, detection coming out from your 4 and 5. This is not a 4 and 5 duo that wants to front line to plan a sentry or something. Like, you just instantly die.
The core's got to do it because they're the ones who are up in front.
Yeah, and we actually saw OG had a gem earlier in this game. That's why they got it, because they knew they needed this vision on the front line. Yeah. That was lost a long time ago. Taiga's gem in the hands of 33 Visage for a decent amount of time now. Not easy to take these fights vision-wise, and Tundra looking for the pincer maneuver here.
Yes, they are. They found the real Yuragi. Can they get the arrow stun? Not quite. He does manage Doppelganger away to the side. They have the Fissure to stall it up, but at this point...
33 in the back, though.
Oh, he is in the back, and he's going to be able to catch. They spotted the Oracle. Their charge is coming through, and he's already dead. BZM, meanwhile, does manage to grab 33. They've broken him and managed to get through his cloak, but he dropped down into stone form, so he's good. And Skeeter now comes in with a cleanup. A charge on through. Bumping BZM. Gets a bash as well. He's done. Slammed on the Yuragi, and that is it. Triple pickup for Skeeter. Ultra kill in the end. And now it's time to go high ground. Tundra. It was looking a little suspect in the first 15 minutes. We weren't sure if they were going to be able to pull through, but they had a strong understanding of how to play up against OG. And now it's going to be a lane. It's going to be straight up tier 4s. Are we going to go for it?
They are going.
That's a clutch ball.
Amar buys out Ags. He's trying to get the extra damage to this wave.
Oh my god. The double chakrams are going to be thrown out. This could be really messy. This could be, you have a serious lead here. You don't necessarily need to do this.
If Neil has to buy back hero, it would be a disaster for OG's item progression.
Let's see if they can hold. The double chakrams doing so much damage. This buyout of the Aghanim Scepter, it may just be what bails out OG, or maybe Tundra can be done. Misha gets up top. The Visage is dead. He doesn't manage to get up the stone fort. They've already cleared through the ages as well. 9, he's going to have to jump away. The Shadow Blade back out. Saksa spotted as well. Oh no, Tundra. Now they're not even going to be able to get Elena Barracks off of that. They cleared out the tier 4s. No infest. He's got an armlet toggle to work with, but he immediately gets grabbed. The charge on through. Denied. He gets canceled by the AoE stun from BZM, and now 9 is going to be in some trouble. Run down by the Phantom Rush. A chance of revenge. A charge away just in time. The last bit of damage wasn't there quite yet. Tundra still a massive lead. Don't get me wrong, but surely they would have felt very good having Elena Barracks up and not giving away those kills.
Man, that is one of those calls at TI. It's like, it's a nice edge call if it's worth it or not. They get that Phantom Lancer buyback though, so all things said, probably still slightly favoring Tundra here, just destroying that PL economy. I think you're happy to sacrifice your Lifestealer once for that, but
it's so
you definitely feel good if you're OG.
We need to blink, we need stuns, we need to farm Hex. I don't reach, it's not about Hex only.
Oh, you're totally right, Avery. Stuns, big problem for OG.
Yeah, they need this Hex, they need the Abyssal. The Abyssal's just off the menu now, man. I mean, this PL is never going to get there. So even more falls to Amar. That Ags purchase was pretty clutch. Helps him defend the throne there.
No way.
He's on his way to Hex, but he is far.
Yeah.
OG trying to abuse this Lifestealer downtime as much as possible to get to that condition.
I thought maybe 9 spotting Yuragi there. I thought maybe they'd go for it.
That would be a dieback like that. Could just be game.
When the game is on tomorrow, this game's on tomorrow.
Yeah.
Like, this ag, the double chakram has to connect with the shaker, with the visage off of a stun. Again, limited stuns, you got to make the damage count. He has to connect these spells. If you're gonna bet on one Timbersaw in the world to do it, it's probably this guy.
Yeah, they need some like sneaky wards that Tundra like walks onto. They have some ward hidden in the corner, and suddenly Tundra's on vision, and Amar gets this blink angle where he double chakrams the guy and insta-kibs the shaker before he has time to react.
I mean, the Marcy rebound huge as well. Like that fight, Misha connects with 2 or 3. That's their best stun, right? That's gonna set up the Primal Beast engage. It's gonna set up the Timbersaw damage. A lot of this game might be coming down to Marcy. Yeah, some of these earlier fights, just the charge throughs and the chain stunning that can come out. If you're on the retreat from OG, you are not getting out for this one.
Well, all eyes then on the Misha Amar duo. See if they can get the combination of the right initiating stun and the damage to follow it up to win a fight for OG. This is a great opportunity if they can get it. The snaking kill, maybe not so much, but the Earthshaker does manage to slip away. Now the charge on through, they couldn't even kill the pot up. Misha is now dead. Amar's looking for something to be able to hunt, but look at Soxa playing the edges here. He's ready to go back in. The charge is controlling up BCM. He's not getting anything off. Now they've got the Fisher. The chain stun onto the Phantom Lancer. Yes, a false promise goes off last second, but is he even going to be able to have the heals? He's got the heart pumping away. He starts to throw some damage over to 9, but it's just pitiful. He's going to get knocked out. The heart regen is not going to be enough, and GG is called. Tundra 2-0 over OG. They've done it again. They set themselves in a position to be able to match up against their rivals within the Western European region. They said, we are good enough to take you. They have lost some series before, but the important ones they've managed to pull through against OG, and they did it again on the most important stage of all here at TI.
You know, 4 years ago, Snaking was also top of his group. And that team had a choice between OG and LGD, and we chose OG, and it did not end well. This time around, the Dark Pact, or whatever you want to call it, has been broken to a degree, and he's able to overcome some of these past demons. It's very cool to see these storylines. I think OG put up a hell of a fight in that game too, though. Not an easy game to play. I think all of us underestimated how tough that game was going to get in the mid-game, maybe even them a little bit. And once those stuns start coming out, what a hell of a game from 9 on the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, 9 and Skitter both, honestly, just super high impact in this game. You talk about Skitter, he's leaning in Nix against a Timbersaw, and he's like top net worth. He's highest damage. We expect low damage from him, so he's just killing everyone. I think Skitter had like an insanely good game.
Great performances all around by Team Tundra, and I'm sure the panel has a lot more to say about this 2-0 over OG.
We do indeed. Thank you so much, Cap, SVG, and Quinn. Another 2-0 here in this upper bracket, but this is the first one where the team that chose their opponent actually won against their chosen opponent. So congratulations to Tundra for being able to break that curse. I am joined by Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. So we're going to break down this game. Lacoste, this was a game where OG had a way better shot at the game compared to that first game.
Most definitely. I mean, looking at the last pick, it was Amar's Timbersaw as their last pick, and I'm pretty sure that Tundra knew it was coming. You know, that's the one hero that always comes to your mind when you're thinking about OG, and they did have counters. Like in the laning stage, it wasn't that good because, you know, Timbersaw did manage to push out Lifestealer out of the lane, but in the mid game, I think we got to give credit to 9. His Spirit Breaker being able to isolate the hero. How many times we've seen them stun lock this Primal Beast without Oracle ulti getting off? While Earthshaker's controlling, they had insane amount of AoE control, especially when Earthshaker picked up that shard, and also Spirit Breaker ulti pushing it away from Oracle, so Oracle cannot get into the range to use ulti.
For sure. I mean, that was a really great game, and hats off to Tundra because it was looking really hard for them, wasn't it? Especially in the first 30 minutes when everything seemed to be going OG's way. But once Tundra were able to hit their stride, get a couple of items on the Lifestealer, and enough on the Spirit Breaker to run around with that Agnums, they were just infest bombing all over the place, and they completely out-tempoed OG. I mean, it was just so difficult to watch, but I really have to praise them for bringing it back to the Spirit Breaker. Jenkins, you were telling me in the green room.
I'm glad that they weren't afraid to go back to what their comfort is. I think they prepared very nicely for the Oracle that was going to come out from OG, and they were thinking, you know, we enjoy playing the Spirit Breaker. Maybe it's not the best patch for it, but it looked like an amazing counter. And I really like what Quinn said during the game. He said that Nine is just kind of silently carrying the game. We're like, yeah, sure, he's not doing the craziest amount of damage or something because he's an SB. But in every single fight, he was on the right hero. He was finding the pickoffs on Yuragi as well on a PL, which is not the easiest thing to do. Very patient with his charges. And also, the players played very well, but I do want to say that I think Aoi has this idea against Timbersaw that allowed it to go all the way through the draft and be countered. And it's very simple. You just ignore him. You just don't go to the Timbers lane. Skitter went mid on Lifestealer, completely dodging the lane, and they just ignored him in fights and waited until the point where they could kill him before they tried to kill him. They didn't fall into this trap that other teams fall into, which is trying to kill the Timber.
Yep, they made sure that they were able to deal with that for sure. During that game, you also might have at some point caught some team fights here and there, but trying to get the true sight feel during TI. And we got another clip for you here as we listen to what the teams have to say to each other during a fight.
Exit window. I have TP for top if you're not fine. Super fine. Yeah, I can see. He wants to charge.
I'm going.
Hammer, you can fight? Can. Go. I'm carrying. Can you heal? Pushing one. Shake us up. I don't like. Please. I don't like. Shake too much. I die.
To me, it's very impressive to know that during a fight, there's 5 players, everybody's pressing their own buttons, having their own thoughts about everything that's going on. And for me as a viewer, it's always fairly hectic. And then the comms are calm. Yeah, there's like 2 people talking. Everybody's just doing what they're supposed to.
That's how it has to be, though. Like, that's always the thing is you think that there's some, like, crazy stuff going on. Because these players are the best of the best, but then when you hear it, like, I remember I think Boom released their audio on YouTube, and you hear it, and it's so succinct, and they're saying only what's necessary, and that's why these are the best teams. It's because they can communicate only the important information. Earthshaker's top in the middle of the fight. Earthshaker's top, but I'm gonna die if I dive. Okay, everybody leaves, right?
Give them important information without talking too much.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Important.
And everybody trusting that when Amar says, I'm not going in, nobody has said, oh, but no, everybody just goes back.
Yeah, they trust them, exactly.
Yeah, there's a lot of trust. There's also a lot of trust, of course, on the side of Tundra. Trust in their captain, Snaking, who is standing by with Casey right now.
Snaking, congratulations!
Thank you so much.
I am so impressed with the consistency of this team. You had a strong DPC season. You did not lose a single series in group stage. You either tied or won, and now you've 2-0'd OG, another strong team. I read that you have said this is the best boot camp you've ever done. How much of a difference has the mental preparation made in all of this?
I think we've always been a very strong team, and I think our biggest challenge was our own mentality, and like losing games and be able to recover from it was something that our team was not very good at. Myself included, who's the veteran in this game, it can be really tough, especially when the mood is down and no one's able to pick it up. That is something that I've been looking into helping the team, and that's why we also have a psychologist who's also been helping us with that, and I think it has really helped us a lot and turn the ship around.
Aster or Liquid are next. Any preference?
I mean, of course I want to say Europe, but I got to cheer for Aster because I want at least one Chinese team to be top 6 guaranteed, you know?
Okay, wait a minute. Aren't you going to play the winner of Aster or Liquid?
Yeah, I would enjoy playing versus China. It's a better headline.
Okay. You're speaking my language, buddy. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Casey and Snaking, and very nice to hear that the team has evolved there for Tundra, because we know that during the Stockholm Major they did indeed have troubles coming back from a loss, as we saw then, but they definitely turned that around here during this CI in the right time as well. Now top 6 guaranteed, and we're going to find out who their opponents are going to be. Team Liquid will be facing Team Aster. It will be our final first round of the upper bracket. Let's bring on Team Liquid up stage first.
Team Liquid.
All the way from last chance qualifiers, so many games needed to be played to get to this very point, but it is upper bracket for Team Liquid here, and their opponents coming from the other group. It is the Chinese team. It is Team Aster. Team Aster coming fourth in their group. Of course, having some ups and downs during that, but when it counts, they do show up. At the moment, they are the last remaining Chinese team in the upper bracket, and so there is a lot of pressure on their shoulders. They're no stranger to that, though. I want to start talking about these two teams by talking about the off-lane duo of Team Aster. It is Baboka and XXS. Jenkins, these two teams, two players rather, have been playing together since what, 2015?
That's
something
right.
silly in the same team every step of the way.
1,600 games almost, and 57% win rate between those two. They are the greatest bubbies in Dota history.
Speaking of bubbies, there's yours.
Yeah, he's actually, of course, did steal my name, which I had to change it back to Jenkins. But yeah, these two, bubbyism goes beyond any sort of other relationship you can have. They ride or die together, which is why they've refused to leave each other's side. They're even beating Fly and No Tail in terms of the amount of games that they've played together. Y and Faith Beyond, all of these legendary duos that you can come up with. These two have played more than them, and it shows. It shows in their play and their synergy. And also another thing, Broodmother, very popular pick so far in XXS. In my opinion, this guy is arguably the best Broodmothers in the world. I think he's the best. I'm a fan, so I'm biased, but he's definitely one of the best.
Yeah, and we get to see this team playing Dota on LAN, something that they didn't do for quite some time, missing out on the first which was regional finals, second major as well, unfortunately, but then getting the third place at the Arlington Major and also second at ESL 1 Malaysia. So you know that this team is very hungry to prove that they're the best. First of all, I think they want to prove that they're the best Chinese team because we're always in the shadow of PSG, LGD, sometimes even RNG, and they have a lot of things to prove here.
But I just have to say, I love this matchup of Aster versus Liquid because a lot of people well, it depends on which region you cheer for, but basically Aster are the Chinese Liquid, or you could say that Liquid are the European Aster, because both of these teams have a history of completely dominating within their region, right? Topping their DPC tours, but then choking.
The Aster curse.
Yes, choking at LAN. Yeah. But recently, Aster seem to have shaken off that curse entirely because they've gone from third place to second place at the last two LANs that they played, and now we just have to see if they're going to carry that momentum, and it really looks like they are. Liquid, on the other hand, they've also had the same issue of not exactly playing that well during LAN events, but now that they're on this
they've broken it in this tournament.
Ever since Matu said that this is going to be his last tournament, it's like, oh yeah, we don't have much time to play with him. Let's do our best.
Let's extend that as long as possible, for sure. And for Aster as well, I believe they even commented on the fact that they were not consistent in the international scene itself. They commented that they do feel better this year, that they worked on that, and all of a sudden they come in the top echelon of every LAN they attend. So it's very interesting to see what they can do here.
So for me, this matchup is just who broke the curse in a more powerful and convincing fashion. We're about to see. But the funny thing about Aster is in China, they are referred to as the T team, right? And initially, we were told that it's because if you say Team Aster, that's what it is. But no, it's a meme from the Chinese fans who basically say Aster go to LAN, they have to go home early and just drink tea while they're watching Dota games because they get eliminated. So they're definitely not the T team anymore.
No, for sure. And you are very correct that Team Liquid indeed has also struggled quite a bit. Yes, this is the tournament that they've broken that curse, but that was all not in front of a crowd. So, Jacobs, we don't know yet how much of that curse is broken until this point, right? Because how much experience do they have with this 5 squad actually in front of a crowd?
Yeah, so for Mickey, Boxy, and Insania, this is their second TI. They unfortunately missed the last one, but they've got some Jerax, Zai, Matumba. They've played a lot. They have the experience. Hopefully they can do it.
Hopefully they can do it. We're going to find out how first game is going to play itself out together with our draft panelists. Let's get over to game 1.
Team Liquid versus Team Aster. Game 1.
Welcome. We are here. We are taking a look at the continuation of the upper bracket. Aster facing off against Liquid. I'm joined with 2 wonderful people here to break down the panel. Trent, Gunnar, how you guys feeling about this matchup? I think a lot of teams might not expect these ones here, but they're killing it. After group stage, they were able to make it happen.
Yeah, Liquid's looked really good in groups. They've dropped a couple games, but they also took games off EG, when they were looking really good. And they've just been looking good. They look better every day, even since last rounds.
They're a team that likes to really build up that fan base and that hope. You know, I feel like everyone gets really excited. There's a lot of that Liquid fan energy coming out, right, in every LAN. And they struggle with that, much like, you know, the Aster org, the Liquid org, similar sort of stories in the past couple of years, trying to make it happen on LAN. So this is their chance. We're out of the groups, then to the big stage. Time to win some games.
We'll see if they can make it happen. And of course, the panel went over so many of these different storylines that we've got to keep our eyes on. For Matumba Man, his last TI here is what he's been saying. For Aster, they're trying to sort of pick up from the pieces of last year. That, you know, this organization, they also have these players that were getting so close, top 6, top 4 respectively on their previous teams, and now looking to go even further here. We'll see if they can make it happen. Draft things that you're interested in seeing early on. Morphling, Shadow Fiend, where are these teams going? What's happening?
Had a rough day yesterday. yeah, getting sick a lot, losing, but I think Mickey's still 100% win rate on the hero during the tournament.
A lot of those record streaks are getting broken on the stage, though, you know.
A lot of things are being broken on this stage.
Yeah, a lot of brackets, mostly, I think.
The length of the games, you know, crazy ones. I think probably it's going to be more of a Liquid. They have the Lone Druid. They have a lot of specialty heroes, I think, for their team. Vatu, Lone Druid, they play Primal Beast, they play Shadow Fiend.
They both play Brood.
Yeah, they kind of have to deal with the Liquid on the side of Aster, whereas Liquid can focus on their own game.
Well, you saw in the pictures there as well, of course, former caster / panelist, our good friend there, Blitz. He's up there. He's grinding a lot of drafts, you know, getting ready for this. Of course, had some discussions with them about that. And it's just, it's not the best of one, at least, right? So you're gonna have some chance actually on the stage to learn from the other team. But you know, these teams, I'm sure Aster did the same thing, right? They're spending just like hours, right? They had the day off yesterday, just doing those mock drafts, going over and over. And so it's funny to have all that time, and now we're into the second ban, and you already see some of that reserve time being used, though, right? Like even though it's just a couple seconds, there's so many variables that can come into play here just at the beginning of the draft.
Yeah, you kind of see if someone bans something you weren't expecting the ban, you don't know what to do. I think the bans are fairly standard. Marcy's in the pool and Dying's in the pool.
And they give it to him. I think this is the thing, right? We saw the series today, earlier. I think Marcy went untouched throughout a lot of it. So they take the Marcy now, and then Aster are going to run back for the Sven Lesh. So we've seen the flexibility of the Sven and the power of getting that shard with Warcry, what the support can do. What are we seeing with the Leshrac pick with it that we like?
I think yesterday EG was doing Sven Shadow Fiend in the first phase. I think this is kind of the evolution where Lesh is replacing the Shadow Fiend for this mid safe lane flex value. I think people just believe in the hero more right now just because of what's happening on the stage. Team Liquid still believes in their Shadow Fiend. They have Shadow Fiend Marcy. So in a sense as well, Liquid's happy due to the mid lane matchup, Shadow Fiend Lesh.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I would take away from this first phase, that both teams probably have something that they're very comfortable building off of. They're very stable blocks that they've experienced a lot of during the group stage, whether it's through their own games or even just seeing it around from all the other teams. Definitely no surprises right now. A disappointment as the Pudge does get banned, unfortunately.
They both have supports which can go both lanes. The Sven and the Marcy both go 4 and 5, and they both have cores that can go in the mid of the safe lane. Even the Lesh can go in the off lane. So it's just an open draft. People just pick heroes that they're confident that they don't have to worry about the next 3 heroes. The hardest in drafting is when you get to the later picks you're forced to pick a certain type of hero, a certain type of strategy. And when you're able to just have good heroes and just keep picking good heroes, you just feel very good the whole time.
And it's Liquid who have that hot seat for this one as well, since they are going to be with the... they get that double pick in the middle, but the final pick is going over to Aster, so they have to be a little bit more cognizant of those lane matchups that are potentially coming out.
So a couple other interesting things to watch, taking away some of that cheese, the Broodmother that has been so prevalent all over the place. And then, of course, on the other side for Aster, they're taking away the Matumba Man Lone Druid that I feel like if you're Liquid, you're going to take that almost every chance that you get in the second phase. But still with the very open openings, we'll see which way they opt to go next.
Yeah, for Liquid right now, they want a core that goes in, which is why the Lone Druid and the Pudge are both banned. The Shadow Fiend's going to end up being their carry. They have a Marcy already to buff it up. So looking at maybe some Mars, some Legion Commander even, just anything that will go in and body for the Shadow Fiend in the fights. And that's primarily what Aster's going to try to ban and try to prepare their pick for.
I feel like for Liquid, they're 3-4-5 as well. Like they have such like their identities stay very stable as the players. Like they always tend to play the same heroes themselves, right? You're gonna have, of course, Boxy looking for this. Like I always look to the Clock and the Tusk, but the Marcy, of course, when she gets in, you want the Marcy. You got to be there for the sidekick. But he's always able to set up these great fights for them. He's never afraid to jump into the fog when he thinks there's going to be a good follow from his teammates. And that's where Insania, he plays like the exact opposite. He's like almost always way back on that 5 with that Disruptor, or your Witch Doctors, your Dazzles,
the Saves, Oracle.
Yeah.
So one thing I was wondering about is we saw as an answer to this like Marcy Shadow Fiend before, the Lich or other sort of buff ups, physical damage heroes. Do you think that that's something that they need to address at all, or is that something that Aster might pick up here?
It's a great hero out of this phase, like something that doesn't really reveal much. It's just a 5. It's a classic answer, as you said, versus the Shadow Fiend, the Marcy. Pretty common.
I think even a Winter Wyvern, it gives you a BKB cancel for the Shadow Fiend Requiem, but they go with Crystal Maiden. This hero's a lot of success even today.
Yes, yeah. She keeps on winning, so it is a it is different though, because like we're talking about like this Lich as being something a little bit more defensive, and it's like looking to have some answers. Crystal Maiden is sort of the opposite when you're playing as a 5. Like I tend to think of her as like more of offensive potential. Like she has more capabilities in terms of just like even like running to a lane, doing a quick push, doing some ganks. So not this little defender to maybe enable this Leshrac more. This is more just like we want to kill a hero at the start of this fight right away.
Again, since Liquid want this body strength hero generally to be in front of the Shadow Fiend, Crystal Maiden will be able to see cast spells. So in a sense, she's good versus these frontline heroes, and she's a little more sad when she has to play versus the Void Spirits, the Embers, the Storms, and just jump her and kill her for free.
But instead, Liquid now going to take this, what has often been a off-lane Death Prophet ranged hero, does have that flexibility to go towards mid as well, depending upon the matchup. And at least at the beginning, Liquid, a lot of big teamfight ultimates versus Aster, a lot more like poke, prod, get in there, try and annoy you a little bit heroes.
Yeah, and the last game they played this with the Shadow Fiend, they did it for Matu, and ended up being 14-3 and 19 ending the game as that Death Prophet, absolutely crushing it with Mickey having a great game with the Shadow Fiend as well. And that's where they had Zai making all the space on their Brood, but of course that's been removed, and no surprises here if we get Insania regular, but oh, there we go.
So the one thing about the Shadow Fiend is you either beat him by running at him and killing him, or by outranging him. So here's now the Sniper picked, and this is going to kind of dissuade the Shadow Fiend from going mid. That's a very hard lane matchup. So the Shadow Fiend's probably going to try to want to go to the safe lane as well. Death Prophet doesn't want to lane versus Sniper.
Yeah.
So that's probably in the off lane now. So Aster kind of, without seeing exactly what they're doing, has a feeling of what Liquid wants to do with their draft. So they can ban, and they kind of can force Liquid into playing their game now.
I mean, in a way, that is one of the downsides of having such like a well-defined, incredibly strong group stage, is that people get a ton of film to look at and try and adjust and see if they can come up with answers to what you've been building.
Hey, you just keep winning, so you never had to adjust, and then they know what you're going to do.
True.
So now for Liquid, they're going to aim for, now they have to probably aim for a Spirit that goes in. I could see a Mars being pretty nice for them. It's good versus the Sniper, it's good versus the Lesh. Maybe even in the mid lane, it can lane the Sniper.
They are all in the pool. I mean, we got what? Our, quote unquote spirit heroes. We got our Pucks, we got our Storms, our Void Spirits, our Embers. They're keeping an eye on that though, just saying, there's so many spirits to ban. Might as well just look for the other options that are in the pool, perhaps.
Sometimes if there's 3, 4, 5 heroes that fill a similar role, you'd rather just ban the ones that do the special one.
Yes,
like the Naga. Nothing really can replicate what a Naga does for the draft, because they're going to get one.
Yeah,
right. You can't ban them all. And Aster, they have the last pick, so they're going to end up getting to choose whatever they want. I think that this Lesh is probably going to go to the offlane. Sniper will go mid, and then they're just going to pick a mid response to whatever Liquid pick on 23.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it would be interesting to try and run like Lesh mid. It doesn't really feel like it would be that great with a sniper, because you kind of want to be like the big dog, you know, when you're playing Leshrac. And then having a sniper on your team, that can be a little bit of conflict, because they tend to really need a whole lot and a lot of support. Kind of the same way Leshrac is looking for that help and support whenever you're playing in these fights.
I can't help but notice a ton of physical damage, and still having that Sven Warcry right now for Team Aster is going to be a little bit tough for Liquid to do damage, I feel. Is there anything else that you guys can see as a steroid, or do you not think that's as much of a problem? They're going to look to make it work in a different route?
It's not too concerning, just due to the fact that they have so much team fight on the side of Liquid.
Okay.
They have the ability to kind of control heroes or kite heroes very easily. Disruptor and Shadowfiend are some of the best heroes right now at kind of elongating these fights and always constantly catching heroes, slowing heroes. It's more an idea of whether they can win the fight after their BKBs. Leshrac's one of the best heroes right now if you can survive the BKB duration. And Liquid doesn't have the best way to save their heroes.
I feel like Liquid can just like go anywhere right now. I would like to have a little bit more vision for the Disruptor if possible.
I think something like a Zeus could be nice. It gives them magic damage, it gives them vision. It doesn't do the front line or the catch job that they might want for the sniper, but
that's actually exactly what I wanted.
When you have enough
that
vision,
sounded really stupid. And if I said Zeus, I'd get flamed. But you can do it, so that's good. He's a go gunner. Yeah.
Sometimes when you provide vision, it's enough to kind of make up for not being a body.
Yeah.
To the fact that it lets your supports cast spells.
Yeah, if someone just dies, what lineup doesn't matter, you know? If it's 5v4, it doesn't matter if your lineup's a little bit stranger.
And the Marcy already kind of has people to play with. The Death Breath and the Shadowfiend both do want to walk in, so he'll be able to rebound. And I think vision is probably the most important thing Liquid need. Vision or catch. I could see something like a Void Spirit as well if they wanted to go more of a get in there route.
Yeah.
But it doesn't pair that well, I think, with either of their supports.
Getting down to the wire here on the reserve time for Liquid, and the last pick is going to be the Mars that you talked about. So do have that catch. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Also, a good way to stop the damage coming from Sniper with that arena. Always super helpful.
This Leshrac, yeah, I really hope it's not Leshrac mid. I feel like it would be a very sad Leshrac mid. But maybe they're going to feel forced into doing that.
I think they might end up just putting the Sniper mid and the Leshrac even in the safe lane.
Yeah.
And now they kind of get to know the safe lane of Liquid as either Shadowfiend or Death Prophet or Mars. They can do whatever they want at this point. So they're just going to pick a stable lane, probably with the Crystal Maiden. Maybe some melee hero walks in. Oh, Tiny's banned. I was going to say Tiny could be very nice for Aster.
To me, it looks like if you get jumped as Aster, this is going to be a very bad fight. So I feel like, you know, I mean, you can say the opposite as well, right? If Aster can just find something for that initial grab, like start the fight off on good footing, then it can be very hard to like find that sniper in the back line or something as well. So I'd be thinking more offensively, I guess, if I'm Aster right now than defensively.
That's been the entire theme of the draft so far, starting from that CM pick.
I think something in the sense of vision also works for Aster because of how Sniper really likes playing in vision. Also, Sniper has a lot of night vision, so maybe a Night Stalker for the side of Aster. He can always pop Darkness. I believe he can still fly over the arena during his ult, and he catches the Disruptor, the Death Prophet. So they go for the Pango.
Okay.
Pango's very nice for his Mars. Anytime you have a BKB built in versus Mars, you can always just dodge the arena. You can dodge the Glimpse with roll up. It provides this go in here that they need.
He's like that combo breaker, it looks like. Like if they grab Ori, right, it's going to be up to XSS to try and get that save.
Look at that. They do put Ori on the Leshrac. Zai is going to be playing the Mars. A couple of switch-ups here with regards to the entire draft. We'll see if it is going to be enough, as both of these teams would absolutely love to be able to win this, move on in the upper bracket. For Aster, it's going to be the last Chinese team coming on in the upper bracket, and for Liquid, for 3 of these players at least, it would be the best placement they've ever had at TI. See if they can make it happen now. As we get ready to go into game number 1, Team Liquid facing off against Aster. So big thoughts, at least as far as this early laning stage goes. Is there anything that's super concerning?
I've been really liking the Sniper. Right now, every time I see Sniper, he crushes the lane. Shrapnel Max is so much damage and slow. But I think the Liquid level 6 timings are really strong. Disruptor, even without level 6, just playing with the Death Prophet, kind of forcing you, and you want to have to defend your tower versus the Exo, and he glimpses you back in and you die. The Mars Arena, they have a lot of early timings, which I think Aster's really only big timing right now is the Pango. So I think there's going to be a lot on the back of the Pango to constantly defend the towers or has his team walk to him and always start the fights.
I'm looking forward to see how Boxy performs as well in terms of like heading towards this mid lane. Like all these concerns about the Leshrac and what that life's going to be like for this hero in this game. Marci, obviously someone that can punish some of these more vulnerable heroes in that mid lane. So it's going to be interesting to see just how maybe greedy he kind of gets playing in the lane itself.
Well, we're heading out across the map.
It's dancing out.
They're ready for that one for
There's
sure.
a smoke prepped as well, so they might just look to smoke in the Dire jungle. And Liquid's already smoked. It looks like they're probably going to walk to mid and try to have some lines being drawn.
All right, got ourselves a little pause to start this game, but surely we got underway in just a second.
Rotating booths and the settings still need to be fixed, guys.
Unbelievable.
We got it.
No, it's going to be an interesting thing to watch, I think, because you've got every single one of these Aster heroes have like a little weird, pokey, team fighty spell, which I like. You know, whether it's the Sven stun, you're throwing out some Pango stuff, it's all really nice there. And then meanwhile, on the side of Team Liquid, it's like you commit those big ultimates, and once those are down, it's sort of probably going to be the point where Aster want to look for a fight.
I think it's interesting that there's an opportunity here to play a little bit aggressive on both sides, but I also think that both sides would really like to just kind of like chill out for a while, you know, get some stacks going, farm it up. So this could be one of those games where things are very relaxed. But to me, if there's someone who's going to be like running the show, it's probably going to be Boxy on the side of Liquid to try and get things going. And if it was for Acer, probably has to be XXS on the Pango.
Yeah, Liquid's, their big time in this game is the triple BKB. Mars, Shadow Fiend, Death Prophet all want their BKBs, and then don't die to the Lesh, don't die to the Pango, the CM.
Yeah.
They kind of all just can walk away. And on the side of Aster, no one really wants to buy an early BKB on their team. The Leshrac wants a Bloodstone, the Sniper wants to go all of his range so you can't even catch him. So it is all on this Pango right now, to whether he wants to go Diffusal or Blink, try to set up with rolls and catch. And the scariest thing right now is how much Liquid can do with their BKB timings once they get it. If they can Rosh with the Exo, if they can take all their towers with the Shadow Fiend, it's going to be a lot of grouping, and Aster's going to be happy just playing the farm game.
Well, you can see the decision right now from Aster to wrap around up on the top side. We'll see if Liquid do run into them there or not, as Boxy's already heading on up to place a ward up on that high ground and just holding steady in the mid lane.
Pichu's leading the charge here, just holding that hammer.
And now drop down a ward in the jungle as they're going to start heading down this hill. Pichu spots out Matumba Man, a quick little sight, and yeah, the pings are there. They immediately realize where they're at.
Just need like one more step. Yeah, just a little bit more that way, and maybe they get the follow-up Split Earth.
So no chance for a kill there. But do get some wards down. Liquid's unlikely to get taken away since they're sort of staying on their side of the map. And it looks like it's going to be a trade-off of 2 bounty runes apiece.
Liquid has this nice deep ward next to Roshan. I think it's pretty cool because there's a chance Aster swap their lanes up. They put the Shadow Fiend mid, the Leshrac in a side lane, and maybe Liquid will want to swap their lanes up depending on what they see. So now they get to kind of see where everyone's going. Fortunately for them, Aster's just doing kind of standard lane. Pango with the CM top, Lesh mid, Sniper's going bot. So nothing out of the ordinary right now. Besides the Death Prophet safe lane is a little interesting right now, this patch. It is something Liquid likes running.
Yeah, I mean, if they were looking, they're like, yeah, okay, they've just done this like very recently, so shouldn't be too much of a surprise to Aster. And it's actually interesting. We've seen some teams less willing, I think, to swap the heroes and the players. In a sense, like there's a lot of teams who would maybe put their 5 on this Marci just because it's in that safe lane, which Liquid is, they're much more comfortable just doing something like this in this setup because they know that, like, for the vast majority of the game, Boxy has this identity on the Marci that they really want to achieve.
The 4.
Yeah.
Right, exactly. Which fits in how they want it to play for him. As you can take a look here mid, Shadow Fiend versus Lesh. Gonna get a couple of raise hits off on there, just get one denied out. So Ori, I think it's worth noting that this guy, I feel like last year at TI had one of the best performances that we've seen from him in the entire history of his play. And
well, to be fair, Puck was really broken.
I mean,
yes. This guy's a really good player. No, not to take anything away from Ori.
Right. But when that happened, he ended up getting knocked out by the rest of these teammates here, and then ended up, coming together with them. We'll see if they can keep that type of success that they had last year going in this one.
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of eyes on the bot lane right now. Sniper, once he hits his level 3, level 4 timing, he has some points in headshot, he has some points in shrapnel. That's when they can just kind of run down the Mars. And the Disruptor, a lot of the time, he doesn't save heroes. He just kind of watches him die. So if Zai walks up a little too far, once the Sniper hits level 3, it could be a little scary.
Yeah, I feel like since Undying started buying like 6 mangoes and decaying, doing the Disruptor thing just looks a whole lot weaker. It's just like, no, I can spam too, guys.
Everyone's doing that now.
Yeah.
They just buy 6 mangoes on the support. They just spam the Undyings don't buy tangos anymore.
Right.
Just 6 mangoes, maybe a Sal.
You don't need them.
Easy peasy.
Just moving on forward in life.
They do get a little bit of pressure there. Pullback now onto Bobica as a couple punches, but Tumbaman trying to kill him off. And won't quite be enough there, but even with all those mangoes, at least they'll have some pretty good regen on the CM to try and get back into the lane quickly.
None of the supports have made a move towards mid yet. I think probably at the 4-minute water runes, we could see Boxy move towards mid. If he gets a jump on the Lesh, pulls him back, that's a pretty nice kill for them. Pretty easy on the Lesh.
Certainly the most mobile as well, right? You know, I mean, we all know Crystal Maiden. She's
not the fastest hero in the world.
It takes a little while.
Yeah, Marcy gives some flashbacks to Earth Spirit from a couple years ago when every position 4 they pick Earth Spirit, they get level 2, they TP mid, roll kick, your mid laner's dead.
It's a constant play, and of course both of these heroes very susceptible to getting kills in the mid lane, depending upon their positioning. So we'll have to watch for that and any of those early TPs. But for now, at least, Aster looking good in all of their lanes, particularly the Lesh there. 4 denies as Zai, talked about it, is getting ran down a little bit by that level 2 Shrapnel. Monet already playing a bit aggressive on the Mars.
The boots pick up on Zai is going to be really important, but he ends up going for a Raindrop Bracer. I think he just wants to tank up. The Disruptor does have slows and glimpse, so he has ways to kind of push them off of him. It's more so once they're onto this.
Oh my God! Quick jump and kill, and that's the rotation we were talking about.
Yeah, that's Marcy, right? You know, that's why this hero. All the phones popping up in the audience. Yeah, I see you all. Checking right away. Checking that email. Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's what they do. Regardless, that first blood coming on out. And
what? Someone got one. I saw they're celebrating. Nice. Good job.
As Matumbaman is also going to get a little bit of pressure there on XXS and the pullback. Boxy ready to dispose and finds the body blocks. This Pango in trouble. This is one of those heroes that really can't get completely abused in the laning stage.
It's one of the worst feelings when you die after like Swashbuckle too.
Zai, Chase, continued to run down. Monet right on top of him along with Pichu, but it's not quite enough. Dodges back behind the trees and keeps himself alive. Maybe a spear through the trees looking for a kill. Can they get it? Doesn't quite look like it as he was salving back up. Bobica dies in the top lane while this is happening, but 3-0 start for Liquid.
All at the back of the Marcy rotations. He gets level 3, TP's mid, kills the Lesh, walks top, gets 2 kills back to back, and there's a lot of pressure on Liquid right now. It looks bots not the best. It's not terrible, but Sniper's having a great time down here. Their Lesh, the Shadow Fiend just kind of crushing mid now.
Yeah, it's gonna be a really hard game as well. Like if Monet gets off to a good start, like trying to find the sniper in the back line, you know, we don't have one of those classic counters. Some of those classic counters don't feel like very good heroes right now. You know, you think about like the Spectre in particular, it's something that like used to be such an easy answer at the end of the draft. Like this, you would have been like, oh, easy, but that's a good way to do it though. You catch him running.
A stun there. Ichu keeps him alive and well, and now Monet chasing, looking to run down Zai. Again, another round of the Shrapnel. He's got to run through it, trying to escape, but Zai is going to be brought down. Monet making quick work of that Mars.
That was pretty much a defensive spear that he missed, right? Like trying to just like get the sniper further away when he went for the retreat.
It's a really nice stun there to kind of break the Glimpse spear off. Again, I think Aster right now, they're just playing for the Pango level 6. These lanes are not amazing for them, just outside of the bot lane. And they need the Pango 6 to be able to rotate to the side lanes. The Leshrac has some play on mid, but anytime the Shadow Fiend is just having a stable, strong lane, you don't really want to bring heroes to the lane and give them opportunities to get more kills.
Especially with a Marcy being there, as Boxy's already back.
And down bottom, more aggression coming out as Insania and Zai were trying to take down Monet there. Couldn't quite find him all the way, but Boxy moves in, snipes a courier. No chance for a kill, as they did already get that DD rune on Mickey.
And Boxy, like, he did run right through Bobica as well, so they're going to know there's a ward here somewhere. Maybe he'll miss on the sentry because it can be a bit tough to find it, but going to keep an eye, try and keep an eye at least on these stacks that Bobica's getting ready here for one of his allies.
Try and queue those ones up for sure. As, well, he'll take a creep along the way too. That's what the CMs do. Exorcism pop up top. Matumba Man trying to get some good pressure onto this tier 1 tower. As XXS is just going to have to deal with this and should be fine. It's about down to half HP.
I really like this Exorcism. So I feel like it ends up waiting until like level 7 or level 8 to get popped anyway, when people tend to get it like at this part, because like someone has to rotate, you're waiting for other allies to be ready to use it. Oh, that's good.
Oh, and in fact, if they can get this kill, this would be huge. XXS able to dodge the raise, but has another one in a second. No. Couple more punches, XXS going to die.
They still have Glimpse here too.
And
so
down bottom.
Can't even TP in, right?
They're still chasing onto Zai, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to find him there. But Bobica glimpse back in, a couple more hits, and Mickey finds another finish. So 5-1, and in fact, after they make that move, they're going to TP bottom Matumba Man. Goes in and finds another kill. Liquid are just cooking here.
Yeah, Mickey TP's back mid right away too to catch this wave. So this is so much gold going to Liquid after these kills.
This is a really nice movement. All the sieges got defended. Zai kills the siege bot, Mickey kills the siege mid. They kind of alleviate all this 5-minute pressure that generally can happen when you play around the Leshracs. And then they just break the lanes apart instantly. Shadowfiend goes top, Death Prophet TP's bot. They keep grouping their cores. Every play now is probably going to involve 2 cores in the lane. Whether it's the Shadowfiend, the Mars Death Prophet, they're always going to want them to play together because they're the strongest heroes on the map.
And this is a big one. Requiem out, couple raises, gets the kill. Dude, Liquid are looking on fire this morning.
I feel like
it's to play.
Yeah, now Matu though at least is in trouble. Headshot procs are there. Yeah. Very unlikely to survive here unless Zai can quickly get 6.
Well, another couple rounds. The Spirit Siphon trying to make it happen. Is it going to be enough? Matumba Man living
Dude,
somehow, some way. Are you kidding me? Matumba Man walks away, does finally get brought down, but they got the kill onto the sniper. They do lose Zai. Have they gotten a little bit too big for their britches? Aster brought numbers back and forth in just a valley of death. Boxy 2 will fall, so it looked tight for a moment, but the penalty was big.
Yeah, this is where Zai just needed to not get 6, because, you know, the arena gave them hope.
Hope is the most dangerous thing, Trent.
At the same time, Disruptor's getting some beauty time in the top lane, almost level 6. Static Storm, anytime you catch the Pango roll is the fight right now. Every time the Pango shows up, the fight's going to be somewhat in Aster's favor. So if you catch him with a Static Storm, you catch him with a Silence from Death Prophet or a Mars Arena, that's how you kind of are aiming to play these fights.
And you can see that Aster's still keeping an eye on everything that happened top, because Bobica's running back there now with sentries. Like, he has not forgotten. He's like, we lost that fight there. Still some stacks. They've actually blocked off that same camper there as well. So Bobica, though, unfortunately, not going to find an OBS this time. So
the scary thing right now for Aster is a lot of their heroes want a lane. Pango wants us in a lane. Sniper wants us in a lane. Leshrac's somewhat comfortable going to the jungle just because of how fast he farms, but on the side of Liquid, they're giving lanes to Disruptor for free. They don't really need, they don't feel the need to sit in all their lanes. They just feel the need to group up and force plays.
And that's the power of Marcy, right? So like, I think that's why Boxy, like, it's just Marcy, Clockwork, Tusk. Like, it just lets them do this exact same style every time.
Scan was able to hit there. Liquid walk up the hill after the fact and now going to try and contest this stack that's been built up a little. It's 3 camps and one of them's the Mud Golem, so not easy to sneak that one. And in fact, Aster will zone back Matumba Man.
You can see how confident Boxy is, though. He just is able to walk up hills, and if you go on him, he just rebounds away, and not much to do. There's no...
Or rebounds on top of you, up top.
Now Bobica gonna get chased, and the dual supports come in to kill the other one. Ori looking for a little bit of retribution here. Will run into Insania, and while they have Glimpse, he's not gonna get Glimpse that far. They move in, XXS right on top, Insania in trouble and likely to fall. So Aster make a solid move, able to claim a kill.
It's good. This is what Aster needs to do. They need to group around. Probably the Lusher and the Pango need to play together, try to force towers, force objectives with the roll. And anytime Liquid sees where the Pango is on the map, they can just go to the opposite side, force towers, force objectives. And Aster's either going to have to TP in 5 heroes and even still lose the fight, the tower, or they just commit to a trade.
Yeah, now they're going to bring 3 heroes to the mid lane as well here, so perhaps some quick action. They do have smoke if they want to, but they're seeing that there's no real rotations down bottom. They don't necessarily need to join up, so gonna wait till they push this out a little bit here before they start playing a little bit more aggressive. I'm sure they want link up though with Zai since he does have that arena.
Smoke indeed, as Liquid head down. Will run into Pichu here. Zai playing dumb. Well, actually find him as they're looking for the other kill onto Boca. So get the glimpse back, pull him in, stun, keeping him away, and actually just dropping Ori.
Ori just keeping in the middle.
In some trouble. Ori likely to fall now in the middle of all of them. So they get one kill on the Marcy, but then lose their big bad Lesh. XXS shows up. This could be the fight winner. And with that, Liquid are going to get a little bit of a disengage. Zai trying to find a snipe with the spear. Doesn't manage to get it. And he too is going to get punished. But Aster, a little bit bold with the Lesh. They still get a couple kills in return.
It's a very bold TP. Yes. There was I think a slight miscommunication with XSS because he sees the Pango there and he head roll and he's like, oh, okay, like we're gonna have a fight together right
I think
here,
he also sees everyone's going on the Crystal Maiden who's ulting. He's like, they're distracted.
Yeah.
They're on the CM. They're gonna have to use all their stuns there, and I'll have free reign of the fight. I think right now Aster, they need the Blink Dagger on the Pango, and the minute 15 shard for Sven is gonna be really impactful versus the Shadow Fiend armor and the Death Prophet.
Can see right here as well that they did immediately change up and left. They're like, all right, Boxy, you got that one right. As the rest of the team.
Yeah, there was a recent change now that the outpost TPs I think are default 7 seconds to start. So now there's just so much time. Once you see the TP, you have a lot of time to just walk backwards, go take the fight, and you see the idea. He wants to backstab the fight kind of and appear behind them, but a nice read by Liquid to just change targets instantly.
Yeah, no successful pincer maneuvers here, unfortunately.
They did still get Zai in that little engagement, though, and he has definitely been the most hurt of the cores in the entire game. You can see SF nursing that pretty substantial lead over the rest of the cores, and if you're Liquid, that's definitely what you want to see. But how much of a concern is it that you've still got that tri-core from Aster looking good there?
I think it's all on the Shadow Fiend BKB timing. If he gets it and they're able to actually force objectives and force timings, it'll look really good for Liquid, and their gold lead is just gonna skyrocket off the BKB. Shadow Fiend's BKB will give Death Prophet and Mars both of their BKBs just off the fizz. And on Aster, all they need to do is find a way to kind of slow the bleeding, slow the timings down. Because once they hit their timings, they hit the Bloodstone, maybe in another item on the Lesh. The sniper hits his Dragonlance Maelstrom is generally what people are going, or a BKB. Then he starts pumping out damage. The Sven gets shard.
Yeah.
Tango's going to get this. It looks like he's actually going to go for a Wraith Pact instead of the Blink.
That's a pretty cool idea to try and, like, because he is just building into that concept. Like, he knows what his idea is, right? Like, I need to initiate, and I need to try and, like some additional tank ability for my Leshrac specifically.
He needs to somewhat carry the game in a sense of the amount of impact he's going to have in terms of the team fight, but his carry is just being in there, tanking and stunning. He doesn't have to damage heroes. He doesn't have to do much. He just has to exist there and create chaos.
The thing I've learned this TI is a Wraith Pack is a good item.
It's a very good item.
It's my #1 takeaway, and XXS queuing that one up. So
right now, Liquid do not have a Wraith Pack queued up. The Wraith Pack advantage will be in Aster's hand.
Yeah, this is a pretty hard game to figure one out for Liquid, I would say.
Yeah, the cores have very important items they need to buy. Mars, you would think that the Vlad's is very good on the hero, which it is, but the Blink and the BKB are just too powerful for what he needs to do as a hero in the fights.
Oh, Boxy.
Courier actually miss uphill there. Chasing, side, they throw out the stun, does a little sneak to the side from Pichu, and that keeps him alive. So still a very even game as we wait for these timings to come online. And Liquid hoping to control this side of the map with all the tier 1s now pretty much claimed.
Yeah, I mean, that BKB is on the way here very soon for Mickey, right? And then they probably go up the triangle, get some wards down, start prepping boards of Roche.
Liquid's, I would say Liquid's stronger in a sense of teamfight / like holding areas. Anytime Liquid wants to walk to an area, take it, say like, this is ours, you fight us, Aster's gonna walk away. They're not gonna want to take these fights, they're gonna walk away, keep farming, hitting their timings. But Aster, you know, if Liquid walks too far forward, the sniper gets a nice shrapnel, gets a bunch of hits off. That's where Liquid just has to be careful of their amount of aggression. They have to control it, they have to keep just taking the small advantages, keep building, and then at some point that's when they hit the Roche, hit the throne.
Olvika has been given a lot of space in this mid lane. Already has drums completed, going in for the Aether Lens next, which is going to give even more of that power to just sort of poke and prod. As Liquid go for the wraparound back behind the tier 1 tower. Won't run into anybody there, as you can see Aster only leaving that one support mid and just keeping the Lave shoved out whenever possible.
It's a dangerous place right now, this mid lane. You know, some smoked up enemies on the other side there.
The BKB is finished on Shadow Fiend, and they want this tier 1 mid. It opens up the map a lot. You can go into both jungles for the mid lane. You can actually pusher creeps past the tower.
He skipped the blink.
Yeah.
Finished the full Wraith Pact.
All right, Pango gets it done now.
Liquid right now, I think he noticed the Death Prophet went for Yules first. The Mars is also not having an amazing game. He went Falcon Blade. So his game's not terrible, but it's not going to be a fast BKB. So he's not really going to have issues catching heroes with the roll or being forced to start the fights purely with roll. He just kind of has to be able to, you know, when arena drops, you roll in and save your team.
Yeah.
Or when they start kind of walking in up your hill, you start the fight with roll.
I think it's just interesting because now I feel like they don't have much initiative. I think it's very hard for, like, let's say they do want to, you know, take a fight. They have a good opportunity. It feels like it's going to be very difficult for Aster.
This round, again, you've got the Blink Dagger done on Zai as the stun finds him just out of nowhere. Quick and easy with the smoke kill. Mickey was not prepped for that one.
Well,
Can they find any more?
You just have a great ward.
That's a great ward to have.
That's just free fight.
Oh, pulls him out. Oh, it pulled him out of the arena. Tries to get out of there. Ori now finds one. Zai in trouble. This fight has gone terribly for Liquid as Monet is going to run down this Mars. Matumba Man still surviving through it, though. Can he do the damage the rest of his team couldn't? I don't think so. Matumba Man also starting to fall. Only the Pango has died. And on the other side, Aster take down everybody but the supports.
That was a nice, just chaining the plays.
Yeah, it was
the
so
Shadow
fast.
kill in the same roll. He keeps rolling down behind the tower. He forces his play, and he does his roll. He goes and he dies. He takes a bunch of spells. He forces Liquid to want to continue fighting, and the arena, the sniper, and the Lesh, but they have no damage now because everything's being used on the Pango.
Yeah, instantly like running towards that mid lane, dropping that additional ward down to give even more vision because, you know, lacking that Blink Dagger, it is the vision, right? You know, talking about like it's poor initiation at this point because he went for the full Wraith Pact. It doesn't matter. If Sven can run up smoked and just throw a stun, that's like the best case scenario as a support Sven, particularly, you know, aside from your shard, that's kind of your other big thing, right?
And you can immediately see that Mickey pinged out. All right, they've got wards up in this area. It doesn't quite connect, though, on any of those observers. I'll see if Insania is able to spot the other one or not.
Yeah, it's this really nice deep ward above the outpost.
Yeah,
Aster has. It just has this tiny sliver of vision of the camp where they just saw a Shadow Fiend. If he was like 10 units to the right, maybe he doesn't even get caught by that stun, but Insania gets the D ward.
Wow. 10 to 11, and you can see the replay here. For a moment, I thought that it was, you know, maybe even Pango could have survived through that since Foxy had pulled him just out of the Static Storm, but it didn't end up matter. He was still silenced the whole time.
They had to like chain the Death Prophet one additionally as well because of that. But yeah, Zai unfortunately not able to get the fight they want. Like because it took so long to take down the Pango, essentially, right? Like he had no follow up from his friends in time.
Yeah, they have the Lesha and the Sniper are very strong, so when you're forced to use spells on just a Pango, you're kind of letting these damage cores survive the spells. And like we said, Liquid is between the Mars and the Disruptor, they're very, you know, 10, 15 seconds of the team fight. They do so much. They have so much control, so much fight, and then it's maybe on the Marcy to just continue to catch, maybe it's on the Death Prophet to just keep being able to run in, but this 10 to 15 seconds of Liquid's fight is their strongest. So when you just force that all on a Pango and you don't deal with the Sniper, he just gets free reign in the fight.
I mean, the good news is, though, is that he didn't have time to BKB and waste his 9-second charge.
There you go. All right.
They still have the Shadow Fiend BKB.
The positives.
Gotta look at him.
Matu is also finishing his BKB up. He's about 300 gold away.
Ooh, heads up there. Zai gets away just in time. XXS will not manage to catch onto that Mars. But a really good fight one like we talked about for Aster. There still is that bottom tier 1 tower that they have yet to claim. And
The scary thing I see right now from the side of Liquid is that Zai just has a Blink Dagger, no BKB. And he's basically, he has to be able to blink in and stun and preferably survive when he blinks in arena stuns. But there's so many different things on Aster that can catch him to either cancel his blink between like the shrapnel or a random swashbuckle, or maybe he just blinks in and gets instantly stunned by the Pango roll.
True.
And it's just a lot on the back of him to, if he gets these good spears, these good arenas, it's going to be great for Liquid.
I think that Aster as well have an like excellent read on everything that Liquid want to do right now. Like, you know, you pointed out the start of the game, like this is their timing. They want these BKBs. It is something that Aster are also well aware of. And so the positioning of their heroes are like always having like the Leshrac, the Sven, and the CM kind of like staying up front, while you then have the Sniper just farming a little bit behind them. Pango sort of nearby as well, can join very quickly with the roll. They're shutting out that area of the map for such a long time that Liquid have missed out on that Roche timing.
Max amounts of Force Staffs getting picked up for Liquid. They have the Dragon Lance completed, full 1 Hurricane Pike, but you can see as Aster ready to move on in, Liquid, they have an idea that this is happening, but it's going to come too late.
Yeah, they had wards nearby, but it was too late.
They might still look to fight. Aster might not expect this fight.
Zai, he's running right into him. Monet there. Have it, but the BKB, it's out already. Matumba Man trying to survive, has the BKB running on top of Pichu, now trying to take down Monet. All 3 cores on top of him, but it's not quite going to be enough. The Static Storm, a good connection. The spear, they got him. Monet will fall. That's 1 life. Still a lot of exorcism left. And meanwhile, Boxy gets the stun with that rebound. Requiem up on the high ground, keeps chasing down. Monet in trouble, wanting to kill them all off. Does he have enough? He's surviving, the little sniper. He's so strong. He's so big. What did happen? Oh, Insania now turns. They didn't have enough for the 2nd life. That Warcry armor coming in from the Sven completely demolished them. And the root from Bulbaka, Liquid, they're all gonna fall.
Pichu came in like riding from down the hill. He had like 10% HP. I'll save you. Stuns up on Mickey, runs over, gets another Warcry off, and they turn that entire fight around. They couldn't quite get that last bit of damage after the Aegis.
It was looking really scary. Ori actually didn't get his ult off. So he got silenced with no ult running. He pops his Bloodstone, he gets silenced again. He doesn't get his ult off. So he didn't even lifesteal at all in that fight. He's like almost full mana. So
he did 600 damage. Really big carry. Yeah.
That is crazy.
And it still took them so long to take him down.
And especially the way it starts, right? Like they find Monet, he's forced to very early BKB. All he does is hit Zai the entire time. Zai's gonna back away. Yeah, into the bulwark. He's to back away, wave the step. Great force staff play there as well, but then Zai eventually gets the blink in. But on this reset, it's so hard to believe that with a Requiem from the high ground like that, they couldn't get this finish.
Yeah, absolutely insane.
And Pichu, he just comes like running in from the right now.
He's like,
there he
guys,
is.
I'm here, don't worry. Just barely, and it's enough.
Yeah.
What a huge play from Aster as they are able to survive that fight. And again, very even in the live game right now. But things could start spinning pretty quickly out of control if Liquid aren't careful.
Yeah, a lot of that fight I think actually was on the Pango, even though it didn't look like he had much impact. He rolls and it forces the Death Prophet BKB and the Shadowfiend BKB.
Yeah.
And they hit him, Shadowfiend takes him down maybe 75% health, but he's fine trading roll for your BKB. He knows that if he uses his roll, he can still push Rage back, he can still be tanky, but once you pressure BKB, you can't really fight the CM, you can't fight all the stuns on the side of Aster.
Yeah, and now after that Wraith Pact, he's already picked up the shard, and he's just about to get his Blink Dagger there as well. So, gonna have a whole other level coming from XSS soon.
Well, Tier 1 tower taking a bottom, and Aster, they are continuing this onslaught here. 4K gold lead.
They're going to see Zai in behind now, catching that next wave.
Yeah.
So there is a glyph here as well from Liquid. They are going to pop it, just kill the wave. So we'll see how dedicated they are.
Ori is a
being the
BKB now,
first
so
Tier 2. Yeah.
It's very hard, I think, for Liquid to now fight, ever take a fight into Aster. Whenever Aster sets up, the sniper has heroes at the front to protect him. The Pango's going to get his roll off. That's where it's scary. But anytime Aster walks into the stuns, the Disruptor Glimpse, they go too far hitting a tower and he gets glimpsed back. That's where Liquid just pumps out the damage.
Oh, Zai, big play. He catches the Blink Dagger Courier. It was flying on its way out to XXS.
Oh, that's real big.
Yeah.
So a nice little window here. I mean, again, there's no Roche for another 4 minutes at the very least, since that Aegis was immediately reclaimed. So likely to have a little bit of downtime here before a big push, but they could go for some type of a smoke play if there is that item timing that they wanted to hit, like the blink.
Yeah, to me it buys time for Zai's BKB as well, right? Like he's finding all these waves on the side of the map. He just gets it now. So if they were able to force a fight now from Liquid, and he knows that there was a Blink Dagger on there, it could be a great timing for them.
4 of them on the map, all of them up and ready. 8 and 9 seconds as Boxy also getting close. He's about 800 gold or so away from finishing off his.
Yeah, and right now the vision advantage is in Liquid's favor. They've been seeing quite a few of these movements here from Aster because of the wards that they have, whereas Aster have nothing. They can't see anything that's going on that dire side of the map right now, so they're going to rely on these waves finally getting pushed out to see if they can spot something.
My favorite thing right now is we're going back to the old days of Shadowfiend, Shadowblade, Sniper, Shadowblade.
Jeez, that was when I started playing Dota. Every game was just a Drow building a Shadowblade and Ricky's. It was just invis everywhere.
I mean, still pretty strong when you can build up into that break. Love to see that one. But
Sniper, all of his attack range will be gone.
So sad.
I think right now Liquid still has a lot of damage. Even though they're slightly behind,
Force out that BKB. Zai might need to throw the arena if he wants to live here even.
Bag it up, you know.
Get on out of there, buddies. Do use the glimpse. Okay, no Ori here in this fight. Could take another one after. Mickey chasing. Invis, Monet is also gone and away. Can they do it? Doesn't look like it.
That's a hard grab after already glimpsing, of course.
That was a cool little thing by XSS. So when he swashes without hitting them. Because when you hit them, it gives you vision, and there's a chance he gets glimpsed off of his swash backwards.
Oh, right.
So he does a nice little thing where he just swashes and intentionally does it in the opposite direction, so there's no chance they provides vision to Liquid.
Something we can watch for there later. They maybe catches himself out because of that. But for now, he's also got the roll-up completed. 10 seconds until his Blink Dagger is back and in his possession.
Liquid right now, they either need to kill in a spear. He hits a spear on the sniper, he'll just get blown up. Or they need to be able to survive the BKBs. And honestly, they want to try to hold the arena for after the BKBs. You saw in the fight in the tri-camp, Zai just kind of kept walking at him his entire BKB duration. And he ended up did catching him after the BKB. And if it weren't for the Aegis, they would have won that fight. So right now, they need to find a way to force BKBs without pressing arena. I think that's going to be a lot on Boxy with his BKB to just jump on the sniper, pressure ult, kind of force his ability, his defensive abilities, his BKB. That's where Zai is just waiting, watching the fight, and then he blinks in, gets the arena after the BKBs, and Mick is able to do all the damage.
It has to be like a very quick follow-up, it feels like, where it's like Boxy and then like Matu's in at the same time, and that's when you have these like sort of side lane heroes like kind of waiting to come in, like the Mars, the Disruptor, and the Shadow Fiend.
I mean,
get their moment spotted.
It is worth noting, you know, there's a reason a lot of people ban Marcy. This is one of the strongest timings in the entire game. And when you get that BKB, you can just solo cores if they're not careful and don't have friends nearby.
Phase Boots BKB, the scariest timing. So much damage.
It's kind of insane. As we will have a pause here. It's Boxy mid-flight. And it will be an interesting couple of minutes to watch too as we get ready for Roche to respawn. 1 minute and still it's capable of popping back up. And like you were talking about, that vision, Aster do have one ward up on the high ground right above the Roche pit. Meanwhile, Liquid have one right above their tier 2 tower up on the other side of the map as well.
Interesting, Boboko actually went for a Yules instead of the, I think he was going Aether Lens.
Yeah, he was for a while.
I'm kind of curious as to what's his goal with it. Maybe it's to try to get the Marcy off of his sniper.
That'd be my guess too. Oh, they just smoked on top of that ward. Then Boboko laughed. They have a jump. Oh, they have a jump. Yeah, okay. They saw it as they smoked. Like, oh,
all right, that's fine.
Just a bait. It's fine.
If they go farm now, Liquid's gonna still be scared.
Yeah, that's true. It's not like you can't just assume like, oh, they saw that.
All right. Gem purchase now by Insania as they're hanging out by another ward. So that is all of the vision pretty much for Liquid in this area, taking off the map. And with Roche capable of respawning soon, and in fact, it's going to be 1 minute away, Liquid need to be a little bit wary about that and their positioning to make sure they don't give up a free Aegis.
Everyone's just worried about getting their next timing due to the fact of how hard it is for either team to really jump the other one. So everyone just wants to be able to be the ones who you walk into them and you lose the fight. That's why you Mickey's just kind of farming a lot, and it's just because if he has the damage, he can do everything Liquid needs him to do.
I think Matu, nice choice here with the Shiva's card, right? Versus the Leshrac too. Very cool.
Really nice. Yeah, that extra regen reduction will be super helpful. So things to watch for here again is all of the vision into the favor of Aster. They get a Silver Edge completed on Shadow Fiend, and we'll see if they can, now holding that outpost on Aster, keep this area under control, but a smoke up from Liquid. Let's see where they go.
Two big things right now are if Pango gets roll off, it's probably going to be good for Aster, and whether or not Zai is able to hold his arena for after the sniper BKB. Those are the two big things, and depending on what happens, it kind of shows who's going to win the fight.
They're so blind. They're just running in.
They drop down a ward. That one is scouted. They had vision in the area,
they actually saw
Aster knows. They know he's there. Getting broke right at the start, punched a couple of times, but Tumbaman completely obliterated right at the start. Zai tries to escape from there, but Monet runs him down. Liquid just ran into death.
It's so hard to try to take areas away, but they need to. You need to get control of Roche. You need to. They want to set up to defend the tower. You want to always be able to fight. It always feels very stressful when you keep asking yourself, you're asking the team, like, hey guys, when can we fight? When can we take this fight? And you don't get an answer.
Oh, that roll-up started just at the exact perfect time as well there, too. Thunder into the roll-up, complete perfect chain stun, no saves there in time. Not a whole lot you can do unless Box is going to find a shard or something here, right? Like, he is stuck and done, and that is a free Roche now, side of Aster.
Concussive grenade also picked up now for Monet. Has a little more space distance in the fights.
If he wasn't hard enough to catch already.
Right.
I think for Liquid, obviously there's an Aegis, so you're going to be probably thinking about your high ground defense, but again, all they really need is to be able to start a fight cleanly. They need to catch the Pango, they need to catch the Sniper without an Aegis.
Make it sound so easy, Gunnar.
I mean, this is a tough one now, and Aster just looking incredibly clean. Each of the moves that we've seen them make around the map, it's been with purpose. They've had vision down early on. Liquid are the ones that are trying to come in and oust them from those areas, and as you said earlier, it does become a problem when they're already set up and positioned well.
I think anytime either team has a hill, has a kind of a ward or a high ground, and they get walked into, they're going to win. No, even though Liquid's down 7,000 gold, I still think they have the ability to fight. But Aster is just, they just are constantly forcing so much pressure between towers, between Roche, that Liquid are always the ones who feel like they have to walk into them.
An Aeon disc that I saw getting completed pretty soon too.
I did see XSS has one.
He has a one locked, so he's ready. He's pretty much prepared. The only concern with it is he'll still die to the Static Storm if he gets caught. Right. But now the Mars can't really spear him and just blow him up. It's pretty nice.
Well, tier 2 tower gonna be hit. This is the last outer tower for Liquid. With that said, they've been in this position many times. This lineup has had plenty of comebacks. We'll see if today is gonna be another one of those instances, as Aster are now going to split up a little bit. Ori on the other side of the map, so Zai kind of in a pretty good position for a fight. They get the BKB off, misses on the spear though. Pichu caught for the moment, roll back and forth, catching onto the Shadow Fiend. What a great roll coming out from XXS, and Monet, I don't know if they have the damage to bring him down. He's there waving, looking for a high five, and even without Ori, they take this fight perfectly. Chase down another, Matumba Man in some trouble, trying to get a little bit of separation, but they'll kill Insania to boot.
And Altais, the fight breaks down, he just runs to the creep wave.
XXS, he assembles it, and now in some more trouble. The ulti down, godlike Monet. Liquid do not have answers for this Aster lineup.
It's the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
Aster holds an area, Liquid feels forced to make a move, they walk into the ward, the fight gets hard. Anytime, it's just Pango. Pango's always going to get his roll up. You can't walk into a ward and prevent the Pango from rolling up.
It's kind of like they have the same weakness for both the Pango and the Sniper. Right? They just have no way of stopping the very beginning of the fight for their game plan to start. That was a nice concussive as well there from Monet for that initial distance. Making it kind of getting like baited in, right? Just like drawn further and further, and then XSS easy clean up.
Even if they hit the spear, what? They kill the Sven a little faster?
Right.
There's not enough control right now to deal with the Sniper.
Monet has been playing such a fabulous game, and I think a lot of people, it was back at TI7, LFY, a lineup that he was playing on when he first really made a name for himself. And after a lot of those other really well-storied players retired, he kind of found himself lacking a place, and now he's found it with this group of players, and Aster looking to continue their dominance in this upper bracket. We'll see if Monet can keep it up. The rest of Aster can make the plays that they need. Ori blinks forward aggressively, won't find anybody, is going to be glimpsed back. XXS still threatening a roll. What can they do? The stun, it's there. On to Matumba Man. Eul Scepter keeps him alive. Ori trying to run down Boxy. Matumba Man gets out. They pulled them into a fight with roll wearing off. Can they do anything? But Sniper, he's still always there, ready to plink away. Ho, ho, ha, ha. Chase him down again. Mickey, Invis, everybody that walks forward is getting blasted.
They're in so much trouble they can't even force a glimpse.
What a freaking destructive draft from Aster.
Butterfly's now finished for Monet. Look how much damage he's done.
He's done quite a bit, yeah.
He's done more than all the other cores of Liquid combined almost.
So it was a really nice Sniper. Again, it solves the Shadow Fiend, it solves the Death Prophet. It kind of fixes these heroes where they walk in slowly and they just keep killing everything that stands in front of them, because he doesn't stand in front of them. He stands over the hill, 2 yards away, 2 blocks away, just impossible.
Well, and it was Matumba Man, if I remember correctly, that was one of the first people that was playing Sniper in this tournament. He was one of the ones that showed the power that this hero can have if left unaddressed. And
oh, he might be getting sniped right now.
Now he's over in the jungle, caught and going to be killed off. No help nearby at all as they will bring down Matumba Man again. Captain hitting the dirt.
No buyback either.
Stun. Ooh. Oh my god. Ori gets the blink out before the right click comes in.
There's even no BKB. It was on cooldown.
Yeah, he's done a couple of
stun.
He's had some nice little split push plays throughout this game too. Kind of quiet a few times, but he has done a very good job of just like keeping up his own farm and providing the safer areas from on A for the vast majority of it.
And Aster, keep the aggression going. There is not an answer. They don't have an Aegis, but they don't need one right now, as they will take down another set of racks. And you can see Liquid on the other side of the map just trying to farm up, get into that next set of items if at all possible. But Aster are not giving them the time.
They don't want to force a fight without Death Prophet. The game can look a little sad, but you always need to make sure that you're giving yourself the best opportunity to win. So now that their Death Prophet's dead, you just have to give up. You have to play for the last racks. You have to play for the the winning the game. You can't just play for, you know, we have to defend this racks, guys. It feels bad.
Right.
You have to just make your sacrifices.
So when you say you have to give up, you mean give up the racks?
Give up the racks.
Not
Yes,
the game.
yes, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Well, we'll see now as Blink, Boots of Bearing, Yules on the CM. Aster have gone for all of these great teamfighting oriented items.
Maybe an actual moment.
This could be big. Ori jumped. Oh, they miss. And BKB, the turnaround. Boxy immediately TP's out of there. They're going to cancel the TP in from XXS.
That was a really nice try. If he got the fear on the right click into the jump, they actually could have bursted him. You have to do these small plays. Anytime you kind of split up your heroes, you go to the side lanes. Heroes always want to push the lanes out. Ori's been doing it all game where he'll go to a side lane, he'll push it out past the corner, and Liquid needs to set up these kind of traps to catch the heroes out. And every kill means so much for them right now.
It is really your only chance, right?
Or legendary high ground defense.
Of course.
They still have the team fight. They still have the Mars Arena. The Mars Arena is one of the strongest spells to team fight with, especially once the BKBs are down. It's just the question of, are you able to force them to BKB without pressing Arena? And so far, the answer has been no.
Yeah, and Aster, I mean, they're feeling pretty secure about this, just thinking, yeah, maybe we'll wait out for Roche, see what happens, see if we can catch someone coming into their base. They're certainly in no rush right now.
It is always tempting, though. You get that DD on the sniper bottled up. No boots, no problem. But they're doing the same thing that they've been doing all game. Hold an area, wait for Liquid to run into them. And when that will not happen, downside is that Liquid are going to need to keep these waves pushed out. They can't even really leave their base right now.
One of the nice things, which is why Aster's been able to hold area so much, is that Liquid doesn't really have any heroes who push the lanes without showing. Slowly. Which it's mostly been Zai the whole game. He'll run to a lane, he'll kill it, run to the next, kill it, and he's kind of just chasing them, making them chase him around and keep getting gold. But for Aster, you know, Leshrac has Boots of Travel, the sniper can just shrapnel and the wave will die, the Pango can kill it in half a second with both his spells, and they're able to just push the lanes quickly and then regroup, whereas Liquid kind of has to slowly show their hero, show what they're doing.
Calm down. There might be many, but fuck it. Do you want to ult this guy?
Yeah, you need to stun him.
Can we win? No?
No, go.
Oh, this is not gonna happen, bro. Let's go.
It did not happen.
Yeah,
this is not gonna happen.
It's one of those tough ones. Those moments are always so difficult to get everything working together in concert. And of course, just high movement speed on that hero as well.
It's also just, you know, you kind of feel the pressure of the game, so you're trying to make all these moves, you're trying to make them work, and you only have half a second, 1 second to know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, that moment is very fleeting for the side lane kill like that. McKay taunting it up there, has to pop the BKB.
Get out of dodge. Does have that rapier queued up as well, so Liquid may be a sign of the times and what they need, or at least feel like they need to win this one. They are just still incredibly in control of this game on Aster.
This is my guy right here. This is my play.
This is a very deep smoke.
Yeah, this is what you gotta do when you're 5, right? You gotta get these wards down. They're just like, there's no way they'd ever expect this ward to exist in this game state, right? So you can go for even the more obvious ones in this case, especially when they have a gem. So you kind of got to YOLO on like the high ground ones at times.
They know that this Roche fight is, if they're going to make a comeback happen, where it needs to happen. Pinging out that Roche pit. I wouldn't even mind him standing over in that corner there, to be honest. Dude, that'd be crazy. Can you imagine?
The little Roche vision corner?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's been some crazy things with that.
Well, ever since, you know, techies.
Right, of course.
He's been gone. We don't have to worry about it as much.
Yeah, the greatest hero.
And You can see Insania, he did not take his gem with him on this mission.
He doesn't even have a sentry down. They could just have a ward of him. And
I mean, if they got you, they got you, right? Why waste an extra bit of gold?
I think nowhere else to be, you know?
He's probably just, I would assume he's just playing to steal the Aegis. I don't think there's much more their team could do, but Matsu TP's back. It looks like they might want to just smoke up and take this Roche fight.
They got the Rapier on the Courier. It's coming on out. We'll see if this is going to be enough now, as Aster have not left this entire side of the map with the exception of XXS, but they will head on in. Ori in position.
The greatest bait of all time.
Ready to go. They find them all. BKB's out. The Rapier's there. Is it going to be enough damage, though? They turn onto him. BKB beats away. Now the damage onto Ori. Yulf trying to survive through a Requiem of Souls. A couple more punches. They did it. They got enough. XXS now still rolling back and forth on top of him. They buy back on the Sven, try and get into the fight.
Monet's coming.
Mickey, he's got to be careful. Sniper, he's planking. He's running forward to break the run, but they don't have it. So they keep alive the Shadow Fiend, but lose everybody else except Insania. Another big win.
Live, of all people?
I don't know.
Comes in, he throws a Static Storm down as well on top of the Sniper. Now, that was a great job delaying it, right? He kept the Sniper out of the fight for a very long time so the Rapier could actually do a little bit of work and they could take down Ori, but still not enough to get an edge here for Liquid.
And now Monet feels so strong as they walk up high ground. A break, a punch, a kill. Oh no, the Yules! Oh, Bulbaka, he's so strong. He gets the blink out after. They do it in style. Aster, keep the pressure going. They're going to win this game here as Divine Rapier is dropped. He denies his items, heads on in for the base. GG is called.
It was a nice Rapier. The fight looked really close. They almost killed the Leshrac instantly, but yet Stormcrafter, I think, kind of delays it, presses Yules as well. It's like 3.5 seconds, he's just in the air. They can't do damage.
It was a tale of maybe the execution in terms of just like what was easy for each team. You know, for Aster, they kind of just got to lean back, farm it up a little bit, didn't feel like this pressure was on them to make these moves across the map, whereas Liquid, they felt that pressure, and they were unable to make those moves. And sort of the classic tale of Mars in a sense, like we still see him picked because he does have this opportunity for the Spear in the arena, and when you hit it, it feels really good. When you can't make those plays and connect those efforts for your team, you can see yourself struggle quite a bit.
I thought the biggest thing was the lanes were really nice, but the team fight was just... Aster was so good.
Well, that's what we're going to have to deal with going into the next game as they head on backstage, get prepped and ready for it. Liquid back to the drawing boards, and we're going to head back to the panel.
Thank you very much indeed. Drafting was good, but overall, it was, for me, Monet on his Sniper. He could just sit there and just peep away. That was basically the story of the team fights for me. There was, of course, a lot of protection and everything coming together very nicely. I want to also hear from analysts what they thought was the most important thing here with Jenkins, Effie, and Lacoste. Lacoste, Sniper, peeping. How could he just sit there and chill?
He had an extremely good front line. Like, you have this position 5 Sven. I'm becoming a really big fan of it, where the hero goes in, soaks up a lot of damage. Then you have Leshrac as well, and also Pangolier. With the Wraith pack plus a shield crash, I think this is the fight that did change things around. They did have Aegis on Sniper, but the damage mitigation in this fight is just, it's way too difficult for Team Liquid to take a fight like this. Having a Warcry, like later on there was a Solar Crest, on top of that Sven, and yeah, he just kept peeping.
He just doesn't die.
I mean, that was a great smoke, honestly. It's just unfortunate that they didn't make it to the Roche pit in time, because they did get that first life on Sniper. They just couldn't kill him after the second, right? There was the Wraith pack damage mitigation, the lifesteal, and just the backup of his entire team. So
I like that Monet just stood his ground. He
Yeah.
understood the rest of the team is behind him, and they can take that fight. Like, the understanding which fight they can take and how far they can push it, especially on Ori as well on Leshrac. Like, yeah, he had a couple of deaths, but he did realize that even if he dies, he needs to force some BKBs. Like, having no BKB on Shadowfin is what kind of win them the game.
You know, it doesn't surprise me that SF and Sniper are seeing a lot of play at this tournament, because I feel like when the recent patch dropped where they reworked how the lifesteal worked on Vlad's Wraith pack, like they basically reworked all the lifesteal in the game where it's doubled on heroes and does a little bit less on creep. So in the end, it turned out to be more effective against heroes, not quite double. The heroes that just stand there and fight you with these items are the ones that are being picked, and we could see the effectiveness of it in that fight. And it's the exact same reason why SF gets picked too, but it just seems like Sniper, Effie was saying this backstage, that Sniper just seems like a better version of SF right now.
Again, it comes down to this Sven having extra armor, extra 15 plus 7 from his shard, undispellable, and that most of the damage on Team Liquid is physical. Dead Prophet ulti, you have Shadowfiend with the right clicks. The fights become very, very difficult to take.
What was the way that Liquid thought to be able to deal with the sniper? Because I think only the Mars came out afterwards.
I think they just needed to. So they did have a lead in the early game on Liquid. Their lanes went well. They had a couple of really nice rotations, but all it took was for Aster to take one fight without the SF when the SF was dead, for them to turn the tides completely, because their lineup was just entirely dependent on staying on their side of the map until they needed something, right? They were content to sit back and farm. It forced Liquid to smoke into their jungle, and that's when they utilized the power of the Pangolier, right? He just countered that gank in the jungle, chain stunned. You had the sniper from a distance whacking away, and of course the armor of the Sven. It just felt really easy for them to do what they wanted. They were also able to hold the Roche areas when they needed to, right? That second Roche, they already set up all their vision in the Dire jungle. They had a really strong formation there, and Liquid had to smoke all the way into them from the bottom lane. They were more than ready for that one. So it just felt like Aster were one step ahead every single time.
Yeah, maybe they were prepared. Also, for example, for Boxy's Marcy, who tried to make some rotations. Here's Perch to talk to you more about those rotations Boxy made.
That's right. Aster did so good in the later stages of the game, but Liquid had a perfect early game. A lot of that was Boxy's Marcy, yes, I got it. His first rotation here, Shadowfiend called out for a nice teleport. Boxy ends up jumping in. He gets a triple raise off. That's the first blood. He ends up walking towards the top lane immediately afterwards, and the moment he gets there is the perfect timing. The Pangolier uses Swashbuckle. He's able to get the follow-up, and he body blocks to perfection, which gives his team a second kill. He even sticks around for a little bit more time after this, because CM is going to say, hey, look at all this free farm that I can take. And that's really good for him, but the problem is that sometimes that's going to lead to you dying and giving them yet another kill. So Boxy now been a part of 3 kills here, and we're not even at the 5-minute mark. And because they're playing this carry Death Prophet, your early game is even stronger in terms of your impact. So now Liquid does this incredible rotation. SF walks to the top lane, so does the Disruptor, and now all of their power is in the same lane. So they get this great dive off. They're going to kill Pangolier. They're going to dive and kill the other support, the CM as well, and they're going to take that tier 1 tower afterwards. So basically taking this early advantage that you get from the Marcy, they're turning into objectives that they're not supposed to normally get. And immediately after this, now Matumba Man says, I'm so far ahead, I can use my net worth to help the rest of the team. So he just TPs the off lane. It's like, okay, now I'm going to pressure where the sniper wants to go. And this whole time, SF is way ahead in net worth, and it looked so good for them until that one smoke gank that happened where Aster crossed the map. They killed the SF, they took the mid tower, and then the game was even. Everything hard that they worked for got ruined by that rotation. So from there, Aster got to play Dota.
They got to play Dota, and it's crazy how fast something like that can indeed turn around, because it did start off looking so good for Team Liquid. They have to think about what they want to do for game number 2 to perhaps force out that 3rd game to this series. So they're going to get a break. We're getting a break. Normally casters get a break as well, but not this time around, because this time around, Slax and Casey are actually pestering them right now.
Hello. Yes, hello, we are here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is so cool to be in this arena. We want to show you what it's like being in the caster area. Guys, you're so close to the crowd. You're so close, I will literally show you how close they are. Here you go.
Whoa, okay, that was a fast, all right. Did you tell him what to do?
I don't really know.
Oh my God, he doesn't have a microphone. Slax doesn't have a microphone. Everybody just drink it in. Okay, he's getting ready. Are you guys ready to cast him?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're getting ready.
You know, during our break time, like when we're not live, we'll usually just like talk about what you guys are doing. So it'd be like, you know.
It's just a warm up.
Yeah, like warm up. We'll like analyze like food tactics, stuff like that, you know, anything they go for. Do you see Slax?
I think right now he's literally hiding behind a bunch of fans. Can you guys point to him out in the crowd? Can you point where he's at? Slax, you can't hide from us. You're trying to hide away. This is unbelievable. Jake every single time there. Now you see he's following behind a couple of people. This is the scary Slax jaunt of death.
Is this the wraparound gang?
You're about to die. Hide away, people.
2013.
Unbelievable. Now you can see right there, he's lifting up the crowd. He's waving away. Hello, how are you doing, sir? Unbelievable. The big jump, the big move. Now, Trent, can you break down a little bit for me what he's doing at this point?
This is a mating ritual that he's going with another participant right now in the arena. As you can see, kind of like those birds that do the big dances. That is also how Slax goes for it.
You know, Slax is losing, though, unfortunately. He had to walk away, and a shame.
And next up right now, he's just literally stolen somebody's coffee away from them. That costs a lot of money, sir. Now, I think that Casey is about to go and get this guy back because at this point, he's starting to take him away. Oh, God. They're looking. Now she's running in. She's trying to chase him down. Casey hoping, trying to kill him off. She's got him up in the air. Oh, my God. Unbelievable. With absolute no regard for human life. Slacks takes down Casey. Unbelievable as they run it back through. We witnessed murder. Ladies and gentlemen, all you people here at Singapore, what a fabulous performance. We're going to head back to the panel now.
That was some top-tier play-by-play of indeed a human tackle happening in the Suntec Arena. Definitely no break for the casters during that one then, but the players do have a break, and I want to talk about that because they're preparing for game number 2 here. Aster looking hot in that first game. Lacoste, what do you talk about? And you get to choose which team you're going to be when you're going to talk.
Yeah, I think it's easier for Team Aster.
Yeah.
They do have the buff on LAN. They do have a coach that is called LAN M, so things are much easier for them, talking, especially after winning game number 1, just do what you did in game number 1. We got to pick a couple of different heroes here and there.
He's so good that he gave the between-game speech pre-game, which led to them winning the first one. Back to you, Schreiber.
I thought you had some great stats on Lanham, actually.
I do have great stats on Lanham. He's been to 9 TIs as a player, and this is actually his first as a coach. So this is, there's a few coaches that are, they've coached a lot of TIs, but this is like, this guy's been through the grinder every year, He knows what it's like to lose and to win, and like, hey guys, yes, we won. This is a good team we're up against. Don't get too confident. We need to go into game 2 with the same attitude of game 1.
Yeah, and then on the flip side of that, Effie, we got 3 coaches on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked time and time again how powerful and how, family...
Oh, okay.
Majestic. Okay, how family-like the Liquid environment is, right? They all feel like they're this giant family. If you follow them on any social media, it seems like their support system is out of this world, and they have each other to rely on even when times get bad, which is why they were able to make it this far, to finally make it to TI through the LCQ. I don't know how effective having 3 coaches versus having 1 coaches.
Well, they actually have 4. Because technically BSJ is the Team Liquid streamer, and he spends a lot of time with them in the gym.
Then what about
Asa Butterfield?
And Asa Butterfield,
what about
so that's
Koikva?
5.
6.
And Koikva, 6. So they have a lot of... Oh, speaking of which, here's Asa Butterfield coming out.
Jenkins. Anyway, these coaches, obviously, they all do something different for Liquid, as far as I know. I think JRX is the one who's helping with, is it drafting or gameplay?
In-game. So when we're looking at the draft, it will always be Blitz joining them for the draft for that?
And Jabs, I know, plays more of a motivational role as well, but he also helps with the analysis. Like, they all give different things to them, but they function as a unit. So I do think that what Liquid have seems to be working for them right now. It's just a matter of, will they bounce back from that loss? And I think that they will. They definitely have suffered far worse losses than that over the years. But to beat a team like Aster, you have to figure out a way to break their formation. Aster is such a formation-heavy team. They emphasize so highly on team fighting, on playing together, on holding areas of the map, and they don't really play individually like a lot of other teams do. So you have to figure out how to find the cracks in that kind of gameplay, and you have to do it now.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to, we just heard Perch talk about how strong Liquid was in the early 10 minutes, first 10 minutes of the game. They went so well. And then Aster still, at the end of the game, it still feels like it was a smackdown. So how do you deal with that? Because that is not, because that is not just draft.
Yeah, I think Team Liquid needs to get Radiant because they do have 87% win when they're playing Radiant.
That's insane.
That's
so high.
They did play Dire this time around.
I think at this point, they maybe try to look to fit in their Pudge or their Lone Druid in this game too. That's probably the best thing that they can do right now, and potentially put Nikke on more of a playmaking type of mid, just to see how they can fight into Aster's tempo once they pick it up, right? Because the lanes for Aster aren't where the issues lie. It's afterwards when Aster finally group up. So if you can just pick heroes that can exploit that laning part and make it difficult for them to hit that stride to defend their high grounds, then you can potentially just run them over with something like a Lone Druid, right? You just take all their towers.
Yeah, Matumba played 1 game of DP during the group stage, So, obviously it's something that he can play, but it doesn't really seem like a Liquid staple like the Pudge has seemed to be one of their favorites. The Sniper, the Lone Druid. I guess those heroes are not only are they heroes that have like the flair of something like the Death Prophet as a safe lane, which other teams aren't doing. It's like they also just pick them more and seem more comfortable with it. So. I love the Pudge SF if they can get it. The problem is both of these heroes are arguably like first phase heroes if you do want to get them.
Or a second phase banned.
Then Pudge was second phase banned in the previous one because, of course, you look at Liquid's drafts, every single time they go for the SF, they try to get the Pudge as well.
All right, well, we are going to find out what the teams have in store for each other in Game 2 of this series as we are heading to the draft.
Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Team Liquid versus Team Aster. Game 2.
So far, every series in the upper bracket, teams that started in the upper bracket, all have been 2-0s. It's been sweeps, and I really hope that we're gonna at least have a little bit of a difference for this one, or if they do 2-0, that it's a close game. We like the close back and forth, and then I don't really mind if it's a 2-0 as long as it's good Dota.
I mean,
a little bit of a cop-out there. Give me a 100-minute game, 107 minutes. That sounds about right.
I think Liquid will come out swinging this one.
Well, let's see. They swing with the Marcy once again. We got Alicia the Shrek coming out for Aster. Openings in terms of bans are a little bit changed up because Primal Beast is still in the pool as well as Visage. Those are the two bans that Liquid did previously. And oh my goodness, they're going so fast, Lacoste.
It is. It's going really fast. I mean, this is what coaches were talking about. They made the draft already pretty much. We also, like during the DPC, we talked about a lot without practicing, especially OG, because they did mention it a couple of times, I believe, when they talked about just practicing the draft. If they pick X and Y, we're going to do this and this. So that's one of the reasons why these drafts are going so quickly.
And Insanio was talking about it during ESL One Malaysia when he was on panel briefly. He said that these teams, before they go into a game, their coaches spend so many hours just running through 50 potential openings of them. So they are prepared for almost everything that comes out. And when you see a team taking their time, it just is a discussion internally. Not that they're not prepared for it, but they want to go between some of the options that they are debating about between each other.
Yeah, and I think there's an element too of not wanting to overthink something that you've already like broken down and analyzed. I mean, in TrueSight, you can see a battle between the things that they had discussed before and new ideas that were happening in the series. So it is, of course, a balance, but especially I think it's true for the first phase picks because there are just much less permutations that can happen there where it's like, okay, we did the analysis, like let's just trust this. Once we get to the second phase, then we can start addressing some of the new things that we're seeing in this draft that we didn't address in the analysis because we couldn't, because it's just too many permutations.
Yeah, I do want to point out I was wrong. Primal Beast is still banned out. I was just a little blind. That's all. We do have
that first one is always hiding that first
It is. We do have Pudge banned out once again, and we do have the opening for Team Liquid. It's Marcy Shadow Fiend. They opened with it last time, but they believe in it still.
Of course. I mean, these two heroes are some of the best heroes you can get in the first phase, right? They got first pick, so of course they go for Marcy. I don't think any team in that position would not want to go for this hero, but Aster already had their response prepared. We saw a lot of teams go for the Lich yesterday versus Marcy, and this is mainly because the Frost Shield negates most of her damage. Most of the damage that this hero provides for the team is through her sidekicks, so Lich can kind of erase that, right? So it makes it so that there's a minus spell in Marcy's arsenal, if that makes sense. And of course, the Leshrac is an Ori specialty. It's what Aster have played the most during the group stages, and it's what enables their style of gameplay where they can 5 men.
It's cool that Sven and Lich are such different heroes inherently, but it seems that Aster is picking them for the exact same reason, which is just the armor versus Marcy, like you were saying. I was not super convinced by the Lich prior to the tournament as a hero, but then you mentioned it, Effie, and then seeing it, it's like, yeah, Lich might go in and die, but he'll get his Chain Frost off and he'll armor somebody, and then Marcy can't just solo kill whoever she's going on, which she normally actually can do even as a support, and then you know that Marcy's going to be picked with another right-clicking hero, especially SF who has minus armor.
Yeah,
Lich prevents all that, so does Sven.
One of the heroes that you definitely need to be careful about your positioning. You can't just run in and use Noah on someone, because that means you're gonna die. So it's all about using the Frost armor multiple times, plus getting an angle on a Chain Frost, and that's about it. Like, your laning presence is really good first couple of minutes, then it tends to fall off, then it again goes back up once you hit that level 6, but very difficult hero to play.
I feel like you could honestly consider, if you're Liquid, going for a Purge. Like, that's how good the Lich seems, is that you want to purge the armor. Or maybe like an Oracle.
They did ban out Shadow.
The SD would have been really good too, because it's like the permanent purge. You just, I'm going to focus this guy, you press R on him, they die.
Exactly. Usually when you're playing versus this Lich, you just pray you get a Witch Vein or something that can just dispel it later on in the game, because the thing about Lich's armor is it's not one-dimensional. It has a lot of talents that buff it up. It scales with the game.
It does.
It's not something that you can just itemize against in terms of like increasing your damage output, because he can do the same, right? The duration goes up.
The duration scales now too. It went from 6 seconds flat at all levels, I believe, to 5, 6, 7, 8. So 2 extra seconds on that. It's got such high uptime now.
Now, if I told you, Lacoste, that at TI, Lich and Crystal Maiden would be first phase heroes.
I would say maybe next TI. I mean, I did expect some Crystal Maiden to be played, but not this much. It's just, you know, the heroes too. When we saw the hero being banned in the first phase, also being first pick and like last pick, you know the hero's good.
It's all the Frost heroes except for Ancient Apparition. That one's, well, Entity increasing the win rate of that one.
I mean, that was AA with 2 Divine Rapiers.
And Moon Shards, I mean, that's pretty good, you know? Upping that win rate for sure. There she is, the Crystal Maiden and Beastmaster to follow suit straight up. So we are still having the flex potential on the Shadow Fiend. So we're either looking for a Mickey hero or for a Matu hero on the side of Team Liquid.
I think it just feels more comfortable for a Liquid to play the SF on Mike. He just has such a stellar win rate with it from the group stages.
Yeah.
And it feels like Liquid style is they just put a hero that hits towers on Matu. That's always what they do, right? Whether it was the Lone Druid or the Juggernaut when he had that phase, or the Death Prophet carry, what have you, it feels like that's what Matu does best as a carry player, and they just let Mike do the farming.
Matu, one of the few carry players that did not play Shadowfiend at this TI. He has a different variety of the heroes that you mentioned, like very specific, like the Lone Druid, Naga Siren as well. I mean, Naga definitely not a pick here against all this AoE damage that Team Aster has.
But already what Liquid have going for them that they didn't have last game was their offlane hero can buy a Wraith Pact, right? Their Mars.
Yeah, it feels necessary.
Mars needs a lot of items before he can buy a Wraith Pact. He needs to be able to get a blink, oftentimes
probably
a BKB,
maybe
then,
even a refresher.
And at that point, you're playing versus a Wraith Pact and you don't have one on your team, and we really saw that effect last game. Like, the Pangolier bought it, he didn't care at all, and it did so much for them, so already looking better for Liquid.
You know what Terrorblade needs? More armor. Pair it up with Lich. He's literally immune to physical damage. So they do have a Beastmaster. Shadowfiend is a mixed damage, but having Marcy, like Crystal Maiden, they might be a little limited, especially the damage that goes through BKB. If they're not able to just focus down this Terrorblade, he could easily take over the game.
I think Liquid probably wants to put the CM with the Beast and just spam out axes in lane and play off of magic damage against the TB instead of putting some Marcy Beastmaster, which makes me think that Matumba's hero will probably be some ranged hero that can play with the Marcy in lane. Or it doesn't have to be a ranged hero, but some hero that would like to play with Marcy in lane.
Is Sniper still in the pool? Oh no, Sniper's banned.
Drow seems amazing here. It's really good against Lush.
Banned.
Banned? Oh, okay.
The only ranged heroes other than Death Prophet that he played, I believe, is Luna.
Luna, but it's terrible against Terrorblade.
Yeah. So what are your traditional counters to the Terrorblade? The only one that comes to mind is a PL.
PL, but you don't want to play into Leshrac.
No.
Yeah,
They covered a lot of stuff with this Terrorblade Lich.
Something cool that they could do, but we said that Matu still hasn't played the SF, but if they just put the SF on the safe lane with the Marcy and pick something like a Zeus for mid, they would have a hero that lanes well versus Leshrac, something that defends towers, and then something that would absolutely crush TB. So from this angle, that's what's looking like their best option.
That looks reasonable.
Even picking up something like a Storm Spirit, because there's a limited lockdown on their side, but I like the Zeus option a bit more.
I'm sure that Matu can play SF. sure he can.
I mean, sure. Yeah, if you're at the moment a position 1 carry player at the international and you don't know how to play a Sev, you got a problem. I think.
But this might be the only team that might not be true for because of how much they lane swap. That's the thing.
Sure, they do run a Shadow Fiend safe lane sometimes, but then it's still Mickey playing it.
You could just have Mickey play it on the safe lane with the Marcy and then just give the TV counter from the mid lane to Matu.
Matu?
Yeah.
Sure.
There was one interview stuck in my head during DPC when they picked the hero for Matu, and he was like, yeah, I did not play that hero for like 3 years.
It was Alchemist. Yeah. That was actually at the major. It was at the major. He played it for the first time.
But he would play that as well. I mean,
they won.
It's Matu. He's had a long career. I'm sure he knows how to play Shadow Fiend.
Yep. Another approach that Liquid could take is to just try to play really fast with like well, Lone Druid is banned, but they could go Death Prophet again if they're still feeling confident in that, and just try to end the game relatively early.
They are discussing what they're going to do here.
Well, they don't have a lot of time left to do so, though, because this is already their reserve time.
What about some QoP, like safe lane QoP, or, okay, heavy physical on their side. But this also opens up the Roche for them quite a lot, having Beastmaster, Shadow Fiend, plus Ursa.
Yeah, objective central. Like, this is nuts. If they win a fight, they can get towers, they can take Roche.
Also, Ursa's a great hero. One of the only heroes who can comfortably out-damage the Frost Shield, even though it's mostly physical damage, right? Because his scaling damage with the Fury Swipes is a little bit too much to handle. It also gives them the ability to just run out Terrorblade early on. But once Ursa gets this BKB timing, the supports are food, right? Lich is food, Snap is food, Leshrac is potentially food, depending on his itemization. So it is nice conceptually, but I am worried that all of their eggs are in one basket, which is just this physical damage. Get the first stages, take the map, and then if they mess up even once or twice, they have no counterplay.
That's a Brewmaster. Coming out for XXS.
It's one of his signature heroes as well. He does have quite a lot of them. Broodmother, Batrider, Legion Commander, and Brewmaster as well.
I like it. You just throw the Ursa up in the air.
Yeah.
It's a really good solution, as simple as it sounds. And it's also their Wraith Pact hero, which we talked about how important it is for a team to have. It also gives them that added bit of team fight. The only issue would be having to weather the storm of Liquid's early game aggression. There is a Beastmaster, but I think that Aster honestly have something really solid going for them.
Well, we're going to find out.
Yeah, Aster is cooldown dependent. Like, you need Brewmaster ulti, TB ulti to be able to fight, like even Snapfire's Kisses. On the other side, Ursa, Beastmaster, Crystal Maiden, like these heroes are able to fight all the time. Even Shadow Fiend, like, yeah, you need a BKB, but you're not required to have Requiem for the fight to win it.
That sounds like an action-packed game. I know who I want to listen to when we're having an action-packed game. It's none other than Gunnar, Trent, and Lyrical. Let's head over to them for Game 2.
And welcome back again. We're here taking a look at game number 2. You wonderful people out there, what are you giggling at?
We didn't have the hand of God, the voice of God, so we just had the nice stare of us. Good.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
We do have a freaking awesome game, though. We've got the Ursa as the last pick. I was not expecting that one. I was thinking some crazy, like, Tinker or magic damage hero. And they're just like, no, we're going to go and run at Roches and take down buildings. They're going to make it work. What do you guys think of the draft?
I like Liquid's way more faster paced. I think they're actually able to group up and fight. They have Beastmaster for the Vision now. They have the Ursa to force Roche and take objectives. They didn't get Aegis last game, I think.
No, they did not.
So now they actually have the opportunity to kind of group up and ball.
Yeah, they certainly wanted it very clearly. Aegis would have been great for them in these circumstances. So part of the issue was they were required to go for these initiations to start these fights, and they had a hard time doing it because they were certainly at a vision disadvantage, and you're hoping to sort of get rid of that problem here with the help of that Beastmaster.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference with the Beast to the Mars is that even if the Beast doesn't buy a blink, the Hawks give you vision. So now maybe the Marcy gets a catch, maybe the Crystal Maiden gets a slow. It's sometimes a vision is a stun enough.
A stun enough. I like that. That's a good way to describe it there. And on the other side, for Aster, you've got a very different, in some ways, looking draft, and some things that are similar. So still running with that Lesh, and then a support that mitigates the physical damage. Last time it was that Sven with the Shard. This time, it's going to be that Frost Shield. And then the other big last pick that I think is really interesting hero nowadays, and what we've been seeing from it, is this Brewmaster with the Aghanim Scepter build. Really cool stuff.
We've been seeing it pop up. There's kind of two different styles of the hero I've seen. One is that they just rush Wraith Pact, and they pretty much just play to drop Wraith Pact, drop splits, just no one takes damage in the fights, you just exist and you can't fight them. And the other is where they rush that Ags, and they play more of it just gives them a lot of plays. Either you can have the Fire Panda to farm, you have the Earth Spirit Panda to kind of just give you vision, give you a stun, or you have the Wind Panda, which catches, it dispels. Very nice for a lot of the Liquid heroes. Kills all the summons from Beastmaster, purges the Ursa, can lift the Ursa. The Storm Panda itself was actually probably the best thing about Brewmaster in this game.
Yeah, and that's very interesting too, because that's been a long talking point in terms of the Wind Panda and like this idea of like, oh, you can get rid of the summons and the dispels, but of course you were always limited to it being during the ultimate, and then in that downtime you didn't have those options. But now with the addition of the Aghanim Scepter build, it's actually something that can be far more reliable on the hero, and at this point it's actually brought him into being one of the more reliable heroes with a dispel.
Right. Yeah, which again, the Ags is where you can choose one Panda to always have, even if you're not on the ult. So you can just kind of run around the whole game with the Panda, and it's leashed to you similar to a Lone Druid Bear, where if it goes too far, it gets silenced. But
look at that wall of text there. It is a very complicated hero, if we're going to be real about it.
Okay, here's my big advice to Dota players. If you think a hero is too complicated to play it, just play it.
Yeah.
Okay, you'll get better. Everyone has to start somewhere. So don't be scared of the complicated heroes, because they're really fun.
I think I just teared up a little bit when you said that, Trent. What a brilliant thought to end the day off.
Just don't be on my team.
Okay, all right, got it. Though you had to ruin it, didn't you? As we take a look at this mid lane, a couple denies there coming out from Mickey. A similar story to what we saw before. And then the big mix-up again is that Terrorblade that got taken by Aster at that 4th pick for them. And I'm kind of a little bit concerned if this game goes later, what tools they have to deal with this. Is this a game where Terrorblade can just carry if it goes late enough?
It can. He's the type of hero, especially for Shadow Fiend. He can steal the aura, which is actually very, under talked about, where you just steal this minus armor aura from Shadow Fiend, and that's one of the big things. He does so much damage because of that, and now you have it. And he does do the same thing where he outranges these Shadow Fiend type of heroes, and he can kite the Ursa, but Team Liquid just does a lot of heroes that will latch on him and can just kill him either through Sunder or even after the Sunder happens.
Yeah.
Like the Ursa, the Beast, he gets roared, he gets attacked by the Ursa. Ursa presses BKB, and he's just kind of sitting there without much save.
It's not a safe-looking Sunder this game. If it gets off, I feel like there's still a lot of concern that could be there for you.
Still have the stacks of Fury Swipes even after that Sunder, so.
The biggest reason, one of the big reasons they picked it in this game is Beastmaster is one of these Zoo heroes. He has summons, he pushes lanes, he gives a lot of vision. And when you're constantly pushing lanes, the creeps just themselves give you so much vision. If people are farming them, if they're not. And so now that the fact that he, by himself, is able to summon illusions and kind of counteract that and even push into the Beastmaster without being there, it kind of evens up the vision game for Aster.
Yeah, it makes it so that you're not caught off guard as much by the Beastmaster, because they want to take you off even footing by just trying to upset your lane, so someone has to rotate and go deal with that. And so if you can do it with the illusions, you're gonna be a lot happier. And it's another case of potentially even getting an aura taken from a Beastmaster.
The biggest question is pretty much gonna be the tempo and speed of Liquid. They have Beast and Ursa and Shadow Fiend. They're all heroes that hit these very early 10-minute, 15-minute timings where once they get that, they're able to fight for the rest of the game. Just keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting, keep fighting. And Aster, again, this Leshrac, they always want to go Bloodstone. They always want to hit this nice mid-game timing where they're just constantly getting stronger and stronger. And whether or not he gets the Bloodstone in time is going to be the big question.
Well, we'll have to watch for that. How his laning stage plays out right now, a little bit behind the SF. 17-5 versus the 12-2. Nothing to super write home about, is they're doing some more of the lane pull shenanigans up top there. And the other big thing to watch for is, are we going to get some stacks? Because both of these heroes deal with it really well. As XXS just getting beat down by Boxy. Marcy's still an incredibly strong hero, and you can see he doesn't even feel like he can connect that fully through. So a bit of a tough one. Will get the Cinder Brew ignited and follow up with the Cookie, but you can see XXS just wants to keep farming. While Boxy is going to head off to the other side and maybe make that rotation towards mid.
Yeah, we see this nice move by Boxy. He does this a lot where he kind of pressures behind the tier 1 tower, either trying to aggress on the pulls or just
bully the offlaner, and because of that, he ends up in the tri-camp. And now he's just behind the mid tower.
Chase, a couple punches, and Ichu able to pick up that first blood. So while everything's happened top, down bottom, take care of business.
And you can see even Boxy, he just secures the water runes now. So that Mickey's they're gonna try to fight in the water runes.
Oh, good stun. He steals it away. Bobica, but they pull him back. Ori, he's in some trouble. A couple more hits is all they need. Looking for the long range one. Can they bring him down? It is there. Mickey hits on 3. And Boxy maybe even going to look for more from Bobica. We'll see how it goes. But that's going to be at least one of the water runes picked up for the SF.
Some flashbacks of the last game.
True.
Mickey had a really nice game. He was 4-0 in the early game. He also killed the Lush with this Boxy rotation.
Boxy was all over the map again as well, securing kills everywhere.
This is the Marcy factor.
Yeah.
Anytime, every game, especially with Marcy SF, that's why we keep seeing this combo so much. Even past the sidekick mid-game of the Shadow Fiend timing, it's just the mid lane.
I think it's funny too, because they also had these same wards, like through the river last game as well, spotting these rotations from Boxy, but Marcy's just so mobile that sometimes it doesn't even matter.
It's so fast. Even you can just TP and always be there.
They've actually watched Boxy walk his entire way up here, and he still might die. This would not be good. Oh
Good kill as they bring him down.
They watched him walk there.
That's what needed to happen. It's a really strong combination, and playing together with that Ursa is pretty devastating. Now, this has come a little bit at the cost of Zai not having a perfectly great lane, but likewise, the other two aren't doing too well either. So, Terrorblade, good start. The rest of the heroes kind of suffering.
Yeah, Zai got 16-17 is one of the harder. He gets instantly counterpicked by the Terrorblade. He doesn't really get to ban. He's kind of thrown there. He's like, have a great game, Zai. Just go, try to go even in your lane.
See you at 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's good enough. Just maybe press a Hawk, give us some vision at some point. So all in all, his goal is mostly just get the Helm of the Dominator, and at some point, probably kick the Terrorblade out of the lane with the rotation.
We'll watch for that one for sure.
And Latu took a lot of damage up there trying to go toe-to-toe with XXS.
And they canceled the TP too. So I'm not sure if anybody scouted that one or saw that, but Matumba Man going to be a little bit under pressure here if he's not careful.
Yeah, Boxy was worried that he was going to be dove, so he might have to show up, and instead he just wants to lurk around mid because the 6-minute runes were coming up, but the positioning for Liquid just it was favorable for them. He does get the jump in there, though, at the
round two. Raze connects. Another one is there. Mickey, when he comes out, this is going to be easy peasy. Walking right up close and personal. Mickey finds the kill, and yeah, Boxy's been the story. He's been doing everything.
This is also his first year playing 4, right? He just switches roles, and he's crushing every game against Marcy. He just body blocks people. He always gets the rotations. Last game, he had 3 kills within 5 minutes. Similar story here, 3 kills in 6 minutes.
Yeah,
they constantly move around the map.
4 is for the offlaners that they don't have the ego. You know, they don't need the farm. They don't have to hit the creeps.
There you go.
They actually just want to kill people.
Chase, look for another. Have the pullback, dispose, couple more leaps, jumping around all over the place with this matchup. And XXS doing a good job of keeping his Snapfire alive. This combination of laners, they've been together for so many years and have each other's backs.
A lot of body blocks so far.
True.
Yeah, just constantly, everyone's just, you just see it, the evolution of Dota. People just get so much better at these little small moves.
They went in again.
Up
I
top.
think they thought Boxy was, or Bobica was gone.
Chase,
so, yeah,
looking for the kill, get one. That's gonna be a hit. But Boxy did go down for that one. Man. Yeah, they just keep running at each other.
Full health, full mana. He's probably gonna TP mid, fill the bottle.
Mickey, come on, spam it out. I'm coming.
Maybe look for another go onto Ori too if the opportunity presents itself. And yeah, immediately refill bottle there. And XXS being a little bit zoned out there by Matumba Man.
Likewise, though, of course, with Bobica going down, we'll do the same thing for Ori. Get the juices flowing and the arcane runes complete there. They're going to find Insania. That's a juicy Crystal Maiden. And, well, she's got Wind Lace, but, you know, she has no boots to lace. So she's still really slow.
That's true.
It's a 3v2. The 50-50, who wins?
Oh, Mickey gets it. Regen, too. That would have been huge for Ori. And we'll head right on in and start stealing some of these camps away.
They play around the Shadow Fiend really nicely. They're always constantly bringing supports mid, securing his runes, but...
Now they're around the Shadow Fiend, though.
Mickey in some trouble. Do have the rebound, but I don't think they're going to be able to keep him alive. So they do make a solid move by Aster. Take down Mickey. 9-5. And everything just happening around mid. That was a split too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it was a split. So I mean, worth obviously early split to kill a mid player. You'll take.
Zai is now level 6. He's holding his point. They don't really want to go to him before the Helmet of the Dominator. So Monet is just going to kind of be very confident in his lane, farming up very nicely. He's top of the net worth and the last hits. So it's going to be pretty much up to Monet. It's his choice of, oh, do I want to go jungle? Do I want to go top? We could even see him maybe in the next minute or two with the next split, TPing to the off lane, trying to pressure the Ursa out of the lane. Because again, Ursa does not jungle as well as a Terrorblade. So breaking down these safe lanes is kind of going to be the next big goal of these teams.
Well, they are bringing a couple other heroes up to the top side now. CM making the rotation as Boxy is already over there. Don't know if that's going to turn into anything.
I feel like Boxy's just trying to force a TP. Like, he's just been under a ward for a long time. They do come and skate it out. Nice job from Insania. Gets the D ward there with the help of a courier. Doesn't have to waste his Crystal Nova mana because you need every little drop of mana you can get on a CM.
It feels like everyone's trying to force rotations without making them. Both of the supports sitting next to their carries in the safe lanes and they're poking, trying to make them be like, oh, we have to TP. And then that's when they flip the map.
Yeah.
But right now, everyone's just being very careful, being calculated. No one's doing anything too crazy. No one's diving towers.
I swear, this is the longest I've seen a TB in lane in quite a while.
Ooh.
I feel like every time I'm watching TB, he's getting set. I mean, he usually was like more of a draft priority, I guess, right? He was being banned more often, so now that he's picked a bit later, actually getting a chance to farm the creep waves is pretty crazy.
And in the meantime, Zai is just farming up that stack right there. A nice little injection of gold for himself as he's going to try and claim the rest of these. 3 points up in the axes. And the CM aura certainly helping along the way as there's also a good ancient stack there. So this is going to be the Helm of the Dominator coming out for Zai while we are still waiting for that push out of that safe lane. And you can see that Monet has made a bit of a rotation into the jungle now.
So this game, Liquid is actually going to play for a slower timing. If anything, it looks like Matu is going to go for a Battle Fury on the Ursa. So they're playing to not feel pressured. The one really nice thing about it is now Brew cannot end a split early. The Axe doesn't give you the ability to end the split, so it's always the full duration. So once he gets BKB Battle Fury, he can just clear through the Primal split, and there's nothing he can do about it.
Big smoke down bottom, and Aster won't manage to find anybody except for maybe Insania here, who's hanging out mid. They run into him. Cookie won't quite connect, does have the split earth, but it's not there either. So Aster miss on everything. But Zai, in the meantime, you see he's going to finish off that ancient stack. They'll use the glyph here to take down the tower.
They are glyphing as well for the Radiant, though, of course, because mid lane, they got the Catapult, they got Shadow Fiend, and Boxy's hiding behind the trees, but it's a Brewmaster, and he goes instantly for the split.
And Boxy gets a little bit of a separation, haste away from SF. They're clear and clean and out.
He was trying to hope to dispel the haste, I think, but Mickey got away, and Boxy kind of made the space for him to be able to run.
Yeah, there was even a sentry down too in case he tried to go for like a Storm Panda play or something.
Monet makes
a move. The worst to like not get a kill with a Brew split this early. I feel like you defended the tower, right? It was a one hero rotation to ensure that it stayed up.
I think it also feels good just because they were able to make a move to their safe lane and take the tower. So again, now Monet's kind of, once you take this offlane tower, your carry's able to freely leave the lane. It's a lot easier to push the lane out so that you have way more time before your tower gets hit. Now he can just TP, he can farm the Ancients.
Snapfire ulti down onto Mickey, trying to catch him. Slowed down for the moment. Boxy under fire will get brought down, and Mickey dropped the Requiem. A quick connection for the kill. As, again, supports die, but a bunch of big ultis used on Aster.
Okay, it actually feels crazy to me that an Ursa takes the 1.75 mana regen with a Battle Fury and a Crystal Maiden on this team.
Yeah.
It's really the reset time's that bad? Is that how bad that talent is?
It depends on a lot of the matchups in the game, mostly. It's more if you can't really latch onto a hero. I've seen it a lot for like a Medusa, because when she pops her Stone Gaze, you have to reset.
Right.
Having the ability to take these really long fights. But I think Liquid's kind of hoping to just be able to roar someone, he gets on them, and that's all that matters. He just will kill them in a roar.
He just wants to spam. He just wants to farm it up on this Ursa. So Matu, just all the mana in the world for this bear.
And you can see that Zai also going for a little bit of an unorthodox build from what we've seen before on these Beastmasters, going 4-4-0, so not really opting to get that physical damage boost up. They still will get some good pressure onto that bottom tier 1 tower here now.
Yeah, a lot of the time where Beastmasters, when they're getting early picked, the idea was that you'd pick an illusion hero, because that would be able to kill the boars in the lane, and it would kind of, counter them. So the change was that Beastmaster started maxing axes because the illusion heroes have high armor but low health pools. So it's pretty much just a change to deal with the Terrorblade in the lane. That's why he was actually able to last it, and that's why his game is actually not terrible. If anything, it's actually better than the Brewmasters.
Right.
So it was a nice adjustment to the lane and the game.
Bounty.
So Aster as they move up towards the north. Boxy runs in above a cut.
The instant turn.
Everybody's afraid.
That tells us the tale of this game, huh?
Yeah.
We're just relaxing here. Vision-wise, it's Liquid have a slight edge in terms of those deep wards. It's kind of been the constant throughout this whole match, but Aster feeling comfortable enough still to make this move to the top tower. Even with the lack of vision, they can always just send out some illusions if they've got some questions.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's
Down
middle
bottom,
tower is under
Success
attack.
queuing up, trying to finish off that raid pack again.
Are fortified.
I think, again, this game, Liquid is going to be the team that's playing for controlling areas of the map. Shadow Fiend doesn't have a jump, Beastmaster doesn't go blink for a while, Ursa has a Battle Fury. They want to hold either their jungle with their Ancients, or they want to hold, you know, probably the Radiant big jungle in the bot lane. And on the side of Aster, they just hit their timings and they want to just keep going. Every time they have Split, once they have this Bloodstone, once Monet, every time he has meta, he's able to walk into Roche, he's able to walk to towers. So we're going to see Aster's going to try to do a lot more of the aggressive plays, and Liquid's going to try to keep getting their timings, keep farming up, play a slightly slower game, but they always want to be ready to fight.
I feel like these fights are going to get pretty wild once they start happening, though. Like, like look how this Lich wants to play this fight, right?
Yeah.
Like this Chain Frost just bouncing around, as well as the Frost Shield doing so much work in this game.
The Lich is a similar replacement to the Sven from last game, where it just kind of enabled his team to walk in and just never die to the physical damage, specifically from the SF. And now there's SF and Ursa, so there's so much physical damage that this Ori's able, with this Bloodstone, I think he can probably just walk into 4 or 5 heroes and probably survive.
And like they need to clump, right? Like the Ursa, the Marcy, and the Beastmaster, they tend to really get in there. And so
even all the summons,
that Chain Frost goes in there. Like hopefully the summons are gonna have to tank some of this up, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's going to be the thing that they hope to have happen. The other thing to watch for, again, is that whereas Sven in last game, you had that AoE extra survivability. For this, it's just that Frost Shield and a single target. So maybe can, you know, change up their target prioritization a little bit depending on how it goes.
Ooh, XS raiding.
Okay, they get out the ulti. Can they get away on Matumba Man? With everybody rotating in, this was a nice move by Aster, and they'll take down the bear. Huge kill.
This is where Liquid would typically run it out. They're hesitating, right? They're thinking about it. They start going, they stop, go, stop.
Can they find one in return, though? Insania right on top. The stun, it doesn't connect, but the Requiem very nicely played with the Dispose. Double ulti for the kill, and now more chasing going on as they do have a Stomp available. XXS kind of in a weird spot now. Connects with the stun. The rest of the team trying to catch up and get into position. They're a little ways away, but they got him. The pullback. Have Dispose for round 2. Pull him in. Insania's there. Cookie for round 3. Can they kill her off? Yes, they will.
And at the same time, Mickey takes that mid tower with the help of a catapult there. So Liquid getting a lot done in those moments after losing their Ursa, taking advantage of the fact that Bruce Split was down.
Another interesting adjustment I see is that Mickey actually went for a Falcon Blade this game. I think usually the Shadow Fiends, I think even last game he went for the Dragonlance before the BKB. So I think that's also kind of an indicator of how they want to play. Generally you go Dragonlance because of the value adds when you push towers.
Was bitten off a little bit more than they could chew there on Ori. There's no SF, means not an easy chance for a kill, and of course, as we saw, the Frost Shield makes it tough.
But now Roche is starting to
and there's no secrets here. They're seeing everything with the wards they have down on Aster. So they're going to move their way right to the pit.
Starting to build up. 2 stacks so far. They hit him with both. Chain Frost, round 3. Can they get him? Yes, they will. Ori goes down. Now looking for more. XXS backing away and does have to run.
Look at Boxy go.
X, dude, still chasing. He's so low. Such low HP on Boxy. Trying to get away. Might just be able to the rebound. How is this hero fair? Oh my god. That was so sick.
Zai was trying to send in the Centaur as well to help.
That space created because this Roche is going down. And they're so close to finishing off. XXS wants to run in, but now they're committed. Monet chases forward. Good setup. Can they do it enough for the kill? Mickey in trouble. That's 1 kill, 1 time dead. XXS brought down low. Insania doing a bunch with that ultimate. They pull back in that Shadow Fiend. Mickey, Requiem to buy a little bit of space to chase down. They keep on wanting to fight, but Tumba Man on top of him. Chase dead. Monet, he doesn't have any more Metamorphosis left. I don't think they can chase anymore, but Liquid, they win the Roche, they win the fight.
Oh, Boxy. This guy, just, I don't even know how he does it. No HP that entire fight, keeps coming back in for the rebounds, abusing those low cooldowns. And Liquid, I'm sure, getting a little bit worried there as that was starting to end, but taking down XSS and really, again, punishing the lack of ultimate on the Brewmaster.
It looked a little scary. Mickey's BKB was cooldown, so when he dies the first time, there's a chance they burst him, but no stuns I think were available. And also something
This was so long ago now, it feels like, when this all began.
So much damage from the double damager. They actually just chew through the Frost Shield.
I think also, you know, that's a moment where as a Lesh you might feel like you're safe, but as soon as that first raise hits, the second one comes in and you're slowed. I mean, look at this.
50 HP, wands with 2 charges, gets back out.
Man.
Radiant's courier.
Then he
has been
returns
killed.
twice more as well from Boxy. Just absolutely ridiculous.
Well, and that's so important because the Marcy just being able to give that sidekick over to these cores is so much of what makes this hero insane in the later stages.
And it's what helped finish the Rosh off, right? And then this is where things look scary. Tina gets to have a full ulti. Thing just keeps on going, helping to bring down XSS despite having the Frost Shield on top. And then manages to walk out as well at low HP.
I think one of the cool things, which is, it's actually what started this fight, and it's why Boxy lived, is that he has a casual cloak. There's actually 3 of them in this game. Both Ori and the Lich, I think, yeah, have the cloaks right now. So you can see a lot of the teams have started to do, they pick a lot of these early game damage heroes. Even Shadow Fiend does so much magic damage in the early game that just these casual cloaks can turn these fights. He has 50 HP. That's purely because of the cloak he buys. And it turns the whole fight around. Boxy being able to live there.
Yeah, well, he's feeling very magical right now as Mickey eyeing up the Arcane Blink as well. It's come up after this. Has the Fairies Trinket, so the full mage build is in effect.
Certainly, we would love to see a game number 3, as we always do in these pivotal matchups here for the upper bracket. See if it ends up happening or not, but a BKB completed on the Ursa. And the next couple of minutes, I want to see where this like item progression goes for the Terrorblade. What he ends up looking towards next. That Scotty, obviously, really important for you know, stopping any of that extra regen you get from the sidekick, like steal all the rest of it.
Yeah, the Scotty really puts the pressure on your initiation as Liquid, because if the fight's not good, you don't get a great burst on an important target. That's where a Terrorblade can really start turning around this fight with that Scotty. You just get kited out, you can't finish things off the way you want to.
I think it's probably going to be a BKB after the Scotty, just to never get feared by the Shadow Fiend. If you get BKB off before you get roared and the Lich armors you, you also probably won't die. You always get your Sunder off, but now we see a smoke from Liquid.
And that Radiant scan connected, so they knew this was coming, and instead they're trying to counteract it. They are going to make the call to head down for this bottom lane. They run right into Mickey. He will back out of there. Zai also still standing steady, but everybody just back behind the tower. Now, Terrorblade is not here. Can TP into the fight? Might be a little bit scary. Insania.
They just saw the Leshrac
Brute, chase, Mickey, big ulti, but he doesn't get it off in time to stop the split. It might still be enough. Matumba Man trying to beat through those Brewlings, but they didn't get the Earth Panda. And now, Snapfire Ultimate still has Enrage. They get all the big ultis out. But the
doesn't
BKB
feel the worst for Aster. They used 3 ults, but they at least got the fight to be forced. They used Liquid to press their BKBs. They defended their tower, so they might even look to smoke out and try to catch the Shadow Fiend off, you know, off guard.
Feels scary though without Bruce Split.
Yeah,
it's not easy to have a good fight.
I guess the danger of having the, you know, the Leshrac and all the power that he can bring to the fight, if they can get on top of that SF, could be pretty huge.
They're just going to play the game to get this Leshrac BKB. He's going to get it in 300 gold, but yeah, this Arcane Blink on Shadow Fiend is pretty interesting. I think the idea of it is either A, to try to burst the Brewmaster before he gets ult off, or B, burst the Terrorblade before he gets spells off. It's pretty much just a bursting tool to kill one hero. It's similar to the Eul's Butcher Travel Blink 1000 HP Shadow Fiends that were running around back in the day.
Those are still in all my games. What do you mean? Is that not cool anymore?
It's not as cool these days.
Well, apparently it's pretty cool. Mickey's making it.
He's going to no Eul's. No Eul's, no Boots of Travel.
Okay, fair enough.
It's a little mixture of a build. So this one, it actually scales relatively similar to how the physical does in terms of strength, but in a very different way. So
Boxy setting this up. Expose, big jump, big burst. Does have that Wraith Pack down.
So many misses. That's just
and immediately just going to run away. But bottom lane, they're getting some good pressure onto that tier 2 tower. We'll throw out the Frost Shield to keep it alive a little bit more against the Helm of the Overlord.
Man, they get punished for the lack of ability to chase as well. Without the Bruce Split there, like they couldn't do anything. They just walked away. Like Marcy and Ursa, they're all just kind of like hobbling up there with this Terrorblade and Leshrac, and they just gotta watch them go.
Yeah, I actually think Ori might buy just a blink this game, just so he can blink BKB and try to force a fight to happen around his hero. Because Brewmaster doesn't really want to buy a blink. You don't want to blink in and then try to ult in front of the entire enemy team. Terrorblade as well just wants to exist somewhere in the back of the fight. And the supports are just ranged heroes. They don't want to go in.
Yeah, XXS's blink is just going to be him getting an Aeon Disc and hoping that lets him get his ulti off by just being in the middle of things.
More blinks in tow as the Ursa is going to finish his off. Coming out on the courier now. Still hanging on to these mid towers too.
Zai has purchased an Aether Lens instead of a blink, which is pretty cool. It means that he doesn't have to enter the fight. It's a little different because now it seems like they're not trying to play off the roar. If you don't have a blink, it's hard to just say, I'm roaring this guy, go, go, go.
Okay, goes right away. Toss shield, keeping Ori alive, all that damage mitigation. The stun comes forward, but they got him. The burst was there. Matumba Man was not prepared.
That Shard Cookie Hop looks so goofy. It's like a
crazy.
big old arc up in the air.
Sinister Gaze.
Pretty
This
strong.
spell is so, it just like, the cast point of it is so fast, it always catches people off guard. I think even to this day, people are still surprised when they get Sinister Gaze by a Lich.
Yeah, I would agree. Usually they're like hanging back or they just die right away. You don't really expect him to be a Shadow Shaman.
This Arcane Blink is now going to be completed, and with Roche capable of respawn in another minute, we'll have to see what the avenue is that they want to go. But Shadow Fiend queuing up the Aghanim Scepter afterwards, so max burst potential. An interesting option, and definitely going to need that Terrorblade to get into the BKB now and have reactions.
The level 20 timing is also very good when he goes Magic and Ags, because it increases the amount of time you can be feared, I think by like 1.2 seconds or something, max duration. And the fear goes back in. So once you Arcane Blink with an Ags, it's about 4.5 seconds.
Ori, they got him. He's dead. Completely destroyed. It happens in an instant. As soon as that stun hit, we knew.
It's funny because like Cookie's a save, but like even if the Cookie's there, I don't even think it's going to impact in time, you know?
The travel time of the Cookie's too slow.
Yeah.
It's 0.8 seconds of cast point for the Shadow Fiend ult right now.
Just like that, you can see the value of this Arcane Blink. I don't think I've seen an item to get picked up and then used immediately that effectively before in a while.
Well, unfortunately for Liquid, it's not the dream scenario where it's an instant Roche or something for them. It's going to be a bit of time, but halfway, the minute and a half timer.
You can see queuing up already some of the answers to this Arcane Blink. We saw the Aeon Disc coming out now for the Brew. That's going to need to be the answer.
Radiant's middle tower.
But he's finishing up his BKB. He's just been kind of silent past couple minutes. I think he's just farming. He's pushing out lanes, dealing with the Beastmaster. And there hasn't been really much. Again, Astra doesn't have the greatest jump. Ori has queued up that Blink. He is going to try to be the guy who goes in there and starts the fights for his team. But they're just kind of hoping Liquid walks into them. And they're able to take the fights like that.
Yeah, I mean, it worked last game, right? You know, that's
true.
Even on the bot rune. Batu walks up on the high ground, they get 2 kills, and they just walk away and get more farm.
I mean, I think the big benefit and the change that we're seeing this time is, of course...
Holding him? Okay, not.
Dead. Fucking all dead.
Just run in. He's dead now. And take.
All dead. Everybody's dead. That's great. I'm glad we were on a similar page there. I think the big difference this time is, of course, going to be that Beastmaster having those Hawks get sent forward, so they get a little bit better vision before the fights start off.
Yeah, the vision from Liquid is really nice this game compared to the last. On the last game, they just kept blind walking the War. They blind walk into the Pango. He always gets roll off. Aster, the Brewmaster doesn't have the same instantaneous impact of the roll.
Yeah.
Where it's just constantly stunning. He's a BKB tier you can't kill. Even in this bot fight around the tier 2, the Shadow Fiend ults and almost kills the 2 pandas instantly. Even though he doesn't catch the Brew, he almost kills the ult. If the Ursa Panda is the only one alive, it doesn't do anything besides stand there.
Especially versus an Ursa. You know, if he spots that Panda, the thing's just gone.
Oh, for sure. Well, still playing around their vision right now. And Aster, they bring out another Blink Dagger. This time, I believe this is Ori. So mass amounts of blinks, looking for the outplays. And as you mentioned, the casual cloaks here and there might turn those into bigger items eventually. Smoke up as they're going to head up north. As Roche has respawned, we'll have to see if there is going to be that big pivotal fight or not around this war.
See if the evasion can save XSS here. He's got the talent for the +1x brood up for the evasion.
Sense in danger, moves right in, finds everybody, 4 staff, gets some separation. Look at him with the stun. And that will be the death of the CM, but do they still want to fight? Dispose, pulls back XXS, looking for a chase. They buy back on the CM, TPing in for this fight. Mickey looking for the blink. They still keep them backing away, and XXS in trouble. Aeon Disc summons, thinks about popping the ulti, but doesn't drop it yet. Snapfire ultimate, 4 staff, separating this. Zai in trouble, roar. Immediately, Mickey gets it, the stun on everybody, but it's not going to be enough damage. damage. Ori survived through it. They need to run away now. But Matumbaman TP's out, will manage to secure that one. But so much used by Liquid, and they still ended up losing that fight immediately into the pit from Aster.
It wasn't enough damage on Monet. He has the Titan Sliver, so it takes a little less magic, a little less stun from the fear. And
they don't want to give this up.
This isn't how they want to go out right now. There's great vision here from Aster, though. Ovs and Sentry nearby, going to spot those Hawks, see what's going on. They take it down immediately. Still in the pit, looking for their setup here. No Requiem.
Matumbaman, jump forward. Boxy right on top. It's not quick enough, though. They went too early. Now the axe is getting thrown. Mickey in trouble. Right on top of him. Blows up the Shadow Fiend. And Matumbaman does not have an option. This Frost Shield is impossible to fight in to for that Ursa. And Boxy, Chain Frost bouncing back and forth, takes him down. Liquid committed everything for this, and they're going to get nothing.
Oh, Boxy. A little bit of help there from the neutral creeps, carrying on that Chain Frost right from Insania to Boxy and the trolls nearby. Into the pit they go, and Aster, after on the back foot for so much this game, waiting for that perfect moment, they find it. What a great way to bait that entire fight starting at the outpost.
Unreal, and a little bit of that early commitment there ends up getting punished.
That blink, I mean, you can see the big difference it's making for Ori, right? He's able to get into the most important part of that fight right now and force all that attention next to Mickey. Leaves Monet sort of by himself. He can clean up some of these summons that are nearby, and once they take care of Mickey, even with the buyback, he can't get back in time.
I mean, the biggest question now, I think, is the Ags is really important. Mickey needs this Ags. It does two things. It makes the fear come back in after it goes out, and it also reduces the cooldown, which means that you can use it every single fight. You don't have to worry about it. And the biggest thing as well is that they use the Shadow Funeral and they don't get a kill.
Yes.
Yeah.
When his whole build is centered around using the ult and you use a stun and you don't get the kill, you kind of feel bad. This re-engage fight at the Roche pit, he doesn't have BKB, he doesn't have ult, or he just blinks on him and he has no place. He doesn't have the physical damage to deal with him. He doesn't have a pike. He doesn't have a way to kind of disengage from the fight, so he's just stuck there.
1,500 more gold for Mickey, and we'll see if that's going to be enough to get him where he needs to be. Does hit that level 20 now, but still not an easy position to be in. As May runs into the SF, no way to break that TP, obviously. And man, yeah, this Lich, you choose so many of these times, has been the difference maker, it feels like. You talked about that Frost Shield on the Leshrac. There really hasn't been an answer for it.
It's just really nice versus all the Dire Heroes, and the adjustment they made with the Arcane Blink is really nice versus it. It gives them the magic damage to kill, but it hasn't really been enough, and it's actually just been enough to deal with this Ursa.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of just like last game where they sort of had a good idea in terms of like how to make it so they're not under so much pressure, but by going for this magic build in order to solve that problem, it actually recreates that pressure issue through the ultimate, since it's so dependent on that to work. And I guess it just comes back to vision again, right? So like make sure you get that perfect setup and everything goes right. Now, speaking of vision, it does the
no Lich. No Lich there, and he is dead. Oh, wow. Brilliant play. Immediately get in there and find him.
Ori got away with that the entire time last game, right? He had so many split push moments exactly like that where he beat the tower completely by himself, and now they have that big burst damage.
Well, this game still on a knife's edge. They have the Aegis on that Terrorblade, but we've seen the power that you can have with both split push in this game, as well as just one big burst if everybody is not in position. So Aster get punished. A DD rune spawning bot though.
This is the same timing Aster had last game. Monet just picks up a butterfly with an Aegis. He's probably going to look to wait for Ori to get alive and then try to maybe even push the mid. Rax, I don't really see a way for them to kill him twice. I think to kill him once, they have to use the Shadow Fiend ult, and that means that when he respawns, he's kind of free, especially if he hasn't used his BKB.
Yeah. Feels like it's one of those situations where maybe you can try and get everyone around him.
Boxy needs to get in towards some help. Cookie forward, but the jump away, and as y'all mentioned, the Aghanims completed. And Disc still sitting there on XXS. You can see that still a very even game here. And Brewmaster is going into that Aghanim Scepter himself next. And they will kill off all the creeps.
Blink being there.
Yeah, at the same time, Aster doesn't feel the need to force plays if they don't feel comfortable taking these towers, taking this tier 3. Because, again, they still have a Terrorblade. They have so much of the map under their control. They're still kind of getting a gold advantage. So their lineup scales. They're not on a timing. I don't think either of these teams are actually on a timing. Both of them are playing for different items, different levels. That the 25s are really strong. So it's kind of up to whoever is feeling their strongest at the current moment who's going to want to take the fights.
Both supports behind as well as XXS, but Monet in very far. Gonna get stunned. Matumbaman goes forward. They don't want to drop the Requiem for nothing. Rooted, Manta Man trying to deal with these illusions as Monet down to half HP. And a chance, a burst, and oh, but the Sunder, it came out perfect. There's going to be the fear. Matumba Man turns the sidekick, keeping him alive, but the Skadi is doing too much. Slowly burning them down one by one. They need to jump in with Mickey in a second, but I don't know if they have the damage. Mickey thought about it, gets the blink canceled, has to run away. They buy back on Matumba Man. They're coming in for the racks as Aster want to siege this down and take a substantial lead in this game. 8K gold lead already. Monet builds it up. Manta Touch to get away. They don't have enough. Sunder 7 seconds off cooldown. If they're not careful, he's just going to be able to get another round of it. And in fact, he's just going to walk away. Aster, come in, get what they came for, secure that first set of racks.
Actually just like teasing with the Aegis the entire time there, right? Trying to commit you to this bad fight so you can jump on Monet, get you convinced that, okay, we can get the kill without using the Rec Room, right? That's what we need in this case. But Aster, the entire time through the series, like the way that they read the fights, it feels perfect. They correctly analyze the threat levels that are coming from each of these heroes and the positioning by Ori. Like I feel like he's playing on that perfect little bit of risk, right? He's assessing where can I blink in where I'm so close up to my allies, but I'm creating a major problem inside Liquid. And that's what happened to Zai. He just blinked on top of them that fight, forced to throw out a roar. They couldn't coordinate any of their efforts. That's what gives them the racks in the back.
It's also, they use the Aegis at the most annoying timing to push with an Aegis.
Yes.
There's about 50 seconds to a minute left on it.
Oh, yeah.
So you kill him and you're like, okay, well, we just wasted spells. We didn't gain anything from this. It's not like, you know, he had 4 minutes left. It's about to expire, but then if you don't deal with it, he just takes the racks for free.
Of course, that is what ended up happening this time around. It's going to set up for most likely another pivotal Roche fight for the next couple of minutes here when that does come back around. But a 10K gold lead. Aster was able to secure off that with a couple of buybacks spent to boot. Liquid, you got to be feeling a little bit afraid at this stage. But they do get the BKB completed on the Beastmaster now. Many BKBs online.
It feels like this next Roche for Liquid is the big one.
This Roche is really important just because of how kind of committal Liquid's lineup is in terms of they need a BKB versus every single hero on Aster. They need to use Shadow Fiend ult to get a kill. They need to use Roar to get a kill. So anytime they have 2 lives, they have buybacks, they're fighting, even if they're fighting in the Aster base, it's really scary just because of the amount of stuns that Aster has compared to Liquid.
And Liquid currently no gem, so no way to try and go for D-wards or anything, and it's a pretty valuable vision still remaining instead of Aster. So we're spotting out like when Zai's rotating through those Ancients. That could give them the edge when it comes to prepping and setting for the next Roche fight. A Scythe as well there too, so all that pressure of the perfect fight for Liquid. Great item for breaking that up. You know, your combo breaker's the Aeon Disc, but at the same time, you're gonna have that Scythe just catch someone off guard in engagement.
They instantly smoke out. They're gonna try to catch them in their own jungle. Just Roche isn't alive. It can't even start spawning for the next minute, so you just want to kick them out.
This Blink Scythe is just, it's
careful. Insania, it's the first one they find. The cookie away, that gives some vision, but they're barely able to catch. The Sinister Gaze is enough. So Boxy will go down. Liquid are going to be thankful it's not more, but Aster, keep this pressure on.
And they know where they are. They saw the couriers moving through their ward right now. That's why they're running up here and catch that ward from Liquid as well.
Get the D ward up on the high ground. As Aster continue the bully. And an AC almost completed on XXS.
The hardest question right now for Liquid is what is their timings that makes them feel like it changes anything? And are they too far away? So Mickey's going for a Sheep, which I think will change a lot. It lets him actually kill these heroes by himself and not have to worry about the stuns. And Matu is going for an MKB, but they're both about 3,000 gold away from their items. And I don't think they'll have the time to wait for these items, so they have to decide whether are they giving up Roche and taking the items, or are they going to try to force a fight and just take a proper positioning fight, which is also another option because, again, Liquid can win a fight based on positioning.
Yeah, if they get that big jump.
If they get the jump, if they get the burst, the Terrorblade dies, maybe he doesn't have a buyback. He is buying out right now. He's actually buying a full Daedalus, so he won't have buy if they kill him at this Roche fight.
Well, it's a similar timing here as well for that Aegis, but halfway through, so see if they can find that positioning, and Daedalus is there delivered.
And you can see the Hawk scouting for the Roche respawn time. It is a minute away right now. As Aster going into the pit, they check it. That was spotted by Liquid. And it does look like they'll have at least a little bit more time now to get in towards those items. Not sure if it's going to be enough, as you said.
Also, something cool is Monet has a Blink Dagger. So I think his idea is even if you blink on the Shadow Fiend, if he doesn't get the Arcane Blink buff off, his ult is not as strong. He can't use it as fast, and you kind of force it so
once Shadowfiend can never get gone up if they want to win the fight. He can't get clipped by anything that cancels his blink. He can't get hit once by the Shadowfiend or slowed or anything. He has to be able to be like completely free and get a jump when he wants to get the jump. So all these blink daggers on Aster now on both the cores of the Lesher and the Terrorblade are going to kind of cancel that out.
It kind of, unfortunately, feels like a lot of their cores feel that way, you know? I mean, I guess Zai is the one who can maybe be in there a little bit with the help of some creeps.
It's pretty much the only one. And of course, you see those Hawks flying over the top. They do scout out that Aster is sitting in the exact same spot where they were last game. They get into the MKB for the Ursa. A couple of other items getting picked up.
They're putting down floor rugs. They're hanging some nice decorations on the walls. Some great pictures of the family, you know? Really furnishing the environment. It's nice.
But
there's a, oh, interesting. The Timeless Relic is given to Insania, which is really nice for his slows, and then the Spell Prism for Mickey.
Looking for a big wraparound here from Liquid as Aster on the other side of it. We'll have to see if they want to head on up and find a way in the pit, but the Terrorblade already seen that Roche is back up. Monet's just going to keep fighting. They're waiting for them to come to Aster.
They just need to catch the right hero on Aster. If they catch the Brewmaster, sad, he has a hand disc. If they catch a support and you have to use your ult on him, it's also kind of sad because now you can't use them on the cores. So you have to catch the Terrorblade or you have to catch the Lesh. Aster's just in such a nice position that Terrorblade illusions are breaking everything so they can't sneak Roche. They're playing under their wards, they're playing as 5, so you're going to constantly have to walk into the team. They're even pressuring the base with the illusions. There's just so many things that is kind of pulling Liquid apart just around the map.
He also just had his buyback as well on Monet as well, so that very small window but could have been hazardous is now gone too.
A minute and a half left on Ursa's, but doesn't have the gold to get there once it comes back up again.
It's actually impossible to jump in first. Look at how he's sitting. He's got heroes on both sides. He's ninja geared there, just smoked up, hanging out, making sure that the Hawks don't spawn anything. He's not the guy you're gonna get. They fully recognize this is the only way they lose this fight.
This is the most defensive play that I feel like I've seen from a team in forever. It's because they know,
and that's after last game.
Exactly, right?
Exact same thing.
They know that this is the only way it works, and there's creeps hidden in the tier 4 towers. Like, Liquid need to deal with this. They're literally gonna lose their base if they don't make a move. And Liquid, they just can't. They're stuck in a chokehold. Matumba Man heads back, and now they're all alone.
The second they see the TPs, they just walk into Roche.
Aster, ready to go. Matumba Man and the rest of them are going to need to get back out close and quick, but it's not going to come quickly enough.
I believe it's Shadowfiend himself who says, outplay. You know?
Unreal.
That's how this feels.
Such clean Dota being played by Aster.
Oh, he wants that Aghanim Blessing. He's taking it.
And now smoke up from Aster. We'll see if they make the move.
I'm the Shadowfiend now. I got the Terror Wave.
They find one. It's XXS. That's not who you want at the start. Ori moves on in. BKB already out. Matumba Man runs away the Terror Wave. Walks forward. The Frost Shield. It's not quite enough from Matumba Man. And now the Hex. The turn. They chase him down. They kill him out. No buyback for 2 minutes. And just like that, Aster take a dominant control over this game. 20k gold lead now with that Aghanims in tow and the lift up there. They found Mickey. Can he manage to escape? The BKB runs on in, pulls him out. Nicely done. But the chase
on the Marcy.
And they're ready to go for the next round. Up to the high ground. Aster, they can feel it now.
Zai's in behind, but no roar here. Just has to watch, see if they can find a plan. Mickey just in the fountain.
Hoping for something. Matumba Man does have buyback and 400 gold, but it's not going to come soon enough. Aster, they're not going to give him the time. The Force Staff keeps Insania alive, but on to the tier 4 towers now. Aster, the last team in the upper bracket from China. Head on in. Mickey goes with the big ulti. Is it going to be enough, though? XXS pops it immediately, turns to fight, looks for some more. Monet, he's actually not hitting the throne right now.
Here he comes.
But they move on in, and Monet, ready to battle, heads on towards the Ancient. They start beating away at it. Eyes on the prize. The Chain Frost back and forth between the two of them. And with that, wait the fear, they move away. Another round of it. Jump forward, but GG is called. Aster, they win the game. They win the series 2-0 over Liquid.
Really nice performance from Aster. I think, especially the way they play the mid game, the late mid game, when they are slow in their holding areas in the map, and they force the lanes. Always pushing the lanes out with the Terrorblade, always forcing Liquid to have the TP back, make moves out, and then Aster's always getting the things that they want.
Yeah, Monet played a fantastic macro game there on the Terrorblade, right? Like, both this concept of like how important he is in the fights and where his position is in terms of the stack of the priority, the kill that needs to happen there from Liquid, and always being in a safe position, but still keeping those lanes in a state where they're always in an advantage. And again, that patience. I mean, I don't even remember last time I've seen like that early in the game. That was like a 60 or 70 minute play, you know, where you're sitting there for that long. But to do that at this point in the game was very impressive.
Well, Aster, they keep up this momentum as like we said, last Chinese team in the upper bracket. Liquid will drop down now after a really powerful group stage. Going to have to collect their bearings and get ready for those matches as well. But for now, as the players congratulate each other, we're going to head on back to the panel. As we as we see him actually one last time again, the crowd really appreciating the pressure that we've been seeing from him. You know, the thing to me that I will just mention real quickly about Aster is this is a team that, again, they were enemies previously. Last TI, you had Monet that ended up, you know, needing to sort of make a really solid change. Ori that was a standout performer. I think that at least now, top 6 guaranteed. It's been an amazing year for them.
Yeah, even the last major, I think they got top 3.
Yeah.
So the group stage, I feel like they were one of the silent teams in the group stage. They were always at the top 1 or 2 of their group. They were always looking really good, but no one really talked about them, I feel. It was always on like EG's destroying, Liquid's looking really good. Tundra, top of the group.
That's what we do, you know, Europe, NA. Yeah,
so I feel like Aster's just coasting by. Maybe that's what you want. You know, you don't want to be the silent team that no one knows what to do about.
It's been a classic one. I mean, you talk about like no one knows what to do about it. Like, what is the big thing we always bring up? It's like their positioning, the team fights, which is very kind of like an abstract concept. But if you start to watch that and like watch the replays, you really do see it. You do see like it feels like the communication is incredibly crisp and clear, which is something that, you know, obviously we have a language barrier there, so don't necessarily know what's going on. So it's very impressive to see just like how consistent they are in that regard. It would be really interesting to try and find out if that's something that like they've worked on.
Well, we might be able to find that out now as we head on back to the studio.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, so Aster claiming a really important victory there, 2-0 over Liquid. They'll be moving on to play Tundra. I'm here with T Governor, and of course that means that, yes, Liquid will be, I believe, moving on to play Entity in the lower bracket. Was that an expected result for most people?
Yeah, I think Aster was looking like a very strong team. I think coming into this, I know the panel before mentioned how Aster and Liquid had kind of the same pedigree. In the regions, they were dominating, and then when they get to LAN, it kind of falls flat a little bit more. But Aster, at least in previous time, has, I know they've leveled up a bit, getting third previous, or 2 majors back, then going to second place. And, you know, in this game specifically as well, I think Liquid, they got, you know, the Roshan around the 17-minute mark. They had a little bit of maybe like a momentum play to go for, but Aster, they just had their patience. Their Brewmaster itemized really nicely, going for this just Tranks, Wraith Pact into Aeon Disc, super unkillable, being able to just soak up that initiation. And then, of course, I think the hidden gem so far of TI is just this Lich. They mentioned it again in the cast, this Sinister Gaze, the cast point on it. You get caught off guard so many times. The amount of times that Matu would be blinking into these vulnerable positions, get instantly gazed, and then it's like, wait, how I don't have the damage. They've already forced stuff away. They've disconnected. And yeah, unfortunately, you see on the kind of the scoreboard here, Matu wasn't really able to get that Ursa game that kind of dominates and gets you through these, you know, game 2s of a best of 3s. And yeah, only 4-4 and 3. But yeah, very much Aster, Monet, the 8-0-6.
8-0-6. Yeah, perfect game. And of course, the Cyclone as well from XSS, another way to control Matu. Matu's been one of these players on the team that really is like, yes, I will trust, I will play what you want me to play. You know, there's a little bit of there was a cheeky kind of, you know, moment in the group stages when he got another Slark.
Another one.
But, you know, what do you think about this Ursa kind of, you know, and Matu on it? Was it too much for, you know, because he is one of the best carries out there and one of the most versatile. Was it, you know, would you have preferred to see him on something else?
I feel like in this draft position, they've already got the Shadow Fiend, the Beastmaster. When they're 23 picking an Ursa, it is kind of sending a message to Aster, which is, we will take these early Roshans, we will try and just be in the face of you, right? They have so much damage with a CM Marcy support duo as well. So I think they were just fully subscribing to their idea of, we want to just dominate this kind of mid-game and then try and just remove you from the game. And we've seen time and time again now that these teams, they fall flat in this, just converting the game that quickly, because teams are getting so good at just drawing out games.
Well, we're going to hear a little bit now from Aster, the victors here, as we're going to go to a winner's interview with Casey.
We're here with Picho, formerly known as Siamese Cat. Congratulations. this is your very first TI. You're playing with a bunch of veterans. You're playing with Burning as the owner of your organization. What's the best advice that some of them might have given you for playing as well as you've been playing this entire tournament?
第一球这是首先恭喜你们赢了这场比赛，然后这是你们第一次，这是你的第一届 TI， 然后也跟很多老将一起在那边打，包括也有 B 神作为你们的整个组织的领导，然后就想问你，他们有没有给你什么忠告，有没有给你什么意见，让你发挥得如此好？
我觉得其实我打线下赛或者打 TI。我的气场感觉完全凌驾于我的4个队友之上，感觉他们都是我教他们线下赛应该要怎么去打，要怎么不怕，要怎么不怕打线下赛，不惧怕这些场外因素什么的。然后我觉得我的第一次打 TI 这种经验比他们可能还多一点。
All right. So even though this is my first TI, I feel like I'm the one who's actually giving all the advice to my teammates. I'm the one telling them, not to be afraid, not to be fearful of the opponent, to go for it, and it doesn't matter win or lose, just go for it. So I feel like I'm the one giving the commands to the team and telling them what to do at this point.
Nice. Congratulations, and thank you so much for talking to us. 谢谢. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Casey. Yes, welcome back to the studio. Huge win for Aster, and really they're the kind of almost torch carriers for China right now, right? PSG in the lower bracket, RNG out. We're going to be quickly getting into the next game. It's going to be Beast Coast versus EG. How hyped are we?
Massively. We got to see, is SA going to take EG out of this tournament?
Who knows? Sorry, I interrupted. People saw it because they're ready. And why shouldn't they be? This is TI. First team up, it's Beast Coast.
Beast Coast.
K1, C-Smile, Whisper, Schofield, and Stinger have got a match ahead of them that will really solidify their kind of legacy in this TI. We'll see if they can take on their opponents as they get ready to sit down. Their opponents, of course, are Evil Geniuses. Representing North America, RTZ, Abed, Nightfall, Crit, and Fly as an organization. An amazing group stage performance. Certainly I think, wherever you go in the world, they are sometimes just these crowd favorites, and a lot of it is due to RTZ, but, Crit really stepping up, and there we go. Okay. We've seen what's happened here, but that's and now I don't get to interrupt you, Sheep. Sorry. This TI has been quick. It's not only quick for us, production. It's quick for the games. Many 2-0s. But this match coming up, hopefully not a 2-0. I want to see it go to 3 games. But what do you think, Sheep?
I mean, I love watching Beast Coast play. I think they're one of the most fun teams. So if this goes to 3 games, I'm absolutely stoked for that. They're just so kind of freestyle in how they play. A lot of these other teams can look a little bit more meticulous. I think Liquid kind of strike as a team. Like K1 thinks that too. Oh yeah, this team plays by the books. But Beast Coast, they're crazy. Schofield will just be like on the other side of the map to his team, trying to play some deep ward down and feeding. And that's just like a common thing, and it works for the team.
Yeah, if Liquid, if they're in the class, if they're the nerds, like Beast Coast, they're the rebels. They're sitting at the back, they're just having fun and they're doing their own thing, which doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing at all.
No, yeah, they picked the low percent win heroes to get beat Hikori to get here against EG with the last pick Batrider. T, what have you got for us?
No, I mean, it's also the fact that they currently have the second biggest hero pool at this TI. They've got 53 unique heroes. You compare that to EG. EG's all the way down in 13th with only 41 unique heroes. Of course, we get into lower bracket. That versatility might either be your Victor or the Bane that kind of holds you back because you're getting a bit too creative. But I think it's always fun to see Beast Coast just in the moment, if they feel a hero, like I remember speaking to Chris Luck at previous majors, like, yeah, I wanted to play Veno mid. I told my team in the draft we're the best of one. I just picked it. We just played, So it's just very cool seeing these like just wholesome moments of if they believe in each other, they're just going to pick it and see what happens. And Arteezy is squeaky clean balled. Oh, very cool.
He's done it, the madman.
He's trying. I mean, we'll see in about 2 hours, 3 hours if it actually worked or not, but...
We'll see. And then talking about the offlaners here, Sheeps, you kind of, I would say, we talked a little bit earlier, you inform me about stuff, I bring it up, but about the offlaners, Nightfall, going up against Whisper, what's that matchup like between these two teams? Because I think that's one to keep an eye on.
I think they are both insanely talented. Whisper constantly topping the charts of MMR. Like, he is just by and far like the best player on Beast Coast team. And Nightfall has come into EG and really kind of taken up this mantle, this play style that we've seen in the offlane, where he's more of that carry. And I think EG in the past struggled really hard to work with that play style. It felt like they were kind of having this power struggle between Arteezy and Nightfall wanting to be the carry. And this tournament, they've really adapted to it.
Because he was the carry, right? Like, that's the problem. There's something about EG always picking up these Eastern European offlaners and putting them carries and putting them into that offlane position. Nightfall, last TI, what was he? 5th, 6th with 3P. This time around, he comes in with EG, probably looking towards making a little bit of a better run.
Yeah, no, certainly. EG certainly have it in them to go all the way, even if it is the lower bracket. What they've shown in the group stages was amazing. But match-up to, head-to-head here, Tiga. These teams have played before.
They have, and first of all, if you look at EG versus South America, they've got like a 65% win rate in the last 2 years against any SA team. Like, EG's got SA's number, but against East Coast, not so much. The last 3 times they've met, only played best of 2s, draws every time. So this is very much an even series, not like, historically EG versus South America.
Yeah, and it's not like they played against each other a long time ago. It was at the Arlington Major. They played in the groups. They tied over there as well. And even though I have a feeling that the general consensus is slightly favored towards EG, it's Beast Coast and it's lower bracket. Like, they're the lower bracket kings.
Well, we have to see what will happen. Is I do believe that the players are almost in a lobby, and there is Bulba, of course, the coach. How Bulba's been in with a while. I mean, every time I used to go to TIs, if I saw Arteezy, I saw Bulba. They were always together. Yeah. But how has that kind of dynamic, moved forward?
Well, there's a tiny little bit of hate from the community towards their coach, right? Whenever they lose, he is the one that takes all the flack, but it's so far from the truth as well, because he brings way too much to the team. The dynamic between the two of them, like, inseparable.
I mean, if anything, I actually want Bulba. I still need to send him an invoice, because at the last major, he spilt food on my shoes at dinner, but I never washed them. So in case they win TI, I now have like a shoe stained by Bulba ready to put on eBay. So I'm really hoping that they can make a lower bracket run, so I can convert that stained shoe into a profit.
Have you already put in a bid for Arteezy's hair?
It depends on the shoe sale. I need the income in to go with income out, so we'll
stop
see.
talking about his receding hairline, so he's really going to need that.
I'm impressed. I'm going to probably do it too one day.
Do you have any kind of just favourites? Well, we'll get favourites a little bit later, because you know what? The teams are ready, so we are going to be going to the draft and then over to the commentators. Enjoy the match, everybody.
Beast Coast versus Evil Geniuses. Game 1.
You're spoiled today.
Hello.
You do get to do the draft.
Oh, let's go!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Woo!
I was really hoping that OD Pixel and Fog were going to do the draft, actually. Because I know OD Pixel loves to do the draft. It's like, we have to put it in all his contracts.
You actually you just can't get enough of them. The amount of work we had to do to get him away from the draft.
I know, but so if anyone's trying to hire, OD Pixel in the future, please. He loves the draft. But we're going to be doing it now. So, okay, the teams are ready. But what we can expect to see from the draft here? Like, what are you looking out for when these teams are matching up? And it's, you get game 1, you get to try a little bit something new. And maybe is that important for EG? Because they're on I believe, a 2-game lose streak. Don't want to say that too loud.
I would even say that this lose streak is maybe good for them, because they're a team that really likes to stick to their colors, to the play style that they have, to the drafts that they have. Infamous 5-game Storm Spirit Singapore Major, anyone recalls, like SF has been kind of a similar story for them over here, but they've already lost with it. They their perfect score with DSF has already been broken, so maybe they'll venture out into the wild a little bit.
So you think the couple of losses are good because they should change a little bit?
I believe they are a little bit.
It doesn't work like that, guys.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It doesn't work like that.
Well, I'm just like, what?
Okay, you've got Bulba, you've got the draft, like...
He's going to stick to the same thing.
Yeah, no, because like the reason why they do it is because they believe in it, right? And like with the Storm Spirit days, it was good. There were just other factors why it was sometimes losing out. And I feel like it might be the scenario again where it's like Shadow Fiend is good.
They're going to lose again.
Yeah, okay. But anyways, they're going to probably give it a go.
No, I agree. I actually completely agree. You don't just give up on a strategy because you lost with it a couple times. There's so much in play. They've had time to look at the replays and see what went wrong. And obviously, as the tournament goes on, people do sort of figure out these heroes. That's why you see the snipers and the drows and other sort of long-range heroes that have come out to fight against each other, right? People are figuring these heroes out. And you have to adapt with that. So I'm not saying you should drop it completely, but you do need to sort of adapt to it and move on and get other things. I think another hero that will be big is Brood. We haven't seen her in a while. She gets banned a lot.
So do you guys think that all the teams have adjusted to DSF already? So if they do choose to pick it, do you have to adjust the bans perhaps? Like something like a Sven needs to get out?
I think just the way that Thunder Awaken played against it, like Thunder Awaken, they're the only team at this TI to not even play Shadow Fiend once. But they go against the Shadow Fiend and they demolish it 2 games in a row. So I think that's the best replay now, where it's like best SF team versus the best team who hasn't even played it but can just demolish it. If you look at how they play, the pace, the speed, the fact that they're fighting top, TPing bot, they're not giving any room to farm this 20-minute BKB, forcing multiple engagements. So Shadow Fiend's like, guys, I want to be over here, but I'm not there. That type of play style. That's what EG needs to adapt to be able to fight into.
It looks like Aster also copied a little bit of that, right? Like in the last series, they played against the SF and to some success.
TA ganked that SF so much. I really love the movement of, like, you bring a support mid to either refill bottle or contest a rune, and then you shove out the wave, and then you smoke to the top lane where the SF is and get that kill. Because the move is so fast, and the wave is pushing into your mid, it's hard to know, like, what are they doing? Oh, are they going to farm a camp? You don't have the vision on them to know. So that's why that kind of fast move with the support is so effective, and I really love that against SF.
Well, we'll see, hopefully, when the first bans and picks come out. But for EG to really play their best, who is, like, kind of on fire? Because I always see when they're, like, dominating, Crit just being the most annoying position for.
It's the beautiful harmony between Crit and Abed. I think when Abed has a good game, be it like on his Embers, his Pucks, these kind of playmaking heroes, at minute 10, he's behind tier 1 towers, in the jungle, tier 2s, like just doing so much stuff that it allows your double carry side lanes of Artesia and Nightfall to be able to get
I like the way
items.
you said carry in air quotation.
Yeah, I wish I was on camera, to be fair, but alas, you enjoyed it. And then,
because you don't necessarily need a playmaker in every single game, right? And if you have these two kind of greedier cores on the side lanes, your mid lane definitely needs a lot of help early on, because he will be the driving force in that mid game.
Okay, and then on Beast Coast as well, when they're running on all cylinders sheet, who's really kicking off for their team? Who's the playmaker?
Sorry, for Beast Coast, did you say?
Beast Coast, yeah.
I mean, Whisper, I'll just say his name 100 million times. This guy is way
go
too
on,
talented.
you can start now.
Okay, baby, Whisper, let's go. Whisper.
And another one, there we go.
He's so good. Whisper, this guy, honestly.
You just said something other than Whisper. I'm a seasoned professional at saying things over and over again.
Yeah, that was insanity.
But as you were saying.
No, I think that he's really strong, and what he gives as well is he lets K1 play his comfort heroes. When we saw PL, we'd think, oh, it's not so good of a PL game, but because Whisper is dominating his lane, it gives that space to him to get the net worth needed to reach his hero's timings, because a hero like PL can be run over. We have seen that in other games. Because Hector is just going to pick whatever he wants. He's going to pick it. He's got his Sven carry, his Wraith can carry. He feels something and he goes for it. The way he describes his play is like, it's like a ranked game, and you just go on instinct. You just start going, go, 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 kill this shit, and then you run at them, and that's like what his comms are like in game.
No, you'd be surprised at how many players still play like that, just by instinct. Even in the drafts, like when they give input, it's like, yeah, I feel that this hero is good, and I feel that it isn't. It's not necessarily that strict. Like, okay, he's bad because of this, and this. It's more like a feeling kind of a thing that you get after playing 100,000 games.
It's almost like a wise man once said, the beauty about Dota is anything can work.
Exactly.
No, Tel, there you go. You are a wise man. And that's definitely not verbatim. Okay, so yeah, looks like we're actually getting some bans in, so they are going to be on the way for game one. So I will let you guys focus on the heroes and what potentially could happen, and listen very intently.
I mean, ban-wise right now, Thunder Awaken probably going to look to the
Thunder Awaken,
Brood
that's my favorite team.
Sorry, Beast Coast.
I'm Brood, right?
Oh my gosh, my teeth. Yeah, Beast Coast. Sorry, I was looking at stats of Thunder Awaken, but yeah, Beast Coast, because the Broodmother and the Primal Beast are the main prominent bans against Evil Geniuses. So most likely, oh, okay, giving it through.
Switching it up a little bit.
Which is fair. I guess the reason there is EG is second pick, so potentially wanting to second pick a Broodmother is like a strategic opening where Beast Coast, okay, if you do that, we still have pick 8, the final pick of the first phase, to respond to it. It's not as disastrous as EG being first pick and getting to close out the first phase of a Broodmother.
And is this Slash, is this Silencer now being banned out by EG? Because these are the ones I see being banned out against Beast Coast most of the time.
There's a lot of heroes. The ones you mentioned, I'm always scared of Marcy.
Marcy as well, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what they want to give away. They have to obviously think if you are letting something like a Brood through, you need heroes that deal with it. The old counters don't feel like they're as effective anymore because Brood's kit has changed so drastically over the patches with all these different reworks.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
That must be... So because Beast Coast have the last pick of the phase, I think they are thinking that EG want to take Broodmother and they want to get rid of a counter that they feel is the most problematic that could be picked. And Hector has been playing Nagasar in this tournament, so it is definitely out there as a threat.
Yeah, 100%. And EG, when they have picked the Brood before, the bans instantly after have been the Naga, Tide, and Ember. So of the three, they picked the most prominent one. So EG really kind of warning Beast Coast, we're probably going to go Brood.
Yeah, and this Crystal Maiden pick, I think, is really good as an opener because we've seen Crystal Maiden and Jakiro primarily as the pos 5s that help to deal with the Broodmother on the lane. Because one of the reasons that Broodmother is so strong right now is because of the heal that she gets from Insatiable Hunger. She is able to trade in the lane and then use the heal afterwards to get back up to full health, as well as take trades with it, secure last hits, and all of this relies on her being able to hit. So if you have supports in the lane with spells like Crystal Nova and Jewel Breath that reduce attack speed, then that is really good against Brood lane.
And are there any like carries that can match up against the Broodmother right now? Usually you'd want to have, like back in the day, it was the Trolls, right? It was anything that makes her miss, anything that makes her unable to get her HP back. Are there some new ones in the meta right now, T?
I mean, it's pretty much the, I'd say it's the offlane department. You can go for like these axes. You can even throw like the mid Pangoliers and stuff. They picked a Mars because you can eventually put in there. Like Broodmother is like a two-pronged assault where you want to have a really strong lane against her that you can kill her before she hits 6 and gets the Spiderlings, and then you want to transition that hero out the lane, and then you want to put a new hero in there that has the levels from elsewhere that can then
defend the tower.
Exactly, defend the tower and the Spiderlings. And the cool thing as well with the Brood Hoodwink, for example, is once Brood inevitably wins the lane, having your position 4 that can also just be super active on the map. So previous combos for crit have been a Shadow Shaman. Now he goes for a Hoodwink. These heroes, if they play within territory that's easily controlled by a Brood, they get to play such a free game because they get to run between the bot lane to the mid and bot and just kill anything under the protection
also,
of the Brood.
there's an additional thing that you get from Hoodwink, because you don't actually have to play on the Brood side, right? Like, as a Hoodwink, you can play on your own, you can defend the tower forever. Meanwhile, Brood is assaulting your side, while a single Hoodwink is defending the tier 1 on top.
I really loved watching Brood this tournament as well because she is so versatile in what she can do. I've seen Broods that haven't even taken the tower yet using their webs to connect to mid and play around there. So if the supports are playing around mid, it's easy for Brood to connect too. I think the most important thing for Beast Coast right now is to make sure they win this lane against her and kind of shut her down. So Brood, one of the reasons that everyone is picking her right now is because you are able to get a really early Wraith Pack and play around damage reduction. And then you can buy this pipe afterwards, which nullifies most damage from the enemy, and you get this Wraith Pack timing around 13 to 14 minutes, and it's really hard to deal with. And another thing to look at is in the group stage of TI, if Brood got her Wraith Pack pre-16 minutes, the score of her win to loss was 12-1. If she got it after 16 minutes, it suddenly became much more even, around 7-9. So making sure Brood doesn't get this early Wraith Pack timing is huge, insane.
It's very telling, because if the Brood does get that level 6 fast enough, she's usually rolling over the lane and you cannot stop her that easily, right? Which is why you get that Wraith Pack a little bit earlier. Also, it reminds me of Enigma, the way you play the Enigma, but you don't have to rely on that black hole. You aren't just the Wraith Pact and the Eidolons. You bring much more to the table.
I'm just trying to get over the fact that she said she enjoyed watching Brood.
I mean,
That's like saying you enjoy
cool.
Tinker. To me, I enjoy watching Tinker games, so...
I think the way the hero has evolved over the years is just really interesting to me, because she used to just be, I'm going to dominate the lane and buy carry items.
Yeah.
And she sort of reminds me a little bit of Nature's Prophet of like Arlington Major patch, where everyone was picking him because he was so versatile. He could push, he could connect to fights, he could carry and scale, and Brood is sort of similar to that. Late game you can go for more carry items, or you can go more utility with this Hex.
And there's something that I've noticed from this TI, from how the game's evolved. Breaking smokes seems to be that's why we saw a lot of Nyx. Brood still has a little bit of that in her, right? Like as a hero, or not so much, would you say? I'm okay being wrong, Sheep.
No,
you can tell me I'm out of it.
You're right, and like I wouldn't say wrong. It's like she uses her spiders as the main primary source of vision, because they changed the way the control group works, and now you can send out spiders everywhere across the map. So it's more about knowing where people are or where people aren't, so you know if there's smoke.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always giving vision, and
I love being wrong and right.
You're beautiful, James, no matter what.
At the same time, like, she brings even more than just the smokes because of the way the Shard and Axe have been reworked.
Oh, the Axe as well.
So with that Axe, it's not only about you can even catch in with heroes. So it's not only about breaking smoke. You can set up traps. It's basically more annoying techies at this point.
Yeah, and to give reference, the Axe, it's this like invisible snare that you place inside your web so you don't see it, and then you walk into it, and then you suddenly just get rooted, and then other people get rooted, and then you can just spam so many. And if you get into an aggressive position and you're putting them on the high ground entries, you're mentioning smokes. Even if you do get a successful smoke out onto the map, you then walk into a high ground area, but you're instantly rooted, and then it tells EG, guys, they're there. It's so much aggressive vision through indirect spells, basically.
And the Sven being picked up here. T, you've been a coach for teams. What position would you rather be in here? Would you rather be, you feel like EG of kind of, leading the way on the draft, or, Beast Coast have got plenty of answers?
I think right now EG is just making a statement with their draft because they are picking heroes that are forcing Beast Coast to react. So when you're entering a lower bracket game, not having full control of the heroes that you want to pick always can be a bit more annoying. And in this situation here as well, it's like EG picks up the Sven, so now you can't give K1 his Sven against a Broodmother, who could be an aggressive laner with CM. You just take it away. Beast Coast, okay, now we're going to think of another hero to pick. So yeah, EG just being really forward-thinking with this draft, so I think I'd probably lean EG right now.
Meanwhile, Beast Coast, they snap up. No pun intended.
They take that snap. This guy.
Yeah.
When I made a pun, everyone just shit on me and called me a wannabe Lacoste when he does it. Ugh.
The delivery, the smooth, silky tones.
Yeah. That's true. It was beautiful, though.
All right, so.
Oh God, he got silky.
He's got more. He's got more.
It's
Talk to me,
versatile.
Lizard.
It's versatile for them, but most likely it will be the support here, right? Or maybe it can even be played on mid because they have done that in the past.
The Snapfire is very versatile in this region. It was more Thunder Awakened last sort of DPC tour in Arlington, where they were playing it on multiple roles. Off lane is usually like where I've seen it, but it strikes me more as a support here because you want to pair it with that Mars.
I think one of the concerns right now for Beast Coast is we've mentioned the itemization of Broodmother, the Wraith Pact, the Pipe. Most of Beast Coast's early game damage is going to be this magical damage. Sure, you have the Lil Shredder and Snapfire to instantly kill through the hit count on the Wraith Pact, but if that interaction doesn't happen, if you don't see that Lil Shredder come through, then you're not going to kill the Wraith Pact because it's super hard for these melee heroes to get in. CM, you can't rely on her. And then the Pipe. So I'm a bit worried, Beast Coast, if they don't come out ahead in the lanes, they're just going to be on the back foot a little bit.
And everything that you were talking about stands as long as you can interrupt the long-range damage that Mortimer's Kisses bring, right? But now you get the Ember on the side of EG, so you can deal with that as well, not only with the Snapfire, but also with the Crystal Maiden.
This is what I love about EG's draft, though, is how they're covering their bases. We have the Wraith Pact and the Pipe for damage reduction. Sven, his Warcry, it gives armor to the team.
Yep.
EG have ran this strat before. Fly plays it typically on the POS 5 Sven, and you build around this one core who becomes incredibly tanky and just kind of can't die, and that's what I like about this Brood and this Sven. What are you meant to draft towards in terms of damage?
I think we've been praising EG and how they've set up this draft to be super aggressive. The flip side will be if Beast Coast does survive through this very mid-game centric kind of annoying lineup, their heroes with BKBs, items, and just scaling in, they will always have the team fight. They will always have the we can just hold this position and fight you if they can get around this Broodmother Ags and stuff. But it's still very much leaning more towards EG of the teams that should be able to set the pace of the game. Unless their lanes go disastrously, then sure, Beast Coast, they have a plethora of damage, but
Oh, I just want to say, actually, we talked about the snap flexing a bit. I'm just realizing it's Beast Coast, and I know that Schofield hates ranged fours. He has played the snap, and he can play it, but he heavily prefers pos.
Some Chris Luck snap or?
Well, I'm thinking it might be a mid-Mars and an off-lane Snapfire with the Tiny. That would make the most sense to me in terms of their players and how they play. It's
5 seconds.
It's what makes sense to me for Beast Coast.
That sounds way more fun for sure. Like I'm checking here, they have played it already at TI. They played the offlane snap, they played mid snap. There's a lot of flexibility with the hero, and they need something that provides more aggression, because like if you put Mars mid, you're going to secure his levels. So we mentioned how the Broodmother needs to have that anti-wave clearing hero to go against her. That's going to be the Mars now. If you put it in mid, it's easy to transition that Mars from the mid lane to bot. It's not as far as the off lane to safe lane. So I honestly like that adaptation.
The only problem that I would see with that is that you're kind of tying up your mid laner, the one that's supposed to do the most in the mid game,
to one lane,
tying him up to one lane that's just defending against the Brood. For me, the best way to do it is some 4 or 5 that can just spam out the spiders, make it annoying for the Broodmother. But then again, the new Brood is kind of difficult to stop that way.
And EG does have the final pick in the entire draft, so Beast Coast, they're going to be entering this final phase, kind of picking a little bit of blind here.
Yeah, there's still the Troll available if they want to play the lane that way against the Brood. Hector does play a lot of different heroes. Who else is still in? Do we have like Faceless Void?
Is there not like a Pudge scenario here?
Yeah, that could work with the Vanguard rush.
Yeah, exactly. Just go for some Vanguard, get an Ags, you park yourself there, you're aggressive in lane, CM Pudge, you have the root, you can then hook. So before Spiderlings come into play, there's some kill potential in this Brood.
I like that a lot.
And they don't necessarily have anything great against the Pudge at the moment. They would have to answer that with the carry. I actually do like the Pudge idea quite a bit.
It's kind of like a hero that you can kind of dangle in the middle of the fight, and all these like spell casting heroes, they're not going to be too aggressive. And for EG as well,
he can also be way more active earlier on, and he can be an additional hero that can park in front of the Brood once that Vanguard is up.
A tanky enough hero to allow like time for the rotations to come in as well. That's another thing, is if you pick a weaker carry who dies so quickly to a Broodmother when she hits 6 and that pressure.
Would you be worried for their burst amount of damage? Or is Tiny Snapfire good enough?
Yeah, I think that's good enough. I think Beast Coast, they're playing a game where they want to try and be really aggressive in lane, and then sure, they will fall victim to not being able to play as quickly as a Brood and Ember, but they'll eventually just scale into the game nicely.
Oh, they go with the Slark. This is it, right? Like, as Sheep mentioned, if he wants to play that Slark, he's going to get his Slark, he's going to play his Slark. And this hero has been picked quite a bit recently. Like in the Chinese region, they switched up the whole kit on the hero. Like first item Radiance, that's been the flavor for at least a couple of months. Not going to happen here, most likely.
Hopefully not. But we mentioned how EG doesn't really have team fights. They're relying on kind of annoying heroes to just win in these mid-game engagements. Slark's the hero that if you survive that style of play, you can dominate. And EG,
I feel like TB was the answer almost no matter what.
They've done this so many times before. They've done the Brood, they've done the Terrorblade. Yeah. Their play style is get into the enemy side of the map. Terrorblade skips waves, Brood skips waves. You have no map to get out on. It's a classic thing EG's done a lot of times before. It's a good carry-to-carry matchup.
So who do you fancy just based off the draft, I guess the question is?
Beast Coast is so good at spellcasting, and their entire lineup is just spellcasting, running around team fighting. So I think it definitely plays to their strengths as a team, but this late game is a little dicey.
I'm worried there's not enough map for Beast Coast to play, where they rely surviving for long enough to get items, and a Terrorblade and Brood, they can really choke you out of a game just through shoving waves into you.
Yeah, I'm gonna go on a whim here and go with Beast Coast. I have some faith in the lower bracket SA Slark.
You don't believe in the boldness?
Well, there was one guy that won going bold yesterday as well. So.
See?
Are we overdoing it?
No. I'm just quite excited. I know we get to hear a little pre-game interview from Bulba in a moment, so I'm just waiting for that to come through. But
well, it is mid Tiny. That is one thing we got wrong.
Do you think oh no, he's still got the headset on. I was like, if he's walking over, he might now be able to hear us. Oh, let's say hi to Bulba.
Yeah.
Hi Bulba, enjoy your interview. But again, he's got the headset on, so we'll wait a minute.
When he's ready, I'll know, and then we'll send it over. But it's definitely for a game one. It really seems like EG you think controlled the draft. They're going in slightly more comfortable, but it's like, as you say, Hector just gets to choose like, hey, I want Slark, and it's going to work.
Pretty much from the get-go, they're controlling the draft, but Beast Coast also are in their full comfort zone.
Okay.
They do struggle to take objectives a bit.
We'll see how comfortable EG are, because Slacks has got an interview with Coach Bulba.
Thank you so much over there on the panel. I am here with Bulba, ladies and gentlemen.
Feels good.
Oh, there we go. The people love you, sir. Very confident draft. First pick Broodmother, and then countered by Beast Coast by a lot of AoE. Do you think that you guys are going to be okay? Are you happy with the trap that you have spun?
I mean, hopefully we're happy. I think we're happy. So yeah, we didn't expect them to give us Brood. So, but I think we haven't lost with the hero yet. So yeah, let's see if they have their ideas good enough.
All right, fantastic, sir. Well, I think the crowd has a lot of confidence in you guys, so thank you very much, and we wish you the best of luck there in Game 1, and we will get right to that now with Owen and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, very much looking forward to this one. Evil Geniuses versus Beast Coast here in the lower bracket. We heard it there, Fogged. You know, Bulba very happy that they're able to get the Broodmother and be able to build a draft around that. Would you also agree there's reason to be confident in getting that through in the way they've closed it up here for EG? Or do you feel that Beast Coast will have the means to deal with the Spider?
It does look like they have a lot of answers because they've seen it so many times. We've seen them play it, I think, 5 times. They did drop one game, I believe, versus Liquid when they had the Brood, but they do have so many answers. It seems like every single one of their heroes is to respond to that, and also to respond versus the Wraith Pack build that we've seen pretty much every game. They have the Snapfire. Of course, you have that little Shredder to kill it off, so it does look like they answered it pretty nicely, but let's see what's going to happen with that last pick Terrorblade.
Well, let's get ourselves into the action. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of Evil Geniuses versus Beast Coast. And in terms of the way that they ended the draft, Fog closing up with the Terrorblade, what does that sort of say about EG's strategy overall in terms of the timings and strength they're going to look to play towards against Beast Coast?
Just doesn't seem like he's going to be able to get enough distractions on the game, because he has this Brood, he has this Hoodwink, he has this Ember that's going to be causing problems across on the other side of the map. So maybe it feels like he can get all the space in the world as this Terrorblade to be able to get this scaling. But looking at the draft, of course, from Beast Coast, they have a lot of answers, of course, too, for TV. Mars has traditionally been seen as one of those heroes, even though it's gotten nerfed a lot of times, has done well versus TB, and they have a plethora of burst damage and nuke that we saw work pretty well versus these pretty squishy Agi cores a lot of the time.
On the side of Beast Coast, obviously, finishing with that Slark pick here for Hector. If you get anything here as both teams.
Look how much information they're giving. Just because that Slark standing on the high ground, that night vision, can see so much. They can actually sneak into this enemy jungle nicely.
And indeed, was able to pick up the ward there, Gojira. See the stun here around the mid, K1. Not going to want to stand around too much.
I don't think I've ever seen that happen, actually. At least not in a TI.
No.
Get their mid ward just walked up and snatched because of that night vision.
Yeah, well.
So, all right, that's going to be pretty cool to set up.
They'll be happy with that one, Beast Coast.
And look at this approach. The start of the lane right away, they're going to actually put the pressure onto the TB. I think they look at this lane and they're like, this is a lane the TB can definitely get punished. This Mars, this Snapfire, they could definitely shut this down since there's just a Sven behind him. All right, let's see how it plays out. Yeah, I can't believe that happened.
See if it has any sort of implications on the way they're able to set up this early vision, and indeed the lack of it that EG might have these first few minutes around certain areas.
This is that melee versus melee matchup, so sometimes, it can be like a range versus range where you want that high ground ward to be able to play with them to pull creep aggro and stuff like that. So it's not that, of course it sucks to lose your ward, but could be worse if it was him like on a range or something like that in a disadvantageous matchup.
So the way that this lane starts down bottom, so which core is going to be happier at the beginning out of K1 and Nightfall down here?
It's pretty tough to bully out Brood nowadays. With the new way that the web works, you don't really get slow ever. You have so much health regen. When you get that second point in web, even if you drop low on HP, you're pretty speedy, and you'll be able to get that, of course, that HP regen that builds in. So I don't think Nightfall should be too worried. He also has crit always behind him, so I would say if anyone has to worry, it's Stinger more than anything in this lane.
Sure, yeah, has to be careful how far he steps up, especially once the level 2s are there. Crit could look for a quick setup and have that damage.
Just a lot of harassment that comes out with the Blightstone and then the spam that's going to be coming out from the Silken Bola. We'll see which choice actually Nightfall does go for, because also you can actually go for either. Any of these builds could go for just 1-2-1 or something like that, so we can trade with Hector. Or K1, we should say, of course.
Of course, on this top lane then for Arteezy trying to lane against the Snap Mars duo that Beast Coast are putting against him. I mean, is he going to be fine up here, or is there potential for kills to be found by Beast Coast?
I mean, from what we've seen, these Svens are able to secure lanes pretty nicely, but it looks like
yeah, good setup here. They will indeed. First blood for Beast Coast. Nice little combo there. Of course, between these two heroes, Snap and Mars, they'll be able to pull off much more of that to come here in the laning stage.
And they can do that to Arteezy pretty much any time too, so he always has to be careful. It's a death that's kind of needed in a way. Like it's gonna happen there for the Sven, and it's better that he dies than the TB dies to this big burst damage that comes out from these two. But they're gonna keep going for that. They're gonna always go for these double nuke plays onto either TB or Sven if they're out of position.
Of course, whilst the meta's unavailable, very hard for EG to get aggressive in return.
But so far, he's farming very well. Right? 13 and 3, even though he did lose to Sven.
Not being slowed down so far.
None of the cores, really. Mid lane also. See C-Smile versus Abed. Pretty much dead even. And bottom, Hector, a little bit behind, but it's a tough lane in a way versus the
I feel sort of across the map, he's the one that's going to have a bit of a trickier time when it comes to getting up to the CS.
Honestly, it feels like both of the carries might start to be in some troublesome positions, right? Like Arteezy does feel like once these nukes start leveling up even more, will be problematic for him, but they do actually get a stacked pull-off. That's pretty rare. So they're going to lose a whole wave on Beast Coast.
Structures are fortified.
See what Gojira can try and do about this. See if there's a chance to maybe look for a kill between the two of them here, Whisper and Gojira. Gonna set up onto Fly, but with the Mango in the stun, make sure the Whisper doesn't get the chance to line up any follow-up.
That hurts, though. They lost literally the entire wave there to that double pull, and Arteezy's able to free farm under the tower, so really good play from Fly. As bottom, yeah, just constantly seeing them spamming these spells back onto each other. All the trees being cut on the side there, you see K1 constantly Quelling Blading. Always going to be watching for those Quelling Blade plays, of course, also versus the Hoodwink to cut down that Acorn shot.
On the top. Once the meta's up, it's definitely a bit trickier for Beast Coast to try and make that play between these two.
They still do have a lot of burst, right? If they can get the chain stun, even Arteezy could go down.
Absolutely, yeah. If they can land sort of the lineup to get that good angle with the spear, it will be almost certainly death for one of EG's members on that top lane.
And they are hanging on to a lot of stick charges up here too. 5 on Gojira and also 9 on Whisper. But lingering pretty low on HP.
I'm not opposed to taking the occasional bounty.
Down bottom, K1 able to rely on Stinger to continue to bring in the regen whilst he's working his way towards that second set of tangos here. Picked up. They then get the angle. Looking to follow up. It's another kill. Beast Coast combo here proving to be very strong, and as best as EG are trying to avoid getting caught in these situations, flying Arteezy, Beast Coast still able to find these opportunities.
Yeah. It's pretty unavoidable. Like, they have the CM aura, so they're always able to spam their spells up here too, and they might even go for Arteezy. Top,
he's on his own now. Underneath the tower. See if they can do this here, but Fly back in action and TP at the ready. He'll manage to turn up and make sure that the dive cannot continue, but really feel it already. Beast Coast finding these great chances to just get under that tower and aggressive. Right, Cookie as well, under to Whisper to close the gap, but the stick charges will keep Fly fine. Beast Coast will have to reset a little bit. They're starting to fall low on the two of them.
But the rotation's coming in. Look how low these heroes on our EG are.
I mean, yeah, Fly and Arteezy have to be careful. Here we go, Chris. He's looking for Fly.
He saw him.
Be able to catch him with the avalanche. He can. Fly's not going to be able to run away from this one. He'll pop the war cry, but a final blast from Gojira gets another. I mean,
in the rune,
he's going to be able to. Oh, with the remnant. Oh, he's in and he's out. Abed will manage to still pick that up before Chris swings back towards the mid.
That would have been some pretty fortunate scenarios coming in. Of course, Rune spawning top right when he's rotating. Does get the catapult last hit on Chris Luck. Good start for him, level 6 early on. Quick, easy rotation. Doesn't find the Terrorblade, but again, finding the early kills. 3-0 ready for Beast Coast. And the bottom lane, they actually haven't died. They've weathered everything. And as you mentioned, your Slark, sure, he's a bit behind the counterpart. 400 behind the TB, 800 actually behind the Brood, but they haven't died down here.
No. And this was going to be the toughest part of the map for Beast Coast in this laning stage, no doubt about it. So they're dealing very well with the pressure and the setup that EG set up against them. And now with this movement from Gojira, they might find a chance to make a kill onto Nightfall.
And with the pounce, the blast to follow up into the cookie, and indeed the spider's gone. Beast Coast, they are doing an excellent read of where they can make these plays in this laning stage here. They're not letting a kill miss them at all here. 4-0 now.
It's similar to the way that we saw Thunder, the approach that they took versus EG, just this constant aggression. Really nice moves coming after them, and now K1 soon to be getting level 6, so should be able to withstand down bottom on his own. Yeah, really smart moves. And we see a pretty clever ward, of course, too, from Gojira. Actually places it in the river down bottom after he makes the rotation, so gonna spot any rotations that Crit makes as well. Maybe guarantees that 8-minute power rune for Chris Luck if they do linger in the area.
Definitely want to keep control of that power rune for sure.
They're actually going for the play here on mid.
Get the toss back. Cookie as well to follow things up.
It might be, ooh, so close. Almost gets the frostbite onto Abed.
Same time up top. CEG now make a move on towards Mars. Look to threaten Whisper. He'll be able to spear back RTZ, but Flying Crit able to finish him off as EG finally get themselves a kill on the board.
Yeah, lane's starting to break pretty early on here. And Rune will spawn, and yep, Gojira, since he's staying in that area, will secure it with the 3 heroes. That's K1 in a 1v1 versus the Brood. Much better for him.
He's happy now. Yeah, he's hit the 6. So when it's Nightfall alone down here, K1, very little to be concerned about.
Yep.
Should be able to start closing that gap in the farm.
And we do see Nightfall, most of the games he's gone for that Wraith Pact, but I think he's starting to realize, they have the Snap who's gone for the early points in the Little Shredder too. He can actually go Wraith Pact first item, so gonna go for the pipe. Also the item that, all these Broods do go as like the first, second item. Yeah. A lot of magic damage, so.
Absolutely, yeah, he needs it to be able to protect his army this game.
Exactly, and to protect the TB if he does show up early. There's so much magic burst that's on Beast Coast, so we like that. Seeing Abed kind of cutting mid lane as well, and they are looking to make perhaps some rotations too. So trying to divert all that attention off of the top lane.
Want to go for Nightfall. Nightfall is playing very cautious under the tower. Same time around the mid, they'll look to dive in for Chris. Chris able to get the free-man avalanche off. Time's being bought for the backup TPs to come in. The Stinger turns up. And EG, they won't be able to continue the aggression onto Chris. He'll be fine.
He's very tanky.
Now still had, it's pretty much a full stick there. 10 charges and a Fairy Fire, so really a kill that EG was going to be able to get, even with the 3 of them turning up.
A scary place to overcommit to. I think they knew that the Mars wasn't going to be able to come in, but the 2 supports could be around there just to back him up right away. And now K1, level 6 is online. Treads are done. He's just going to get to the jungle a little bit here. Another move for mid. Not going to be able to get Gojira, though. Although, 4-1, EG still leading in the net worth.
Yeah, farm's still good.
3 cores still looking very good with their presence. And Nightfall, now the pressure is going to start on the bottom lane. So let's see what Beast Coast does to react versus this Spider. As we mentioned earlier, their draft does have a ton of ways to clear them out.
They'll try for the catch onto K1. Will scare him enough to pop the Shadow Dance immediately in return to the Bushwhack coming in from Crit. Top lane, Arena was dropped it. Looks like they made an attempt, but weren't quite able to pull it off this time. RTZ remains safe. Won't be able to continue to farm underneath the tier 1 top, underneath the tier 1 bottom. Trying to dive in past the tower. They know that K1's got no ultimate. He's already used the Shadow Dance. Further TP's coming in, try and pounce away, but Crit able to time it perfectly with the Bushwhack, pulls him back. They take down K1. Lose fly in return. We'll see if the rest of EG can get out. In fact, they might not want to get out because backup's arrived. Abed, he's also ready to dive underneath the tier 1 tower, but indeed he's hit the 6. They toe with a stun. Gojira, he's just able to toe with a kiss. His takedown. Abed takes down Crit. It started off as a smooth move from EG to try and pressure in, take down K1 whilst he didn't have the Shadow Dance. But then they tried to go for more, and that was not the move that they were going to get away with against Beast Coast there. A perfect time to hit the 6. Beast Coast turn it around, and Abed, he's going to wish he didn't come down here at all.
Oh, yeah. A beautiful latch from Crit here to start it all off, getting him in mid-pounce. But yeah, I don't think they expected so many rotations coming. I don't know if they expected the Snap to be that 6 either. And yeah, Whisper had just used ult top, so maybe they thought he wouldn't come here either. Beautiful moves. This Snapfire really kicking it this early game. 3-0-3, 6 of the 7 kills.
Yeah, just excellent setup there as well from Gojira, using the cookie for Whisper, getting him on top of Abed. And then with that opening stun, easily able to find time to get the follow-up spear. And it just locked down Abed for the whole ult that was coming in.
And the crazy thing is, too, look at the tower HP in that bottom safe lane. After we see the Ember perhaps getting gone on a little bit.
We'll see if they can get it. They might. They
might be able to.
Again, the 3 stuns are there. Abed a couple of times now, back-to-back in this area of the map. It's not been a great place for him to be.
No, and then we do see the tower. It is 100% HP. It has not been touched. This is a Brood lane. Near 12 minutes, that dive not working out at all.
See around the mid. Chris ready to set up more, gets the toss back. onto Fly, and of course back up, it's there, it always is here from Beast Coast. The three of them take down another. Fly falls. We'll see Arteezy turning up to the mid. This is quite an aggressive fight for the Terrapins to be involved in. I don't know if Arteezy wants to be in. The arena's there. What's going on, from Abed? Dying 2 times down on the bottom. Arteezy suddenly turns up to a very premature fight in the mid. 12 minutes in, he's stepping up to the mid-high ground. You can't do that against Beast Coast.
He just had popped his meta too. Wanted to try to come in just for a quick kill onto a core, but Beast Coast, they're too fast around the map. EG's got to give more respect to these movements.
Absolutely.
This is devastating. Look at Nightfall even too, maybe.
We've just seen it happen to Abed. We've just seen it happen to Arteezy, and we've just seen it happen to Nightfall. EG losing course left, right, center here.
It's 12-2. I mean, this is looking just like thunder, really, the way that the aggression is coming out so early.
Even rougher, I think, in this early game.
Absolutely. K1 even looking to top.
Won't be able to do too much on his own.
Just steal some Agi. But he's got the Diffusal Blade finished up, so that's also another scare. The fact that Beast Coast can even start involving the Slark in every single one of these fights. Arteezy can't come back to show up for quite some time.
We'll get a quick pick on to Stinger here. Over on Beast Coast side of the map. Definitely feels like, still at the start, EG, whilst they were sort of losing in terms of kills, they were getting the farm. They've got to be careful not to sacrifice the space that they've been able to maintain on their half of the map, but for going for these aggressive plays and losing these huge kills.
That's devastating. They're trying to look for K1, perhaps. Secret trying to, but no, he gets in the tree lines.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is looking like a very good start here for Beast Coast, of course. Almost a blink even on the Mars, so... The distancing for TB, like usually the way he wants to play in backlines and hiding in the jungle, pretty much farming for most of the game, it's gonna be a lot harder now with Whisper having this type of start. Blink at 13 minutes in your offlaner.
Quick setup in the mid, Chris.
Boy.
Abed will be fine. He's got remnants to play with, but taking a heavy bit of damage.
Only, I think, misses one of those globs. A super farm Snapfire.
Super power in 9 seconds. Beast Coast, they'll want to make sure that Abed doesn't get a hold of that.
They have the blink on Chris as well, too.
And the rune, and it is coming bottom. Abed able to grab it inside.
Chris is out of mana. They're trying to chase.
Kind of hard to chase though between these two. Yeah, further TPs are coming in. He'll latch on with the Searing Chains, but Abed knows that he's got to be careful. Whisper turns up.
Abed might still be in trouble.
I mean, he is indeed. The Remnants, it was laid down in a bit of an awkward spot. And of course, no struggle at all there for Chris to make sure he's there ready and waiting. That's Abed dead again.
And, I mean, they did not have the damage at all to try to go for the touch. They had the Sven and the Ember, no Flame Guard. That was...
And the kills, they're just going to keep rolling in, by the way. Beast Coast, they find Fly out alone. It's 15-3 here, 14 minutes in. Beast Coast, there's just no slowing them down here.
They're oppressive on every single one of the lanes. Anytime somebody shows on EG, they get cleared out. Oh, look, some spiders as well, too. Whisper says thank you. Level 11 already on this Mars. Anytime anyone shows, it feels like they can die now because of these double blinks that are set up, and from these over-leveled supports, they're always going to be able to get the catch on EG.
That's some terrifying stuff here from Beast Coast so far.
How does EG really get things together now, right? Like, who do they really want to rally behind? It feels like it's going to have to be like when the pipe comes out for Nightfall, which he does have now, so let's see what they can do with it.
They're going to try and get something going here off the back of a smoke.
Feels difficult still.
For Chris here around the mid. TPs are going to come in. See if they can take down the Tiny. Stinger on the side, able to lay down the ult. EG there attempting to reach it to take down Chris, but Chris, he's out and he's alive. He's going to be fine. K1 charging in the front of the fight. He's in with the pounce on top of Arteezy. Avalanche as well onto the forward to Arteezy. Will be able to get the sun drop onto Fly. Arteezy back up to full HP. Abed out of the fight. The arena's down. Spear will miss. So they won't be able to hold Arteezy in position. Arteezy's going to be fine for now. Now turns towards K1. Pounce back at the ready. Chris, he's in with the jump though. They've got the combo. The follow kisses Arteezy melting to the damage of the Snapfire. Gojira takes him down. So Abed, is there more for him to find? He's going to try and keep the fight going, Abed. Jumps over towards Chris. Chains and the further remnants, but the Avalanche is back up. Chris will still die. They get a kill and return, EG. Anything more for them to find? I mean, K1, Stinger, and Gojira, they're ready to continue this fight as well here. 4 versus 4. They want to keep the action going. They get the Bushwhack set up onto Stinger, stun, into the angle of Crit Salt. EG find another.
Ooh. I mean, they're pretty durable. You're definitely seeing that pipe coming into play. This 30 HP regen Broodmother just never getting low.
Now, Cookie, into the blast, but no further ability to send them back under the tower quite yet. So EG, they may lose Arteezy in the fight, but they do take down 2.
Yeah. It started, I mean, it looked almost kind of disastrous at the start, but I think the Sleight of Fist actually canceled Whisper's Blink Dagger, and then he had like a little bit of an awkward jump with his ult and spear. That's why he ended up missing. But he's still going to keep going through these plays too.
Yeah, EG, they're trying to play with the momentum that they were able to get going a little bit around that mid fight. Do end up losing Crypt bottom.
It does feel like EG is actually more cooldown reliant. Even though they're playing into a team that has like Mars ult and the CM ult, it does feel like EG has to be pretty careful if they want to, because it feels like they have to invive Arteezy when they go for these type of pushes, and he needs to have meta available. So yeah, it does feel like they have to play pretty slow on the side of EG versus Beast Coast, which is scary, because Beast Coast is not going to play slow at all. They're going to just constantly look to hunt. It's going to continue to accelerate too, because K1, he's got a couple components finished already of that Aghanims. 3 pieces done. That's going to make it even easier for him to just stick onto that back line, get onto Arteezy.
Absolutely, and to be able to kite him out if things get dangerous when the meta's up.
Okay, Whisper opts to go for his shard early on since he's playing versus that TB. Tends to be one of the most valuable options when you're playing versus Illusion Cores. And he's very farmed, so it doesn't hurt him too much to go for that this game.
See Beast Coast ready to set up around the mid. Let's see if they can get the combo up onto Abed. We're going to try with a slight error. Immediate reaction. They still find the Avalanche toss combo, but that quick little dodge at the beginning, meaning that the full lockdown couldn't quite be there from Beast Coast. Abed will be fine. I mean, Kajira's going to go with the kiss. Whisper tries the arena, but won't manage to get the catch. This time, EG able to dodge the combo. Still to the side though, Fly will be finished off. EG, they try and attempt to fight with the arena being missed. Abed, Remnant at the ready, will be able to dodge out of the range of the Crystal Maiden ultimate. EG, they'll keep that distance for now. Arteezy looking for an opportunity to step back in on this, but Beast Coast, they're out with the retreat. They pop the smoke and keep their distance.
That's a fresh meta. He just popped it. This could be dangerous position here still for Arteezy. He could still just get popped. He has the pipe aura around him. He's going to need that near him. But all this time, the meta is just ticking down. Not getting any farm, not getting any pressure either. It's tier 1 still standing. All tier 1s on the side of Beast Coast standing.
What have we here?
Saw a quick move there from Chris and Whisper down towards the bottom. Maybe seeing if they could catch out whoever turned up to clean up this bottom lane. It is Abed.
I don't have the spear just yet, but they definitely have enough damage to control. The max frostbite is at the ready.
Yeah. If Abed shows again, that could be Beast Coast key to go. And here we have it. Chris is in. Have a large toss. Spear back. TPs are coming in, but it's not going to be soon enough to save him. Abed taken out by the combo once again from Beast Coast.
It looked like he kind of maybe saw them, maybe thought he was going to be tanky enough, but no, way too much damage, way too much control that Beast Coast does to have down here. Again, just continuing to make all these beautiful plays. And I think that is going to be, yeah, the Axe is going to be done now for K1 for Hector. He's having a phenomenal game, and they continue to shut down Abed. 0, 4, and 3 on this Ember Spirit.
See what sort of a defense EG can put together around these tier 1 towers. Now the Beast Coast are amping up the pressure on these lanes.
I mean, it's pretty astonishing, right? The team that has the TB and the Brood are the ones that haven't been able to take a tier 1, and they've actually lost pretty much all 3 of theirs in a second here. Beast Coast just really bringing that early action these first 20 minutes. Not really giving any opportunities for that Brood. As we mentioned, as Bobo was talking about it, they've gotten this Brood a lot of the times, but Beast Coast, they answered it pretty much with at least 4 or 5 of the picks in their draft, and so far you're seeing it work pretty damn nice.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw obviously the other day in the series that EG played, right? Both games, they're able to get their hands on this SF that they've been winning through the group stages throughout, and it was clearly something that Thunder Awakened had planned for. You've got to ask yourself, with the Brood being let through this game, it's probably something that Beast Coast had a pretty good idea of how to deal with, and so far it looks pretty good. Top lane, Whisper and Chris continuing to just pick up these kills wherever they go. I mean, as long as Beast Coast pretty much have a combination of any 2 of these heroes, they've got excellent kill potential.
Damage and control more than necessary. Whisper continues to have this crazy game. He's top net worth still, somehow, on this off-lane Mars, 8, 1, and 7. I think it's something we've gotten used to, of course, with Whisper in some of his games where he just totally pops off, but this is ridiculous.
EG finally able to get some pressure onto the tier 1 themselves, bottom. This tier 1 should be gone. No interest here from Beast Coast to do anything about that one. I've seen K1 get into the triangle.
He's got Arteezy at 0 mana, so they know that Arteezy can't fight now for the next few moments. They might look to pressure even harder. Or they might even just look for him.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
That's the full BKB right now here. Arteezy, so will Phil A little safer in the team fights, as long as he's able to get it off before that first jump.
They might just walk in triangle, though, right? Because, yeah, Terrorblade, no mana. They know he can't fight. They're going to just try to claim this area, maybe get some vision in the area, too. Everyone very afraid. They're like, let's rally around the pipe. Everyone stand near Nightfall. Make sure that we're okay versus the burst damage.
EG, you see that. I'm thinking about trying to set things up onto Whisper, but not an easy hero to go for at all.
And he's got a BKB coming out in the courier right now, so even if they try for it the next time, they might just get fully surprised and turned on. He's just so farmed on this Mars. 209 last hits.
Smoke up from EG. They want to try and take this fight already. The Whisper's in. He's able to get the combo there. The two-man spear onto Arteezy. The Avalanche form.
Oh my
As Arteezy and Crit caught out by Whisper. EG, is there anything they can find in return? They're trying to go for the Stinger. They will be able to take out the CM. K1 on the backlines has gone straight for Fly. Another spear pushing back Arbed and Nightfall. Arbed did have a remnant at the ready to get out, but Fly won't escape. Neither will Nightfall. An Avalanche from Chris puts a stop to his TP out. There's 4 dead on EG. They're trying to get out and look for these fights. But Beast Coast, they're just prepared for them every single time. And this, of course, is the problem with how good Beast Coast is at jumping EG. Arteezy just doesn't have the chance to get his BKB off. Look at this jump, Whisper.
Perfect chain stuns every single time, and they all are just following up each other perfectly, right? Chris comes out of nowhere and just cleans it up. That's just amazing, really, from Beast Coast. Every time, more than prepared for every single fight. Now they get a Roche.
That's so smooth here from them. The kills, 24/7.
Look at Gojira, right? I mean, for me, his early game has been absolutely ridiculous. Him and Whisper, 7-0 and 13 on the Snapfire. He's kind of set that whole tempo from that bottom fight with the kisses. Yeah, they're really crushing this game right now. EG, and we said, maybe that pipe was going to be something they could perhaps try to rally around. It has not been the case. I don't know what the next time is. Yeah.
They fight through it. Sure, the magical's getting reduced a bit, but they've still got a heavy bit of physical, a big old punch, of course, coming out from the Mars, the Tiny, the Slug, after the stats build up with the Essence shift. A lot of things that EG have to be very, very scared of if Beast Coast are the ones starting the fight.
Yeah, it's like they have this Sven who's got this war cry for Arteezy, but Arteezy's like, I don't need armor. I need to just survive. I need more HP and some type of more magic resist, but they've got really all they can do for him. And Beast Coast just keeps getting onto him. Whisper, every single one.
So for EG now, they did try and smoke out, look for a fight with the BKB on Arteezy. Now that there's an Aegis on K1, do you just have to hold back on that plan, wait for the 4 minutes to pass, or do you still have to take that risk, try and make that move?
I don't know. I don't know what they can really do. The pressure is so immense, really, from how ahead all 3 of these cars are. Who can they really burst down? It's got to be like some type of support. So pretty difficult at the moment. Beast Coast just really controlling the map perfectly. I don't think you could ask for a more crisp 24 minutes.
Oh, it's been kill after kill after kill.
Kill a minute, right?
Really has been, yeah.
And it's not like it's on the supports every single time. Sure, Fly, he's got 8 deaths. He's got a lot because he's had the soak for the TB. But look at the deaths on the course too, right? 0-3 on Arteezy, 0-4 Abed, 3 kills on Nightfall. It's been great pressure on every single one of those cores from Beast Coast.
I mean, what would you sort of consider the next potential chance or sort of item that the EG, one of their cores, is going to be able to pick up, could give them a better shot of being able to take these team fights? What are they looking towards next as the next sort of power spike that they'll be able to get towards against this pressure of Beast Coast?
I mean, it's the BKBs that are going to come out for both of the cores. The Ember probably needs one too, but the problem is that they're playing into the double BKB already. Actually, the triple BKB that's going to be coming out from the cores of Beast Coast, so it's just not an easy thing to do at all.
Crit. Chased down by Whisper. And this bottom lane, tier 2 in trouble. Not something that EG is going to be able to do too much about right now. They've just got to stay away from Beast Coast. Scramble towards these next items on their cores, and not prepared to fight.
It's like they have to avoid fights, and even when these situations get into the point where they have to take a fight, I don't know how they're going to really do it. They're going to have some complete miracle where the Terrorblade's able to sit in the back and just wail on targets, but even then, they're so durable. These cores are just so tanky on the side of Beast Coast, and they're not easy to hit either. That Slark has so many different ways to just reset in and out of the fight, and he doesn't even have Shard yet, so that's going to make it so even everyone else is going to be a lot slipperier too for Arteezy to stick onto.
We'll push back the TP just from Crit though. The rest of EG able to continue to stay out on the map at least. Still being able to farm despite Beast Coast being as close as they are to EG's base right now. And swing over towards the mid. Beast Coast look to push towards another tier 2. again, attempting to force EG back into a defensive position.
I think we're going to see Beast Coast start to be very, much more aggressive in a few moments. Stinger
trying to go for him here. He's able to put the Ghost Step to get a bit of the ultimate off. Arteezy will manage to put the BKB in with the meta. They're able to take down Stinger.
He has to run, though. With the BKB, he just has to book it. A meta BKB to run. That says everything about the current game state.
And Whisper now godlike on the Mars.
He almost, I mean, he's on his way to his refresher. He's pretty close to having it already. That is, I mean, that's definitely the most farm Mars I think I've ever seen. 14k net worth at 26 minutes.
That's insane.
This is crazy. Level 18 as well.
Dire's courier.
Immediately kill the courier too. Nightfall.
Oh, smile. Chris Luckett, DD in the bottle, ready for the next jump.
He's got the Echo finished back up to it, just assembling it for BKB.
That's a huge amount of burst between the magical and physical. If he jumps any target there, they're probably gone. Maybe Arteezy survives through it.
And the
but
thing
even
is,
that, he's going to be left so low after Chris is in and done with him.
The thing is, too, they can jump pretty recklessly on all three cores because they can probably just BKB reset out of the fight right afterwards. CG now kind of having to watch their T2 just drop while Arteezy tries to farm some farm. But yeah, BKB on cooldown, meta on cooldown. The whole map is Beast Coast's. I mean, even if he had those, the map is still pretty much there.
Mid K1. He knows now with the Zags, and of course with a minute left on the Aegis, he can start to tease around with EG right underneath their tier 4s.
Look how spooked they are. He forces the Wraith Pack. Like, that's how scared Nightfall is, even though he's at his tier 3. And we mentioned earlier, of course, that Wraith Pack is going to get cleared every fight from the Little Shredder.
The setup on a Chris. Good force stuff there to get Chris out of the combo, away from the Sharpshooter.
Early kiss is being thrown. Bit of a whiff.
Chris is falling a little low. He's holding on to the BKB. And Abed, he's thinking about committing towards some Chris there, but jump forward. In fact, it's K1 that's going to be the one jumping on him, and now the Spear follow. They'll be able to keep him locked down.
Oh, he didn't jump. He continued fighting inside. The Pounce waited and waited. Didn't want to jump away. Didn't expect Whisper.
And of course, just before this fight, just so close to the BKB on the Ember. About a couple of hundred gold he was away, Abed, but didn't have it for this fight. And now, beyond the racks, Beast Coast, they're ready to just continue diving in. Arteezy's TP'd over, but he's low on mana.
He has to just BKB to walk away.
He has. He's TP'd in. It's a BKB and a move back to the base. So he'll heal up, but even when he's done, he won't be able to present himself here towards this barracks defense. As Beast Coast, they'll push on, force out the fortification.
I mean, they probably click on Whisper and they're like, oh god, he has another full round of everything because he has this refresher. We can't take the fight. And no BKB, Rax is going to drop. EG can do nothing but watch.
Straight over towards the mid. They may have lost the Aegis, Beast Coast, but I don't think they're going to feel they need to back off anytime soon.
He still has 72 Agi, so wanted to get a little bit of poke. Now they'll reset the lanes in a good position.
They will. Yep. Give a little bit of respect to EG. I mean, they're happy to sort of play this one out.
They also just got like 2,000 gold on every single hero, right? Like everyone just got a full item injection.
Sure.
Then they pick those up, wait for the next fight, clean up the area of the top side, get that tower, and just wait for EG to walk kind of into them because they can just take any fight on Beast Coast here.
A lot of money on Gajira as well. Looks like he's going to be picking up the Lotus here for the team. Bash has just been grabbed up by K1. Hexer.
They're so farmed. This Snapfire is getting close to being at the same levels of the Ember and the Brutes. Yeah, he's got Lotus stun, so tons of different ways to protect his teammates. Great spells to either dispel.
Anybody can go in.
Yeah, amazing things to reflect, protect versus Sunder. I mean, this is a godly Lotus game.
I mean, that's the thing is, right now, Beast Coast, as we've seen so far this game, they're the kind of team that will go in without these items. You know, so now that they've got them, they're going to be stepping it up to the max in terms of how aggressive and sort of, you know, they'll look to move in and dive wherever they want to go.
And look at this hero damage, right? Like we were mentioning Gojira a lot this game, and you see why when we bring that up. 14.4k.
I mean, he's 8-0-14 here. The man hasn't died this game.
They banned, you know, and they first phase banned his Clockwork too, and he got his Snapfire. He's totally popping off.
He's definitely making quite the case here for maybe that snap being more of a priority.
EG. All right, they've grouped up.
Arteezy was able to finish his next time. He's picked up the Silver Edge.
All right, I mean, we'll see what it's going to be able to do. Do they even have the damage to go through any of these cores? Will they kill any of them?
We're talking about Gajira. He's been quite the problem. So getting rid of him at the start of the fight, not a bad move here for EG. See if they can get more. Beast Coast very quick to drop down the arena. Now K1 is able to jump over towards Abed. Abed has got the BKB done for this fight, but there is a cost to bash on K1, so Abed's got to be careful how close he keeps the slot. K1 turns over towards Nightfall. Nightfall able to get down to the low ground. Whisper will deal with Fly. A God's Rebuke to take him down. K1 jumps forward. He's looking to hunt down the Spider. Nightfall attempting to juke around the trees, and buyback comes out from Fly. EG And the BKB for Chris is about to come to an end. Arteezy attempting to close the gap on him.
They want to get one of these cores so bad.
I mean, Chris is getting pretty low down with the avalanche, but Arteezy is able to finish him off. Stinger as well looks to be in trouble. Pops the Ghost Scepter. They'll block him up. Arteezy will claim another double kill for Artur.
All right, seems like the plan is get on top of the Snapfire, remove Gojira from
Not
the
a bad
fight.
plan. Not a bad plan at all, as we saw there. They only had to commit one buyback there, EG. Flight getting back in on the action.
I mean, it's the first time EG's gotten anything going their way.
Absolutely.
So they need any type of momentum. It's still a long ways and still needs, I mean, quite a lot more of those, but at least they finally do get a kill onto that core.
As you say, a different approach to the fight, one that we haven't seen from them, or at least them be able to do so far this game. Getting Gojira, killing him for the first time this game, and did end up giving that bit of an opening that, I mean, as we saw in the damage numbers, once you sort of remove the highest DPS hero from the team, things are probably going to go a little bit better for you in these team fights.
Yeah. Yeah, they were able to get a good wraparound and just good connection because the Mars ult also didn't connect perfectly. And saw Slark a bit low mana. They all just were a bit awkward about going for a full commitment on the fight on Beast Coast. EG still needs quite a lot more of those. Even though you see TB, he's getting close to that Mars net worth. He's actually ahead of the Slark now. As we said, there's still a lot of things that get on him. Still a tough game for him to carry.
Let's have a look. I see sort of how Beast Coast come back out onto the map after suffering that last bit of a rough team fight, the roughest they've had. Pretty much the only rough one they have had this game. Of course, they're straight back over onto EG's half of the map. They know that they still have this lead 13k advantage, 30-11.
DD Rune bottom, and Roche is about to spawn 2 seconds. The spider is constantly being sent across the map to kind of scout it out.
Sure.
See if Beast Coast goes and checks it themselves. Chris is hunting, though. He's still smoked up with that DD, and he has that small crit. Could burst most heroes. And yeah, they're probably going to go back and check that Roche in a few seconds since they have all these wards set up. They have all the lanes in good position. Chris still kind of looking for something, but he's just going to catch the next wave. And now it's scouted.
EG, they have hit the timing here with the smoke themselves. They'll try and get over
See what they
towards
can do.
this area, knowing that potential is there for Roshan to be back up.
So many eyes early on Arteezy. If he can actually just stay alive in the fights,
he does a fair bit of damage. He's crit with the jump. I mean, it's not a bad jump again. They found Gojira to start the fight. They're in onto the Snapfire. They've taken him down. K1 turns over towards Crit. Crit trying to get away with the pounces in. Whisper goes in with the arena, but the BKBs are out from EG. As the Abed look to chase down Stinger. Stinger will die before the TP is successful. The BKBs from both sides about to come to an end. He's able to continue on further.
I mean,
without the BKBs, I mean, it looks to be
they're
EG.
going in themselves now.
See, having the meta still going, they feel they're stronger around the pit. They were able to eliminate the 2 supports.
Whisper still has another round of ult. He's gonna refresh. He does get seen. The illusion's on him.
Chris is in with the jump. 3-man avalanche. There's the arena. Will be able to lock down Arbet with the spear. They've taken out the Ember. Arbet does have a buyback available if he wants to commit towards this Roshan fight. And Nightfall trying to escape the arena, but he's trapped in. Takedown by the God's Rebuke. Whisper dies in return. He'll immediately buy back to get over towards the Roshan once again. But Roshan is falling fast into EG. Chris is in with the jump. Arteezy's pretty low. The torch goes there. The line of the spear. Arteezy goes down. As EG, they attempted to finish off the Roshan, but they didn't respect the buyback there from Whisper and the ability for Beast Coast to jump into the pit once more.
So many ways, as we mentioned from earlier, it's just tons of ways for them to jump in and out of these fights as K1. What a pounce, gets the catch. They're able to reset, right? Even though they lost Gojira, didn't have the buyback, Beast Coast is able to reset in and out of the fights a few times, and they do get that catch. They get it onto Abed, and then Chris gets the perfect toss-up onto Arteezy.
And the excellent calls here continue from Beast Coast in terms of the moves that they made. You saw no hesitation from Whisper with that buyback.
Yep. A pretty admirable fight, though, for being 14,000 gold behind from EG. Finding a pretty decent chunk of kills, but now they're going to lose some pretty massive objective damage, maybe even losing all of the racks here.
I mean, it's going to go down pretty fast here to the right clicks.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris on the Tiny.
And K1, he still has some stacks, too, so top. They've got one more glyph. He's respawning, but no matter when he's up 30 seconds.
They may only have one more fight as well, EG. They're going to have to pull everything together here for this last stand against Beast Coast. It's Beast Coast.
They'll give the respect. They'll back it up.
Further big items being picked up. AC is complete here for Chris.
Yeah, they're like, we don't need to really fully rush it here. Pick up these items. Still have Aegis for a few minutes. Almost a Hex finished up also on Whisper, so. EG looking to maybe take advantage of the fact that Beast Coast might be kind of chilling back here. Maybe they can catch something big.
The moves they do make at this point, they seem risky, but they have to take these risks, EG.
They're sending
the only way they get back into the game.
Yeah, they're sending the spiders to scout all over. We're seeing them Nightfall up top lane, so they're trying to find somebody bottom side. And look who it is again.
It's Gojira. He's able to get the force stuff off in time to break away from the bushwhack, but still Arteezy chases him out. A further force and a jump with the cookie will dodge the sharpshooter, so Gojira this time will live.
And now EG's got to run.
And they certainly have. If the Snapfire's alive, things are probably going to go rather bad for EG. As Fly goes down, Arteezy holding onto his BKB for now.
They know where he is, though. Whisper, he gets
the spear! Oh, BKB is there from Arteezy, and immediate response is the bashes are there from K1, though Arteezy needs help, but he needs it now. The bash is there, the silence as well, Arteezy goes down. No buyback available for him as Beast Coast, they're ready to go for more. Abed able to BKB TP out. But EG, they've got to try and hold here with just the three of them against the full 5-man push from Beast Coast. No Arteezy for nearly a minute.
Alright, that's Mega Creeps for sure. Arteezy stepped up, got speared. I mean, it was despite that they tried to get a catch onto the snap and they were fully surrounded.
The two times they've managed to come out top was when they've been able to catch Gojira. Outside that they couldn't, and indeed they'll tap out. There's no coming back from this position. GG is called. Beast Coast here in game one, looking as hot as ever really here against EG. Couple outside of the two rough fights, it was pretty much perfection from really Beast Coast from start to end.
Yeah, I mean, I have to give so much credit really to this top lane, right? Yep. The Mars and the Snapfire, they really set the tempo for this game. I mean, Crystallock too, of course all of them had their parts in it, but that top lane for me, they were doing everything. They were making moves around the map, they're setting up the kills. Whisper somehow top net worth majority of the game. That was quite a performance really from Beast Coast.
It was.
They just constantly shut them down, and it was all three cores, right? Like we mentioned, it wasn't like they're getting all these kills on the supports, they're getting the kills on the big targets.
It really was, and it's something that we've seen in the past from Beast Coast. When they get themselves onto the main stage here at any sort of LAN, they just pop off to another level. The way they're in sync with each other, it just doesn't get any better. And EG, they're going to have to step it up coming into game two, because this game one, Beast Coast are going to be on a bit of a different level here as they'll get the first victory in this best of three. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, ODPixel and Fog. Yeah, Beast Coast coming out of the gates super strong here in game one, defending their towers, dominating their lanes, making all the rotations, all while simultaneously keeping their hair. What a victory. Guys, do you want to break down a little bit? What did you think about the game?
Just an incredible game from Beast Coast. Like, they identified how EG needed to enter this game, a strong lane from Brood, getting the early towers and kind of choking out the map. So Beast Coast were like, let's just dumpster our lanes, let's just dominate this early game, and then this EG entire concept just never came online, so you didn't get to see EG play their style of game, pretty much.
We were quite excited about the EG concept, and I think Bulber even said, we get to play around, our Brood. We're quite happy. They looked like they were setting the pace of the draft, but then it all, after the draft.
The concept is good, but in Dota, you can have a good concept. If you lose 3 lanes, you're not going to win the game. It doesn't matter. And they did get dominated quite a bit everywhere. Later on in that first rotation towards the bottom lane, it needed to work. If that doesn't work, they all just crumble. And exactly that happened because Whisper and Gojira, they had such a good start, they had levels on time, they could rotate, and this is exactly what we're talking about right here.
Yeah, and this is the where they overstayed their welcome, I think you were mentioning. And Sheet, Whisper.
Whisper
Whisper to me. Let's go.
He's way too good. Like 13, 14 minutes, he had the highest net worth in the game, like 7,000. He's got every small item that you need on Mars. Like, that might be one of the biggest downsides to Mars. You have to buy a bracelet, a soul ring, phase boot, so on, and it can delay your blink really hard. But he had all of that by 14 minutes, and he was just so active. He's going to bot, right, responding to dives, getting those kills, rotating again, getting that blink, making more plays happen. He was just the complete crucial point for Beast Coast Draft to play around his timing. He set the tempo so well for everything they wanted to do.
Yeah, and even in this fight that you're seeing here, unfortunately Arteezy not able to pop his BKB before meta and just kind of got caught out and deleted. And yeah, nice pickups and a cleanup by Beast Coast.
And sometimes these small items, they truly do hurt you. They delay your blink dagger, but just like Sheep said, small items in a game such as this one actually work in his favor because he has mana always to spam out versus the Broodmothers, so he can't really assault the towers. He can position himself really well in front of that tier 1 tower, just defend it forever. Meanwhile, EG, I feel like they got caught in this, okay, we're losing, but they forced the tier 1 tower a little bit too hard too many times. That's why you just saw Arteezy. He gets picked off before the BKB is popped. Why? Because they have all the vision they need. They know exactly where EG is all the time.
Yeah, and then again, congratulations to Beast Coast, really selling pace. And I know you guys have a lot of questions. You want all the answers here at the panel, and one of the most important questions, hairlines, this man can answer for you.
I have a terrible hairline, and I reciprocate with all the players who have gone bald, and I one day will be bald myself. But the Yatara effect. This is the most critical thing we have right now. We have multiple players at TI11 who are going bold. Don't forget Yataro, at the previous TI, he had never beaten VP during the DPC. He shaves his head, bam, 2-1, beats VP, all right? We have Skem, draws with Team Spirit. Can't beat them at the Arlington Major. He then goes bald, bam, beats them. We then have Panda, he plays against EG. In the Anna Major on no ping, he loses to them 2-1. Guess what? He goes bald. He then wins 2-0 against EG. So finally, Arteezy, Bald Teezy, hasn't beaten Beast Coast yet. Draws with them 1-1. Yet to find out if he can beat them. He lost game 1. The bald effect dictates he has to, in theory, statistically, that this time they aren't lying, Naz, he should win. But if he doesn't beat them, it's over. The Yatara effect has crumbled.
So this is one of the biggest storylines here at TI. It really is. And so we need to go to an expert. I think we got Slacks and Casey.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. He has decided to join us, and we will bring our energy together like a bold spirit bomb. Ladies and gentlemen, Bold Boys for Arteezy. Bold Boys for Arteezy. Bold Boys for Arteezy. Bold Boys for Arteezy! Taking our tour! Woo!
Can I play?
Yes! Bold people for Arteezy! Bold people for Arteezy! Bold people for Arteezy! Bold people for Arteezy! Let's go!
And also go everybody!
That's it. That's the bit. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Some insight. That was some insight.
Pressing.
Bro,
That's an exclusive. You've never heard it before. This is a TI exclusive.
Yeah. And does that change your opinion on, what...
No, I think Beast Coast probably going to win the series. They played game 1 incredibly, but a lot of bounce back from EG required because, Beast Coast was a step above.
Yeah, and now they've got a little bit of momentum. And of course, this is lower bracket. EG can go home. Beast Coast, only need one match to finish this one out. Lizard, I interrupted you again, as I am the silent
I'm very happy you did, because that bold energy is way too strong. I forgot my thoughts anyway, so it's all good.
All right, and Sheeps, you've been bigging up that team. Game 2, though, looking at EG, where are you thinking for EG?
Oh, it's hard, right? Because everything comes down to the lanes and the start of the lanes and making sure that those go well. Because it's hard, no matter what your draft looks like. Like you said earlier, if you lose the lanes, it's just too hard to play the rest of the game. So focusing on making sure that goes well is just the first stepping stone for playing against Beast Coast. Because Beast Coast are just a team that likes to win lanes, group up, fight, push you, fight. So you have to be able to fight back.
Yeah, but of course, we mentioned a little bit earlier that you brought up some stats. It was EG have, dominated, so to speak, a little bit more over Beast Coast, or at least the SA region. So is this a new position for them?
So I think the EG's always just drawn out with Beast Coast. I think, EG's normally, statistically against Beast Coast, they always win game 1, then they lose game 2.
Okay.
So it's the first time in the last 3 matchups where EG's actually lost game 1. So maybe it's all changed now. Maybe just Beast Coast is leveled up. But EG normally has SA's number, but right now it doesn't look that way.
I want a little bit more about this. I want more history. And to bring us some history, it's Tsunami.
They've had SA's number for a very long time. In fact, I want to take you real far back. EG in South America, this is a storied rivalry. All the way back to, let's say, 2015. Let's say Evil Genius's PPD. Does that ring a bell to you? And them always going head-to-head in South America. Back then, it was the Brazilians. It was Pain Gaming. Can't really say that SA was too respected of a region back then. PPD, he didn't want to play on those servers. Old Universe, though, he was trying to come to the defense of South America. It took a little bit of time, though. It took the Dota Pro circuit to really foster the region. It took all the way to, let's say, ANA major, when things started to finally turn around. Poor Beast Coast was on the cusp of being able to qualify to TI. It was all up to Evil Geniuses. EG had to take out two of the teams, TNC and Enigma Galaxy, to let Beast Coast in to TI-10. Te quiero mucho, Arturito. But it goes both ways. Beast Coast, they'll repay their debt. 1 year later, come to TI-11, the Arlington major. All of a sudden, EG's in trouble. They're in just the border of being able to directly qualify. Fnatic and Outsiders, if they place high, say sayonara to Evil Geniuses. But Beast Coast repays their debt. They save Private Artezi, and they bring EG all the way to this TI. Now, will Beast Coast giveth and taketh away? Will they do it in a 2-0 fashion? We'll have to find out with this next game.
Thank you very much, Tsunami. Yeah, it's, you know, there's a history, and it's. I want to say hi, by the way, Tsunami. How are you doing? I hope they're going to turn your mic back on in a moment.
I'll hang out. I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, we've seen you over in the corner, kind of preparing these segments. You've been playing a lot with your new toys.
I have been. It's been a delight to augmented reality enhance the experience. I thought that you were a hologram for the first day.
Yeah, I also got told though you did say you asked to make all the Dota heroes smaller. Could you tell us?
Listen, the scale is just inherently off. They're mere pixels on my screen. I'm glad that you're all sitting because then I would also feel somewhat underscaled. But we're fine right now. No, please stop.
Wait.
I'm not a fan of this.
Don't break the panel.
Anyway, so.
This is why they only let a certain amount of people over here, because too many Dota commentators in one room and panelists, it just goes haywire. But to get your opinion on Game 2, what are you thinking between EG and Beast Coast?
I know Bulba was particularly thrilled about getting the Broodmother as a first pick. I remain reluctant. Nightfall has been doing great on the hero. In fact, I think this was only his second loss on the Broodmother. But time and time again, I see stubbornness be the downfall for Evil Genius drafts. I think Broodmother might be one of those things that they might need to go back to the lab, and same thing with the Sven. I know Fly's been doing great on Sven as well, but it's becoming a bit telegraphed. You can get away with it in group stage, but come bracket play, come against South America, you got to wrap it up.
All right, and the teams are on their way out. Thank you very much, Tsunami. And we look forward to getting more AR and more Tsunami and hopefully Purge in the future as well as the teams enter for Game 2. This is potentially the elimination game for Evil Geniuses. Tsunami mentioned, yes, maybe stubborn, but they've, you know, a seasoned team. They've got a lot that they can show here on stage. They've got a lot that they can draft. You know, I'm really looking forward to see if they can, you know, kind of get Arteezy more involved and more comfortable. It did feel like those lanes really kind of didn't allow him to play his game. But on the side of Beast Coast, what a great storyline. If they can come through this lower bracket, beating out EG would be huge. And, you know, so many South American fans, you know, this has really been a great year for SA.
Yeah, 100%. And you mentioning about how great that previous game was, I think in the pre-show we mentioned how EG, they rely on like Arbed, Crit, they kind of unlock everyone off the play. Beast Coast did an exceptional job at just preventing them from having their games, so we never got to see EG hit their form that allowed them to top their groups. And ever since that loss to Boom, then they lose to Thunder, Awaken, and now this game as well. It's like we feel like we've not seen EG really leave laning phase with a position in which they can play. I feel like they've now had multiple games just back to back where they just entered hoping for a mistake from their opponents.
But that's usually EG as well, right? Like their mid lane might win, but overall they look for an evenish laning stage, a draw perhaps, and then they slowly control the map, they farm it all up. They were never considered like this ultra aggressive team that's going to get on your side of the map and just destroy you early on. They're more methodical.
It did feel, though, that they were sort of lacking the idea of what they were meant to do, because your lanes went badly, but you're not without tools. We looked a lot at Arteezy and the utilization of TV. A lot of these times the carry will go to the off lane and help push the tower, and when you have Brood, you want to sort of take this tower and unlock more of the map, because if Beast Coast are defending their mid tower, which was a massive priority for them, you can at least try then to fan out across the map and outfarm them a little bit. And you're not doing that when you're not taking these towers. So we saw RTZ instead go mid with the meta and die there. Instead, I think if they had used more of their forces to go bot and take that tower, that would have been a stepping stone to start getting the map back.
Yeah, for sure. Just being able to open up the map and just play your heroes. And like when you look at the historical games between EG and Beast Coast, the time that they are beating Beast Coast is when they have just really strong, robust lanes that can take the fight. Like in Arlington, they had Viper Marcy. In the Stockholm Major, they had Tidehunter with some Shaman, Quaps, like these heroes that just do well and then just overwhelm at a strong point. And this previous game, it was more just we exist, take towers, and we continue farming, and then we pressure.
But you could see the idea, right?
Yes.
Like eventually, if the TB has a decent, like we can't just backtrack everything we said during.
No. Like, I mean, if the Brood had a good lane, it's completely different, right?
Exactly. You kind of take over the enemy map, then the Ember can actually catch the backlines. In this game, Abed felt neuter. Like he couldn't do anything. He couldn't cut to those backlines. He couldn't deal with the Crystal Maiden or with Gojira, and they played extremely well. Like we just can't talk about these things that EG hasn't done.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they're going to do this time round. Thank you, Lizard, because we're ready for game 2. We'll be heading into the draft momentarily.
Beast Coast versus Evil Geniuses. Game 2.
Game 2. Getting ready to start. The draft is, as they said, moments away, as they will soon be getting their first bans. And this could be EG out of the international, but of course, not necessarily. But if you were to, winning this, and you know how the games work, but what would you say if you were kind of back with EG? Like, where would the talk be? Because it's not that they've just lost their first game. It's that actually this is a continuation of a bit of a lost streak. So if you're a captain, if you're a coach, are you kind of now getting a little bit worried?
No, I don't think you should have fear at all at this point. I know it's hard, but...
Well, he's a panelist now, so you wouldn't be able to get him.
No, I wouldn't. That's true. Anyways, I'm going to try my best. My mum might be proud. But yeah, I think it's more about identifying what's gone wrong. And I think I mentioned it before. They've had like 4 or 5 games in a row now where they've not left laning phase with any wins to a lane, pretty much, it feels like. So they need to go in and go, let's respect Beast Coast aggression. Let's try and match some fight, at least in lanes. We don't need to be super aggressive playstyle and change EG, but we just need to be able to enter the lane and go, we're going to kill this hero, we're going to dominate a lane. And that's probably it. Just a little pep talk.
Perhaps something like a different position 5 can help with that. Because if you identify their losses as well, you had a very passive 5. You have a Sven. Later on, of course, he's strong. He brings utility. He brings the war cry. In the laning stage itself,
it doesn't set up kills.
It doesn't set up kills, and
it's not a Marcy.
Exactly, and it won't really dominate the lanes. You have to respect that Beast Coast are coming out all guns blazing. Like if you lose the laning stage that hard, they won't let you recover.
Yeah, and maybe that's a little bit of confidence from EG with like, hey, lanes, we can win and lose a couple, but don't worry, we're going to fall back on this mid-timing. But unfortunately, last match, they lost all 3 lanes. Sheep, still on the bit of the EG train. Do you agree? Just like, focus on the... No, we're on the EG train right now.
I want to get off. I want to get on the Beast Coast train.
You want to get off the EG train, because it could be going over a cliff. Okay?
I got to get out of here.
Yeah, you've got first-class tickets to Beast Coast. You're sat up front. Yeah. So Beast Coast, what are they thinking if they come into game 2? Because they've got room to play, but of course you don't really want to play in a lower bracket, even though you're 1-0 up.
Oh no, they love playing in the lower bracket, I'm sure. I think for both teams, obviously Beast Coast can just keep playing the way they're playing. It's working for them. They have a comfort. They are in their style now. They this is one of the good things about group stages. You sort of just like figure out the kinks and problems that your team has if you're losing there and take to the bracket. But for EG, yeah, hopefully they're able to assess, like Bulb was able to help them assess like where the main problem was. I think they just didn't have a proper vision of their win condition for the game and weren't able to really put pressure on that. So if they go into this game 2 with more of like an idea, maybe, like we said, easier lanes, maybe an actual way to take towers more easily, right? Like a strat.
I think it was like 20 minutes until the first tower went down on the Beast Coast.
That is a very efficient way for them to get a foot in the game and give themselves the breathing space to be able to execute their strategy.
I just love the fact that we enter this draft and it's instantly 3 bans, like one after the other. And then it's like the final ban is let's think about it. And this time the adaptation is simply EG is going to be first pick. So Beast Coast, they now need to pick 2 heroes, respecting the fact that if EG wants to continue the Brood train, they're not going to be able to counter pick after seeing Brood. They're going to have 3 bans will occur, and then they get to go for it. So Brood's in the mind of Beast Coast once again.
And there's so many heroes as well, right, that have to be in your mind. It's the Broodmother, it's the Marcy, there's also the Lash, there's Enigma as well that's in the pool, that's unpicked. They go with the Nyx. Is this a possible Lash then follow-up by Beast Coast?
Yeah, they played Lash on the second pick before, they've done Nyx Enigma before, but Lash doesn't sound too bad, just to give you some at least covering. Not the best hero for laning, but once you have items, it's decent.
And they go with
Lash, yeah.
I feel like Nyx is a giveaway, right? If you're picking it that early on, you're setting up for the Lash. Meanwhile, the Crystal Maiden alone might not prevent you from going Enigma, but Crystal Maiden plus Dawnbreaker or anything that's left in the pool, that's decently good against Enigma, and you can't really lane there. We've seen PSG LGD even, like Fade Beyond, he picks that Enigma, if he gets countered by 1 hero, it doesn't feel that impactful.
Yep, a refreshing change. EG, they have the opportunity to go for the Brood, but no, they just go for a Beastmaster. They're seeing what Beast Coast is picking up, sorry. You pick up this Beastmaster, you play around him. We see the value of Nyx Vendetta. If teams are grouped up, it's kind of weak, so now it's forcing Beast Coast to think about that a little bit differently, and emphasis on countering Beastmaster on the lane.
By the way, did you guys expect Crystal Maiden to have as sick of a win rate as she is having at the moment? Like, what's happening here? Before
she's
TI?
got an Arcana coming.
Oh, okay, I see.
Another one? Do you know in the team meeting before TI starts?
Arcana for the wolf.
Well, I thought
for the
she
little
turned into a wolf. Is that not?
Oh, that's
is
a
that
persona.
just? There's a persona.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Wait, she's actually
I spent so much money on. I spent so much money on my battle pass, but I haven't got
be
it.
happy.
Yeah. I think her win rate makes sense though, because she's just good against a lot of the heroes in this tournament and secures so much of the safe lane. Like this Enigma having one of the biggest like ban rates and pick rates, right? CM's just nice against him in the lane, and the same with this Brood. Like all this attack slow that she provides and the kill threat in lane, it seems to be really nice. We've totally seen a shift in POS 5s going from these old Warlocks and Dazzles and stuff that just secures the lane to we're just going to try and kill the offlaner, and CM's great at that.
Yeah, did you expect that? Because the moment they nerfed Region, everyone was all in. Like, all in on the healers, right?
I thought that
Everything
was weird,
switched up, yeah.
because we didn't used to have this meta of sharing salves, which meant that Dota was used to be in a playable state where we didn't rely on just healing. So it made sense for me
Carrie's
that we
got
did
too
move to
pampered,
this.
all right?
Yeah, exactly.
Carrie's got so pampered. All cores got pampered. Bottle refills, salves. This is the finally supports get to play the heroes they want to play.
I'm just happy that bottle buying didn't ever become too popular.
You mean the POS 5?
I remember, there was a month in which my mid lanes would ping me, buy me a bottle. I'm like, bro.
I'm pretty sure Celery did that to Boom a couple times.
Look,
James tried that as well.
Some carries like to be bottle fed. Not going to name names.
Sure, that's what you like.
I say carries, but you know,
I like the gratitude that Carrie gives me when I buy
Of course,
a
the
bottle.
joke did not land. Continue, panel.
Sorry, this has been derailed.
I'm not going to say that. Let's go. Continue.
No, I like this moment of awkwardness, actually. I'm just going to continue saying nothing.
Okay.
Panel just got a lot better here at the International. Welcome back. Lizard, Sheep, take us away.
Thank you. So this current opening from EG can really snowball into a Death Ball type lineup. It can be the complete opposite of what we saw last game, where they were more, okay, we're waiting for this late game timing of TB with our mid game Brood timing. This time they have a Beastmaster. There's a chance he gets counted in the lane, which could kind of slow their timing down. But if, you know, we've seen like Visages pair up well with the Beastmaster. Marcy's still in the pool if they want to go for an aggressive support that can rotate on mid. You can really start to apply a lot of pressure to these lanes, because Beastmaster, even if he has a rough lane, he can still skill the pause, get 2 boars, go jungle camp if you need to. Like Zai used to play a lot like that.
And the utility that he brings, right? Like, if you're thinking about all of these Bat Riders and Lash Racks that are really strong right now coming from the mid lane or the off lane, you can use Beastmaster plus an additional right clicker to actually wear them down through the BKB in those early game fights. Like, the Bloodstone will not help you versus someone ranged just wailing down on you.
Yeah, there's a lot of range heroes that are quite nice to play against Leshrac. Like, you have Terrorblade, Drow, Sniper. All these heroes are still in the pool and potentially to be picked up. SF is the only one that's gone right now.
And it synergizes well because Nyx
the Sniper as well, right?
Yeah, Sniper. because like Nyx doesn't really apply pressure in lane. It's like a lane secure. That's why you see it often paired with ranged heroes, because Nyx secures the lane. Ranged hero that would get pressured now gets to farm, and then when you have this like CM plus any aggressive style carry, it just makes it a lot easier. And in regards to the bans, EG, they banned out like the Enchantress trying to cover the Beastmaster lane. They block picked the CM, and now Beast goes to go for like one of the only options left really.
Right, it's one of the best ones versus Beast, but it's not like in the old days. We have this Beastmaster, you pick Enchantress or Chen, he can't lane. You just go Axis, right? Like you still do the same thing. You can go for Raid Pact and just lane against that. Perhaps not as easily, but it should be completely fine for EG.
Yeah, there's a lot of versatility with Beastmaster for sure. But offlanes aren't as stubborn as the old days, at least.
Then again, Chen brings much more to the table than just being strong against the Beastmaster, right?
Yeah, the fact that there's a lot of tankiness with Beast Coast. There's Leshrac going for a Bloodstone, you got the heal from Chen and Mech, Nyx Assassin is naturally being strong with the Carapace. If EG, if they commit to a fight and they're not getting that kill in that moment, the secondary fight, the prolonged fight, that's where they might struggle. And that's why they go for these more skirmishing heroes.
Are we hyped for Crit Mirana?
10 seconds.
I am, yeah.
That doesn't sound pretty hyped.
No.
That was like
the first thing I'm thinking is how easy is it for them to use a lot of like arrow setups, because stuff like OD, Kunkka, all this stuff, like any actual stun is really good versus Mirana, right? But they don't have an actual stun outside of Primal. Not Primal Beast, the Roar from Beastmaster. They have 2 roots, so when Beast Coast start to buy like Lotus Orbs and Dispels, it's a lot harder to get these guaranteed arrow setups.
I feel like if Beast Coast pick Kunkka themselves, like right now, that is all the damage mitigation required to be strong enough that you can brush off EG's aggression. Like
so you would lane Nyx / offlane and Kunkka mid?
Yeah, like,
is that the idea?
exactly, yeah. Like that type of idea, and you just... I'm a bit worried for EG's damage. If it's the same as last game, right? If they don't come out ahead in lanes, having the CM Mirana who can't find kills, your Beastmaster who can't pressure towers, Embers, it could be the same story if Beast Coast come out ahead in lanes.
One thing that James did talk about earlier is Crit and how if he's on fire, EG is on fire. And this is a game that's a perfect setup for him. Like on the offlane, you're playing with the Beast, but also versus Chen, you can deal with him. Plus, you can rotate toward mid, because it doesn't look that great. Like you have Ember, but that's more than enough setup for a Mirana, for a Crit Mirana. Chains into arrow, this Leshrac can really suffer on the mid lane.
But it could be offlane because if it's Beast Coast.
Yeah, of course it could be.
Whisper is one of the guys that made Lesh offlane like really good. He took the idea from Brax, made it his own, and he's played it in Arlington. He can play it again here if he feels like it.
It applies for anything though, right? Like chains, arrow.
Yeah. It is really nice, but this Naga pick is. I talk about the dispels. There's one right there on this carry.
And you also have this kind of double set cover because Leshrac now protects the Naga, where EG obviously can't go for a PL pick, which is another potential option into Naga. Pacing-wise would have been a little bit weird for EG. So just the synergy of Leshrac covering the illusion killing heroes and then this Naga in lane, it kind of doubles down on Beastmaster where he needs to go axes for the magic damage to apply pressure, but that build feels good for a little bit of lane, but then you don't really farm later because you don't have the boar. It forces Beastmaster to be a clunky hero, less tower pressure. So yeah, Beastmaster really just put themselves in a decent position.
Do you think he was going to do it anyway because of...
For sure, but it's like...
Because of the Chen?
It now even feels like
it's a must, right? Yeah, okay.
This Naga pick looks really good for lanes and the things you highlighted, but in the game it can be obviously really hard. You're playing into the magic damage from all of Crystal Maiden's AoE spells, the Starfall. This Maelstrom on Ember Spirit is going to cause problems as well. It's also harder for Naga to skirmish and fight with her team the same way Slark did last game, so her participation is going to be probably a little bit worse this game, which means this last pick, we don't know yet if it's Whisper or Chris Luck, but that's going to be very pivotal in making sure that they have a good tempo running. And it's hard as well because Nyx and Chen are not typical playmaking supports. Nyx is pretty strong, mostly because the game's like slowed down and you can find more pickoffs, so they're probably playing more pickoffs in my opinion.
But do you think that just because they're a little bit slower, you have this slash from the offlane or the mid lane to actually push the tempo, and then Nyx can actually set up, run behind the towers, Chen can actually force, be that meat shield for Edict. It's doable, right? But I do like their bans quite a lot, like Pudge and the Alchemist. Okay, the Lifestealer pick. Ooh, that's a little bit aggressive from EG, I would say, right? Like they're going a little bit all in earlier on.
A little bit, yeah. They're relying on we're going to play this, Ember has a good game, Lifestealer gets a couple items, and we want to try and fight and win the game before Naga even gets to her items, because like Naga v Lifestealer, even in pubs, like Naga in pro pubs is beating Lifestealer consistently. Like this isn't like some gotcha, your carry's going to have a bad game.
Is there some sort of an item build that you can go for, like back in the day, maybe a Mjolnir or something like that? Probably not.
Suggest some Radiant situation here?
I hope not.
I mean, maybe a Radiance or Maelstrom.
There was a time in which you could go for Radiance. Like, why is Pudge even banned out here? Because naturally he builds items that are good versus Naga, right? Can Lifestealer do the same? Probably.
In theory, yes, because the items don't feel too bad on this hero. It's actually so hard to think.
I mean, it might
Slacks
even...
too?
I can hear Slacks. It's kind of nice though, you know, if you're gonna have if you're gonna go crazy, get a voice in your head that's really.
I just thought I was going crazy.
No, you're not. That's because I know Slacks is going to. We're going to be lucky after this because we are going to get an interview with the Beast Coast coach. But the last pick then coming out from Beast Coast is going to be that Brewmaster, and you know, don't worry. It takes years, but you can ignore Slacks. So
after a while,
yeah, it's okay. But we have him on the drip when we need him. So. Who do you like at the end of this draft for Game 2?
I think EG's put a lot of pressure on themselves to execute, and I think the simplicity of this puts Beast Coast in a more favourable position, especially how they executed Game 1.
Okay.
I really like the last pick Brew to just complement the lineup and wanting to fight. I think this Lifestealer could just ignore the Maelstrom stuff and go Deso, and then they just try and push towers with the Beastmaster Lifestealer and let Ember deal with Naga.
I care no drafts. Bold energy from Slacks was too strong.
Okay.
I'm going for Game 3.
We've heard him over here, and we're excited for you guys to chat with Slacks because he is going to have an interview with Beast Coast. Let's see how they feel about Game 2.
Thank you so much. Hello, guys. I am here with Guachi, the manager, and Raykill, the coach of Beast Coast. Thank you so much for taking time. So, want to ask you, a lot of comfort heroes coming through on this draft, the Chen, the Nyx. I believe you guys have not been beaten on your Nyx yet. So, I want to know just how confident you were going into this game.
Estamos piqueando héroes que son muy comfort para nosotros. Hasta ahora creo que no hemos perdido ningún juego con Nyx. También piqueamos el Naga y el Chen. ¿Qué tan confiante estás con este draft?
Bastante confiado, ¿no? O sea, sé que ellos darán lo mejor de sí y responderán bien, pues. Bastante bien.
Well, we are very confident. I know they're going to play the best they can. So I believe in them, and that's pretty much it. We're confident.
All right. Well, we are absolutely happy to hear it. Thank you so much for that first incredible game. And we are ready to watch another incredible game to follow it up. Let us pass it on over to Owen and Font.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, the game underway now here. Game 2 between Evil Geniuses and Beast Coast. Fog, this is Evil Geniuses' last chance, right? If they don't hold on here, that is it for them. And after such an incredible group stage, which if anything just gives more credit to how well Thunder Awaken and now Beast Coast are playing against them, you know, what do EG have to do to try and get back that magic that they had days before?
They just have to just clean up this early game, right? It really, everything fell apart before the 15-minute mark, it felt like in the last game. So let's see if they can do it this time. They did go for this Ember again, which has been having some difficulties. Of course, we've seen a lot of these lane dominators been able to punish the Ember so much. See what Abed's going to be able to do this time. It can be a little difficult versus the Lesh, but you can still, you know, do a lot with your Flame Guard and with your slight dodges and stuff like that. So we'll see how he fares versus the Lesh. And in the mid game, right? Because Ember, Nyx Assassin can be really troublesome to play this Ember in a lot of situations.
Excited to see sort of how the carry matchup works this time around. It's the second time today that we will have seen a Lifestealer played into an illusion carry. Earlier we had it against a PL. Worked out, I believe they're right, with the Armlet into Miona build. I imagine we're going to see sort of a similar direction being taken by Arteezy this game. Do you like sort of that approach in terms of what carry to pick into a Naga Siren lineup?
I think people just also, you want to make sure you get like this good lane as well, and it's a hero that actually can, you know, like you said, you itemize, you will be able to withstand the pressure of these illusions at some point. So I think it can work, and he also does have, it's not like it's just him on his own, right? He does have the Ember as well too, so if it was just a Lifestealer versus these illusion cores, then I'm always very worrisome. But even earlier we saw when it was the Lifestealer versus the PL, he had like an Earth Shaker, he had all these different elements to help him as well too. So I think it's, you know, it's not always like the best pick to deal with the illusions, but if you have some other complements, it can work out fine. So we'll see how that all goes. And yeah, I'm going to be looking a lot at Abed. I think last game, it was one of the rougher games I think I've ever seen from him. So let's see how much he's going to be able to improve this time.
Yeah, for sure. Those sort of early movements that he went for just did not pay off. So we'll have to see if he has a bit of a better chance getting that early momentum that he wants to be able to find to allow him to continue to make aggressive plays throughout the mid-game as an Ember Spirit and just be able to be a part of EG, just closing down the map and limiting the areas that K1 feels safe to sort of place himself.
Yeah. And let's see how much, how well of a game Nightfall is able to have this time too, because he tends to be kind of the guy for EG that really sets the tempo and the pressure. So let's see what he's going to be able to do on the Beastmaster this time, because he is playing versus Chen, one of the harder counters in a way versus the Beast as the game progresses, because even when you get your Helm of Overload, he can get his Shard, he steals your Ancients. There's so many plays that you can do as a Chen versus Beast. So see how Nightfall is going to adapt versus.
Of course, top lane as well. You know, Whisper, last pick of the draft, getting the Brewmaster this game. We saw him pop off once again, as he has been in many of the performances for Beast Coast. Last game on the Mars, getting in the Brewmaster. Yeah, Beast Coast, they've got to feel just as good, if not even better, than what they're able to see Whisper on in terms of heroes, because this is one that you can completely control the team fights with.
And they will have two different ways of completely controlling team fights, right? They have Naga Siren and Brew, so they have a lot of different ways where it's like, oh, this fight's not ours, we can full disengage. Or this is a fight where, oh man, it looks like we can stop them. We can actually fully surround them with the Brew and the Naga Siren. So right now, no one really being left too far behind Beastmaster. You see a little bit of pressure, of course, from that Chen, but he's going to go for the Axe route. Not having any of those summons early on. She'll be able to catch up. But Naga Siren, it does mean K1's just going to have a full free farm lane, which always tends to be pretty problematic when K1's able to do stuff like that. That being said, RTZ is also getting his full free farm. And we are seeing, of course, the switch of like 5 Mirana again, right? We've seen him multiple times now today. Crit playing it in the top lane. We have the CM playing bottom.
And as was mentioned in that pre-game interview too, you know, Gojira, Nyx Assassin, very much one of the supports of the tournament, it really feels like, in terms of heroes. I mean, what makes this so good right now? He's still got a Mango and a stun back in 7 seconds.
I mean, he
might be a little
dead.
Maybe he can get the deny. No, won't be able to do so. So Crit will manage to chase him down and get that first blood.
5 Mirana, ladies and gentlemen. You're going to start seeing that on your phones probably. Looks, I mean, honestly, if you go for like the chase when people are pulling creeps, it's pretty good. You do pretty decent, right? The harassment and stuff. Nicely done from Crit. And now also, so looking at this mid matchup, we see the Ember doing pretty well. He actually has potential to get rotations from the Arrow from Crit too, if they do get a connection. And he actually hits.
They do.
Uh-oh.
And with that, the Flame Guard's up. He'll run down Chris. Won't look to dive the tower, but you saw the potential there. Chris, very, very fortunate he was able to get the stun off himself at the same time. So the damage was limited that Abed could get out onto Chris during that stun from Crit.
I was gonna say, I wonder if Abed does look to grab an early point and change to set up for these type of early rotations, but I mean, didn't need it that time. But Chris will get some help, of course. Gojira coming in, and they will be double checking these runes. An arrow connects again. Crit able to take that one away.
Some good early positioning here from Crit.
I like how he's playing it too, because he knows now Lifestealer's in a 1v1 matchup versus the Brew, so RTZ's just fine. He's going to be able to free farm. Whisper's going to get farmed too, but RTZ's under no pressure here. Actually getting some decent hits perhaps onto Whisper. There's a lot of creeps though. Like 2 waves, over 2 waves adding up.
Anything the Beast Coast heroes can do with that sort of pressure that's going to build up underneath the tower with these waves?
Not with these 2 heroes. The Brewmaster and the Nyx going versus the Lifestealer, it's pretty difficult. They can hurt Crit a little bit, but I don't think up here they can almost ever pressure RTZ. And that's the reasoning why we did see that Lifestealer pick, you know, we were talking about so much. Yeah. They have this Naga Siren and everything. It's not the greatest versus Naga, but in the entirety of the game versus Lesh, versus Nyx, and even versus that last pick, Brew, pretty good game for the Lifestealer. Just the Rage in general is going to be really effective.
Oh, for sure. And of course, because that Brew was the ultimate last pick, you would imagine when Beast Coast were grabbing it, they weren't expecting it to be able to have its strengths in the laning stage.
No,
right? It's for all the other parts of the game, so
absolutely.
This is all as expected for Beast Coast in terms of the outcome of top lane.
Yeah, and it's for like the itemization of everything too in mid game, because he's going to go for this Wraith Pact, maybe in this game, because he is playing versus Mirana, and Mirana is kind of a Wraith Pact killer, so maybe he will opt for a different type of build. We'll see. I know he's got the Urn queued.
You have learned nothing.
And there's just a crazy amount of wave pulling going on here. It's mid lane. And Gojira is just completely abandoned top. He's like, I can't slow down our team.
Yeah.
So all 3 lanes.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Yeah, because Whisper's still going to be able to soak up the golden XP. Yeah. Or rather would get the the solo element of it, so he can get that 6 as soon as possible.
Yeah, and he can pull the lane himself, and there's not really a way that he dies to the Mirana and the lifesteal. He can just, you know, Drunken Haze and run out of there.
Oh, and the same to be said, you know, in turn, you know, Crit, he's like, well, I'll head around the map and continue to just hover around the mid lane.
Huge play from Gojira. Stops the TP back from Abed from the low ground stun. That new stun cast range, that's 750. Pretty much everything there.
The movements. EG will still be able to maintain control around the 6-minute power rune. It is a haste rune for Abed.
A pretty important one, really, for him to get, because he did get that TP cancelled for the fill up. Smile. Chris Luck will go bottom. We'll be able to get his own bounty rune to fill it up. And we do see K1 now starting to get some jungle. A slight lead in the laning phase here for EG. Nothing too crazy. About 200 or 300 on each of the counterparts. Does mean this is Helm. Helm is pretty much done. Down bottom for the Beast. And he does actually start skilling these boars, so the Chen's going to be able to turn them against them.
We'll see which sort of route Arteezy wants to go with his build. When you are trying to scale up against a losing carry, do you still always get the armlet first, or is there potential to kind of go for that Maelstrom or farming item a bit quicker?
I always think Armlet's the most core item ever on Lifestealer. Okay. That you kind of can't deviate too much. But we'll see. I mean, right now he's just got the phase and the bracer. Maybe he's feeling like he's not going to get it early enough that he does want to go Maelstrom. But I think Armlet Maelstrom's fine. He's got the Ember, as we said, so he's already got a hero that can also deal with the Naga sometimes earlier on. But we shall see. Maybe he goes for more right click. I don't know. Nope. He's
going to keep it up. I mean, this is, I think, the temptation. You know, just skip the armlet. Sometimes when you're trying to play this matchup, and you know you're going to be farming for the most part. You're not looking to turn up to fights with that first item. You're just looking to clear through the jungle, clear through your half of the map.
I guess that's the reason, right? He's under no contention. Even when they do bring heroes to his lane, he's like, they can't actually like threaten me too much. So I'm just going to be full free farm game. Okay.
See Crit and Fly trying to get a bit of information deep in Beast Coast half of the map.
Yeah, try to slow down this Naga Siren. Since they see the Chen just like soaking down bottom, they know that Hector is just full jungling. Didn't actually find anything though. Nightfall, still level 5.
Won't be able to get Gojira here. A Frostbite. And with both spells on cooldown, has the Fairy Fire, but another leap's there from Crit. He'll get and take the kill. Chris able to find Flight in return back in the river.
Does get a trade for it. Abed with the DD. Very strong rune on the Ember Spirit early on here with the Max Light.
Yeah, Chris has got to stay right back. Yeah. I mean, he knows that if Abed hits another slight, very likely that Abed will dive the tower for him. Yeah, so Chris gets right back and into the triangle.
Perhaps you just wait for that one to disappear before you walk back toward that mid lane for sure. Yeah, but that does mean tower pressure. Abed and Crit able to hit mid tower. TP to mid. Will he get the bottle refill in time? And yeah, talking about Abed, you know, we saw that he had a bit of a rough one in the last game. He actually has a much easier game this time versus all these, you know, doesn't have as many stuns that he has to worry about. Last game, it's like everyone had a disable. This time, it's the Nyx and the Lash that he has to worry about mostly, so a lot freer of a time. But Carapace is really annoying.
It is very.
So.
Very much. Bottom Nightfall having to drop the roll straight away to give him a chance to run.
Uh-oh.
And Whisper, Primal split to the ready, and already a bit of a body block coming in with K1 and the micro of his illusions. Leaves no escape for Nightfall, so Raw expended, wasn't able to get out alive. At the same time, at another entry point of the jungle, they find Crit hovering around the stairs. So a couple of kills for Beast Coast as they make sure that EG does not feel too safe coming back over to their half of the map.
And Whisper, he actually used the Thunderclap, totally missed the neutral creeper, otherwise he would have probably been able to kill it a little earlier. Might still be able to get it with the next one. But making sure he actually was maximizing when they used the split to kill the Beast, and oh, the beard! Okay, can't get it. When he used the split to kill the Beast earlier, he actually used the Dispel to kill the boar and everything too, so he actually maximized quite beautifully on this brew.
At the moment, sitting the lowest of the cores in terms of net worth, but if anything, from his previous performances to go by, you know that Whisper's going to be catching up very, very soon. Always ends up incredibly rich here, even from the offlane position.
And he wants to be a little bit more like active of moving around just because he doesn't want to sit in the lane versus a Lifestealer so much, so look for these constant kills and pressure on lanes.
Yeah, and of course we'll get to the point in this game where it's K1 playing a Naga Siren. He's going to be soaking up all the waves, he'll be taking the majority of the farm that presents itself on the map. So a bit, sort of a different spread of value that you'll expect to see grow for each of Beast Coast cores this time round.
See what he can find. Whisper shows himself, he's quite durable though.
The split still on cooldown. TP reactions coming in. See if EG can get the kill quick enough. They're struggling to kill him at sort of the pace that they would hope for. Arteezy continues to push on, will get him. They lose crit in return. We'll see if Arteezy can get out of this. He has the Infest, is able to jump into Abed, and Abed, with a Remnant at the ready, will be able to deliver Arteezy back to safety.
That was close. If that stun catch, it actually almost catches the both of them there. Could potentially be a disaster, but they do end up cleaning up Whisper. They do get a trade out of it though, so Beast Coast not the most fussed about it. We did see how tanky he was there, that Brew. Even though he's only got the 1 point in the Drunken Brawler, he did have that Ogre Frost Mage, I believe, that Ice Arm.
They did, yeah. They're able to buff him up, but
yeah.
Quite able to keep him alive long enough. A nice read there from EG to know that they could get away with that sort of an aggressive play. Something they struggled to do in the early stages of Game 1. Already 11 minutes in, 5-3. EG definitely going to be feeling a lot better out of the laning stage than they did at this point in the first game of the series.
Absolutely. I mean, night and day difference. And Stinger, I mean, look at this positioning from the Chen. He's up here alone trying to pressure Arteezy in the tower. He's getting a lot of damage on top.
See bottom lane. Another split and another attempt at a kill on towards Nightfall's Beastmaster. He'll turn with the Roar.
Oh, Roar's the Wind Panda to make sure he can get away. Okay, in the Moonlight Shadow, they'll be able to reset. That was a cool move, though. While we were looking, the play happening bottom, the Chen was actually making sure that he kept the catapult alive as long as possible, top with his creeps, and just like kind of sacrificing them.
Oh, good chain setup. Arrow. Not quite able to land it there. A little too far away. Too much travel time.
But they're forcing them away from the tower. So tier 1 likely to fall here with that dominated creep also coming in. Totally different game state, as we said. This time they're able to get 2 towers on the side of EG early game. Beast Coast not able to set that tempo yet.
Might be able to get Stinger here. Fly. He's got him. Quick Frostbite, and the setup's there for Arteezy to pick up a nice bit of bonus gold. Gets the kill.
I mean, look at his positioning there. A little aggressive there from Stinger.
I mean, he's been sort of living life up on this top area of the map for quite some time. Arrow, that's swiftly done there. Arrow is already coming in, and Abed able to make sure that Chris is held in position for it to hit bang on target.
I mean, these two Beast Coast heroes completely in no man's land. Nobody even relatively close to them. The ward, of course, coming into play there from EG, kind of seeing that the Lesh was alone in that top lane. Good movements, 5-5. Still seeing the Nog at the top, but not by too much. Arteezy is keeping up. And he's actually going to go back for the armlet.
Yeah, that's kind of for sure. I mean, as you said, armlet, you always want to have it on Lifestealer, but of course going for it this way around the Maelstrom into the armlet when he knew that he was going to be able to play this whole top half of the map completely uncontested, you're going to end up with the 2 items quicker than if you did it the other way around.
I mean, it's cool. Yeah. Then now they have double Maelstrom, so the Naga Siren for the early game showing up. Pretty difficult for Hector to really do so.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
How close are we to this Helm of the Overlord? Helm of the Overlord is just about done, 600 gold. And Stinger, I mean, if he wants to save up the gold, he can do the option of going for that shard early. Right now he's got that drum queued up, but we'll see if he opts against it if he sees Nightfall. Pick up that Helm.
So they get around mid.
Yeah, almost Bloodstone also on Chris Love. But still quite fragile. We see the amount of burst damage that EG has this game. It's very different than the last time.
Oh, for sure. And of course, Arteezy, in terms of the nature of the Lifestealer, he's able to put that rage and just get straight on top of a hero like the Lesh.
Yeah.
Let's have a look here. We'll have a quick replay.
Let's go run it.
Bot is good, guys.
What is this? Gonna trade top? I'll just drop it. I'm gonna run bottom. Coming.
Naga's top. Real Naga's running out.
You can just wait for you guys top too.
There we go. Some very calm communication there between EG as they make that movement up towards that top lane, get the kill.
Yeah, they're just kind of, it sounded like they're mostly just calling positioning of where all these heroes are, where the Naga always keeping tags, of course, of where K1 is. Because if they look to make an aggressive move, have to be careful, because that song can come in, things can get turned around, so keeping tabs of where K1 is definitely going to be important. Quiet game, though, in comparison to the last one. 5-5.
Yeah, which I think will come as a big relief to EG. Very much in the early points of last game, the struggle was just kind of keeping Beast Coast under control. Beast Coast were getting away with so many kills, so many aggressive plays. This time around, EG able to match it and get that little bit more value from the map so far. Slight lead here, 1K gold advantage.
At some point, they definitely do want to apply a little bit more pressure. They will, of course, have these like Maelstroms and Mjolnirs, of course, for the Naga Siren, but we see how much you can actually just like cut the waves. They don't want to constantly be like dealing with all these waves at some point that Hector will be addressing, so we'll see what they do. Because their lineup, it's a little bit more pick-off oriented, you could say, on EG in comparison to Beast Coast, which when they do have the Brew ult and they have the Chen ult, it's a lot more team fight centric.
You can see here with these moves, EG trying to find which area of the map K1's playing from with his main hero, but good read from K1, he'll back out of the map completely, so they won't find him.
He can be fight ready. He's actually gone for the Diffusal build early on here on the Naga Siren, so could even look to, if he gets like a grab onto Abed ever, that could be pretty much set up for a kill. And now the Roche.
Okay, yeah, I mean, the Beastmaster in his army. Decent damage as well from Arteezy. They can tank this up with the summons and look to go for this.
Yep. Oh, they're rotating over though.
They're taking it down pretty quick though, EG. So Beast Coast, they'll have to make a move soon if they want to try and stop this.
They do have this song in a second. The Naga's not.
It's already gone. Abed able to get the kill, get the Aegis. We'll see Beast Coast now popping the ultimates. Whisper leading him with the primal split, but EG, they themselves are split up.
Look at Crit.
Now they're going to see him now. Moonlight comes to an end, so Crit will die.
Oh, and also they catch Fly, it looks like.
Abed's also got to be a bit cautious. He has the Remnant at the ready to dodge the split up. But indeed, the two supports look to be in trouble. Fly's going to do a fair bit of damage to Whisper with the ultimate, but he will still slowly die back over towards the mid. Actually, Kajiri's able to get the stun out to the two of them, but Nightfall, Brian has the roll ready, turns towards Kajira to take out the Nyx Assassin, and now Arteezy's ready to chase down more, gets a double, takes out Stinger. As EG might be able to keep this fight going. Change there from Abed, but he's starting to lose his mana. Chris turns, looks for the stun, but nice sidestep there from Abed. Abed still ticking down very low. That's the Aegis gone. As he's down the ones, they've got to be careful about this Lesh. Chris charging through the middle of the fight. So able to burn down Nightfall so they can kite him out and control him further. TPs are coming in. They're surrounding the Leshrac, but they're being careful how they commit for this. They know that Chris is very, very strong here on the Lesh. And EG, they won't be able to hold him back. So Chris manages to get back out of there. A nice bit of action for EG overall. Sure, you know, Beast Coast, they're able to take that Aegis quite quickly out of the hands of Abed, but Arteezy able to turn up, get some kills. He's got a continued clean scoreline here, 4-0-0 on the Lifestealer, and enough money to pick up that Sange. So now between the Maelstrom, the Armlet, and the Sange, this Lifestealer is pretty darn strong. 17 minutes in, he can absolutely turn up to these fights as we've seen, and he's not easy for Beast Coast to deal with.
No, absolutely not. Chris, got the arrow on him.
Kajira's ready to back him up, turns with the stun. We'll hold back Crit with that stun, and now Chris turns, heals up with the Bloodstone. As the split up onto Fly, Crit tries to leap away, still ends up dying to the DPS.
Constant battles. Brult is 30 seconds until it's back up after all that finishes. And honestly, I mean, out of all of it, it looks like Chris actually comes out most ahead. Right?
That's
that
true, I guess.
Bloodstone coming back up at the end of the fight, able to replenish him and kind of walk through and reset. Pretty huge for him. He's actually overtaken the Ember now.
For sure, once sort of, yeah, the first heroes are accounted for, the ults have been used, yeah. Raw goes down. You know, we saw how confident Chris can just sort of just walk through the middle of the fight.
Yeah,
make sure that he's in position to be kicking out as much damage as possible. See top lane, Hector will play it safe. Goes for the Song TP.
And the one thing too is like they've itemized now at this point, right? The Armlet, the Maelstrom. This is to deal with the Naga Siren. This is this consistent damage that's going to be clearing out these illusions. It's not this big like Desolator, this chunking damage that can eat the Leshrac. So Chris, you know, he could maybe get away with quite a lot in this game.
They want to try and
going for him,
take him down here with the chains into the arrow. They'll sadly do so.
Great chain stun.
Solid catch here from EG. We're seeing if they can push on for more. Jump forward with the Remnant. Abed attempts to close the gap on Whisper. We'll hold back though. Don't want to try. Maybe they do want to dive the tier 2s. If they catch him around this area, if Whisper steps out, they might go for a kill attempt.
Oh, the ward's placed.
Yeah, they'll see it.
Probably seen though. Beast Coast probably going to be able to get rid of that one quick. And you know, we did get to see a couple things also in these last situations. So much happening. But Chen, we did see he went for the shard, so he's going to be stealing those ancient creeps consistently from the Beastmaster. Chris needs to be a little more careful how far up he is alone. Sure, he's got the hand of God in some situations, but it's a lot of burst damage still from EG. Especially if they have everyone on top of him like that.
Dire's top tower.
Very close game, 10-8.
Radiant are scanning.
Still playing in this aggressive position, EG. Maybe seeing if they can do something early about the tier 2s.
I mean,
TPs are coming in. I mean, Beast Coast, they will take a fight if it's presented to them down here.
Got their ults ready. EG's just waiting to see if like people trickle in one by one, because their heroes, they do have burst if they find them in the 1v1 or in the 1v like 2v3, etc. But if it's a 5v5, it can be a lot harder for EG.
This tier 2's falling pretty quick here to the push of EG, and in fact it's gone. So an early tier 2 tower taken down. At the same time, Stinger, he's really trying his best to get a trade up top. And on EG's side, they will TP back. Push Stinger away in time. He's going to go for the TP in the trees, and they won't know that he's there. Nice little spot to hide in as Stinger gets away. Won't get the tower, but still able to do a lot of damage on that top lane.
It's the Chen minigame. You know, it starts to happen at these points when everything's just split pushing. They have the Naga Siren, so it's just natural for him to start doing this. Getting a decent amount of farm to level 10 already with the drums, with the shard, medallion too. A lot of different ways to buff up and keep the Leshrac in particular alive. With a plate mail now too. Chris Luck sitting at 24 armor, 2200 HP.
CRT was considering sort of what route he wanted to take. Does opt to finish the Mjolnir. Also was thinking about the Halberd and the Skadi. I mean, what would you sort of imagine is top of the list from next? Does he want that bit of evasion, or does he want to have the Skadi to kind of deal with some of this sustain that the Lesh is able to survive off the back of in the fights?
Could depend on how successful the next fight is, right? Like if he gets a couple kills, maybe just choose the Skadi. If not, maybe just wants the Halberd. It's a really good Halberd game, so he probably wants that anyway. Versus Naga. Naga never wants to build the True Strike. Heart now finished up, K1.
He's going to be pretty hard to kill, even with that Mjolnir.
Yeah,
he's able to sort of split the fight with the illusions, get them on some of the supports. Now, RTZ's going to have his work cut out in terms of trying to just clear through this army that K1's going to be involved in the fight with.
They'll have to stick on him for so long, and he does have a lot of different ways to bail him out too, right? The Brew, the Sleep, the Hand of God, of course, from the Chen. See what EG can find. Fest is inside Abed. He doesn't have the BKB quite yet on this Ember Spirit, so still has to be very careful of Carapace.
Yeah, Gojira playing nicely around the sentry they've got down. Is that EG won't manage to find an entry into the fight from this spot.
Gojira mostly is just like playing either around the Naga or the Lesh, just waiting with the Carapace, right? Because if that instant jump comes, he Carapace and they can turn it right away onto the Ember Spirit.
See what they can get to with this smoke. EG were pretty aware of this, and indeed with the scan hitting, they'll certainly make sure that everybody's back under the safety of their structures underneath their towers. So Beast Coast not able to get a catch this time.
Having to avoid fights a lot though. Look at the map state. Look at the way that they're able to just keep everything forced in onto the side of EG. Beast Coast. This Naga Siren's starting to be a problem.
It is. It's not easy for some of EG's members to deal with these strong illusions with that heart.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be either the Lifestealer or the Ember to clear out the waves. They can't be at every single one of the lanes. That's top now. Glyph is popped, but that is the tier 3 Glyph. Actually, I'm lying. It's a tier 2 Glyph. I'm sorry. I thought the mid tower was dead. So we'll have it reset at the very least.
This is the thing, though. If EG don't find fights and kill score stays pretty stagnant, you are going to see quite the difference in what K1 as a Naga Siren's able to clean up from the map. In comparison to Arteezy on the Lifestealer. Already 3,000 gold difference, and that will only grow unless EG can make some sort of move.
But the thing, it's just difficult for them to look for the move because, as we said, you know, their lineup, it does want to look for these pickoffs, but when your lanes are all getting shoved in,
so much
it's
pressure
hard for you to find any of these pickoffs. And Beast Coast, really, they're sticking together quite a lot here. Now looking for even go for this next tier 2.
K1's been just microing the illusions perfectly on this sort of mid and top lane. 2 lanes consistently held right up to the high ground of EG.
Chris also having his Lotus done. I believe the Ags on the Brew is about to be finished too. So Beast Coast, they're hitting quite a few timings here. EG, trying to feel what timing they're going to feel where they're like, okay, we can actually go for this straight up fight. It's, you know, they've got all these items, but when are they actually going to look for that real big on team fight versus Beast Coast? It does feel a bit difficult. And with if Beast Coast is able to consistently keep these lanes pushed in, at some point, you know, Roche is going to start coming back up. EG's going to have to look to make a move. 2 minutes until we do see that, but let's see when they do look to make that aggressive move. It's going to be now. They're smoked.
K1. Not going to be able to offer up the catch there top. I mean, EG do look like they're interested in taking a fight here.
Still difficult.
See how they can start it off around the board. Light.
Stinger.
Off the Frostbite, they'll go for the roar on Stinger. Nightfall commits it with the BKB. They want to kill off the Chen. They'll do so very quickly. See if they can chase for more. They'll look towards K1. It's back up to the safety of his own high ground. And looks like EG, they'll just manage to get the 1 kill for now with that commitment.
Okay.
With the roar down, they might have to be careful themselves. Abed steps forward. Pops the dust. Will be able to dodge out the stun. Arrow ends up getting blocked by the creep here from Beast Coast. So no connection there.
That was pretty close. Almost gets Carapace, almost gets stunned from the Lesh. They'll find a kill on the Chen, but Chen now respawning. They're gonna have to reset. Deal with their lanes again. I think that's actually one of the better kills if they can get it like that, because it prevents so much healing. So much chaos that will kick off.
It does just feel like, you know, K1's Naga Siren, it's getting out of control. He's pretty much got the Skadi done.
He's really going to just probably deal with all the rest of the heroes and isolate the Arteezy Naga Siren at some point.
I mean, Arteezy's really got his work cut out in terms of build. He's going to go for the BKB, picked up. Again, we saw being a similar approach from the Lifestealer earlier today against the PL, just making sure they can sort of stand in the fight, not have to worry about the mana getting burned through, and just giving themselves that extra time between the Rage and the BKB to just stay alive and just keep hitting this Naga Siren and trying to clear out her summons, the illusions as well as herself.
Stun will connect on top. Arteezy's mana. It's time. He doesn't have the mana for Rage now, but they don't have anything else to catch him yet. Net can't quite. That was a little scary.
Whisper does pop the split. He's going to try and set up for some kills here around the mid. We'll get Fly.
Yeah, I think he's like, they're just avoiding us constantly. Like, he just wants to look for something to use that split. And now Roche is up.
Roche is indeed. It's there and ready. So Beast Coast, they could definitely look to just step into the pit and start going for this. They have the Song to rely on if they need to bail out or sort of set up a fight outside of the pit. And EG, only the 4 of them up. It's not going to be easy for EG to get in on this. You already see Kujira in his position. He's giving great info outside of the pit. In fact, he's able to line up a 2-man stun to start things off here.
She's gone already.
It already is. Aegis picked up on Chris. EG, they've got to run. Nightfall pots the BKB. Abed will go with a couple of remnants, but he's still pretty close here to Beast Coast. Ends up losing his courier on the way out. Abed, at least himself and the hero, will keep the distance. But he just picked up on Chris. Beast Coast, they're ready to come running down the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, EG, they found like the one catch on Chen, but now, you know, when are they going to be able to deal with the Naga Siren? This Naga is just getting way too out of control. Same thing with Chris. He's the one carrying the Aegis on this Lesh now, too. They're going to go for high ground. Whip is available, but they're going to have to pop it pretty early because that Edict.
I mean, how do they deal with this? I mean, say K1 27 minutes in, Heart and Skadi.
He held the Edict. He actually baited the Glyph. He lifted his hands, canceled the animation. So they've got Edict now for the push.
Big brain stuff here from Chris.
This tower is going down. The Rax also.
I think maybe more, yeah.
Uh-oh, EG.
I mean, EG's out on the map trying to pick up some farm. Arteezy will TP back. He is able to finish off the BKB, so he's got his next item done. See if this makes much of a difference in the fights, though. Range Rax will go down, and Beast Coast, they'll back off for now from pushing for the melee.
They still have 20 seconds left on split, so they maybe wait for like 10 or 15 seconds before they look for that fight. Gojira trying to catch a cheeky stun, won't get it.
Arteezy. The Rage here. Beast Coast.
They're still lingering in the area.
I mean, they're keeping, again, both of these lanes consistently pushed into the high ground, top and mid.
I mean, they're ready for fights. Like, the Bruce split is ready. Bottom lane, though, pushing in. They're going to send the Lesh to take care of it. Still sticking in the area, though, with K1. Denying away this farm from EG. 6k gold lead. EG, they see the Lesh bottom. They're trying to make a move out to catch something. Yeah, Naga just getting bigger and bigger. Lesh getting bigger and bigger.
They're going to try for a move in.
Gotta get something big. EG, they need to find something.
Vested into Nightfall. He's ready to try and play off the back of a Blink Roar initiation from the Beastmaster. There's an Arcane Rune in the river, though, so Chris, he'll have that ready for the next fight. Still with nearly 3 minutes on the Aegis, it's not easy for EG to jump anyone outside of the supports. Fly will start to try to start things here, and they will follow up onto Stinger. They'll get the Roar off as well.
Okay, they'll get the 2 supports. Pretty good grabs.
See if they can do anything off the back of killing the 2 supports.
They gotta fix the lanes. The lanes are all constantly pushed in, either from the Naga Siren or from the Chen creeps. Their whole jungle is actually also just being farmed from Chen. Like, I was just looking, I'm just watching the Chen microing all of his creeps, and he's just taking all of the farm away. So still tons of pressure on the map. They do get at least 2 kills out of it, but it is just those 2 supports, and now bottom tower looking to drop.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
East Coast, I mean, their macro game, very nice so far. Making sure they don't lose K1 at all so far. 0-0-2.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Service to balance.
Indeed. During the time those 2 supports were down, nothing more that you really could get other than maybe some increased sort of space on their own half of the map in the jungle. That there was not going to be an aggressive play made by Beast Coast, but
Unfortunately for themselves, not enough of kills to do anything aggressive and really deal with the push that's coming in, because already Chris, he's back up to the high ground on the bottom lane.
They're gonna pop the Rax glyph, wanting really to hold on to those tier 3s. Don't have another glyph after this. Now the push continuing.
Arteezy is going to try and get in on the fight. Steps up towards K1. Nightfall, he has the roar.
Got the song off.
Get the arrow as well. Rage into the BKB. So a long time here that Arteezy is going to be able to continue to beat in onto the Nagasari, but it's still just not enough damage. He's only down to pretty much half health here, K1, as he backs away. They'll kill Chris. That's the Aegis gone. See a quick infest here from Arteezy as he looks to stay alive. Now get the opening stun onto Chris. Out to the side though. Abed's been held up by the split up.
K1,
Arteezy chasing him outside of the base. K1's getting low, falls to the side. They're trying to separate K1 from the lifesteal, and they'll be able to do so. K1's fine for now. As Arteezy also falls back up to the high ground of his own base.
It connects.
Nice little arrow there onto Stinger. So once again, EG getting the 2 supports, taking that Aegis away a little early from Chris. Definitely a defense here coming out from EG that, all things considered, they'll be pretty content with.
That was an absolutely beautiful fight. Everyone's sitting at like 10%, 20% HP on EG, jumping in and out, getting these connections. Making sure that Chris Luck can't actually use this Aegis to its maximum. Almost even getting K1. That was a really good hold from EG.
Yeah, we're definitely
getting that roar off as that song kind of comes out.
They came at the same time, pretty much. And indeed, you're seeing exactly why you go for this Rage BKB build. Just it gives Arteezy this maximum amount of time, even during the song, to just keep hitting the Nagasarian. And we saw that ended up getting down to about a 3rd HP at the start of that fight. If Arteezy is able to get that halberd done and then some sort of damage item, and during that sort of setup, they'll have a good chance of killing K1.
That was before they picked up quite a few items too. Abed now has an Aghanim stun too, so his damage is going to be quite a lot higher in this next fight. And they're looking to get aggressive. They're actually looking for more.
See what they can make a quick jump towards. In with the Remnant, Abed. Quickly sweeping the map. He's managed to get his way over towards Chris.
He's got Lotus though.
They're underneath the tier 2 arrow. Is going to hit. Crit gets the angle. That's Chris going down. EG, they'll definitely want to try and continue to fight on for more. Kajira turns with the sun onto the 2 of them. Indeed, over towards the mid lane. They have the Roar set up onto K1. No further damage output for now, though, as K1's got the backup of Stinger.
Nothing to stop the CM ult. We'll clear out all those illusions.
TP over from Whisper.
EG now looking to bail. Another net.
And trying to fly, so they want to try and tackle K1. I mean, Arteezy's going to go for the squishies first. Go straight for Stinger, takes down a second support. See if they can get K1.
East Coast.
Very much for sort of the first time this game where Beast Coast are the ones that are having to play a little more cautiously around EG.
EG's definitely found their footing of timing really for that, for the Lifestealer to stick on his targets, right? It really is. This BKB, his halberd also making him super tanky, and he does have that Ghoul Frenzy talent too, so can stick on those targets a lot easier once he gets that initial hit.
I mean, what is the item here for Arteezy? He's got 2,600 gold saved up. Does he want to get the Skadi still to sort of limit the heals of the Leshrac with the Bloodstone, or do you want to see him get some sort of straight up damage item?
Oh, honestly, Scotty.
He's got a lot to think about here, Arteezy.
It feels like they're gonna start getting more and more damage for the Ember Spirit, so I wouldn't blame him if he does go for the Scotty. It is so valuable versus that Leshrac, as you're mentioning. Because he could also, I mean, we'll see they could also still get like the Mage Slayer Bloodthorn kind of build. I'm not sure who's gonna go for that, but it's always pretty valuable versus Lesh, so yeah, we'll see which one it's gonna be.
Look at this.
Abed, he's actually got his shard now too.
Again, a quick kill onto Gojira.
So Abed, he's got Ags plus his shard, so watch for these remnants. Level 18 also, of course, was hit in that last fight. So his damage is gonna be a lot higher versus that Naga Siren too.
EG themselves, they might have a bit of a chance to push up towards the base here. They're bringing the creeps in on the mid lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Good sort of vision here towards the move that K1's making over towards the mid. Looks like they'll still hold back a little bit here, EG.
Yeah, Abed, he keeps a remnant there, goes back, is starting to clean up the counter push.
We'll get a bit of setup
in the area.
Onto Arteezy, who'll be thrown into the air by Whisper. Arteezy popping the rage. He's going to try and get on top of K1. Look at the illusions out. Turns now over towards Chris. The rage finishing. Arteezy's got to be careful. Gets caught by the split up. We'll be able to force him back to safety. Infest into fly. He's fine for now. He's gone. Arteezy trying to go for round 2, but as soon as he comes out of the Infest, they catch him with the opening stun. Will manage to get the BKB off, and with that BKB duration, stays on top of Stinger. Arteezy now godlike. He's ready for more. Turns towards Kajira. Rage at the ready. So after the BKB comes to an end, Arteezy can continue to push on. In fact, now he's going to opt to use the rest of the rage to TP out.
if he gets bashed. I don't even think K1 actually got the hit on him there, but that was close. They actually got the stun there. Gojira, the two-man stun, it catches the Lifestealer and the Beastmaster in the back, so kind of splits the fight up. EG do get pushed away.
I mean, yeah, RTZ making the correct call at the last moment to get out.
Yeah, that was
realized that the fight was not going quite as good as maybe EG felt they could get it going. Choosing the right moment to bail out. But now, 3 heroes dead on EG.
And we do see that RTZ actually has gone for, I believe it was the Basher. Yeah, but he's going to go for the Abyssal to stick on target instead.
See if they can hold back K1 here. It's onto the barracks.
His BKB's cooldown, so RTZ does have to be a bit careful how he uses his rage.
Absolutely, we're seeing the rage alone, not enough for RTZ to learn in the midst of a team fight.
So many chain stuns that can come out from Gojira as well as Alesh. But yeah, we see this one again. I think the stun is going to come in a few seconds right around this moment when RTZ backs up. It's tough to stick on the Naga Siren, you know, even though they do get this connection of chains, he is still very tanky, and they have to be very careful with these supports. You know, if they get caught at all from Alesh, at all from a Naga Siren, they're just dead. And yeah, here it is, the stun from Gojira. Boom! Catches the 2, catches the Beast, and K1's able to focus fire.
Absolutely, and he's sort of stun that allows K1 and the illusions to close in on a hero. They're not going to stand much of a chance against this massive Naga Siren here. 28,000 net worth. K1 just continuing to grow at an incredible rate. Has yet to die this game.
Rosh in about a minute. Also having an Arcane Rune inside of Chris Luck's bottle. Getting more stacks, continuously level 20 on the Lesh. 20 on the Ember. We still keep killing this Ags, of course, from Whisper. Stun does connect, starting to burn away some mana. I mean, mana is pretty important on RTZ.
That is.
Rage and BKB, like, look true. Halberd, Rage, BKB, like, he actually has to be very careful how he uses these. Now he has Infest, so he has 240 mana.
They're gonna get the jump on Chris in the mid. The rest of Beast Coast to try to make an aggressive move on towards Fly, but Chris was left behind, and EG, they move immediately to punish that.
Great Infest blink play there from Nightfall on RTZ.
So they can get around the mid now.
Ooh, might be able to get Gojira too.
But K1 is around, and the mana's gone on Abed. K1 turns, has the root, has the bash as well, holding him in position. As he steps across, there's no saving Abed.
I mean, his diffusers, it's really being a problem for the BKBs, right? They keep getting burnt and they can't pop their BKBs because of it.
And you see as well, you know, Chris committed with the buyback. So he really wants to just join the push,
they know
or maybe go for the roast. That looks to be indeed what they're going to do.
It's an Agonist too.
And they don't have, of course, control of the outpost either, EG, in their own jungle, so they can't really go for some sort of buyback play on Abed either. They're just going to have to let this go here to Beast Coast.
And, I mean, is this one where you give it to the Naga Siren? Probably, right? Because he can just net the Lifestealer through those spell immunities.
I think certainly so. We'll see if they see anything higher up the list than that.
Oh, Chris takes it. Okay. I mean, the Nihilism also in a way could protect the Lesh, so we'll see. He takes everything. Oh, my. Okay. Takes the cheese and the angels.
I mean, he did buy back, you know. He wanted to make sure he got his money's worth.
That is quite fair. Definitely could see the argument, though, for the Ags on the Naga Siren for that, you know, that, of course, ensnare through the spell immunity, but... K1 also about to finish up a Bloodthorn. I mean, he's hitting critical mass soon. Maybe that's also why he's probably like, I'm going to buy an Aghanim soon, perhaps.
That is the thing, right? In terms of these two heroes, who's going to get the money quicker for their own Ags? It's going to be the Naga Siren if the game continues on for longer. As mid lane, K1.
All 3 lanes are getting sieged.
What do you do if you're EG? You've got to do something. They're going to try. Nightfall, he's looking for a raw target, turns towards Chris.
Lotus is up.
Has to be careful as he holds back on it for now. RTZ is in with the bashes. They're bringing Chris down pretty quickly. That'll be him down the ones. Abed jumps in. He's going to get caught out by the spike characters, but at the same time, just does get yours into the air. RTZ, he's focusing down the Naga Siren. K1's going to get forced to the side. He's never get the soul bar. He's got the BKB up, able to charge him with the Remnant, take down K1. He's ready for more. Looks over towards Gojira inside the base. RTZ, he'll die. Chris just charging into the disco Purdy. Purdy just destroying them all.
Holy crap. Chris just killed them all.
And there's no buyback on RTZ. He's a hell of a lot short on the gold here. 1,500 gold he does not have here to get back in on the action.
Chris isn't done.
They're going to try and hold with the 3 of them. And indeed, Chris is ready to chase him back up towards the fountain. Runs down Nightfall, and he's not done yet. He's full HP, and he's got plenty of mana to play with. The buyback comes out from Abed. As EG, they scramble back towards the fountain. They've got to try and hold and keep their cool here for 50 seconds now without RTZ.
They're going to get megaed. And there's still the cheese as well on Chris. Oh my god, dude, the damage that he did. They focus fired K1, but they ignored the Lesh for a bit. Look at this 12,800 damage.
This is at least going to be the mega creeps here. Can they really slow down Beast Coast for this 30 seconds? I don't know if they can.
I don't know if they can. 30 seconds seems like a big window. This Edict is about to come back up. It's got the 25 talent too.
The first tier 4 falls. The second shortly to come.
It's going
The
down,
Ancient's
Owen.
exposed. As Beast Coast, they're looking to close it up. EG, they'll go for one final attempt at holding back Beast Coast, but they're just focusing the Ancient. EG, there's nothing to be done. GG, it's called. Beast Coast will be moving on. And this is the end of the road for Evil Geniuses this year.
Oh my, South America has taken out EG. Back-to-back series, 2-0 both times. Oh my god. Beast Coast, the team that got EG into TI, now they've taken it away. Oh my god.
I mean, they've got to be feeling fantastic. From the first game, complete dominance from start to finish, and then the second one, a bit of a different approach, more sort of just focusing on and K1 becoming this incredible beast that couldn't be dealt with. He was just at the top of the farm and far ahead for the entire game. It just got too much at the end of the game. You know, EG able to pull together pretty much the better defense that we've seen in out of both of these series, but it just still was not good enough.
Yeah.
Once again today, the South American teams coming out on top, and Beast Coast this is a team on LAN. It's so hard to prepare for them because they just hit another level when they get out there in front of the crowd.
They power up off each other. They play out for each other so well. You can see, as soon as the Naga Siren has a little trouble, Chris comes in and just slams things. I mean, wow. That was an unbelievable series. 22-20. This one a lot closer than the last game, but still, Beast Coast. Wow.
Yeah, it was across the board. Every single player there from Beast Coast just falling perfectly in sync with one another, and then just right up until that last point, knowing when to just really just put the foot on the pedal and push it to the max, right? You saw Chris just running into the base, running down them all. A point where RTZ doesn't have the buyback gold, it's just over from that moment. They couldn't kill the Lesh, they couldn't kill the Naga Siren. It was too much for Evil Geniuses today as Beast Coast knocked them out of the competition. Beast Coast, they'll be the ones to get to continue their lower bracket run here at the International.
Thank you very much, ODPixel and Fogged. Yes, Beast Coast just dominating. You know, another 2-0 here at the International. We've seen so many 2-0s. I'm really hoping we do get a best of 3 go all the way. But unfortunately, Evil Geniuses, that's the last North American team, I believe. It's only, is it only Snaking that is left from America?
It's something along those lines.
Yes, my knowledge,
still have only
the
Snaking.
weight of America on Snaking.
Well, he can lift a lot. He's a buff boy.
He is buff.
South America.
America, yes.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
And we're still alive and strong. I mean, obviously sad for EG, but Beast Coast played hype as per usual. And I didn't think this would be a good Naga game, but he made it work so well. Like when they hit that heart timing especially.
Yeah, I think the main thing from Beast Coast is they, under the pressure of EG early on, Abed with his Ember, crit on the Marauders, really making these early plays. Abed kind of sacrificed his game a little bit, so when they got the Aegis onto the side of EG, then Beast Coast instantly swiped it away within a minute, if that, or like 30 seconds, and EG's kind of momentum completely shifted, and Beast Coast, they look back to their Naga Sirens like, come on mate, it's your turn to take over the game.
And I have to say, te quiero mucho, Arturito. You tried your best. He went for that Mjolnir. He fought them off valiantly on his Lifestealer, itemized well against the Naga, but at the end, even though Naga was given a lot of space and he was the focal point, like he was what everyone was focusing on, it was C-Smile, it was Chris Luck that was just deleting everyone on the Leshrac. Like he went for a very interesting item build as well with the Lotus Orb, which allowed him to just completely stay up front and soak in all the damage.
Yeah, so there we have it. And that last fight, as you saw, once the buyback came in and the amount of resources they spent on trying to take down K1, unfortunately, C-Smile got into the back lines. But I need to feel someone's pain from America. This is really, this is what we need at this show. We just, oh my God, we have.
Well, that's it for the North America region. We brought 5 teams here, and they're all gone. It's the Americas, though, right? We're a joint hemisphere, right?
They totally like you.
They love us.
Yeah.
You love Thunder Oasis.
You're in the same region, actually.
We're the same region. We come from the same places.
North America.
North America. South America.
SANA.
United.
Am I getting
Get in on some of this. Get in on some
I'm
of this.
British, but yeah, South America's out.
Colonization all the way. James, can I interest you in some?
Thank you, sir.
Go on, buddy.
Oh, no, wait, here. It tastes like desperation.
Oh, no.
I mean,
That's the wrong one.
I take only the top grade stuff, and oh man, and we got Boba.
You've got snaking.
No, we don't.
got snaking.
We got
snaking.
Blitz. We got Blitz. American coach.
There you go.
American coach.
Yeah.
Yes.
There we go. Owie, Canadian. I'll take it.
Got him.
I'll take it. Oh, America, let's go!
Not out yet.
God bless America.
Help is on his way.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah.
I already
We just had to
told you.
support him emotionally there. Like, we're not even American. We're British.
We're all
British
We're all
here.
very good friends.
Wait, what? Okay.
Yep.
We're all British.
We're all Brits here. This is the British panel.
Yes, I'm British.
To talk about Beast Coast a little bit more. So they're going to be moving on into the lower bracket, just playing amazing. Is it, have you seen them kind of improve a little bit? Like, because this is their second game now in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
Their first match wasn't, it was Hokori, that's still a good win. But here they seem to take it even up another level.
They are improved because they are more comfortable. You can tell that they're in their element of their play style and how they like to be. Like groups, there was just that they were lacking cohesion, right? They had a clash of ideas, they weren't on the same page, and now it really feels like they know exactly what they want to do with each other. And they said themselves, like, they're a different team from the DPC. Like, against Hokori, neither of those teams knew what form they were going up against. They are good now.
Yeah,
Right, well, hopefully we get to hear how good, because I'm sure they're on a high, and we're going to go over to Casey for an interview with Beast Coast.
We have quite the group to interview today. First of all, we have Ava, who's going to help us with the translation, C-Smile/Chris Luck, and then Valky, who is newly bald. I don't even know where to start, so I'll start with Felicidades. Congratulations. This has been quite the brotherhood between these two teams. I think it kind of encompasses what Dota is all about. You guys have helped each other over the last couple of years through getting to TI and in TI, and it all came to this. Talk about what that means to you to be able to play so well against a team that dominated group stage.
Había hermandad entre ambos equipos, ¿no? Durante los últimos pasados años habéis enseñado un poquito, tanto llegar al TI, ¿no? En el pasado, este año en las ciudades ustedes. ¿Cómo se siente llegar a este momento y jugar tan bien contra un equipo que ha dominado la fase de grupos?
En realidad nos sentíamos confiados porque sabíamos que podíamos ganarle y que más que todo conocemos a los jugadores y varias veces hemos jugado contra ellos, entonces creo que estábamos relativamente confiados sobre la victoria que íbamos a tener.
We felt pretty confident. Honestly, we knew them. We played against them a couple of times, and we were pretty confident about the victory we're about to take.
And I would like to talk to you, sir.
Hola, Valky.
Okay. ¿Cómo se dice shave head en español?
Shaved head, pelado.
Pelado. ¿Por qué? ¿Matu?
¿Por qué te has pelado, amigo? ¿Quieres explicarlo?
La cábala contra el jefe.
¿Qué?
La cábala contra el jefe.
La cábala
Claro, tenía que regresarlo. Pues.
He says because Arteezy shaved, it was necessary. You had to beat the curse.
So Arteezy shaved his head to counter, and then you tried to counter his counter. Yeah. So what's next? How do you top this?
¿Qué haces
Moving
más?
forward for the next.
¿Cómo superas esto en la siguiente partida?
Voy a pelar a alguien del equipo.
He's gonna shave someone else. He's gonna shave him though.
Oh no! Okay. Congratulations! You guys have been playing so well and really exciting games. So congrats. Oh, thank you. Muchas gracias. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yes, it worked. They counted it out. Let's hope, though, that the South American teams and coaches don't send their whole squad for Brazilians. But if they need to, I'm all right with that.
It's for a TI win, mate.
It's for TI. But we didn't predict that. But we, EG didn't know about the counterplay. It was a genius move. But let's go into our next series here. And we're going to be meeting our first team. It's going to be Boom Esports.
Esports.
Jackie, Yopaj, FBZ, Tims, and Scheme. I want to say Skem. Thank you for
Let's go.
I know, I'm on it now. Next team up against them is going to be PSG LGD.
Balance in all things. PSG LGD.
Last year's runner-ups, Arme, Nothing to Say, Faith Bian, Jinkyu, and Y. This team is a scary team, and it's scary to meet them and even to see them in the lower bracket if you're going up against them. So we'll see how Boom Esports will be able to adjust. Boom Esports, though, did actually beat the defending champions to get here. They took out Team Spirit, and they've developed a lot during the group stages and the tournaments sheet.
Yeah, I mean, they beat the winners of all TI. What's the second placer team?
These runner-ups.
It only gets easier from here, right?
100%. I mean, this team have come a very long way throughout the year. Their drafting has expanded like amazingly. Arlington Major even, I think they had one of the newest and freshest drafts I'd seen from them as a team when they played against LGD in that upper bracket. So I've just really enjoyed how they've really been pushing their comfort zone to get to here.
Yeah. Having followed the SEA region for a really long time, this is probably the ultimate stack they could have formed out of all the new stars that were coming in in the last couple of years. Obviously, getting Yopaj, FBZ being with the team, being in Boom since like, what, 2018 or something? And then getting Scam as well to bring all those good ideas that he usually does bring to any single team.
But it's also the fact that, don't forget how they got to this position, right? They were nearly going to be eliminated from the group stage. They had to beat EG, who was first in the group. They 2-0'd them. Then they went to a tiebreaker. They beat Sonics, they beat BetBoom quite swiftly. And then they beat Team Spirit. Like, they've gone probably the hardest journey possible to get to the lower bracket. And now they're like beating the previous TI champion, going to second place. Like, if they beat PSG, that's the type of momentum that you have as a team, like beating first place, the runner-up. Now you have to maybe look at them with a different eye, because, yeah.
Do you agree that Giants are falling in the lower bracket? Like most of them, right? Like we've seen EG, we've seen Team Spirit.
I'm sure a lot of the teams watching these games are very happy from the upper bracket, because there's always a chance that you could have met Team Spirit. You could still meet, PSG, LGD, and people were, I'm sure, afraid of EG. Their run through the group stages. It's like, okay, what's going on? What's this team doing? Yes, SEA today could come out just looking spectacular. Already in the upper bracket, and then the previous match of Beast Coast, SA, and now also SEA as Boom Esports have their chance. So yeah, the Giants seem to be falling. You're right, Lizard.
And the Giants did look kind of wounded when it comes to PSG LGD throughout the year. They're an amazing team, but they aren't the team from the last year in which whatever they pick, like VP back in the day, pick any hero in the game and win a tournament with all heroes drafted, right? PSG LGD isn't necessarily the same. We've seen them falter at the Arlington Major. We've also seen them in the DPC seasons. Like in the DPC seasons, arguably they didn't take it as seriously as other teams, but it's not like they were beating every single match. They struggled.
What do you think of PSG LGD here, Sheets?
I am concerned by them. I think they said that they don't know how to win on this patch, because obviously the last time we really saw them properly was at Arlington, and there's been a patch since then, and a lot has changed. And even there, they were kind of forcing weird drafts with their like double Naga pick in grand finals. They've had like a little bit of cracks and stuff, and it must feel bad as well. They said that they're going to try their best, but you're coming into this with Faith Bian, who intends on retiring. I think Arme also said that he is looking to retire soon and bow out at his peak. So how do you really maintain that strength of mind when you have two players that want to retire?
I feel like you need to harness that in a way. It's like, this is the final run. We will eventually kind of go, this can be it. But it is a little bit difficult to say. I think the success that they've found so far in the tournament, it's only been on 2 or 3 heroes opening styles, unlike other teams where they've opened a much more variety. So yeah, a little bit of a weaker PSG this time around.
All right, well, it seems like the players are ready to start picking and banning some heroes, so we're going to be going into match 1 here. It's going to be a good one.
Boom Esports versus PSG LGD. Game 1.
All right, and we get to be a little bit nerdy now as we go into the picks and jazz. I can see she nodding at this. Yes, we are. But just to kind of, before we go too much into the kind of heroes, but in terms of the players, because it does take them a little while to get, a few moments to get started, who are we really focusing on if I'm watching from home from each team?
Like, if I'm looking at PSG LGD, I'm looking at Fabian. Like, this man is retiring, but he's not retired yet. He needs to be enabled. Like, you can't give him heroes that are countered by one or two on the opposite side. Like the Enigma that was drafted for him in recent games, right? Like versus Secret, he's countered by the Global plus another laner. If you enable Fabian like he was enabled in the DP game, he can be that third carry.
Yeah, and on the flip side for Boom, I think FBZ, we don't really mention him too many times, but in that previous series...
It's offlaners again. This is the...
Coincidentally, but it's just the fact that in that series, he was a Beastmaster, he had the lowest net worth out of anyone, but he found ways to play his hero without dying. He ended the game 2-1-13. He was instrumental in punishing Team Spirit's lifestealer when he overextended Brawl into death. So I think FBZ is kind of like an unsung hero, at least for the broadcast that I've seen, where he consistently just finds his way to enter the game as the offlaner.
What do you think, who enables the offlaners better, Xingqiu or Tims? Shippo, or are they kind of similar?
I am a huge Tims fan. I think it's hard for me to say because I'll be real, I don't particularly look at the pos-4s of these teams too much. Like, for Boom, I just want to add on to what T said. Yeah, you can look at FBZ, but like this team is evolving. It used to be that everyone would just pile everything onto Yopaj to give them the best game, and that's what I said the last time we paneled for Boom. But then you watch how they played against Spirit, and actually they completely turned their playstyle around to be very Jackie focused. Yopaj was playing that utility Mars from mid, buying Refresher and trusting his carry to win the game for them. So I like that they are now a much more versatile team in the strats that they can bring out.
All right, and I'm still noticing this trend of offlane. You go FBZ. You hyped up Whisper. What do you play?
I play...
Could it maybe be?
Well, if you look at my Dota buff, it's pos 5. But if you look at the extensive history of my Dota buff, it's offlane, baby.
And when you look
the best role.
When you look at the teams as well, they are focusing the offlaners early on, right? You see the Enigmas being banned out, Primal Beast a little bit more versatile, but he gets booted most of the time as well. We'll see if Clock, perhaps Silencer will get out. Perhaps Silencer not, as Enigma is already banned, right?
Yeah, I remember a time where C teams against Boom and DPC were just banning FBZ, Mars, and Pango first 2 bans because he was just so obscenely good at these heroes, and he would just use everything. Like he would push the heroes to the absolute limit of what they could do. Like his Pango, he would play to the last sliver of health just to try and get that extra shield crash or swashbuckle, or just that extra little kill off.
10 seconds remaining. Boom Esports.
Is it pretty predictable bans here? I can see you with all you're cheating. You get paid to be here, T-Governor. Why have you got all the answers in front of you?
Because the answers are cool. If I got them, you want to see them too? No, you're cheating.
I wouldn't be able to understand. But is it a pretty standard opener for both these teams?
Yeah, I was just quickly double checking what Boom's openings have been, and it's Tiny, Marcy, Enigma, and then like the Mars Shadow thing. They're kind of like the 4 or 5 or 6 heroes, sorry, that are kind of floating around in the first phase.
But the heroes that are banned against them usually are Undying and Enigma.
Yeah.
So it's kind of well prepared by PSG LGD, obviously, as expected. But Chen in the first phase instantly picked by PSG LGD. Are they bringing in the tempo? Something they liked from the last game, perhaps, as well?
They've only first picked Chen once so far in TI. They have picked it before a couple of other times, but the first time they picked it, it was against Sonics, which they actually lost. But very much was a in-your-face style of draft. It was Chen, Leshrac, Mars, TA, the quick Roshan with the TA, the aggression, the heal of the Chen.
Oh, Tusk is fun because that can go mid. We've seen 9 playing it. I think Yopaj has played it in the past as well. It's a hero that initially was really cool to see come out because people weren't familiar with the mid matchups. So we saw like Puck versus Tusk in Arlington, and the Tusk would win the lane because they just didn't know. Yeah, and you don't go this tag team. You can go the other 2 nukes. You're able to farm and do loads of damage at the same time. So Tusk, very fun hero to come out in the early phase because of that flex.
Especially because Tusk enables the 5 positions to, once they win lane, to rotate. And yeah, perfect hit. They pick the Crystal Maiden. It's like against Chen, this will lock down one lane, but you don't really rotate as quickly as a double support duo potentially. So now CM Tusk, if they win their side lane, and now they're running onto mid, Chen, sure, if you bring the correct creeps, might be able to help out, but the pace that Boom support duo can bring is already going to be a little bit quicker than what a Chen +1 can provide.
And the Crystal Maiden is still decent against the Chen. If not on her own, then she provides the mana to everyone else on the team to actually spam out all the nasty creeps that he brings to the table.
It feels so weird. Of course, Boom are second pick, so they will get to react later down the line, but seeing a second pick where they just pick 2 supports, sure, there's a little bit of flexibility with Tusk, but not often do you just see, here's my 2 supports, let's now play some Dota.
It does open you up for... it's a little bit harder later on in the game to counter certain cores, right? Like if you don't have that...
Yopaj is my idol. I'm with you, bro!
Is he everyone's idol since the Singapore Major, right?
Yes.
Like that one Windrunner game literally turned everyone into his fan.
We're all a big fan of Yopaj. He is so humble, so talented.
And we're all ex-Nova as well.
Yeah.
I mean, don't forget that this is a CTI and this is the final full C team left, right? Like if they get eliminated, then now you're picking for individual players on teams, so very much is a... We might hear some bias in the crowd for this Boom team at least.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to take my bias out of the panel because I'm going...
Nah, please, there you go.
Now when you're PSG LGD, you've picked up your Monkey King very early on. It's Uncrowned King, Ame's special, right? Like he enjoys playing the Monkey King. Is there some flex possibility? Of course there is. They could still play it on Xingqiu, but I do believe it will be your position 1, especially now after the being banned out.
I think it's a very good carry to pick on 8 here, just because when you see CM Tusk, like the Tusk specifically in lane, you want to get close, you're going to give Monkey King those Jingu opportunities to build up, and also in the later portions of the game, as soon as you throw down that Wukongs, the CM can't stand still and probably going to die. The Tusk can't snowball in and be aggressive, you're going to be out of position. It allows just PSG to play around something in an area now.
And that's probably one small problem, right, Sheep? When you open up with 2 supports, now you have to think about how do you counter the Monkey, what do you pick against him on the core positions, which puts you in an awkward position.
I guess also, unfortunately though, Tusk buys Ags, you just blink in, kick Monkey out of his Wukongs, that entire construct now gets broken down, but...
Yeah, but how many times do you see that, right? Like
I mean, we'd see it in this game, maybe.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Especially if it goes mid and gets farmed.
Yeah, not a lot though, not a lot.
No. But right now I look at LGD's heroes and they're really utilizing vision between the creeps that they can send out on the map with Chen to the vision of Monkey when he's on the trees. That's something that potentially they want to look at using more. You can usually see a disruptor paired with these types of heroes because you get the glimpses off from long range. That control of area with kinetic field as well would be good to combo with the Monkey King ult. Other times you see other heroes that keep people in place like Mars, like Puck. These types of heroes are just really nice. And for Boom's side, they don't have hard lockdown yet.
Yeah, I feel like for PSG, they're leaning maybe towards, like, if they can, a second phase Rubik. Just casually stealing any Tusk CM spell will feel really good. The Chen Rubik is a TI combo that goes back so many years, and then it just makes sure
every single TI.
Every TI, you see it at least once or 100 times. And then your offlaner now just needs to be that tankier initiator to enable it. But yeah, Boom are the ones that need to try and evade playing into the overly tanky heroes right now.
Esports turn to ban.
How do you feel about some good old classic Tiny as well here for PSG LGD? You're still left in the pool, can be rotated between mid and the position 4 with the Chen. It's an option for them, right?
For sure.
They have drafted it before as well, obviously, as every single team has. TI 10, 11.
They'll get to see one more hero before they pick, so I guess that will be the indicator, right? Because with a CM Tusk, they'll maybe see an offlane pairing. That offlane, if it's a ranged hero, will indicate Tusk being the 4 potentially, which will give more leverage for PSG in the draft.
We all agree that perhaps we're leaning slightly towards PSG LGD when it comes to strength and the flex opening from them, or do you just like the 2 supports?
I proper like seeing CM Tusk. Like it's when it's a Mars. So Boom's now trying to keep it a bit more. Yeah.
They're still super flexible because whilst this Tusk could also go mid or forward, this Mars similarly, we've literally watched Yopaj play this against Spirit. FBZ is the god of Mars. Like every single game he would play this hero during DPC. He is so good at it.
Could you not, like, if you're PSG here, this could be like a Kunkka Rubik situation. Now, your Kunkka, it's like damage mitigation against the aggression. CM Tusk can't really gank this hero that effectively, especially when Kunkka gets boat. The Rubik, like we mentioned before, it is a banging Rubik game. Any hero that he looks at, you steal a spell, you're going to just be better than them.
Not so good versus Mars because you can toggle the Bulwark, which Rubik then steals, so you just have to be... But it does add that little bit of stress, like, I have to remember to do this.
Yeah.
But for a Mars veteran should be not.
You've been asking for Kunkka a couple of times today.
I think right now with the skirmishing meta that we have, having a solid mid lane that you don't need to always help out that much, and it kind of gives you some comfort throughout the mid game, it just feels really good. Especially like
Oh my god!
Oh, they're going to Snapfire though. Oh, still good.
Wow.
1 out of 2. Close.
It's good enough, good enough.
Don't worry, they'll get the true sight when PSG win TI, and then you could be like, I want Rubik and Zhao. It's like, no, you didn't wash your face, you're playing Snapfire. It's like, okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, that's cool. This is nice. I like PSG's second phase picks.
I do like the snap in a way that now you get some damage mitigation from the Kunkka, plus you get a lot of damage by snap, right? Like Mortimer's Kisses.
Snap's nice. Snap just, like, she provides not only magic damage, but armor reduction. So this monkey's going to be dealing a lot more damage too. I'm a fan of it, and it makes the offlane stronger as well.
Yep. Boom, they're a very decent response to the Kunkka, of course. The Kunkka doesn't do anything to Lifestealer now, so PSG, their final pick in the draft is going to need to cover the Lifestealer a little bit. They don't really have BKB piercing stuns, they have no way to prevent this Lifestealer just freely clicking. It's more about, if PSG wants to fight this, they stand still and hug each other. That's their fight.
So what bans are we looking at here? Is it like Beastmaster Slardar, something like that? These BKB piercing heroes that are really good versus Lifestealer?
Yeah, potentially.
So Razor in the pool, potentially.
Razor as well,
yeah.
They would lack some control. Like if they went for Razor, I would feel like they're in the same position in which Collapse was yesterday with the OD, when it comes to overall draft and how it makes sense.
Yeah, and Boom Esports, ended up beating Spirit to be here, so they, maybe don't want to be the champions.
Yes.
I'm sorry to talk so much about them, but they're the team I know the most. For Boom, this is a draft that they have actually run quite a lot. Like in terms of comfort and familiarity, this is something they have played a lot. Jackie's Lifestealer throughout DBC Tour 3, he played this very often, and I talked about the playing with Yopaj type strat. This is what they would do. They would have 4 heroes that run around, making space for Jackie, who sits in the safe lane for as long as he can, just farming that Midas into whatever he needs.
And good that you mentioned it, because I'm so happy that Jackie evolved, because a few years back in T1, he would be always that, not necessarily Lifestealer, illusion-based hero, right? Like he's always just AFK farming until 30-minute mark, then he joins. But if you're playing a Lifestealer, the fight has to come to you sooner than later. Like you actually have to be a bit more active.
He was like that in DBC Tour 1 as well. He was on Motivate Trust playing Wraith King Medusa every game. So yeah, he's really like bloomed on Boom. I'm very happy for him.
Probably scam a little bit, having a say or two, a word or two to tell him,
I'm trying to think for like PSG, their final pick now, I mentioned the BK piercing. They have the Slardar route, but I think that could be a little bit of an issue into a CM in the lane. It's nice that speed.
Yeah,
the other option is like maybe like a Legion. Okay. Where you have the Legion, Lifestealer steps up, you instantly jaw him. You don't really have a lot of burst damage, but with the Dispel, the fact that you can take some of the earlier fights just through Boom wanting to run at you, you just defensively reposition, you wait, you bide your time, you see an opportunity, then you jump.
What about instead of that, instead of caring about locking down Lifestealer really hard, you just focus on balling up? Because this Monkey King, he's going to be able to put down like his Wukongs, and they're just going to fight in it as a ball with the boat buff, and running with these Chen auras and creeps and pushing towers together. Maybe they can just like buff the strengths that they already have in their lineup instead of trying to like patch holes.
Yeah, look at them and what they are thinking. Like even the Morphling ban, like they're going way out. They're thinking perhaps even the Kunkka on the offlane or something like that.
That's true.
Monkey not being position 1.
Yeah, I think in this situation with Boom, they're like, okay, we picked this Lifestealer to be a response. Let's just cover ourselves.
They go with the Slug.
And they go with the Slug.
Yeah, it's like, even though I completely understand why you're worried about the CM and the lane that might be problematic for the Slardar, it is Slardar's snap. Like no matter what you bring there, I believe they should be able to beat Lifestealer +1.
And you're going to go into the mid game now where one good fight outside the Roshan pit, you get that Aegis. Boom Esports, their entire lineup, it feels like if we don't get the kill with that big spear, that big initiation, sure they can take cheaper fights, but that's where Boom's final pick needs to be able to take prolonged fights, multiple fights. If he's a big cooldown hero, then...
Are we looking at the Spirit then for Yopaj?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm leaning a little bit.
Japwe Ember, down. I mean, I'm just... it is going to be his Marzen, I think. And
so Tusk or Mars?
Oh no,
right?
it could be Tusk, yeah.
I think Mars on the offlane, so you can spear the Monkey King away.
It's an offlane
Actually, Mars safe.
Phoenix.
Offlane Phoenix, my man, FBZ.
All right.
It's new.
Okay,
I mean,
so
minus attack speed on Monkey and Slide is always going to be good.
Yeah.
It's not only the minus attack speed, you always keep vision on the Monkey King. You can dive over the trees, you can bring him down. It's one of my actually favorite matchups to play on the offlane. Even though it's not really popular right now, it's really strong. Plus with Yeg, you can take him down from the trees.
But then on the flip side, PSG, they've got Jinkyu on one of his specialty heroes, the Snapfire, the little shredder. You get into position with a Blink Dagger, you kill that egg, you're deleting a core now, not a support. So a lot of emphasis on FBZ. You had last pick in the draft, you picked up a Phoenix. You got to be really clutch with your eggs in this game.
But it wouldn't be Boom Esports unless they did something like this in the draft.
Go crazy, why not?
It's really crazy. I'm leaning quite heavily towards PSG LGD. Snap versus Phoenix, Slardar versus Nyx. It just looks simple to execute.
Yeah, it's also like Kunkka's going to go for this AC Hex build, I want to say. I mean, I don't know if he has a different idea, but this, like with a Halberd maybe in there too, it all seems like Kunkka's Iron build helps counter Booms a lot. But
You worried?
I believe in the boys. Boom are very good at skirmishing and fighting early. They can easily like outplay LGD just through fighting.
And T, what do you make of this?
No, I think I agree with what Lizard mentioned about this draft. I think there's a lot of pressure on this last pick Phoenix, and I just like the simplicities of PSG. And this Kunkka in the second phase, I think it just kind of unlocked PSG to have a comfortable end to the draft.
Yeah, and of course, game one, I admire Boom to bring out, something new and kind of, adapt during the draft. I don't know, if this something is planned. We might be able to find out, actually, because we're going to have a post-draft interview with Boom Esports. It's the coach, Mushi.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, Mushi, we are here. Thank you for taking time out. Very aggressive draft, very interesting draft. Phoenix on the Monkey King. Pretty exciting stuff here. The crowd is going to absolutely ballistic, so please. Were you expecting this kind of draft from LGD? I'm sure you did a lot of research there. The crowd favorites. Any surprises coming out from their side?
Not really. I think we read them quite well. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. Are you going to have the momentum to win this game? That's a very aggressive draft. Are you confident?
Yeah, we got what we want and we have nothing to lose though. Let's do it.
All right, let's do it. Fantastic. That's what you like to hear. Well, we'll go ahead and throw it over to our wonderful casters.
Oh, thank you so much, Slacks. We do get into it. Game number one here between PSG, LGD, and Boom Esports. John, you hear this crowd. It is absolutely electrifying in here. You've seen both these drafts. What are you thinking?
I think we're going to have a good game regardless. We've got a few surprises from Boom. We heard Mushi. It's all according to plan that they're getting out there. So we'll see if they are truly ready for that plan. We've got a lot of fans from Southeast Asia and a lot of fans of Chinese teams here too. So the crowd is going to be loud throughout the entire game, and I'm looking forward to see some of that Southeast Asian and Asian spirit overall.
Absolutely. That's what we love to see. We do get into it though. Game one. Jonathan, one of these teams has to leave today. It's not a best of one this time around. We've got a best of three series, but so much on the line, and it feels like this is a series that just shouldn't be happening. We're in round two of the lower bracket.
Oh yeah.
Boom Esports had 1.4% chance of making it through the playoffs from the group stage, and PSG LGD, I mean, you would have just thought they were in the grand finals through the upper bracket.
Yeah, they've had such a smooth run throughout the year. Maybe the performances were a little bit more up and down, not really managing to get those big wins they'd want. But a lot of people had high hopes for them. Same thing with Boom, though. Like every single time we've seen Boom go into an international tournament, it's always kind of fallen flat. But this is this could be their opportunity to prove everyone wrong as well. And again, a lot of hopes hanging on that last Southeast Asian team here.
Absolutely. We'll see how it does. Because, of course, we'll start with the mid lane. Nothing to say going to be there against the Idle Yopaj. The Mars versus Kunkka. What are you thinking about this one? Who has the advantage? Who should win out this lane?
I mean, it feels a lot easier for the Kunkka, right? You've always got Tidebringer coming out. The Mars has some play, though. By level 2, level 3, you can threaten, you can get some good spear backs, but it's just a lot more consistent for the Kunkka to kind of work that lane, as long as he kind of dodges out from Yopaj's aggression when he does dip in.
What about that bottom lane, John? I mean, you've got Jackie and Scam, of course, against Faith Beyond there on that slide. I mean, it seems like a bit of a tough lane for Jackie as it does go on, right? When you get the levels up on Faith Beyond it, with that added bash, it's always hard for the Lifestealer. Do you think maybe the Crystal Maiden can kind of relieve that pressure as the game goes on?
Somewhat. It's really aggressive lane. We heard what the panel was saying about that bot lane. It's just Slardar plus Snapfire, all the stuns in the world. You can just easily eat through the Lifestealer if he's not careful, especially in those early levels.
Yeah.
And it's just chain stun after chain stun. The CM can only do so much in this lane. You do have enough mangoes out from Skem to kind of sustain the harassment, but when it comes to commitment, I don't see LGD really being shoved away just from Skem's presence.
Yeah, I mean, you've got that deadly combination as well, right, with the cookie into the crush.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
just so hard to escape, and I'll see how they do try to abuse it. Of course, we did have a look at that top lane as well as Yopaj. He does end up missing that spear, but top lane, FBZ and Tim's going to be against Arme, and of course, why? Seems like a bit of another rough lane for both sides here, at least for Boom Esports. The Phoenix off lane coming out as well against the Snapfire kind of surprised us, John, but what are you thinking about this top lane?
I mean, it makes sense in some ways. You know, attack speed slow onto the Monkey King does make that lane really annoying. At the same time, Ame can just kind of dance around a lot more with his added attack range.
Right.
So he's not directly in front of the creeps. He has some leeway to walk away when he does see the fire spirits coming out. And with Y around, you just take a really annoying creep. You can always trade fairly well up against Tim's. You can't really fully commit for the combinations here on Boom early on with the tag team, as we do see the shards coming out from Tim's here as well. It does feel like for Boom, this is maybe a level 3, heck, even level 4 or 5, where you can really start to get aggressive. And that might be more than enough room for Ame to just farm up and get what you can.
Yeah, I mean, you saw why. He went for that early Divine Favor. I was about to say Divine Rapier. John's still thinking about yesterday's game, but, you know, just wanting to play a passive lane, I think, here for Arme is, of course, why. Just going to do his best to make sure he does remain alive. You do see the headdress as well, of course. Plenty of regen available there and why. Just making sure his Monkey King can stay there forever. We'll see what Tim's NFBZ can try to do about it. Back into the mid lane, nothing to say. Like you mentioned, John, should have a very good time and is having a very good time. 17-3 on the Kunkka. But we've seen this man play the Kunkka many, many times. He's an expert at this hero and obviously showing us a bit of a masterclass here against Yopaj.
Yeah, the same goes for Yopaj, though. He plays a lot of Kunkka, so he should understand the ins and outs of almost every matchup. It is just tougher. Again, Kunkka's just much more consistent with the harassment there.
I have bunting for you.
Bit of a fight up at top lane, just trying to make sure these pulls don't get away. Bot lane. In a bit of activity, Faith Beyond and Xingqiu have been getting rather low on the Snapfire and the Slider, but they will regen up with that salve available on Faith Beyond. Though a nice cancel there from Skem. It's against that Crystal Maiden, as long as you've got the regen. FBZ top lane, he got rather close to dying, but he's going to be just fine. Question is, does he have the regen to remain in the lane now?
He's going to need a little bit more to fly out. Does have the Courier coming in with at least the Tangos and the Ring of Regen, so a little bit more to play with. That's just a lot of space coming out from Ame. He's had a little bit of a slower lane, not too far behind from anyone else, but it's not like a free lane so far. I mean, the big difference is really just nothing to Say's lane. A lot is coming out from this Kunkka. A faster level 6 lines up with so much aggression that you can get out with these early timings that a lot of your heroes do have. Like, heck, even a good Chen rotation at some point towards mid might ruin that tempo for Yopaj, which he really wants in this lineup. It feels like the Mars is going to be setting it for Boom.
Very close in the boundless strike there for Arme, just barely off and connecting with FBZ. Still bullying out the Phoenix very, very effectively, and FBZ just going to go back to the fountain for a reset. Of course, going back to the mid lane, you saw Skem and Tim's rotate. They secure both water runes, they secure both bounty runes, so just really enabling Yopaj, not allowing nothing to say that the kind of bottle refill he may be looking for, or just the regen in general. Just no runes available whatsoever for PSG LGD, and I suppose that's one good way of just slowing down the mid lane of LGD, is just take all the runes away.
Yeah, it can kind of cause nothing to say to play a bit safer, but he's always got the XTP back for a top-up. He really does feel the pressure, and they're not quite committing on Boom to apply that pressure. Still focusing on the side lanes. You see Tim's here just being chased away, but creep army of Y. He's got the most annoying creeps, Chain Lightning creep and the Purge creep up. So you really can't do much about that if you're the Tusk right now.
We're trying on to the task. Oh, great boundless strike out from Arme from a mile away, and Y able to secure first blood here for PSG LGD. That was right on the edge there with Arme. My goodness.
Yeah, and it's just when you have access to that small camp and you get lucky with some of these creeps, it just gets really hard. There's just not much the Tusk can do. And again, Ame's just getting a lot of space out. 23-13 in the CS, slightly above Jackie. But the Monkey King can kind of just get active a little bit faster, it does feel like.
Skem's going to have a rotation up towards the north, maybe just scouting out that dire triangle. Of course, power runes are coming up very, very soon. We'll see if Boom want to try and secure both sides as well here. Is Skem actually just going to go for the block on the Ancients in Q. May not have caught him doing that. I believe he was within the fog at the time. Well, nothing to say mid lane. He's going to get sharded up here. And they are just trying to contest power runes right now, as you will see Y and Xingqiu also join the fray. And it's going to be Skem down at the bot side of the rune that does actually pick up the double damage. So he just gets away with it, just completely denying it off from nothing to say. And just a great way of slowing down the Kunkka, not allowing any rotations. Though as I say that, they may just run mid. Arena is down defensively. Can they take him down? It's a lot of damage flying out, and Xingqiu, he'll still land the cookie through the Arena. just on the outer edge. They just hold him down, but now nothing to say. He could be in danger. Tims and Skem getting to work. The double damage, actually doing a hell of a lot of work, but Xingqiu, he shows up again. They find another. Is Tims? Can he run now? Xingqiu really chasing far. Very nice cookie and a triple kill out for Xingqiu.
It's that aggression we talked about, having such a great foundation out from such a strong start from Nictate, and with how good your supports are at going towards mid, it's just really easy to bully out. Boom started out with a really good spear opportunity, but not really able to commit with Tims around. He's under-leveled on the Tusk, still level 2, about to hit 3. There's not much he can really do to help Yopaj find these kills.
Absolutely not. It's a very slow start here for Boom, but a great start for PSG LGD. 3k ahead. Ame, I mean, you kind of talked about this already. He's been just free farming this whole time. You know, 7 minutes in, he's not too far in, but you look at the net worth just snowballing out of control already. And you could say the same about every core on the side of PSG LGD, all the way at the top of the 3 cores from the dire end of things. And well, you couldn't have asked for a better start.
Yeah, it's just perfection. 0-4, 3k lead at 7.5 minutes in. You're going to hit all your spikes really fast. Level 6 coming out for Faith Beyond. Going to make it a lot easier to start finding those kills. Already has the Morbid Mask ready as well. And the timings for Boom, it's so level dependent. You're waiting for the egg to kind of tie in with the arena. You want more levels up on your Tusk for a little bit more damage and a little bit more utility out from the snowball and the shards. And you kind of want Jackie to just farm. They need to kind of get their supports online and really get FBZ online with the Phoenix, because that's their big combo. The arena egg, it's got to come into play at some point.
It certainly does, and you're always going to have to be worried about Xingqiu at the end of the day, right, with that little shredder. Especially at that level 1 mark of the egg. LGD, they'll slow the game down a little bit. No need to rush this one, though. As I say that, we do have a rotation into the mid lane. Yopaj, a little bit of danger here as Xingqiu once again with a fantastic rotation. Backing up, nothing to say, but do they have the damage this time around? Yopaj gonna try to run, but they've got it. The Tidebringer was there, and now the cookie back out from Xingqiu. They won't care for the Tusk kill. No need to overextend for that. They've got the big one already.
Yeah, they're just temporing themselves so well on LGD. They saw that movement down from the sports down bot. They knew they had enough space to go for Yopaj. They scouted out with a Chen creep at bot lane. And Yopaj just can't do much. Like, the moment he gets X stuff, you do have enough magical damage on LGD. And Boom are just trying to get something on the sides. They're committing so much time to try to find those pickoffs, but LGD just punish.
Absolutely. Very, very tough start. I mean, you've just got to try and slow the pace down now if you are Boom. In the meantime, more stacks being made, but no, the sentry is still there. So they have not managed to deward that sentry that was there by Skem. In fact, he's got them both of them. Really trying to slow down the pacing of Nothing to Say. They've done absolutely everything to slow this man down, but he's still top of the net worth board. In fact, he's going to find Jackie on the Lifestealer. X is there, but Rage will be there in time to juke out the cookie. Still Faith Beyond is going to show up. They do have the X back. Jackie, he's in huge trouble, and Xingqiu, he's going to find a 4th kill. This Snapfire, he's just doing too much work.
He's all over the map, and Jackie popping that Rage a bit early. The moment he saw the cookie come out, while the X was on, he had to Rage, and he couldn't outlast that X mark, so he just gets punished. There was a smoke rotation out from Boom, trying to head up top, but they're still not finding anything for their trouble. They dragged Yopaj around for that. It's LGD really working this map out really well, just using the vision they have from the Chen creeps. Starting to get activity in Ame.
Yeah, he's got an arcane room, but in comes Nothing to Say along with Ame. Arena is down, but here come the kisses. Tims, he'll buy them a bit of time, allow them to get away from those kisses, but it's still a lot of damage. Now the egg will be dropped down. Ame, he might be in trouble, but no Tims. He's the one in danger as he does go down to Y. PSG LGD, they'll just keep running. They might just want to reset and just back out of this team fight, as it seems like Boom have brought Jackie over, but it's going to be a bit of wasted time for the Lifestealer. Nothing going to come out for Boom. LGD still 0-7 in their favor. Boom to pick up 1 kill.
I mean, you see how confident they are. They're just dragging Ame. They start to use that Monkey King, get a little bit more vision out, get some good jumps in to follow up, and Boom expend the arena and the egg. The combination was there, but they didn't lock anyone in. LGD, they're just sidestepping everything.
They are not even giving Boom any leeway. Like, not a crack has been opened yet. Still 0 kills on the board. His Faith Beyond, he'll take care of the bot T1 tower, has the Mask of Madness up, gonna make very, very quick work of it. This is what I was kind of mentioning earlier, John. Like, against the Lifestealer, you're gonna have such a good time perma-bashing Jackie up if he does get caught out with the initial stun, and we'll see if they can capitalize on it later on. For now, I mean, with the 6k net worth lead, they can basically do whatever the hell they want, LGD.
Yeah, they've got free reign of the map. They've got some pretty good wards by the ramp sides on the river, so they're always going to be able to check if Boom is trying to sneak around. without the smoke. Boom, for their part, just constrained on their side of the map. They're not able to cross that river. They're not able to really scout out, use that deep ward they have on the top jungle to stop any of this farm game. Like, it's just a very static game right now for Boom and LGD. And they could play it static now as well. They're going back to farming with Ame, just getting that build up into the Desolator coming out here for the Monkey King. They've even got the early mech up and running for Y. So much more sustainable of these fights. Considering how durable you are with Chen, with Kunkka in the both buff, even if Boom somehow managed to get that initiation, it doesn't feel like they have enough damage to eat through that.
Absolutely not. And we're talking about damage. LGD, they've got all the damage. Like, you pointed out the Deso on Ame coming out with the Corrosive Haze on top of that. Armlet's just going to do nothing with all that bonus armor you get there on Jackie, and just such a painful experience to have to try and deal with as LGD. They are starting to move in, but Boom are waiting. In there goes Jackie. They find Y. They do have the help around, though. Nothing to say. Trying to save the day of the Chen, but the Y is still going to drop. That's one. Just a +5 kill hit for Boom, but it is the first kill of the game for them to pick up, and that's a start.
Yeah, it's a start, and not the biggest, but a little cheeky play.
Oh, Faith Beyond almost finds Tims, but the snowball is going to buy a little bit of time as Tims is still going to drop, and now Yopaj, he's been caught out. Boundless is there as well. They take him down. No chance survival, just perma-stuns out from LGD. Into the tier 1 mid tower they go.
And it doesn't take too long to push with just how much damage is coming out. Not even the full Deso out from Ame yet. Just with the numbers they have, with a little Shredder to provide some minus armor, it just melts. And Boom, again, they just keep coming in one by one. When they find that one kill in the Chen, and then they just don't manage to get anything else. They don't manage to play with their combinations, and LGD just recognize that. When they're split up, when the egg's not a threat, they've got a huge open.
Here we go. Y getting caught out, but the cookie is going to be there. Y will be just fine. Snowball, they're going to follow up. They really want something for their trouble. The Hand of God was there. Y still running. Tornado away. It's just not going to be enough. They even commit the arena for this. I mean, it's heavy commitment from Boom, but considering the state of the game right now, they need everything they can get.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the same kill back to back. It's just not swinging that much net worth. You have to commit so many heroes in. It's a lot of space for LGD. They're just able to go elsewhere, able to get that build up they want on Ame, on Nothing to Say, and on Faith Beyond. And there's just no stopping those cores. Me and Boom are lagging behind by a pretty big margin 14 minutes in, 8k net worth deficit. And the timings for LGD are just ramping up. You know, more damage coming out from Kunkka. BKBs will come out soon. On top of that, Deso timing coming out from Ame. And you have very little to deal with any of that spell immunity here.
Yeah, you certainly don't have much. So Ame just continuing with that farm. Third in net worth right now. Only third to both his two cores on LGD. Nothing to say, still at the top somehow, considering how much they tried to shut the man down. And was Faith Beyond right behind him. Almost has his BKB up now, and that's going to be very problematic. Don't worry about anything here from Boom once you have that up, apart from Jackie, but he's just nowhere near the stage where he's ready to fight.
Dire's top tower is under
Again, they
attack.
can just happily slow the game down, understanding their own strategy, their own draft, and just wait till perhaps the mid game to get going once again. Boom, all they can do, I mean, this is the draft where they want to try and move in and start fighting early on, but they just can't make it happen right now. They've got to sit back and relax.
They need to wait for their own BKBs, maybe a blink coming out from Yopaj down the line to kind of help them set up with a better arena, catch some better heroes out, ensure the spear lands on target, and have that follow through from the egg. Because you are playing against a snap. As long as the snap fires outside arena, you're pretty okay in protecting that egg. So your combinations can still kick off. It's just, it's a lot harder than what LGD have, and all they need to do is throw out an X, get a blink up on your Slardar down the line, maybe after the BKB, and you just have low commitment initiation. It's not going to cost you much from LGD to just keep that aggression, whereas Boom, they can't risk it. They just have to keep playing the slower game, take what space they can, and LGD are just thriving in that environment.
Well, they've got a scan out on Xingqiu. Scam, he's really the only one around right now. As PSG LGD, they'll be the ones to move in and try to find the Maiden. It's underneath vision, but does manage to back out of range. Yopaj gonna stick around. Xingqiu and Ame, very confident with their own positioning, understanding it's going to be quite hard for Boom to actually pick them off. Instead, Boom will just back their way out, understanding again, they're not ready for a big team fight right now. Not even these smaller pickoffs. Jackie now, double damage is going to be picked up, but he does try to rage away from it. Rather the X, that is. There's nothing to say. Not going to be able to stop him this time. So important for Jackie to just keep that farm going. For now, he'll hang around that Radiant triangle, just stay within the safety of the Radiant jungle.
They don't have the best vision right now from Boom to kind of protect themselves. Only one defensive ward down, bot, very far away from Jackie. They do go for a smoke play here on Boom's end, though. Might find something juicy, although Y's there to break.
Yeah, both supports are around. Good positioning from Y, but they are going to chase down Xingqiu because he's the one with the streak up right now. So Xingqiu, he'll get stunned up. Yopaj with a very nice spear. Xingqiu really has no way out of this, so they do secure a nice pickup. Tims will be the one to take it.
Yeah, that's a much bigger kill than Chen. With that streak coming off, Tim's going to get a nice injection of gold to work towards potentially down the line his Blink, which is going to be key to save out. However, LGD, I mean, they're still farming a lot better. You've got the BKB up on Fate Beyond, so the Slaughter really has nothing to worry about. They're already making their way into Roshan with that Desolator up and running on Ame. And this is them taking it without the Corrosive Haze. Once Fate Beyond's there, this is not going to take too long. And again, Boom, they don't have the best wards here to spot that.
It's going to be a very, very fast process. Boom, they are making their way over, maybe trying to force a fight as the shards are out, and they really don't want to let this one go down. But how do you initiate a team fight here? Wukong's being committed by Ame. There's just no chance in hell. So LGD, they'll take the first Roshan of the game. Defend that mid-tier 1 tower, and it might be just time to group up and smoke up.
They've got all the tools they need here on LGD. Huge spikes out. Again, with that fresh BKB on Fate Beyond, with a fresh BKB on Nothing to Say. And these team fights for Boom, it's not going to feel great. They have nothing to pierce through unless they somehow get a full channel on that egg, but you're not going to be able to protect as much with the arena with the BKBs up.
We are going to have a quick pause. There is a headset issue right now. Of course, we did see FBZ. He's got the Spirit Vessel up now, so they might be able to start moving. Very, very quick pause, in fact. Very unusual, as we are going to get the unpause underway. LGD. Finally one here for their trouble.
Middle tower is under attack.
Doesn't seem like it. The Yopaj is within vision, and Ame is going to try and slow him down. The Mars, how do you get out of this one? Ame, Boundless, no, it's off the mark. A very nice sidestep from Yopaj, and he's out. Has his own BKB up now as well.
Yeah, that would have been massive if they managed to kill him off. He barely had the gold to buy out the recipe. So that would have stalled the BKB just a little bit longer, give them an opportunity for a bigger fight.
Scam is going to get caught. Nothing to Say should have no problems taking down the +5 CM and does not. Meanwhile, Jackie, he's a much bigger target, but a nice rage away, avoiding the Boundless Strike for now as Tims is going to TP out of there with the Infest. He's just going to make it. That's a 5-star review right there for Tims. Perfect timing.
Oh yeah, perfect escape vehicle coming out there right in the nick of time for Jackie to just infest away. They are dodging out from these bigger kills for LGD to find, but you're still not gaining too much ground. You're at least getting that build-up you want onto Jackie here. I mean, he's working onto his own death, so they might run into each other again.
They may. Nothing to Say. He's a big target, but the Spear is not going to land. Nothing to Say. Going to try and go onto Jackie with the X-Back, but it's not going to work out either. Shards won't be on the mark. LGD just trying to control that Radiant jungle for now, at least the triangle. Just such a valuable position for them to be in. Just bully out the side of Boom Esports and don't allow Jackie that safer farm. Right into the top tier 1 tower they go. This will really open up the map now, and this is when LGD starts really choking you out of the map and not allowing you to farm in any safe position. Very strong play here from LGD, and you kind of wonder what Boom does about it.
They're just trying to retake control down bot. You do have really good forward vision here from LGD with their observer warrant, so they're going to be able to see who's farming in the bot jungle, and they're really still safe. Age is still up for 2 minutes 40. They just melt these objectives with the Chen army and all the minus army they have with a little Shredder and the Desolator up and running. It doesn't take long to just wipe this map out from Boom.
Yeah, absolutely not. LGD, they'll even find the top tier 2 tower, no problem. Calm play from LGD. And towards the bot lane, Ame. Take care of the defense of the tier 1. Again, Boom Esports currently just playing the avoiding game, not wanting to deal with LGD whatsoever, as they are still 11k behind. Just gonna stick as a group right now, but the problem is you are still kind of being choked out. You're not getting any farm, and you're letting Ame get all the farm in the world right now. That's going to be a huge problem.
It's going to be a massive issue, and one thing that Boom does have to play with now is a fresh blink up on Tim. So they've got some saving plays with a snowball. They can try to be a little bit more aggressive. I think you'd ideally just want Yopaj's blink at this point. Again, have that arena at the ready, try to get some control out, try to kill some of these key heroes. LGD just don't provide any openings. They're sticking loosely together in the same side of the map. Again, they've got better control, really good wards to watch that top lane and just control the jungle area. And once they commit to a push, Boom just don't even bother trying to defend, so they might be able to get away with maybe all the tier 2s very soon.
It does seem that way. The bottom tier 2 tower just going to go down for absolutely nothing. Boom Esports just no interest in trying to defend. They will let it go down. LGD acting like they might go high ground here. I'm not quite sure about that one, but with the Deso up on Arme, still a minute and 15 to go on the Aegis, he might try for this. And he will. It's not going to be a long process. Not with Faith Beyond and Arme just hitting away at that tier 3 tower. FBZ and Tims, they'll hang around the tree line. In goes Tims with the Walrus Punch. Arme, he'll get 4 staffed away and he'll be just fine. They don't want to take the fight anyway. With the Aegis up, they'd rather force LGD back. It's a substantial amount of damage being dealt by LGD. I think Boom will just be satisfied with the fact that their base is still intact for now.
That's cost them at least one fortify and a lot of TPs out. Jackie is just hanging around trying to farm top. They will try to smoke off the back of that though. Might be able to snipe someone out while Nothing to Say did head up top, but LGD very synchronized retreat coming out. Maybe Boom just not going to be able to really maximize the smoke. They need the kills. They've got to find a pick off somehow.
Where do they go? Very hard position for Boom. They've got to try and find a way to get towards that Roshan pit, but it's just not that easy crossing that mid lane. There's Nothing to Say. He's going to show himself on that Kunkka. He has the X-Pack, so he knows he's safe. No way to lock him down. Esports again, fighting their time. Giving more time over to Jackie, who's not too far behind. He's about 2.3k behind Arme right now, but considering the state of the map, it's just so hard to find that farm. It's not really only Arme you have to worry about, because again, Faith Beyond, he's pretty much transitioned to his own style of carry now, going into the Blink Dagger. Doesn't really need it, but just with that massive initiation now on the Slaughter, it's just, for Jackie, it's just so hard to get away.
Yeah, it's an extremely difficult time for him, and you're so armored up now on the Kunkka. Again, with all the saves you also have on LGD, you don't really have the highest burst damage on Boom. Jackie's going to need to twack away at one fella for a very long time, and it just doesn't feel like he'll be able to sustain that. LGD going out for the smoke play now. Aegis is gone, so they don't have the safety of that, but it doesn't feel like they even need it.
Certainly does not. Try to be aggressive here. Boom, very patiently waiting the tree line. They seem to have an idea. LGD are looking for a fight.
Radiant are scanning.
Control the triangle for now, LGD. Scan is there from Boom. Know exactly where LGD are at the moment. Get 14k deficit. They don't want the fight right now, and it does seem like they're going to successfully be able to get away from LGD. Thing is, if you are LGD, you might just set up for the mid-tier 2 tower now. It's the only outer tower left standing. Seems like Y is just going to get started. Is he doing a decent enough job with the Fire Spirits, just kind of pushing them back? As he does see Nothing to Say. He does not really want to deal with the Kunkka right now. LGD can find a double damage rune now for Nothing to Say. This could be prime opportunity for them to try and force another fight. Thing is, they've got to find Boom Esports.
Yeah, I don't mind LGD actually just playing this safe. They've got control of the triangle. They've got the superior precision to push into that tier 2, whereas Boom have to play on the low ground on the defense. Doesn't feel great. You've got the blink up on Yopaj, so at the least you've got a way to initiate, but again, it's so difficult to find the right target here to combine with FBZ's egg. They will go for a smoke play though.
Be very awkward timing though with that rune available. Boom. They're going to try for this. They've got a bit of vision in that mid lane, but they don't know where LGD are right now. Maybe they've got a brief idea, but the smoke is there. Faith Beyond. He's going to have his smoke broken. Yopaj not reacting quick enough to catch him out. So now both teams understand exactly where each other are. Looks like they are going to try and bait them forward, but Boom, they're being very, very careful with their own position. They understand they've kind of missed their opportunity to surprise LGD. They are just going to back their way out once again. You really do need that perfect initiation in this kind of game.
And it's just so difficult to find it. Like, you have so many things to worry about. Can you really try to kill off the Kunkka in the first burst salvo? Can you try to take care of the Monkey King? Maybe you have to take care of Faith Beyond, just in case Jackie gets focused on down the line. The threat of the Snapfire is always there for SinQ if he is inside the arena and the Egg's in the right or the same spot as he is. So it's very conditional for Boom. And for LGD, it's just such a clean game. 3-10, 15k lead, 25.5 minutes in. They've choked out Boom to pretty much just stay at the bot jungle area for their own farm in Jackie.
He's going to get jumped on here down at bot lane. Does have the Rage available, so we'll try to run as now Faith Beyond is going to make his way over, but a nice Infest blink away. So they should be just fine, though. Faith is still trying. Meanwhile, they have ended up getting Skem out of there as well, so he's fine. So it seems like they are not going to be able to catch up once again. Boom doing a fantastic job of avoiding the side of LGD. LGD just kind of running across the map, trying desperately to find a pickoff, but finding absolutely nothing. It's really turning into a game of hide and seek this game one.
Yeah, they're just poking and prodding, waiting for those items up on Boom, and LGD, again, they would want to get some kills. They need a kill to kind of secure the tier 2 here. Boom might get aggressive.
Do see the rune though, nothing to say. Ready, but they're still gonna jump in. Walrus Punch is there, Arena down, but the spear was not there in time. The BKB was out, nothing to say now, gonna turn with the bow for the egg. It's still going, can it last? It cannot, FBZ is down. Tims will try to TP away and barely makes it out, but they've left Yopaj all by himself, and he is gonna drop. 2 down for the side of Boom, and LGD very comfortably taking that team fight. It didn't seem like they were worried whatsoever.
And again, you just see how difficult it is to actually initiate. Tims manages to blink and instantly get the Walrus Punch off, but one small delay with a spear and BKB's turn on, Arena does nothing. And off the back of those kills into the Roche once more, LGD go. They've got the security now for a tier 2 into the high ground.
You see just the quick BKB up, nothing to say, just unable to get the spear off in time, and that's really just what turns it, right? Like, you get the boat off, you're just so much stronger, and of course FBZ with the egg as well, just a bit out of position, I would argue. Way too far forward, making it way too easy for LGD to just take him out, and now they're onto the tier 3 tower. It's a clinic so far from LGD.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The tier 3, not going to last too long with all this minus armor available from Ame.
Radiant's middle tower.
Very confident, just stay on the front lines is the Monkey King as the BKB has been forced out once again. Cookie will not land. They do find a tier 3 though, and LGD, they might not continue. If BKB's down for Ame, they don't want to risk it. Even with the Aegis up, you may as well wait till the BKB's back up and available and just go high ground again. In the meantime though, we do have a 5-man smoke up.
See if Boom can kind of try to find a little bit more.
I'll jump in. Arena is there. They'll find Q on that Snapfire. It's not the biggest kill, but it is something.
Yeah, it's you take what you can get now when you're this far behind. 19k lead still standing for LGD. Much needed kill coming out for Yopaj to find. And, you know, you're not under too much pressure. You're going to have egg off cooldown in a few seconds. Arena not the longest in the world, so can kind of just take your time here as LGD. I mean, they've got a lot of security on hand, right? Like Aegis still up and running for 3.5 minutes. Scotty being built up by Ame, so durable on this Monkey King, and just taking away the healing that Jackie will want to do when he's right-clicking away. It's not getting any easier for the Lifestealer. This is just not a game where it feels like Jackie can just simply farm and carry the team. Everyone's going to have to work as a unit here up against LGD, and they're just looking way more coordinated. Their movement's just been perfect.
But they are down at bot lane. Faith beyond, going to see Tims, but the blink away is going to be there. Still Faith. We'll get a Corrosive Haze off, but that's about it. The LGD might be in a position now where they just push high ground again. The BKB is back up on Ame. Very, very good timing here from LGD, just waiting that item out, and in they go. For the bottom tier 3 tower, Boom, they will try to set up for this team fight. It's just so rough to see how you get the initiation off before the BKBs, but there it is. They've got the Conquer, nothing to say. He's a big target, but he's going to get out. He's got the BKB in time as Jackie's the one to drop, and now Yopaj is gone. Oh, it was such a great start, but they find nothing.
Oh, they call it.
They call it. Egg is down, they've had enough. Very rough game one here for Boom, and well, for LGD, it was just an absolute clinic.
Yeah, they just played perfectly. Start to finish, from the laning, all the choices they made. They read the draft really well. We heard how confident they were, right? Like Muji was, this is within expectations. We've drafted to what we know we can handle up against LGD, and LGD shows us their prep work was probably a bit better.
Yeah.
They just come out on top. We saw that combination at the end, that blink in from Tims, the instant stuns onto one, but you left the Chen alone. The healing was there, and they had a raid pack up and running towards the end.
Absolutely. This is more like the LGD we're used to seeing. I think we're going to have to give Boom a call. That we're going to need to shave some more heads here, Jonathan, because things are looking rather tough here for game one. We'll see how they changed up for game number 2, though, very, very soon as Boom. I'm sure they'll go for a reset, try to talk about what happened. What do you think actually went wrong here for Boom? Like, was it a drafting issue? I mean, you talked about the coordination already, but was there something else you'd like to see them change up in game 2 to maybe force us to a game 3?
Maybe it did go back a little bit to the draft. Like, we didn't see as much activity out from Skem and Tims. That's where it feels like it really fell flat. Like, towards the mid, you saw how much Q did with Watt.
Yeah, Q was an absolute monster. Look, we are going to head off back to the panel and see what they had to think about this game number 1.
my panel are laughing about, I think, the Observer got a crimson. Congratulations, baby Scriff. Maybe Webb has, and I know there's other observers there. Patrick, yes. So yeah, first Crimson we've seen. But thank you, MLP Dota and John X Fire. Welcome back to the panel. And this looks like, yeah, the team PSG LGD. They've, been runner-up twice at TI, and people, we said like, oh, a little bit shaky. But that wasn't a shaky game. That was just dominant. And, a lot of teams have, come out the laning phase and, held it quite nicely, but they held it tight, right, Sheep?
Yeah, the way that they accelerated their lead was fantastic. They had these really nice, at first, defensive wards down, where they just had them on the cliff so they could farm and just keep farming safely while they were crushing their lanes. Like, coming out with these crush lanes is so good. And then on top of that, they get this Roche because Boom have to use like 3 to 4 heroes just to kill one single hero on bot, and they take that advantage to go to Roche, get that, and then use the Roche and Aegis to go deeper into the side of Boom's map, and then place like these deep lane wards down, like mid and top, and that way they're able to just keep hunting them.
And Lizard, you pretty much, from the draft, you said I would much rather be, PSG LGD here.
Yeah, like if you look at the two drafts, one last pick made sense, the other didn't at all, in my opinion. Like on one side you have the Slardar, he's dominating the Lifestealer. It's a good pick. Like I want to be that guy, but Phoenix last pick, I don't get it. Like it's good with Yopaj as Mars. It gives you a lot. It gives you that teamfight potential, right? But on the offlane, the hero isn't nearly as good as he used to be. Plus, you're playing into a Snapfire. Like that Snapfire is always going to be a problem. Like literally at every single point in the game, your egg can just be destroyed by one single hero.
Yeah, and we saw some highlights here. And FBZ, unfortunately, 0-2-2 and caught slightly out of position. But when you get in one of his last eggs, but of course when you get the BKBs as well on your cores, PSG LGD, Mars Arena, you can still get to the egg, even though, it could have been maybe a little bit further back. So I wouldn't say, a rocky start for Boom Esports, but what I did like what they did, and this is going to sound a little bit rude, they GG'd early to keep some, I hope, kind of energy. Because a lot of teams, fight to the death, but it's game one, it's like, look, this is not working out, we've had that opportunity. I wouldn't say GG early, sorry, but, some teams are like, okay, let's try and swing it around, let's use our buybacks. They were like, okay, we failed on the Kunkka, we're done. Let's just, reset and go into game two. But I think they've, still got something to show here on the main stage.
Some games are obvious, right? Like you just see from minute 15 that it's unsalvageable.
Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those games for PSG where their lanes went so well that they didn't really need to think about anything. Just perform well and your draft will play itself pretty much for PSG.
What would you like Boom to do coming into game two? Obviously, you can say not last pick the Phoenix, but that's we're not going to harp on that. But
we're not going to harp on that, but sometimes your draft is really difficult, right?
Yeah. No, I would say it's just about having the needed layers to play out a game. Because, for example, PSG, they had the tankiness of the Kunkka, but supported by the hills of the Chen. They had the aggression of the Slardar, the Monkey King. Like, everything just complements each other. Where Boom, it was we have to fight for position. If we throw our spells, we own an area. But then PSG, they had all these heroes that are very good at also playing those areas and then pushing you away. So they can shove you away from the egg and stuff. So I think for Boom, this was one of their clunkier drafts that they've done, and not to their true form of nature, at least at TI. Maybe in other DPC games they've tried doing this other stuff before.
I'm sorry, Scriff or Vepus or PTP, they're really happy with their Crimson right now.
Is he going to open it?
We can see him trying to. He's hovering above the Crimson witness.
We'll have more Crimson updates in a moment. But actually, let's check back in with Singapore with the commentators and Casey and Slacks.
Hello, my friends. Yes, that is right. We are here in Singapore. In fact, for the Southeast Asian TI. In fact, with the greatest Southeast Asian casters in the last game of the last team in Southeast Asia. Guys, I just want to come and talk to you. Honestly, these guys, MLP, John X Fire, the best in the world at Casting C in this game, it just felt ironic to me. So I just wanted to thank you and introduce you. Casey, please. Do
Casey,
my job for
back to you. No, not back to you. Yeah, no, how exciting is it to be together in real life? Because he was telling me that you only met in person, like, recently after casting together for how many years?
5 years it was.
What?
Yeah, it was 5 years. It was a long-term relationship, a travel, what do you call it? A long-distance relationship.
That's right.
Yeah, it was a rough road, but we did make it together in Stockholm. Yeah.
And this is your very first TI. It's your very first time being able to be on the big stage in your region. Like, talk us through the feelings there.
It's amazing. I mean, the crowd, the fans have been amazing. Everyone's been coming up and talking to us and taking photos and complimenting us and everything. And the crowd has been electrifying as well. All the SEA teams have been going home, obviously. It's not the greatest feeling in the world, but it's still a great TI, and we're very happy to be here.
Were you guys nervous at all?
Nervous? No, but I kept expectations low. When we got the message, I couldn't believe it. Like, I was washing my dishes at like 2 a.m. and they just sat down on the floor. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if it was real. So it's different. It's amazing.
Did you ever go back and wash the dishes?
Yeah, I did finish. I cleaned up.
Yes, absolutely. So Boom, lost game one. I know you guys have a lot of pride. It's okay. This is my one moment. You guys have been doing a great job casting and not being biased as F, as I would have been. But now, in this moment, in a non-professional setting with an interview with Casey, can you say any words here for the last ride of the boys in the region?
I think the crowd got it right. Boom, tarat, tarat. That's all they need. Just keep chanting that and they're going to get good.
There's definitely going to be a game number 3. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We're going to game 3. LGD, they haven't washed their faces. We all know what happens after they don't do that, and we're going to a game 3.
All right, guys. What about you, audience? I know you guys can hear me. Game 3? Are we going there? Is Boom coming back? Hello?
I saw one thumbs up.
Okay, thank you so much. One guy. Very excited. Fantastic. All right, guys. Well, put your bias away now. Put it back. Become professional.
Yeah, the bias that you pulled out of them and forced them.
It was very forced.
Okay.
But anyway, we'll throw back to the panel for this wonderful, wonderful game 2.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Thank you very much, Casey and Slacks. But don't worry, you got some more thumbs up here. You got a double from Sheeps and MLP, Dodo, and John X Fire. It's a pleasure to have you here, and we've been enjoying all the commentary over from the studio here in Norway. So yes, Boom Esports, last SEA team. That's not something that we want to drive home, because it's really just about your opponent now. You don't always have to carry the weight of your whole region, but do they have it in them to take on PSG LGD? Because PSG LGD, out of the group stages, 4-4-1, Boom 1-3-5. PSG LGD lost a secret to be here. Of course, Boom Esports did beat Team Spirit, but with that interview, it was a little bit heartbreaking with Mirror, and in terms of the kind of state they felt their team was in, or at least their confidence. It does feel that PSG LGD have a bigger ramp up. They had more of a run potentially through this tournament.
It really did. It's hard to judge from game 1 because it was a stomp. Like, you can't compare their strengths when they're at full strength because they're not being able to give their all. But I do think one of the biggest issues they had was picking this lifestealer the way they did. It allowed it to get countered. They left FBZ's hero for last. I think they shouldn't have, right? If they focus on just giving Jackie a really good game and let FBZ have that hero that might, be a little bit worse, I think that's better.
Yeah, so opening up Jackie the carry just a little bit more. And what kind of heroes do you like on Jackie, if you can say?
I mean, I like a lot of heroes on Jackie. It's more like I just want a hero that's good for the game, because if you look at those 2 games, they only picked Monkey King, but at least it had a purpose. The way that Monkey King could get involved early was much more effective than a Lifestealer, because you have that Boundless Strike, the Vision, the Wukong's Command. Lifestealer doesn't give much.
Plus, it's flexible, right? Like Lifestealer, maybe there was a patch or 2 where he was 4-5, maybe offlane, going into that Ancient Creep, but that's a long time ago. Like Jackie, I think it's fine. On the Lifestealer or any other carry, he's improved a lot as a position 1 player. However, I have to harp back. Phoenix offlane, it just didn't allow them to play the game.
The thing as well with Lifestealer, it's one of those heroes that I think it's got a decent win rate so far at this TI, but when teams pick it, seeing like a Mars and seeing the stuff, it's like, okay, this is going to feel good, but then suddenly the enemy's draft changes a little bit, or there's a little bit of shift in momentum. The Lifestealer is a hero that it needs time to kind of build up into the game. It can't be kind of under pressure early on, and if you're under pressure early on, you're just basically a creep running around. You might infest and save someone and give them some heals, but it's a very Morphling-esque hero that it needs some time.
And if we could call the Slardar...
I think the guys are ready to come out to game 2. There are it was this. We're keeping a track of Lizard, but yes, they are back. PSG, LGD. Apologise once again, Lizard. Ame, nothing to say. Faith Bian, Jinkyu, and White. really dominating on game one. And yeah, the crowd cheering up Boom Esports there after, unfortunately, not really getting to play the Dota that they wanted to play in game one. Jackie, Yopad, FBZ, Tims, and Skem. So hopefully they've reset. I mean, thank you. There's an extra thumbs up in the studio here. That one was for me, but we can pass it over to Boom Esports. But there's hopefully the reset's good. But like also drafting against Zhao 8.
It's not easy. Like
right. I mean, we all saw the miniseries of Zhao 8 drafting. True Sight.
Yeah. That's one.
That took me a
little
while.
bit, yeah.
It took me a while. But yeah, you know, they were just so good at predicting each other. And do Boom have that kind of experience in the draft?
For sure. I mean, they have Mushi.
And Ohio. He came back
and
for
Ohio
this,
as an analyst, yeah.
They have so much experience in regards to their draft. It's also, I think, even if you have the experience, sometimes when you get to a TI, your players, they have like a certain hero pool that you utilize, so you might not have the depth that other teams have, and I think that's where maybe PSG often has advantage at these international tournaments.
But that can also be a good thing, right? Like, look at Entity. Their hero pools aren't that wide, but they still make these heroes and adapt to their playstyle, and it works. I believe it's the same for Boom. They have a lot of young blood. Yopaj, give him his heroes. Like, he can contribute. He can contribute more than just this arena that's a setup for an offlane Phoenix. Like, he can dominate the games. And mid-Mars, I can see you, Sheepo. I can see you. You want to say something.
Good.
I know you want to say something. It is good. But in certain matchups, with a certain other offlaner that you have that can transition into a true core. Phoenix with the Yules and the Vessel, he doesn't contribute as much.
But like, counterpoint, I feel like the biggest problem was the Lifestealer pick. The Phoenix, I do not like the Phoenix at all. However, you have second pick, which means that your advantage is being able to counter in the draft and give yourselves winning lanes. But because they picked that Lifestealer where they did, it meant that LGD just got to pick a Slardar and completely counter it and destroy their lane.
Yeah.
And on top of that, the ideas are a little bit, sus because you want to leave your offlane for last so you can shut down Ame, right? That's probably the idea behind it. But Ame is someone who thrives even when he loses his lane. He is the best farmer in the world. So shutting him down, I don't think is like the right idea. I just wanted to see Jackie have the best game possible and just work on that.
We'll have to find out what happens in game two, as it looks like we're getting ready to go into the draft. And PSG primed to take this one, 1-0 up, and this could be the last game for SEA.
Boom Esports versus PSG LGD.
PSG LGD turn to ban.
Boom versus PSG LGD. Game 2, 1-0 to PSG LGD. We will be starting the draft, but of course, to continue any of the thoughts that you guys want to bring up just before they start drafting.
Who has first pick?
So,
all right.
PSG has the first pick, and we'll be seeing that shortly, which will be the same as the last game.
You think it'll be the exact same draft? Do you think the bans will get shaken up?
The bans already changed.
Very good.
But that automatically means that Boom is now allowing the Marcy or the Primal Beast through. And that could be an option where Boom, they themselves love playing these heroes. So if you start banning out some of the PSG's other heroes and you flood the pool, it gets them free. But actually PSG, they respond by banning the Marcy themselves. So Boom, it's like, do we now have to ban the Primal Beast so PSG don't get it? Do we maybe ban a different hero? They take Primal Beast and we can then go for like a Clockwork or something instead. Many options.
There are so many options. There's Clockwork, there's Primal Beast that you mentioned, Undying as well. That's not really in the fondest memories of all PSG LGD's fans when it comes to crucial games. But definitely for PSG LGD they are. They still go for it. I hope I don't see Magnus now on Boom Esports side. Different era, different tournament. But
the speed in which they draft it, it's very fun. Because like PSG at this point, when you're first pick, the bans and the pick, that's the best thing that you can prepare. When you're a second pick team, your preparation only really goes as far as your bans until you see what they first pick. So you have you kind of guesstimate it kind of, but just PSG. See the bans, boom, Undying.
In SCA, I've seen it in different regions. I've seen the Silencer on offlane. I've seen it work amazing against an Undying. Is that perhaps an option that they can go for as well?
I was going to bring up a completely different hero, but on the exact same thought. I was going to say, in C, I've seen a lot of Death Prophet offlane.
Okay.
We're thinking the same, like a ranged offlaner. Either of these heroes could potentially be good against this Undying because you can't pick these typical strength offlaners unless you have a 4 that's going to be able to buy boots and drag waves for you.
That's the problem, right? Like, it's not only the strength offlaners, it's the most picked strength position 4s that struggle against him.
Yeah.
So you need to be able to either creep skip, like you said, or you can get something like a Hoodwink as well, right? That Prophet, good call.
It's the Southeast Asia special. These guys, the entire year, all 3 tours of the DBC, this Death Prophet has been such a thing. Like Talon as well, love it as well on KP. It's just like, I don't know, I think in their minds, they just have this idea of DP as a reliable laner that wins most of the time and is able to take objectives for them. It kind of just fills so many roles.
And if you guys remember the last year SCA, DP was played on safe lane, on off lane, on mid lane. It didn't matter. And who was picking it all the time? It was Scam. Like this guy, he won't be playing it here most likely. It's a 5, which was drafted a long time ago, but not any longer. However, he understands the hero completely.
An interesting thing that PSG can do is by move, even though the Undying will be the 5, just move him into the Visage lane potentially, and then you can pick up a different hero like Jinku can then lane with Arme, and you can get around it that way because, of course, you mentioned it, this Death Prophet pick, it just gives DP a free lane. If Undying's there, you don't care. You just siphon up the Undying if he comes close, the strength loss, whatever, you know. So potentially PSG can approach this opening of Boom just from changing up the lanes and what players play in what lane.
We have seen some Undyings on the offlane as well as of late, so that's a possibility, even though Visage more likely, right? Yeah. Like for Fate Beyond to get that rate backed early on. What's also really nice about Visage in this matchup is you can follow Hoodwink through the trees. You always have vision on top of her. One nuke and the little squirrel just dies. So it's an enjoyable matchup.
Visage is very strong, but not at the very beginning of the game. In the lane, he has one of the worst bats in the game, like base attack time. It takes him a long time to wind up and shoot his projectile, which means that if you place him in a lane against carries like Juggernaut, for example, they can destroy him in the CS. And when you shut down a Visage and don't let him hit that 6, it's very easy to just free farm your carry and you take advantage of that weakness to an offlane.
A really good point. Do you think that they have these carries, Tigav, that they can abuse the Visage with?
I'm trying to think about it.
Because it can be the double-edged sword as well, because even though he does not hit creeps very well, he doesn't have to go for Grave Shield. He just soul assumptions you with a lot of mangoes.
The one that comes to mind is just the Bristleback. Boom had a lot of success in their recent wins, at least, with multiple Bristlebacks game after game. That is a classic counter to the Visage. As soon as those birds get away from you, the Quills instantly kill them off. The Visage can never kill the Bristle, and also Bristle defends his tower long enough that the rest of the game isn't, Visage with the pacing.
What do you think about something like Jackie Morphling, just to get that?
I was literally thinking the exact thing.
Yeah, that's
Lizard
also very
Bristol's
strong.
biggest brain I've ever seen in my life.
Big minds.
Huge, yeah. I mean, Morph's another hero that just destroys you in CS, and like you can't really die to the Visage because of the morph on strength, and you just morph back down, heal back up with like a 1 and so, and it's really hard, I think, for Visage in that lane, and they're lacking in like proper stuns right now as well on LGD, so I think this Morphling call is really nice.
This will be the difference in the draft though from Boom, because they're 18 pick, 24 picks, they're second. It's going to be, they've already locked in their offlane. They're not going to be doing some quirkiness, it's just, let's pick the best carry right now. Let's pick up most likely the best mid if they're not flexing DP there. Like, they're not going to fall into the trap where, let's go for a casual lifestealer. They've set themselves up a lot better this time.
I wouldn't mind something completely simple for Leopard. Some Ember Spirit, some Kunkka, perhaps. Okay, sure.
Instantly pick it up. To be fair though, this second phase Kunkka +1, it's very, very powerful, and Boom, I guess, maybe a little bit scared of it and just taking away themselves quickly.
Yeah, I think Yopaj likes to play this Kunkka, although I believe FBZ has played it before in the past. So this DP could also, they could flex whoever they want to mid or offlane depending. Like, they'll wait to see the carry and then they'll put whoever they feel matches up best there, I think, is the play. And this Hoodwink as well can go 4 or 5.
So it's still very flexible.
Yeah.
For Boom. Yeah.
Like, you have a DP offlane, typically you want to pair it with a melee 4, right? So they could pick that next at the end of the phase if they want that to be their offlane. But if they want it to go mid and you have a Kunkka offlane, then this Hoodwink is completely fine as a 4, and then you can pick a 5.
And I feel like for PSG LGD, there is no flexibility any longer. Like, this is Earthshaker Visage offlane, Undying 5, because let's hypothetically say Undying is offlane. I don't see Undying Earthshaker as being the best lane, right? Like, not that impactful. One wants to mess with the equilibrium, the other wants to dominate the lane. It's not really what you go for usually.
holding Arme's pick for a little bit longer in the draft. They see a Kunkka, they assume it's going to be mid, even if it's offlane and DP's mid. Ember will probably do fine in both of those matchups. So, yeah, PSG trying to hold and get a little bit more information before they lock in their carry.
10 seconds
I
remaining.
like Morphling that we called earlier even more now.
Very good.
You get to turn into the Ember, you can mess up with the layers of Visage.
Take Tombstone if you really want.
You can take the Tombstone, obviously. The chains are good.
Enchantress.
Ooh.
They're holding on to this flex as long as possible, huh?
Yep, they're keeping this flex just open. But like we mentioned, the strength of lanes, right? The DP against the Undying, that will negate that lane. You then have the Ench, just super powerful in lane. Earthshaker is a hero that kind of plays on the fringe of the lane, grabbing creep waves and stuff. Ench, very good at bullying and following that if needed, or even just crushing the offlaner.
You basically got two supports on 4 and 5, Hoodwink and Enchantress, that do not care about Undying whatsoever. These are the ones that are in strength base, that can poke him from distance.
And the ban. PSG bans out the Bristleback, as we mentioned earlier, so covering themselves a little bit there. Surely they've got to ban the Morphling as well. Like this draft from Boom, it's so evenly distributed in their ability to take towers, to take defensive fights, to smoke and find kills. That is the perfect recipe for a Morphling to just farm behind. So yeah, I feel like that is got to be a ban. And they're just going to pick it themselves potentially, and just try and get like a Skadi Morphling timing on PSG. They have the first pick before Boom, so maybe they just ban.
They have options.
Exactly.
Perhaps open themselves up for a PL, but there's Shaker, there's Ember Spirit.
Wouldn't mind a little bit more burst on LGD, just because this Enchantress is going to be the one breaking smokes throughout the game, and they don't have the spells, I think, right now to
or a
just
vessel builder,
get rid of her.
right?
Yeah, I mean, Ember could maybe buy it, but he wants what, Orb of Corrosion into Maelstrom usually. I'm just considering all the things, like Earthshaker's ability to rotate on mid. They don't have any movement, mid heroes like Quap or whatever, or Puck, so they can like trap them on mid, but Kunkka and DP are both so tanky, I'm not sure how effective that will be. I would still like to see him rotate to help secure runes for Ember and give him the ability to play on the map and gang.
One option as well for PSG is going for a weirder route, potentially like a Luna. Luna with the Undying is a very strong lane that will maybe offset the DP strength. Where's it banned? Oh, sorry, I didn't see it banned second phase.
But good idea. They just saw it a second earlier.
Yeah, like a minute earlier. Pepper hands.
I've loved Luna. People have been abusing the night vision on her really hard. It's like so rough when you're in a jungle and they see you first just because of Luna. Especially when you're like breaking smokes on each other at night. But yeah.
Speaking of vision, I have a feeling that Boom might struggle in that department. You're playing versus Visage with Birds. You're playing versus Undying with Tombstone. Ember that can zip in and out of fights. It won't be that easy to just set up and take down the Tombstone on those cliffs.
Yeah, no one really hits it. Like Lina is usually the type of hero you look at for that. Maybe if they want to. I mean, you could always put the Kunkka on a carry, right, and throw some Lina mid, or even Lina carry. That was something that started being a trend at the beginning of TI.
That's something that's plaguing they're the ones that ban it out because they're thinking.
They're scared they're just going to block pick it, and now they're playing into a Morphling Skadi timing. And they go for a Drow.
Drow.
It's all about the lane. We've seen the rise of Drow.
Is PL too wild versus an Ember versus a Shaker?
Holy shit, Slack.
Holy face. But no, PL's always a weird hero because you just need a lot of time, but because Boom has built this like really well solid lineup, you can go for these greedy heroes. I guess the only caveat to that would be Visage would have a free lane, Ember should do well mid, those two cores playing well, plus Drow naturally farming against DP.
So there's a lot of things that could go wrong.
Exactly,
for PL, yeah.
Too many variables that are spooky.
I mean, a lot of people have just been going against this Drow with just more range. Sniper.
You play Sniper, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, I wrote that down.
He did?
That's good.
I actually did.
He's got it
I'm
in the
not going
notes.
to say it, but
He did, yeah.
I can see that there's a potential Sniper.
The only problem perhaps would be the Ember that can get on top of you easily.
It's terrifying, yeah. And like Earthshaker as well, being able to block you off early before you get your shard. They have a lot of ways to collapse on him really quickly. I mean, there's...
One thing that Boom is really lacking is stuns. Like, look at them. If you're hoping that Bushwhack is going to be the best thing that you've got.
What do you think about Faceless Void then? If we look at carries with stuns, usually it's like him and Wraith King.
My concern is just what damage are you providing? In the early game, some fissures will disconnect your ability to do damage. If you get Visage, he's going to be too tanky. There's Soul Rips.
I mean,
it's just a lack of damage, but it's an insurance policy. But okay,
so that's something.
They want to go for the fight. They go for the Bloodseeker. No, I see it. You rotate
no. I was going to say, why don't you actually change
it
around and actually run at them instead?
Oh, sorry, there's invisible ink.
Yeah. There's more ink here. Interesting. This is, definitely, I feel quite stressful, I will say, for Boom Esports, what they, I think, have to do against the draft. At least, what are your guys, the experts, what's your opinion?
It's definitely a complete comfort zone for SCA teams. Getting this Bloodseeker as last pick, it's good versus Drow. You have that Rupture to prevent her from running around. You can't get on top of her if she can't move, right? But overall, I feel that PSG LGD's draft, once again, is just much simpler to execute.
Gotta agree again with Blizzard. I think just the fact that Drow now deals with the Death Prophet lane, you've got Visage who should just have a decent time top, and I think the main thing in this game, we spoke about off lanes in game 1, it's now the mid lanes. Kunkka v Ember. Can Ember get the runes to get those rotations to unlock the pace of the game? Is Kunkka in position to counterplay? Yeah. A lot of pressure.
Well, thank you for bringing us the draft here at the panel. And yes, this could be the last match for Boom Esports. PSG looking primed to go through. And let's have a post-draft interview with Slax, who's going to be talking to Xiao 8.
Thank you so much. I am here with Xiao 8, the brightest mind in Dota and Dota's best hygienist, and of course Helen to translate here. Okay. Drow Visage. Even I am smart enough to know that's a good combo. Nothing crazier than that? I thought you were a Dota 2 genius. You're just going back to basics?
你报道作为 Dota 的最强大脑之一，死灵龙和小黑这个绝配，连他都能想到，你觉得很厉害吗？
我就是在后台听说他聊到就想到了。
Well, I heard in backstage that you talked about it. That's why I picked it.
My bad. Okay, and the other question, are you ready for the terrifying Boom Bloodseeker? I mean, this guy has taken a lot of lives here. Were you expecting this?
你做好准备了对战 Boom 的绝活之一，他们的血魔了吗？他们很恐怖。
我们有想过他们选血魔，所以我相信我们应该会赢。
We already thought about it, so I believe that we will win.
That's what I like to hear. All right, a lot of confidence, a lot of power coming out. Thank you so much, and we will throw it over to our wonderful casters. Let's get ready, boys.
Thank you so much, Slax. We do get into it. Game number 2 here between Boom Esports and PSG LGD. John, I've got to admit, PSG LGD, game 1, they made it look way too easy. You look at these drafts, do you think it might be a bit of a closer matchup here in game 2?
I still feel like LGD does have a really strong draft on hand, but Boom, they've fallen into a couple of comfort picks. You know, you're back to the FBZ Death Prophet that we saw him play throughout the entire season from December onwards, and he's always had a great time with that. And of course, Yopaj on his Kunkka. He had to deal with Nothing to Say's Kunkka, but he's a Kunkka specialist himself. And now Nothing to Say is going to have to try to deal with that on his Ember, and that matchup's going to be a little bit more back and forth. So I think Boom does have a little bit more play, but just considering how easy it is to execute LGD's draft, I mean, it's Drow Visage. If they manage to get a running start, I wouldn't be surprised if they just dominate this game once more, if things go the same way as game 1.
Yeah, it's certainly a very scary draft here from LGD to try and go up against, and it's like you mentioned, John, like the tempo that you can apply here from LGD, the pace you can get going is a bit too much to keep up with if Boom fall behind in this laning stage in this game number 2. We'll see if they can keep up, at least in the second game. Of course, everyone wants a third game to happen, John. We'll see if they can make it happen. So LGD, we'll start with the mid lane. Of course, you're going to have Nothing to Say there against Yopaj. On the Kunkka vs Ember, you kind of talked about the fact that these heroes are both specialties of the enemy hero on the mid lane, but who should have the inherited advantage between these two?
This does feel a little bit better for the Kunkka. I mean, you always have the Tidebringer to play with. You're not really mana constrained, whereas the Ember is going to have to juggle around with the bottle down the line, try to secure the water runes to keep that harassment up. Yopaj can just kind of dance back, toss around with the Tidebringer, get some good rotations out this time with the supports they have on hand, especially if Skem gets room to kind of swing out with a really nice creep here.
Official block there, top lane. Faith Beyond trying to get that creep equilibrium going his way. Off the back of Sin-Q. Of course, Skem and Jack are going to be right against them, and should be a decent enough lane here for Jackie, but levels do get up. You'd have to be a little bit worried about the amount of damage Faith Beyond can pump out, especially once he does have that Soul Assumption up. If he does go for it in the end, as I can see Skem asking him quite a bit here on the Ench as well, and they just end up going for the Gravekeeper's cloak instead, just to remain safe against all this harassment. we'll see what he does end up doing.
Yeah, I like this little move out from Skem. He recognizes that there's no soul assumption. He can cop some damage without being traded back favorably from the side of LGD, and just try to give some space out to Jackie. This lane is still pretty annoying for the Bloodseeker, and just getting slowed up, losing a lot of attack speed on the Bloodseeker does make it a little bit more manageable for Faith Beyond to kind of just work that lane.
What about that bot lane? Tims and FBZ going to be against Ame and Y once again. This seems like a very potent lane here from PSG LGD. Especially once you have a couple levels up in the Frost Arrows in conjunction with the Tombstone from Y. It's just so much damage and so much slow that can be dealt out. Just like if you get caught out of position, there's just no escaping it.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for Boom to try to be aggressive here. If you can gap close onto Ame, Bushwhack along with Spirit Siphon, you can kind of melt her down, but with Y blocking off the path on the Undying, you don't have too many access points to reach into that back line without copping a lot of decays, without maybe having the Tombstone come out if you overextend. So I think this is just, again, another safe lane coming out for Ame to just build up, and you shouldn't expect too much from FBZ. Maybe by the time he hits, I don't know, 5 threatening into 6 with the Exorcism ready, that's where action can pick up for Boom. Before that, unless Ame really missteps, it's going to be hard to punish that Rao.
Absolutely. No first blood being drawn quite yet. We are seeing a bit of shenanigans here from Skem and Faith VR. Bit of a pull here for Faith to be able to farm securely underneath, or rather behind that tier 1 tower. Though Skem going to be a little bit annoying just hanging around, but actually will pull his own creep wave away as we do see Xingqiu. Again, Fisher blocking here, just trying to set the creep equilibrium in the favor of LGD. Just wanting to give Faith Beyond a very easy lane stage to get started as Skem. Maybe chase down a little bit, but they have nothing to really lock him down, and eventually, this creep wave will push into the tier 1 tower. That'll mean it'll push back the other way. Faith Beyond, he might need to be a little bit patient, but eventually the creep wave is going to be his way. Xingqiu does actually find the courier of Jackie.
Yeah, nice little snipe. Jackie knew it was coming. He tried to micro it back, but he didn't manage to get far away enough. Xingqiu managed to just snipe it away. Nice little take, but Jackie did manage to get his items out, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Trying to top up in this lane is just going to be a little bit tougher. Xingqiu is out of mana. Does have the mangoes ready, but he is getting the pull off, and there's really not too much Skem can do. He doesn't have anything like the Blightstone. Level 1 enchant, not going to really slow down Xingqiu, and Faith Beyond just, again, being allowed to get that EXP, along with a fairly greedy support in the Shaker, right? He does want his own experience flowing in as well. Skem can't really stop that.
Certainly cannot. Going to that Radiant Triangle, just take some creeps away, put a ward down as well. Xingqiu will see him out of there. Is now nothing to say. Mid lane, going to get X'd up here by Yopaj, but no Torrent to come out. Nice Fisher from Xingqiu, not going to allow the water rune to go back the way of Yopaj. And eventually, well, Tims, he will secure the bottom water rune at the very least. Nothing to say, he is going to try and show up for that, but Tims will snipe it away from him. So neither mid lane are able to find a rune here. So it seems like LGD did adjust, because this is one thing that Boom Esports were doing very effectively in the early stage of last game, is just securing all the runes and making sure Nothing to Say couldn't get one. This time around, LGD, they're going to make sure at least Yopaj can't find his own.
Yeah, and speaking of that mid lane matchup, we talked about how the Kunkka Ember shapes up. Nothing to Say is actually working lane a lot better. 25-7 now on CS, compared to Yopaj, just stuck at 20-4. Good lead here coming out from Nothing to Say. He's managing to even sneak away the bounty rune there. There's a little bit of action across the map as they try to jump it. They don't really have stuns on Boom's end unless they manage to get a good enchanted creep from Skem, kind of punish Faith Beyond. And so far, this kind of static game, it does feel favorable for LGD. I mean, once they build the levels up, you get the marksmanship up, you get the familiars up, and you have this Ember dancing around you, it's very easy for them to jump in and take these fights and go for objectives if Boom isn't careful.
Absolutely. Bot lane, a bit of aggression happening towards Y, it seems. He does drop rather low on the Undying, but still remains just fine. He has not skilled up too or Soul Rip yet. He's waiting with that skill point. The right moment to see exactly what he needs, but for now, he's being very, very patient. Doesn't seem like Boom's been too aggressive down to the bot lane either, so it seems like both sides just very satisfied farming up for now throughout this laning stage. We are yet to see a kill to come out. Not really many rotations happening either, though mid lane, Nothing to Say, gonna get X back into a torrent. Just a little damage to follow up though. Yopaj gonna force the reset out of Nothing to Say. He can always just remnant back into the mid lane anyway. Meanwhile, bot lane, Y, he's gonna deny himself off. Nothing to go back the way of Boom. Quick reset for himself. Can always just TP right back to the lane. So the 6-minute power runes now. to spawn up. It's going to be down bottom as Yopaj able to take with the DD. However, for the Hoodwink, that's a nice bushwhack out, nothing to say, dropping rather low, will rim it back the other way. However, you've got the enchant there from Scam, controlling up, nothing to say. They might have the damage, but Xingqiu is going to show up with the Fissure, make sure they can't keep chasing, so instead they've got to go after the Shaker, but it might be first blood to go the way of Yopaj. That Kwai is still around. He did drop the tombstone here, as now Yopaj does get chained up by nothing to say, but there's not going to be much out of this. Just not enough damage. Boom, it seems like they're happy with what they've got.
And forcing attention onto Yopaj. He's been playing around really aggressively with that potential on the 6. Of course, it's hard to lock something in like the Ember. Maybe a bit of a small mistake, didn't manage to really get the X off when he got that initial control on nothing to say before he zipped away. But you still find the big kills, you find that first blood, you're buying space out for Jackie, who has had a very free top lane now. So your Bloodseeker is going to meet that initial item timings you're looking for. The Maelstrom coming out, BKB down the line to Shard once the time is ready. And it's going to be pretty tough to shove Jackie away. You still have concerns about Ami though. He's not too shabby down bot either, and FBZ's not able to do as much. But the power spikes are lining up for both sides. Familiar's going to be up for Fate Beyond soon enough. He can just camp that lane up top and keep it shoved out. And FBZ can always threaten with the Exorcism once it's ready.
They're going to slow up Jackie, but not needing too much. Meanwhile, mid lane, however, they've got the Ember stunned up, but nothing to say. Got the Remnant out in time. They can't really follow up onto the Ember Spirit for now. Bushwhack, though, is going to land from Tims. Yopaj going to show up once again, forcing the Remnants forward. However, they've even got the Inch there. A nice juke away from nothing to say, but they've got the X back with the bow, and they will find the Ember. Now, that's a much bigger kill coming up from Boom, and a much better start from Boom Esports.
Yeah, the aggression's lining up. We saw it in game 1. Tims and Scam were rotating in, but they weren't finding kills. This time around, they're able to play off the setup Yopaj had and dance around it. Xingqiu trying to block off his push. Not the fastest coming out from Boom, especially without FBZ around to kind of speed that up with the EXO. But they are chipping away slowly, forcing out responses here.
There's still a fair bit of damage thanks to the enchant of Scam, as they are going to try and at least chase down the Hoodwink. Tim still finds a bushwhack back onto nothing to say as he does run towards the south. Might actually make it up, but no. He does go down. Scam, he's in danger himself, but the heals are out as FBZ's going to rotate on the DP. Make sure they can't go for too much more. It seems like they are looking for the tombstone, but it may just be too late in the end. Just eventually expire. So 1-3 now, 2K advantage the way of Boom. Still anyone's game really at this early stage. Seems like a very nice start compared to the last game, though, at least for this Dire side.
We're finding a little bit more. These small wins are starting to rack up a little bit. Jackie's had all the space in the world to keep farming. Does have a rupture up, but he's being surrounded here.
Fish is there. Jackie, can he find his way out of this one? They've got the familiars to back him up. Jackie's still running. Doesn't seem like he's taking too much damage. In fact, now the rupture is there. Xingqiu going to try and get his way out, but it's not going to work. The Torrent is there. Familiars, they will stun a little bit, but Xingqiu understands he cannot get away. So Yopaj, he'll take his third kill of the game on the Kunkka.
Just so much activity coming out from Yopaj, and instantly an EXO coming out here as well from FBZ. Trying to take that bot tier 1 tower. The push threat is online for Boom. And LGD, we haven't really seen them group up yet with the threat of the Familiars. Again, you kind of want to just camp a lane, keep that farm up, slow down the core. They're not able to threaten in the same way Boom is right now.
Certainly not. FBZ able to secure that bottom T1. All 3 cores of Boom now top on their worth for it. And this is basically a mirror switch of what happened in game 1, at least for now. LGD, they might still be confident in their own timing with this Visage kind of draft. Might just take it easy, get their farm going, just trying to avoid the side of Boom. But Boom for now, they want to fight, and you can see it as Yopaj going for a bit of a chase onto nothing to say. Won't end up going for the X up yet. In fact, now he's the one on the run. There might be somebody to cut him off soon, but no, it's only Y of the Undying. No way for him to really lock down the Kunkka. They'll just try and take these stacks away before they are forced to lead this Dire jungle.
Yeah, they take a creep off from Yopaj. Not the biggest loss in the world here for Boom. They did manage to find a tier 1 tower trade eventually from LGD's end, clearing out top. That does give them some good forward control here. There are defensive wards out from Boom to check if anyone is sneaking around the top jungle. And they've switched Jackie around anyway to play it into the triangle. So the build-up is still there. Still a rather even game, 1-4, 3K lead for Boom, slight advantage for them. On LGD, it feels like we haven't seen them play with their own strengths yet. You know, they're just taking their time, they're building up, they're not losing too much off the map. So things don't feel too bad for LGD at the moment, despite being a little bit behind.
Yeah, still plenty of map control available on their own things. Xingqiu, a bit of de-warding out. Very nice, just securing that Radiant jungle. There's nothing to say. He had a bit of a slower start, working towards the Eul Scepter now, so a bit more of a defensive build for himself. Be able to purge off all these spells that are flying out from Boomers. You are going to have the fish around onto FBZ, but it's not going to lead to too much. They will spread out Jackie on the Bloodseeker. He's just going to be very confident to stick around here, though. There's Boom. Bit of a smoke up, but there's a counter smoke coming from LGD. Which one finds which first? Yopaj. He's make his way down south. Why? Xingqiu trying to hide right now. Just don't give the opening away. Xingqiu having a very tough time already. Always getting caught out here by Yopaj. Oh, nothing to say. He's a much bigger target. They are going to land the X onto the Ember. This could be a fantastic start if they can find him, but they won't. The turret will be off the mark and the Fisher will be there, so nothing to say. A very nice juke out. We'll be able to TP back towards the base.
Yeah, really great juke. Dodges out with the Sleight of Fist. The silence would have been on point, and that could have set up for the side of Boom to find that kill. Nothing to say. Quick Fingers, though, does bail out in the nick of time. Boom, not going to find too much further trouble. They do invade the bot jungle, and they're buying space out for Jackie to keep his farm game up. Maelstrom already on the way out. Same could be said for LGD. Full Vlad's already up in Fate Beyond. Not too far away from the raid pack from this point. And once that's up, all that damage mitigation, all that durability of the Visage up front, it's going to make these fights feel pretty awkward for Boom if they're not careful. If they can't manage to maybe isolate the Visage or just take it out of the equation early on.
That's very rough against this hero, right? Like, just so tanky with the Gravekeeper's Cloak, and like you mentioned, the Wraith Pack to come out makes it even tougher here to deal with Fate Beyond. One of his specialty heroes as well. We used to watch him years and years ago playing this hero, and see now it's back in meta. That Visage is very, very scary to have to try and play against. Damage being dealt up with the Scam top lane. It's like nothing to say, just kind of poking and prodding at the edge. Scam going to be just fine to stick around, though. Has his own way of healing himself. The Seeds of Serenity, I believe it is, and just fine to stick around. Nothing to say, still trying to poke and prod, but it seems like the Ench just going to keep kind of sticking around that top lane. Both sides just very comfortable with farming at the moment. Nobody's rushing for a fight. They're both trying to hit their own timings throughout this mid game. They'll just sit back, relax. You kind of wonder who this favors, right? Because you did have a pretty decent lead for Boom, and they still hold on to that lead, but is there a timing they're looking to kind of hit? Because you can kind of tell LGD are trying to hit their own timing throughout that mid game with this Visage.
I think you're okay on Boom. You're just working towards those initial BKBs. Yopaj, very close to his. It's still lacking the recipe gold, but it's going to come out eventually. FBZ only lacking the recipe. So once you have at least 2 of these BKBs ready to go, you're going to be able to group up, try to look for those fights, try to find those objectives, and then you really start to hurt LGD's farm. For now, if this drags on, say, past the 20-minute mark in the staticness, LGD starts to feel really good. They're going to have their own BKBs. They're going to have their own level spikes. Maybe even down the line, the blink out from Xingqiu starts to pop up. And you just have issues in these team fights. It's already really hard to lock in, nothing to say. You're going to have to clump up for it. And once you're clumped up, Xingqiu and Fate Beyond are going to get to town.
See another smoke out. Boom, they'll head down towards the south, through the mid lane. Who are they going to find? Fate Beyond on that Visage, showing up with those Familiars. There'll be an X out. This could be a big pickoff, but the Familiar stuns are going to be there. Still, the X is going to make it in time for the boat to land. They'll find Fate Beyond. The Familiars may not be so lucky either, as they would at least find one of them. And now they are into that mid-tier 1 tower with the Exorcism. Not going to be too hard for them to take them down. In fact, they found Xingqiu now on the Earthshaker. They'll find a second. Tim's just sniping from a mile away with that sharpshooter, slowing him down, and well, that'll be the mid-tier 1 tower gone.
And that's the timing we were talking about. Not quite the BKBs coming out, but
why?
Find more.
Trying to protect that Radiant Triangle. It's a lot of damage coming out from Arme, but not quite enough to finish off the job, as Yopaj able to find his 4th kill of the game. Trains will not land on any. FBZ going to try and put the TP up, but the Familiars will be there just in the nick of time. They will find at least something for their trouble.
They get the big target out from LGD's end. It comes at heavy cost. And those kills, the tower take from Boom still feel a lot better for them to play off. And now the map shrinks a little bit more for LGD. They still have time to build up. And you are still getting some decent build up here on Ame. He's allowed to just play in that triangle. No contention coming out from Boom in that area outside of that one invasion. And they're just praying and hoping that eventually the Drow and the Ember are just going to be really hard to handle. For Boom, though, again, the BKBs are still on their way. That spell immunity is going to be a really big factor in the middle of these fights. The full raid pack is up on Fate Beyond.
is under
So again, if
attack.
he does manage to use that item in time, Boom might have to spend more time trying to find that kill and give enough leeway for LGD to respond.
Haste!
Xinkyu gets spotted out here. Scam will move in. Yopaj, she'll be there with the backup. X into the torrent will connect, and seems like Xinkyu just has no way out of this one. They will lock him down with the Bushwhack and take him out once again. That'll be the 5th kill for the Kunkka. Yopaj off to a fantastic start, 16 minutes in. They top lane, they might have a look at Nothing to Say. Can they land the silence though with the Bushwhack? It seems like they will be able to find the Bushwhack as FBZ, the sharpshooter, is going to be up at the Ember. Has the Yule Scepter, will go for the Remnant towards the left side, and it looks like he's going to be just fine. He does have the stick charges. They don't have the burst damage for Nothing to Say.
He needed the +1 to try to find that kill. Valiant effort, not quite what they want, but it does shove Nothing to Say away, giving him more space again elsewhere to keep that farm game up. And Jackie is still getting his own build up. His own BKB is almost done. So it possibly could be just a triple BKB timing for Boom, where LGD, they're not going to have that same level of protection. Outside of the Ewilts coming out here on Nothing to Say, they're going to be very vulnerable to damage here.
Oh, nice chains out from Nothing to Say. Fisher will be there to follow up. The Tombstone has been dropped as well. This is going to be a fair bit of damage as the cast will land on both. Yopaj, he does have a BKB up. He'll pop it immediately, but it seems like they just want to at least take this Tombstone down to get this team fight started. It will get denied off. Multi-shot there from Arme. It's a lot of damage, but Yopaj, he'll keep forward, keep moving forward. At least the Xinkyu does go for a Fisher, but he's trapped in the tree line right now. The bow will fly in. The sharpshooter's there. They'll find at least one as Tims will look for a bit more now, but Nothing to Say is just fine. He's going to be able to back his way out. They'll only find the Shaker. Still 2-9, 6k advantage. This whole time, Jackie is free farming. Mid lane, in they go again. They found Yopaj another time. This time Arme, he's got so much damage, and they will be able to find that mid Kunkka. There's Nothing to Say. He wants a little bit more. He'll move in, but the silence is out from FBZ. Yules is out there to lock down FBZ. They should have the slows as well, but FBZ, he'll BKB up. He'll be just fine to back his own way away. They cannot lock him down through the BKB. They do find a decent kill in the Kunkka, but that's going to be about it for LGD.
I think you're pretty happy for LGD though. If you force out those initial BKB uses, you only really lose your support, and you're starting to get some activity out from Ami. He's more than willing to join into these fights. So Boom have to be really cautious about going in like that. You can't afford to just fully commit onto supports. You need bigger targets to kill off. Once those BKBs fade, LGD can just kind of dance around, and once they shrink in duration, these fights become a lot harder for Boom to kind of find their openings for.
Fisher is there. FBZ does get locked down. Looks like LGD are ready to try and push forward here against Boom, but they're unable to really find the lockdown they're looking for. LGD, they will retreat, look for a better moment for themselves. Yopaj hanging around, but he might be a bit too much of a tanky target to try and go on. LGD still hanging around on the low ground, but doesn't seem like they're going to try and make their way up to the high ground for now. Meanwhile, again, I think the main kind of focus you have to have on here is Jackie on that Bloodseeker. He's 10k net worth right now. He's just absolutely huge. And Arme, he's not too far behind, but Jackie just seems like he's getting away with it a little bit too much. They will see Nothing to Say. No way to lock down the Ember, so he'll just kind of ignore him and go for the creep wave. And letting Jackie farm like this, always a scary affair.
Yeah, he just knows how to work the map really well. Very efficient as a carry. Has been for a long time, since his time on Motivate Trust. Speaking of Motivate Trust, I believe his former teammates here, Mr. Fearless, all the way from Thailand. Lots of people watching, of course. Working onto the Basher here for Jackie. So, gonna try to get some control going his way. Again, with all the room he has, that Basher time is gonna be pretty good. Yopaj though?
Beyond, he'll lose it to Milia. X is there on Nothing to Say, but he's going to remnant out a little bit too early, so the X-Back is there. It won't matter though, the follow-up is not going to be up from Boom. Be a smoke out though, Boom. They can find with this. Wrap around through that dire jungle. It's like LGD, they have smoked themselves as well. Both sides, looking for that opportunity. It's a bit harder for Boom to try and make the way through the Radiant Triangle, just not having the vision, but LGD might be waiting. Arme, he's a huge target. The X is there. They have a way to drag him back, but the torrent's not going to land in time. Oh, they mistime it. why he moved in to try and defend Ame and has done so. Meanwhile, Jackie gets caught out. He does pop his BKB in the stick charges. He'll barely survive. Meanwhile, FBZ in the middle of nowhere is forced to pop his own BKB and make his own retreat. Fisher, though, gonna lock a couple down into the follow-up. Tim's trying to run. More stick charges. Yopaj, he'll finally throw the boat out, but the chains are there to lock him down with the familiars. Yopaj, which way is he going? He wants a Roshan tonight, but he's not gonna find it. Faith Beyond will be able to take the killers. Now nothing to say. He'll find another. It's gonna be Scam on the edge. The Fisher will be enough to just keep him down and take him out. That's 2 down for the side of Boom Esports. LGD really finding a great way of pushing back here against the Dire.
It boiled down to just small mistakes, not being able to kill off Ame. He did have the Force Staff to save, so that did complicate that in that fight, having that way of just dodging out from control from Boom. And those are massive losses. Like, even Skem dying there, he had a gem. Free gem coming out for LGD. They just melt the Roshan. You're starting to see that power of the Drow and the Visage. They just do so much work when they're grouped up together. And Boom, they've got to be a little bit more careful. They miss out on the torrent, which we see in the replay, and it just kind of falls apart from there.
It certainly does. They didn't retreat in time, like Jackie getting caught out, barely surviving through that. The Echo Slam proving not to be enough damage here from Sin-Q, and even FBZ forced to pop his own BKB. LGD doing a fantastic job of just kiting this team fight out perfectly, and of course the reinitiation there from Sin-Q is exactly what kind of allowed them to punish Yopaj, who had no choice but to try and go for the deny with the Roshan, but just doesn't end up working out in his favor. Just unable to get the attack animation off with the slows from Faith Beyond.
For Boom, I mean, it's just getting a little bit difficult. LGD, with the Aegis up, can take a little bit more risk in these fights. They could look to just take more objectives. The mid-tier one still standing could be a nice, juicy one to start to force into the Boom's jungle and just shrink the map even more. Like, they are just still getting built up everywhere else. Like, Yopaj with the plate mail going to feel a lot more durable up front, but again, it just boils back to burst damage. If Faith Beyond puts his body forward with a raid packed up, he is such a huge nuisance that you do have to notice. You can't just ignore the Visage in these fights, but they also can't handle it. And they have to execute here on Boom. It just feels like, again, we're seeing that difference in execution here, Mike, where LGD, it's a very well-oiled machine. And Boom, sometimes, every now and again, there's a little bit of jankiness in that movement out.
It certainly is. LGD grouped up top lane, maybe going for a bit of a push on that tier 2 tower. They've hit a very nice timing now. With the security of the Aegis for Ame, feel very safe moving into this tower, but there is going to be a smoke up from Boom. They want to try and defend this. Up through the mid-river, there'll be a double damage available on Yopaj. That could be the exact buff they kind of need here to take the fight on with LGD.
Your Admiral is on board.
See if they can find Sin-Q on the back first. Because Fate's Beyond going to be there as well, but they're all in the tree line. Sin-Q pings around, but a nice Fisher. Sin-Q locking down a couple again into the Echo. FBZ, he will get the BKB off in time. They're still trying to force the fight, but is this the one they really wanted? The boat is out. Yopaj, he's already retreating. He can't find the target he really needed to go after. And now FBZ, another nice Fisher, lock them down, take him out. Scam, he'll get used up. He's not making it out either. Now LGD, it just seems like they knew they were coming. They had just the superior vision, stayed in the tree line, and just surprised them and just don't show anyone.
Sin-Q just in the perfect spot to break that smoke, and Boom overcommit. They feel the pressure to try to make these plays. They don't manage to land on targets they want, and Sin-Q's just been a nuisance with these Fishers throughout all these fights, just finding the perfect angles to cut off Boom.
He has Sin-Q a real nuisance. Yopaj, you saw he trying to find Ame this whole time, but just unable to get him. It's the ward placement here from LGD, just fully prepped for that fight. Eventually, at least Scam will be the second pick up here. So LGD really looking quite strong now. Still a 2k net worth lead available for Boom, but it's really nothing to write home about. We're 25 minutes into the game. It's a very even one between these two teams. Still could go either way, but it's all about these team fights. It's all about the next Roshans. Speaking of Roshans, Aegis is still available for Ame, so you just never really had the risk of losing it this whole time. You kind of wonder, what does Boom do now? Like, do you want to slow down the game? Do you keep trying to find LGD? Like, what's the idea?
Step lively now.
You need to at least maintain equilibrium here. Don't lose ground up against LGD. They've lost their gold lead entirely. You've got some protection coming out now for Ame. Lincoln Sphere up. So you can't just try to X her back, and that just makes things so much more difficult. Feels like this game is starting to boil down to Tim's getting a good bushwhack off. Easier said than done. When the Drow is sitting so far away, they could try to mount defense for the tier 1, but I think it's pretty late in the game to kind of keep that alive.
Chains are out, that's a big target. Yopaj once again forced the BKB early just to run his way up, but they'll still lose the mid-tier 1 tower. A double damage rune also being spotted out. The Skem might be able to deny it off and does. He'll get away with it, not allowing nothing to say to pick that one up for himself. He's bottled it up. That LGD, they'll take over that Dire triangle. Very strong position, deny more farm away from Jackie. Boom. They might just try and head over to the other side of the map. It just doesn't feel like they're ready to actually fight yet.
They've got so much to play with now on LGD. It just feels like when you've got these heroes that can constantly run in and slowly poke and prod with the Ember, you've got the mobility coming out now on Xingqiu. He's got the full blink up with a slam ready to go, and he's been a menace without that blink. With that blink up, it's just going to be so much more difficult for Boom to get anything done. But LGD in a really good spot right now. 7 to 10, slightly behind in kills, not fully back in net worth, but they've evened that deficit out. And they're the ones with the initiative. They're the ones working the map well. They're the ones forcing these issues onto Boom.
He's been spotted. Why? He'll move in with the Glimmer Cape. Jackie seems to know they're right behind him. A nice fish wrap from Xingqiu, and Jackie's been locked down. Oh, that's a massive kill out for LGD. Tims also being chased down. They won't mind losing the Hoodwink. They got the POS1 Bloodseeker.
Massive win for LGD. Jackie just trying to farm where he can. LGD understanding that where they have to be. They have got good wards watching that top jungle. They just came from the triangle, so they knew the only spot Jackie would have to be in is in that triangle on the Radiant side. And the punishment is severe. LGD, and the damage output coming out from Ame just with the Hurricane Pike and the Lincoln Sphere, it's more than enough. No one's there to gap close. And that marksmanship aura is always going to be active.
And it will. Very tough. We just haven't seen any kind of risk for Ame at all. He's always just been in the perfect position every single time. Just unable to catch him out. As he continues that farm now, top of the net worth board on the Drow. Nothing to slow him down. GD, that well-oiled machine you talked about. Now well and truly running now as they're the ones that need to try and find an answer for this game number 2. You kind of wonder what they do here, though. I mean, they're sitting back for now. They're just playing a little bit defensively, but it just feels like they've lost all the lead they had. And with the time that LGD's hit, they can just take their time with this one. There's just no rush for game 2.
Just build up, keep getting that farm you want onto your Drow. I think the one thing Boom could try to do, a little bit cheeky, go for the shard on Yopaj ASAP. Get the tidal wave, pull back the Drow. That could be one way for you to get Ame out of position. Easier said than done, but it feels like you need that disruptiveness in these fights. The Ag shard, maybe even the Ags down the line, because you're not seeing any big BKBs here.
Thank you.
Side of LGD.
Gonna jump in. He has found Tims on the Hoodwink. More staff away may not be enough, but no, it will be. They've got double. Tims looking just fine as the zombie will chase him down, but it won't be enough to pursue any further. LGD is still very careful themselves. They're not overextending. They're not giving any openings over to Boom. Want to fight nearby that tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Now Jackie, walking on towards his Eye of Skadi, has a Blink Dagger up as well. Yopaj will try to rotate to defend the bot lane. It does do so, but can't find the familiars. 8 to 10, still a 2k advantage the way of LGD. Still a very close match, but it does feel like Boom are the ones that need to find an answer, as they might smoke up, and they do. Smoke on smoke situation. Across the other side of the map, the only thing they really see right now are the familiars. Because FBZ, he'll just try to secure those instead, and well, he gets one of them, might find a second, but they are going to be spawned back up by Faith Beyond.
Really awkward position for both sides. Roche still a ways off, so even if you lose this next fight, you might have the opportunity to fight back.
Xingqiu. Very aggressive play. We'll get X'd up back to the turret and the boat. They might find the Shaker, and they will. It's something. Nothing to say. Shows the mid lane. Will creep skip. Backs towards his team once again. Both sides just waiting for the next Roshan. Still a couple minutes away, though. Seems like Boom will try to infiltrate their jungle once again. Some the wards off while they can. FBZ who will look for the outpost. LGD, they are grouped up, ready to go whenever. Seems like they are not going to make the jump in. Not yet, at least. Again, Roshan still a bit away, though. Going to move on to FBZ. Just fine, though. Just a bit of chip damage coming out from Nothing to Say.
Yeah, they're working to this point where they might get this blink up on Tims. So you're going to have a little bit more of an easier time for the Hoodwink to try to line up those hits with a Bushwhack, get that much needed control in the middle of these fights. Again, it does feel like a lot of it starts to boil down onto Tims trying to surprise them. The X is just a little bit too telegraphed. You've got the BKB up and running as well for Ame, so much easier for him to dodge out if need be in the middle of these engagements as well.
Chains around onto the edge. Skem just fine to back his way out. No problems here. Shun now 1 minute away. LGD, they're the ones that are really keeping tabs with these familiars, but they do at least have the skeletons coming in from Skem as well. They're going to go for a smoke. We've got a 5-on-5 situation here in the mid lane. Who gets up in the initiation? Pertha Fisher is there, but the BKBs are out in time. The Tombstone is being focused. Both sides not really sure if they want the fight. Skem, he's going to get jumped on. They found Yopaj, but the boat is out in time. 4 staff away. They need to save the Kunkka. Skem, he's the one in trouble, but no, they look back towards Yopaj. They should have him. Faith Beyond takes him down onto FBZ. They'll find the death prop and they'll just burst him down. So much damage coming up from Faith Beyond. Name just standing right behind him. It's like, how do you actually get to this Drow or the Visage?
They have no reach. It just boils down to the fact that they don't have a high mobility initiator that can dance in, something like the Ember with Nothing to Say, to try to catch the backline, to try to stop Ame from dishing a million damage in one engage. And off the back of that, with a double damage rune, of course, for Ame, Roche doesn't last too long here. Boom. They had a great start. It just gets harder from here, it feels like. Even with all the durability in Yopaj with the AC, if no one can touch Ame, all the armor in the world doesn't matter.
Yeah. GD once again now a 6k advantage. You'll see the replay, and there was a nice initiation, at least from Xingqiu, forcing out 3 BKBs with that one Fisher. And they just retreat immediately after seeing those BKBs. Just no hesitation from LGD. They understand they just need to wait those out, move back in, and then just get right to work. Like, you can try to run, but there's just so much slow available here as they are even going for tier 3 towers now. LGD, they understand the lead they have. Boom, again, they just haven't found the opening throughout this game. They will try to slow it down, but the tier 3 tower's already gone. Shot there from Ame, just scouting out Yopaj, will hold down the Conquerors. There's your Bushwhack out there, find Nothing to Say, but he's got the Yule Scepter. Torrent is going to connect it with the Tidal Wave and the Rupture, but it's not going to be it. The Sharpshooter, he jukes it out. Oh, what a juke from Nothing to Say. Fisher is there, Xingqiu locking them down once again, just not letting them get out. Oh boy, 3 down for the side of Boom. This is looking real bad now. LGD, they will go for the tier 4 towers. How do you stop them?
It's difficult. Maybe you get a good tidal wave back. We saw Yopaj trying to make that play, but man, it's so much easier to do what LGD is doing. Just keep pushing in, play with the damage you have on hand. Fortify Forest out. Tier 4 about to fall, 16 HP left. LGD so confident, they still have Aegis, there's nothing to be scared of.
Absolutely not. The T4 towers once again, Skem trying to set up. He did buy back, but it's just waiting for a few more respawns. The tier 4s are dropping so darn low. They're onto the Ancient now, Boom. Still waiting for the respawns, but they're not coming in time. They've got to try and rush for this, but the Ancient is just completely going down. Xingqiu is holding everyone back. They finally make it in, but it's too late. It is just too late. LGD. I can't sugarcoat it, John. They made this series look easy. 2-0 the way of LGD. And what can I say? Boom Esports, they tried their best, but just weren't the better team today.
It was such the journey out from Boom, of course. A 1.4% chance to even come in to that lower bracket that they beat Team Spirit in. And now having to face LGD a lot. The big favorite for a lot of people to win TI itself, or at least make it to the grand finals. They put up a fight, LGD, they come back so strong here. We're seeing that strength that might have been a little bit more up and down in groups that might not have shown in the early days of the playoffs.
Yeah.
LGD, they look to be back in fine form.
Just such a calm team, just such a coordinated team. Is very composed, no emotions here from LGD. It's just another day for them, another 2-0 victory, and just look towards the next day as, of course, for Boom. A pretty tough loss, John. A lot of these players on Boom, first TI for them, and they do have to leave through the lower bracket round of 2, but it happens.
it happens. And again, just their journey to TI was a bit of a rocky one. Everyone had high expectations coming into the majors, coming into all the other tournaments. They do pretty good here, I think. They've improved a lot, just a lot more to work on.
Well, with that, let's see what our panel has to say about this game too, as we are going to throw back to them.
Thank you very much, MLP Dota and John Xfire, and congratulations to PSG LGD. They really got some wind in their sails in the series and will continue their run in the lower bracket. But of course, that means that Boom Esports, the last SEA team, are out, and another 0-2. What do you guys make of the match?
It was clinical, I would say. Right, like the way PSG LGD, I believe MLP said it the best as well. Cool, collected, calm the whole game. The way they played against Boom was just on point, just showing their class. Literally every single part of the game, even though they were losing a little bit at the beginning, it never felt like it's out of their hands, out of their control. The way they fight is they force you to fight where they want to. And they have an Undying with the Tombstone. They force you next to a cliff, they pop that Tombstone on the cliff, they win every single fight off of that.
Yeah, Sheep, you mentioned the way the LGD fight is, something else. Could you really kind of sum it up and how they kind of forced Boom Esports?
Yeah, I love the execution of their fights as a team because they are a ball. They want to be a ball. They have a team that when they get split apart, that's how they get picked off and die to this like rupture and being, just pulled apart. And they don't let that happen because they have really non-committal ways of engaging them. This long-range Fissure from Earthshaker, this slight interchange by Ember. They don't ever have to like have someone blink ahead. So in that way, they're all able to just keep together on top of this Drow, keep her sustained with the Undying heals, these auras from Visage. Basically, everything just was very synergized.
And T, it really seemed that Boom Esports, they needed their BKBs, but they almost had to be like perfectly timed because as soon as they were out, the Fissure Suns came in and all that control, and then the Drow was just super safe. So sometimes they even felt like they kind of, were just a little bit, not nervous, but a little bit, trigger happy on the BKBs.
A little bit. It's because they had like a 6-7k gold lead, and they're going to fill that in the game. It's like, guys, we beat PSG in the lanes. We have the advantage. One fight's going to be Roshan. That's going to be everything. The game should be in our favour. But they never found that moment because they had these I think Jinkyu on his Earthshaker, just incredibly disciplined with his ability to find the fissures, to find this way to disconnect the team. So even if you have BKB, guess what? You can't run through the fissure. And the amount of times that he'd find the Death Prophet on the left, everyone else on the right, and then the Drow's like free game, just going to shoot him from a distance.
It's also the problem of biting a little bit more than they can chew. Like they win 3 fights in a row, but they go for that 4th fight when they're like 50% mana, 70% HP. They go uphill, they go to the high ground, into the triangle. Like the way I really wish we see a highlight of Drow sitting behind the cliff on the triangle and Undying in front, and he's just waiting. It's only 2 of them alive. Like 3 respawning, 2 versus 5, they still win the fight because of the respawn timers and allies coming in.
Yeah, and Boom, they did get to pick Jackie Soros last. It was the Bloodseeker, but within 1 BKB, are the supports even an option if you're just tanking damage from Drow? I mean, what would you have to do on Bloodseeker? Is it just you needed to be much more ahead as a team after the laning phase?
Yeah, I think the main thing for Boom at least was PSG turned the game into a stalemate, because we were joking about it when we were watching the game. It's like you had Ember, nothing to say on Ember, just farming top against Ench. It was like 3-4 minutes where you're just sliding the wave, just chilling. And because Drow then AFK'd in the triangle, it doesn't matter if you have this aggressive timing. You've never gone into the triangle, you've never shut down the jungle, you haven't really closed out the map. And the fact that your lineup, when you have a 7k lead, doesn't evolve into an Aegis, it hinders you, right?
They tried.
You love micro heroes, right? Like Visage, what was he doing with the birds as well? On the other side of the map, like...
Yeah, it was a bit weird. I mean, I think they did try to go in the triangle, but I think what LGD understood and did very well was that they didn't force trying to open the map. Like the mid tower, that did not go down for a really long time because they were like, okay, as long as Drow is in the triangle farming and we create a wall in front of her and make sure we repel them from our triangle, that's our number one. And by doing that, they managed to get the Drow to a place where they could then take those fights.
Dodging the fights, right? Just dodge, play clinically, get that first Roshan. PSG just understood what they needed to do.
Well, thanks very much for summing that up. And I was just, I'm quite excited because I was waiting if we do get a winner's interview, and it seems like we will. So over to the winner's interview. And again, congratulations, PSG LGD.
Hello, I'm here with Y from PSG LGD. Congratulations on the convincing win. So there's a very big crowd here with a lot of LGD fans, and I wanted to know, how are you feeling playing in front of a crowd after a very long time。就想问一下，因为很久都没有在现场有观众的情况下打比赛了，就这次感觉如何呢？
感觉非常好吧，因为就是每次结束完，无论是团战什么的，都能就是能听到很欢呼声的，就是很大的 LGD 的欢呼声，我们都比较很激动。
I'm feeling great because after team fights, we can hear loud LGD chants, and it encourages us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that interview. Yeah, we definitely heard that here as well as we were watching. But they are, a real favourites. 2 times runners-up. Of course, we had them in the True site, and Faith Bian's potentially last the international. But it's a great day for them because they were one of the Titans that didn't fall, and we did have some falling Titans. So you can see the brackets and kind of recap a little bit the day. It was Tundra beating out OG, and they'd be moving on. Asta beat out Team Liquid in the upper bracket, and in the lower bracket, EG lost out to Beast Coast, and that was the NA team to leave the tournament. And then now we just saw PSG LGD move on, beating out Boom, and they will be, of course, playing then Beast Coast that beat out Evil Geniuses. But the Evil Geniuses leaving, I think, was probably one of the biggest storylines today, guys.
Yeah, I think EG leaving, but on the flip side, when there's a loser, there's a winner. And right now we have SA winning pretty much everywhere. In the upper bracket, in the lower bracket, it is potentially could be a TI for SA. Don't get carried away,
Still a lot of EU teams in there, mister. I know you're British and you're not technically...
We're so used to having the EU teams, the Chinese teams, like the NA, all these regions doing well, right? But it's nice to see SA, the first time they have a team in the upper bracket going far enough. We've got potentially Thunder Awakening looking good, Beast Coast beating EG, who topped their group. So I'm excited to see how far they can get. I'm not going to get too excited that maybe they can go further, but, they've done well so far.
No, certainly, and but I think watching PSG LGD play there would be pretty scary. But I'm sure Beast Coast, they should have a lot of confidence.
This is
for
going to
the
be a
next
really
match.
fun matchup, yeah. Because if LGD take that win, now maybe they hit their stride and they feel more confident in their ideas. And I know they felt shaky on this patch, so maybe this series was what they need now to go forward. But Beast Coast on a roll. Maybe they're feeling themselves.
Yeah, they're on a roll, and they had a great day today because they did beat out Evil Geniuses to move forward. And speaking of Evil Geniuses, we do have an interview with Crit and Casey.
Crit was nice enough to stop by and be willing to talk with us a little bit. I know that was a really tough loss, and I know that it's very stereotypical to say, how do you feel right now? But you guys are such a strong team. You came out of group stage. Everybody expected you to go super, super far, and it just wasn't your day or your week, I should say. What do you think the change was?
Yeah, I think probably the biggest problem was the group stage for us because it kind of gave us a little bit of a false hope because this year has been pretty bad for us, I think. Coming into this tournament, we weren't really expecting much, and then I don't know what happened in the group stage, but somehow we won a lot of games, and I think that just makes it more devastating in a way, so yeah. I mean, it's been a tough year, so I don't think we weren't expecting too much for ourselves like before going in, so yeah.
Talk about your teammates. You guys have been playing together for a bit. Some have left and come back, for example, but I know that you guys have a huge amount of respect for each other. What do you want to say to them?
I mean, I want to just thank them for the effort because we had a really rough year, all of us, and I think this bootcamp we had was very good for us, and I think we showed in the group stage what we can do. Obviously, we fell a little bit short, but everyone put in the effort, and I think that's all you can really do, so yeah.
How do you guys regroup after something like this?
Time to go home. Just it's going to be a couple of months before anything's going to happen, really. So we get some time to reset, and then we'll see what happens.
What do you want to say to the fans of EG? You have so many from all over the world. You heard them here in the crowd chanting for you too.
Yeah, just massive support. We really appreciate it. Obviously, it's sad for us that we can't deliver when there is so much support. So we appreciate it always, guys. And yeah, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Casey. And yeah, Crit, a couple of months off, reset. They have been together for such a long time, and I'm sure we'll see more EG. And the bootcamp was great for them, and I think that yielded great results in the group stage, but unfortunately not able to keep that momentum. But that really sums it up for most of today. So let's get talking about tomorrow. First matches will be in the lower bracket tomorrow rather than the upper bracket, and it will be OG versus Gaming Gladiators. Then we'll be moving on to LGD to see, Team Liquid to to see you. Yeah. You know how old I am. I do need glasses. I actually have it written down below me. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Entity, but it is at least lower bracket. I got that part right. And then in the second half of the day, we'll be going into the upper bracket semis. It'll be Thunder Awakens versus Team Secret and Tundra Esports versus Aster. Which matches, I mean, okay, that's not fair. Which matches are you excited for? All of them. Which are you most excited for?
Secret and then Thunder Awaken, because this is the final test for me, because the Secret, the last chance qualifier team, now suddenly in this top 6 position, and then you got SA Dota doing this like incredible run in the upper bracket. So that is like the must watch, because whoever wins that, it's top 3 at TI. It's either Secret, Puppy, you know, maybe, and then SA Dota in top 3. Yeah.
I want it so badly.
It's mental.
Dude, I love South American Dota. It's so fun. I'm so happy for how well they've done this TI. Just all of them, everyone here.
At the same time, the other upper bracket, Tundra versus Aster, it's a true test for Aster to finally prove a point and make a claim on the international scene, because they've been lacking. This is the storyline, right? Like Aster goes to international, they don't really do well. If they beat Tundra, I think their name will be cleared.
All right, well, you've got all that to enjoy tomorrow, so make sure you return and join us here on the panel. But please stay tuned, because we will have late game with Pyrion Flax. But otherwise, thank you very much for tuning in. This has been The International, and we'll see you tomorrow.
You're in for a good day. Wait a second, that's not right, that's not right.
Why does mine look different?
Nice block in there with a charge. He's going to set up an arrow. That's going to land on the Taiga. They're going to leave their supports behind. OG full bailing out once again.
No one has decided to take what I call the Thunderdome seats. These mother suckers, you can almost touch a pro player. It's incredible.
Start beating away at it. Eyes on the prize. The chain cross back and forth between the two of them. And with that, when GG is called.
Buenas noches y bienvenidos a Late Game. Soy Pyrion Flax y mis invitados Avo Plus, Panda Boo, and Sir Action Slacks. How was that?
That's very good.
Oh, muchas gracias.
Very good.
Hola! Humans? No.
Obviously, you know, I'm doing this because Dota has now been taken over by South America. They run the show.
Yep.
They're in charge. We've got Panda here. Talk us through the last couple of days, because it feels like South America going to the moon, baby.
O sea, simplemente pasó lo que debía pasar. Se venía predestinado.
¿Qué dices? Sorry, he said it happened. What happened it had to happen. It was predestined.
It was predestined.
What does that mean?
That it was.
It means
meant
it
to
was
happen.
bound to be.
It was bound to be. It was bound by fate.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Now that you rule Americas, will you have pity on our region, please? How cruelly will you rule?
¿Tendrás misericordia?
Yo haré lo que hacía PPD. Les diré por qué se demoran
Oh,
tanto.
no, I heard PPD. Oh, my God, no.
What did he say about
He
PPD?
said, I'll do what PPD did. I'll ask, why are you guys being so late? You know, why should we even start the game if you know you're going to lose anyway?
Oh, my goodness. I couldn't imagine a worse fate as someone saying, I will rule you as PPD would. That is the most terrifying
That's
fate.
like someone taking over from Darth Vader. Don't worry, I'm going to rule just like Darth Vader.
You was chill. I thought PPD had an iron fist, you know. He taught the South American teams how to live, right?
Sí, nos enseñó bastante bien.
Yeah,
Ahora
he learned-
estamos acá.
Yeah, look, that's why they're here. That's what he just said.
Everybody needs an enemy.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He united them.
Un poco de poder, el odio.
He said hate fuels them. It gives you power.
It does.
wow.
Yeah.
As an any Dota player. It
He's
does.
very hateful, this man.
Yeah.
What's with the shaved head?
¿Por qué es un pelado?
O sea, yo lo... Simplemente es una promesa que me hice.
He made a promise to himself.
Sí.
Vale, pero explica más. ¿Qué es
O sea, me hice una promesa de que la primera... Yo antes solía tener el pelo muy largo.
I used to have really long hair.
Y dije, la primera vez que viaje a un evento grande, voy a cortarme el cabello, voy a ser pelado.
Oh, first time I go to an event, he is going to cut his hair. He's going to become a pelao, as we call it in Spanish.
A palau.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Would
so
I be a palau?
No. So in Spanish, like the proper term for bald would be like calvo, right? Pelao is like the informal term. It's truly like when you've embraced baldness, you've become a pelao.
I'm happy to be a palau. Palaurian flax.
Tres pelados acá.
There's three pelados here.
Well, you're not actually bald. That's the thing. Tell him he's
No eres
not
calvo.
actually in the club.
No eres un pelao.
No.
Eres falso.
Es
No
falso,
perteneces
es
aquí.
falso. You're not an actual bald boy, all right?
Why not?
Because he's actually bald. I'm actually bald.
What makes you bald?
There's no hair. But the lack of hair, dude. Look at Panda's head. Can we get a shot of the top of Panda's head,
Oh,
please?
yeah.
There is clearly hair there. He has shaved.
Hay cabello. Te afeitaste mal.
It's no
trabajo de
pelao.
Edson.
It's no
¿Qué?
Es el
pelao.
trabajo de Edson, no es mi culpa.
It
He
was
just shaved.
Edson's job. He didn't do a good job, apparently. It was his manager's fault.
Oh, his manager did a terrible job. I said, who did this? I thought he did it with a pair of scissors or
Sí, ya no
something.
estaré con él por la próxima temporada. Se acaba.
He's no longer part of the team next season.
okay.
It's over.
All right.
The free ride is over.
Oh, man. Well, I'm going to drink my tequila. We all had tequila here. I'm going to take off my mask and drink my tequila.
Oh, my God. Nice.
El primero borracho.
He said the first drunk man.
Wow.
Oh, that's bad tequila.
You didn't even put a lime in it.
That's not how you're supposed to drink. What are you doing?
Oh, is this bad?
Yeah, you're supposed to eat the lime. You don't put it in the tequila.
Shit. My bad.
Like that. Oh no.
Spill it in a bit.
Why?
¿Así lo hacen en América?
Yeah, this is how they do it in America. Panda just asked.
How are you supposed to eat the lime in the cup?
The cup's not meant to go in the mouth.
You're like a 2-year-old.
I've never had alcohol. I signed the DARE program in school.
No, don't eat the lime rind. You're supposed to only eat the edible part of the lime.
It hurts, Elmo.
Le duele. Le duele.
Se nota en los ojos.
He says he
Go
can-
ahead.
¿Tengo que hacerlo?
Sí.
Okay.
Salud, amigo.
Salud. Me van a gritar en casa.
His wife is gonna shout at him.
It's bad tequila.
Wait,
It's
are you
bad
like,
tequila.
how old are you?
¿Cuántos años tiene?
22.
22.
Oh, thank God. That was a close call.
Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't even think to ask. Hello, young man.
Yo, we should have asked.
He just changed his answer to 18 now.
Oh, God.
Okay, well, that's still old enough.
Yeah, if he goes any lower,
fine.
though, we're in trouble.
All right, I got a question. Tell us about your boot camp in Kuala Lumpur.
Ah,
Is
sí,
that
¿qué
right?
tal fue tu bootcamp? No, in Malaysia,
in
sorry.
Johor.
In Johor, sorry.
Oh, I'm
That
sorry.
was my bad.
That
No,
was
actually.
Avo's
That
bad
was my bad.
information. I want that
Yeah.
noted, please.
Yeah, that was my bad.
Sorry, so go ahead. Tell us
Tu
about the
bootcamp
boot
en
camp.
Johor, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estuvo?
Bastante larga, o sea,
Very long.
Yeah.
bastante, o sea, no sé cómo describirlo porque fue muy extensa. Habían días donde
I don't know how to describe it because it was very long. It was
Yeah.
very extended.
habían días donde hacíamos mucho y había días donde no hacíamos nada, así que
There were days where we did a lot, and there were days where we were very lazy.
Well, that's fair enough. Does he feel like it gave him? I'll just ask him questions as if I'm talking to him. Is that okay? So
Yeah,
I would
that's
say,
okay.
does
Don't
he?
disregard me as a human
Okay,
being.
I'll
I'll
disregard you, Avo.
I'll just sit here.
Do you feel like having that long a boot camp? Do you think it's a good thing, or do you think sometimes you get a bit sick of each other?
¿Es bueno o os cansaste de vos?
siempre estoy cansado de mi equipo.
He always
pero ya
hates his
estoy
team. He's always
acostumbrado.
tired of his team. Sorry.
Always sick of his team. Fair enough.
Always sick
Okay.
of his team.
Pero ya estoy acostumbrado a eso y pienso que la bootcamp fue muy buena porque
He's used to it, so that's why the boot camp was good.
Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough. So it was just more of the same, basically.
sí, simplemente lo que hacemos en Perú.
It's just what we do in Peru.
Oh, okay, fair enough. So, was it partly about like getting acclimatized to the region and getting over jet lag and stuff like that?
Fue que vinimos a la ISL de Kuala Lumpur, la ISL One, y
They came to the ESL from the ESL in Malaysia,
Okay.
which was in Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah.
y no queríamos volver a Perú, así que simplemente dijimos, ok, hay que tomarnos la bootcamp de 2 meses, no importa.
Yeah.
Porque tomar el vuelo de ida y vuelta de 30 horas no lo vamos a hacer.
And they didn't want to go back to Peru because the flight's 30 hours.
Oh,
so he's
God.
like, we got to stay in Malaysia for the next 2 months. There's no other
Yeah,
option.
no, that's fair.
'Cause they didn't want to do 30-hour
hours.
flights.
30 hours. Don't lick that off the table. That table is
¿Qué-
filthy. You are
¿Qué opinas de eso?
disgusting.
I have a taste for it now, Mama. I'm
O sea,
different now.
We're gonna go out
no me
drinking?
sorprende por quién es.
Oh, Panda's not surprised about you doing this.
Hey,
actually.
thanks, Panda.
I don't-
Ah,
oh.
you know me.
Why would you touch this man?
Ya no me voy a lavar la mano.
He's not going to clean his hand anymore.
There you go.
He's got
See?
flex on it now.
Alcohol is a disinfectant.
Oh, you are the vilest creature. So, tell me about your birthday in Stockholm. Had
Explica
a
de tu
crazy birthday.
cumpleaños. La torta, por favor, explícalo.
O sea, la torta se veía muy buena, dijimos, vamos a pasarla bien.
Okay.
Y
Pero a ver, explícalo. Bueno, vale.
ok, simplemente estábamos todos juntos con los de Viscos y dijeron, vamos a cantarle a Panda.
They were all together with Biscos, and the Biscos guys had to celebrate his birthday. It's not exactly what he's telling, but he's telling the story poorly, so I'm just gonna...
Okay, you fill it
Fix
in.
it for him.
I'm fixing it for him.
Thanks.
So the Biscos guys had to buy him a cake.
Y
It was Chris Luck specifically. actually.
Okay,
Y
okay.
mientras que me estaban cantando y me dicen, ya sopla la vela, me la tiraron.
What?
Y yo todo el tiempo pensé que fue Chris Luck. Y yo siempre estaba molesto con él, pero hace poco cuando salió el video me di cuenta que fue Satred.
So while they were singing the song, right, they asked him blow on the candles, and as he was about to do it, they pied him. They caked his face.
Kicked him in the face.
Yeah, exactly.
I heard the word molesto.
Yeah, so he...
Molesto?
Yeah, so he...
That's a great superhero, I think.
Molesto means annoyed.
I read that comic.
Molesto means annoyed. I just want to... Molesto is annoyed. He said...
Oh, okay.
He said this whole time he thought it was Chris Luck who pied him in the face, but actually it was his own
the evil
teammate.
molesto.
From the back. Careful out there.
It was sacred. It was sacred. And sacred
okay,
is also of age. It was all good.
Okay.
Okay. And then he got pied, and then he kept thinking the whole time how much he regretted not being able to eat it. So he ate it off his face.
Sí, y
Yeah,
estaba
he ate
muy,
it off his face, and he
estaba muy
liked it.
rico.
My boy, you
Did
see?
he eat it off the floor or the table like this man is?
Yeah, kind of similar.
Just
Actually.
lapping it up?
No, tampoco
Yeah,
fue tan-
he said yes, yes,
No,
yes.
no.
He said, yes. He's
I
right.
can tell.
Great translation.
Bueno, bueno.
Yes, exactly.
So Avo's giving me one question here. I assume there's a story behind it. Your favorite player?
Oh, yeah. ¿Cuál es tu jugador preferido? No, como contesté en la entrevista. ¿Te acuerdas? Quedó muy bonito.
Ah, Pacas, sí, mi jugador favorito, Pacas.
Yeah. Your favorite player is Pacas.
Oh.
His own
okay.
carry. You know, it's the story was that we asked both Pacas and Panda who their favorite player was. Pacas said himself.
Okay.
And then
oh,
Panda said Pacas. And then that's why Thunder Awaken works as a team.
Oh, that's great.
good. I think carry players need that bit of ego
They
about
do.
them, right?
Sí,
They,
Sí,
they do.
pero de vez en cuando hay que bajarlo.
Sometimes you have to bring down the ego. What do you do to bring down the ego?
Putearlo en una stream, algo así.
He comes to his streams and he screws with them.
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
I've been there.
Yeah.
So
no, you screw yourself on stream. I've seen you. I've seen you lose a ranked match.
Shut the hell up, Amo.
you've seen him lose a rank.
Have you seen his rants on Cavern Crawl?
Why does Cavern Crawl exist? Is my question. I have the floor. I hope you're listening to me. Remove Cavern Crawl from ranked. I don't care if you fire me. It's too late. Do it. Do it. Thank you.
It's exactly like the streamer.
Would you like to add anything else to that rant?
No.
Any logical or reasonable points?
You know, I will do this here. I don't care if they. I don't care. I don't care.
He's tidying up. He's tidying up.
Don't touch the glass.
Here we go. You should have stopped me before you asked. Cavern Crawl in ranked. It's like going to Target and you got the shopping cart. Do I return it? Am I a human being? I choose to be a human being. I put it in. And then you see a dude who's like, maybe I'll last pick Earth Spirit first time. I'll last pick it as my carry. He doesn't put his cart away. Now, in real life, you'd be like, what an asshole. You drive away. But no. Cavern Crawl ranked is like, that guy's in the car now. And you're like, yo, bro, that was kind of a dick move. And he says, take me to Safeway. And then you're helping him.
Yeah, you're stealing carts from other people.
You see? Do you see the madness?
I agree. I mean, I agree with you. I don't play solo ranked. I play with mainly party queue with like mates of mine. And they still do the Cavern Crawl.
They still do it. It's not their fault, though.
Well, it's a fun experience for everyone. You get to experience new heroes, and you get to try them out in ranked.
Right, but I don't do the Cavern Crawl, so I just play the same old shit every time, and I'm having to put up with some Darkseer mid or something stupid like that because it's like, oh, I'm doing my crawl. Munt, you know I'm talking about you.
That's right, Munt. You don't have to deal with this.
You don't have to crawl.
Problema de mancos. Yo no sé.
That's the problem for people with... Okay, people that are bad at the game.
What was the word he actually used?
People without hands.
People without hands?
Yeah.
People without hands.
Yeah, because we say that as someone who's unskilled at, like, you know...
He plays like he doesn't have hands.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Manco.
I'll show you some hands here after this show, Mr. Panaboot.
Why are you offended by this?
Nothing.
Show me your Dota buff. Post your Dota buff on the Twitch link.
I have a great Dota buff. Now, can we...
What's the highest MMR you've ever been?
I was immortal.
He was immortal.
Yeah, I know.
Omni no
That's
cuenta.
ridiculous.
Omni no cuenta.
That's not ridiculous.
Eh?
Jugando Omni no cuenta.
It doesn't count if you're playing Omni Knight, he said. That was him, by
How
the
does
way.
that not count?
Doesn't count.
Es lo que me han dicho a mí.
You were,
I also hear you party queued with people to get to
Panda,
immortal.
you were 12k MMR, right?
Yeah.
No.
No. It was never 12k.
That's what Wikipedia says.
Wikipedia's wrong, apparently.
10K.
Unofficial source.
10K. I might have got the wrong number. They're an unofficial source, of course. Here's a question for you. Did you get there playing support?
Sí.
How the fuck do you do that?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Like, genuinely. Because you're relying on all these... Manco?
Yeah,
Sí,
mancos.
todos esos mancos.
So everyone is handless.
Cuatro Manco y Panda, and he gets to 10k MMR.
¿Cómo?
Mucho tiempo y mucha paciencia.
A lot of time, a lot of patience.
God, yeah.
¿Cuántas partidas juegas al día?
8, pocas. O sea, 8 rankeds.
He says, I only played 8 ranked today. It's not very much.
Oh, yeah.
Typical.
Yeah.
So what heroes did you play? Was it just a handful of heroes? Or was he playing like...
En ese tiempo estuve jugando Bane, Pugna.
This is but when Pugna was busted, right? Yeah.
When you were doing the sack.
Oh, so he does speak English. How about that? I knew it. Now he comes in.
No, I can't. You can't let that information go. This is what my job is entirely.
Oh, okay. No, sorry. Yeah.
Síguelo en español.
¿Quieres que lo diga en español?
En español, por favor.
Cuando le ocupaba con el Pugna.
Ah, okay. When he sucked with Pugna. That's what.
Hey!
Gracias.
Great translation.
Yeah, really good job.
¿De verdad lo necesitábamos?
Sí, es importante. He said, I really appreciate Avo being here.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
please
I
hire
don't
him.
believe that. We need an actual translation. If you speak Spanish out there, put some actual translations on Twitter so I can know how much Avo has misled me this evening. I found out you did the Spanish late game, which is just called El Late Game. I could have had a cool name.
No, we sometimes call it Juego Tardío to joke around.
Okay,
Like what
that's
you got
what
to
I
Google
tried.
Translate.
Yeah,
Yes, exactly.
Because
Yeah.
that's the Google Translate
It
version.
sounds terrible though.
But it doesn't mean anything.
No, it didn't. Yeah.
So just late game.
Don't zoom in.
But
on
it was
that.
just you and a guy who didn't say anything.
Yeah, Blue, because he just casted the 1 hour game for.
So he
RNG.
was like just lying there, and
Well,
you just what did you talk about?
I told Ghost's story.
A ghost story. Okay.
No, Ghost like the player.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought you told a ghost story because it's
no.
nearly Halloween. So
No, that would be terrible. I told Ghost story, I told Fishman's story.
Okay.
I told us a bunch of stories from players, and then Blue was like nodding. He's like, yeah, I like those people.
Yeah, man, that's crazy.
That was kind of what it was. Yeah, do it with a more like. Imagine you just lost your voice.
Oh man.
Okay, yeah, and now do it in Spanish.
El Dopo.
Yeah, there you go. That's it. That's it. You
Thank
should
you.
do Lake Game tomorrow with me.
I won't.
Yeah.
You should.
Creo que mañana estará Mati.
But no, he can't.
Mañana
He's
estará
doing it with me.
Mati.
Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, talking late game tomorrow. Panda, thank you so much for coming on
Gracias,
the show.
Panda.
I realized you had. Muchas gracias, Panda. Y bueno fortuna tarde.
That is correct.
Perfecto.
See?
That means perfect.
How about that?
That's
and
great.
Arvo, thank you for coming on and translating for us as well. Really appreciate that. You guys have had busy days. Jake's had a busy day. I haven't, which is why I'm here. I am delighted to be here. I'm happy to be here with you boys. Thank you so much. And we'll see you guys tomorrow evening. Bye.
Está bien, ¿no? Muevo la mano.
Sí, muevo la mano.
Sí.